halfway up the mountain, in a dimly lit basement of a villa. Curled up on a single wireframe bed in the corner was a thin, frail girl. Her hair was a tangled mess, her skin deathly pale. One hand, caked with dried blood, was shackled with an iron chain. It was impossible to tell if she was alive or dead. Clang! The heavy iron door was pushed open, and the sound of heavy footsteps echoed as two people entered, one after the other. Brother Song, isn't it risky just keeping her locked up like this? I mean, what if she still refuses to give up the bank card password and the inheritance? Maybe we should just— The speaker was a young man in his early 20s, making a throat-slitting gesture as he spoke. She's just a little flower that could be crushed in my hand. Nothing to worry about. Besides, it's only the first day. It's normal for her to resist at first. Let's give it 3 months and see what happens, sneered a middle-aged man in his 40s. His hands and face were wrapped in bandages, making his already sinister features look even more menacing. Oh right, Brother Song, what about that jade bangle on her wrist? Why not take it off and give it to my sister? I heard it was auctioned at Christie's by Limasian back in the day, top-grade old mine jade, a real antique. It's worth at least a small fortune. She's been wearing that bangle for years. Her wrist has grown, and we've tried everything— soap, water, you name it. It just won't come off. A crazed look flashed in the young man's eyes. That's easy, just cut it off. Then you can take it. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then said, It's not impossible. I just gave her a sedative. Even if you killed her now, she wouldn't react. Here's what we'll do. Go to the kitchen and get the cleaver, and bring the thickest wooden chopping board. I'll go run the water in the bathroom and be right back. Got it. With another loud clang, the iron door slammed shut. Listening to the vicious conversation between her stepfather Song Deming and Jiang Kai, Jiang Yan instinctively shrank back, but then her heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this exactly the scene from May 9th, 3 months before the apocalypse, when Song Deming and his mistress's younger brother Jiang Kai locked her in the villa's basement? But she clearly remembered that after losing a hand, she had already died in the apocalypse at Song Deming's hands, becoming nothing more than food for Song Deming and his mistress's family. So, had she been reborn? Jiang Yan's parents, Jiang Yukeng and Li Meijian, were both orphans. They started out delivering packages, building their business from scratch, and eventually founded the largest courier company in Quan'anming City, amassing a fortune worth over $1 billion. Song Deming had been the company's youngest and most promising vice president, 10 years younger than Jiang's mother, and had coveted their wealth for years. After Jiang's father died in a car accident, Song Deming did everything he could to win Li Meijian's trust, eventually marrying into the family. Under his influence, Jiang's mother soon sold the company at a bargain price to the country's leading courier giant, despite its multi-billion valuation. But even after all that, the cell-made Li Meijian only gave him this villa and a few million in stocks. One night, after a few drinks, she let slip that all her assets had already been willed and notarized in advance, with her beloved daughter Jiang Yan as the sole heir. From that moment, Song Deming's resentment only deepened. A week ago, using their wedding anniversary as an excuse, Song Deming lured Jiang's mother to Country L and killed her, later reporting to the police that she had been attacked by sharks while they were deep-sea diving and had died in the ocean. By the time the police arrived, there was no trace of Li Meijian's body. Song Deming, covered in wounds himself, was released after an investigation. After returning to China, he tricked the naive Jiang Yan into coming to the villa to collect her mother's belongings, then, with Jiang Kai's help, knocked her out and locked her in the basement. At the time, Jiang Yan had been out of college for over a year, living a carefree life as a travel and food blogger, flying all over the world. When she heard the news of her mother's death, she rushed back from abroad. Her mother's mysterious death was a devastating blow, and in her desperation, she fell right into Song Deming's trap, ending up locked away in the basement, never to see the light of day again. But even after Song Deming and Jiang Kai cut off her hand, they never got the declaration relinquishing her inheritance. 3 months later, the apocalypse arrived. It came without warning. Some said it was due to global climate change and humanity's relentless destruction of the environment. Others blamed it on a certain island nation recklessly dumping nuclear waste into the ocean. Whatever the reason, nature's revenge was swift and merciless. On August 8th, it began with a heat wave. Then came torrential rain, extreme cold, floods, droughts, earthquakes, plagues of insects, disaster after disaster. After the apocalypse began, Song Deming naturally turned this remote mountainside villa into his personal safe house, brazenly bringing his mistress Jiang Chi-Chi and their illegitimate son Jiang Xiaoyue to live with him. It was only then that Jiang Yan learned Song Deming and Jiang Chi-Chi had been having an affair for years, and that Jiang Chi-Chi had been behind all the plotting and murder. Song Deming thought that once he survived the extreme heat, he'd be able to inherit Li Meijian's fortune. But he never expected disaster after disaster, floods, freezing cold, and more. Trapped in the villa and running out of food, he and his mistress's family eventually turned their knives and their hunger on the dying Jiang Yan. Memories of her past life flashed through Jiang Yan's mind like a film reel. After reliving the pain, she took a deep breath. The hatred for her mother's murder, the agony of losing her hand and being eaten alive, no punishment would be enough for Song Deming and Jiang Chi-Chi. Jiang Yan wanted nothing more than to eat their flesh, drink their blood, and tear them limb from limb. And now there were still 3 months left before the apocalypse. Since she'd been given a second chance, she wasn't just going to take revenge on Song Deming and his accomplices, she was going to prepare for her dead mother, for her once dead self, and live well. Really, truly live. But first, she had to escape this man-made prison. She remembered from her previous life that this basement had been specially reinforced by Song Deming, steel plates and giant stones lined the walls, with no windows. The only way out was the iron door, sealed tight, not even a window in it. So unless she managed to kill Song Deming and get the key, escape was impossible. Ding! You have activated the all-system ability, Vines. Man-eating flower. A clear, mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Yan's ear. She frowned, thinking she was hallucinating. But then a warm sensation spread through her palm, and lines of text appeared before her eyes. Ability name, Vines. Man-eating flower. Current level, level 0. Number of man-eating flowers, 1. Vines, 1. Main vine, plus 2. Side vines, equals 3. Currently unlocked skill 1, Devour. Other skills unlock with level up. Functions and uses. 1. Can be controlled by thought to track and devour living targets. 2. Currently can devour 1 living creature per month. 3. Using mental control, vines can transform into various forms: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, air, etc. Jiang Yan? Was this the so-called golden finger that reborn heroines in novels always got? But hers seemed a little unusual. No time to think it over. She decided to test it out before those 2 scumbags came back. With a single thought, Jiang Yan conjured a nearly transparent vine out of thin air. At the end of the vine was a man-eating flower, its gaping maw lined with sharp fangs, just like the ones from Plants vs. Zombies. She tested its reach. The main vine could stretch all the way to the iron door. Experiment done, Jiang Yan mentally commanded the flower to retract, then directed a side branch to gently wrap around the iron bars at the head of the bed. The steel bars instantly caved in. It seemed this vine was incredibly strong, and it didn't leave a single mark. If that was the case, she could have the man-eating flower devour one of them and use a side branch to strangle the other. But there was a problem. She had no way to hide the remaining corpse for long. After all, this was still a society governed by law, not the apocalypse, at least, not yet. She needed to use this month to stockpile supplies and prepare for what was coming, not get tangled up in lawsuits or risk ending up in prison for revenge. Even though, judging by how well Song Deming had hidden this basement, the chances of the bodies being discovered were slim, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Besides, letting those 2 scumbags die in an instant would be letting them off too easy. Jiang Yan thought for a moment, and a plan for revenge quickly took shape in her mind. Having finished testing the man-eating flower, Jiang Yan lay back down, closed her eyes, and quietly waited for Song Deming and Zhang Kai to arrive. Bang! A few minutes later, the iron door swung open again, and the two beasts walked in, one after the other. Zhang Kai set a wooden chopping board down next to Jiang Yan's wrist, then picked up her hand, the one with the jade bangle, and placed it on the board. "Brother Song, I'll hold her down. You're stronger, how about you do it?" "All right." Song Deming put his phone at the foot of the bed and crouched down. Both men stared greedily at the jade bangle on Jiang Yan's wrist, completely oblivious to the nearly invisible vine that had silently appeared behind them. Whoosh! 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 3 transparent vines shot out of thin air, 2 went straight for Song Deming and Zhang Kai, and the third for the hand holding the knife. The 2 men staggered and fell hard onto the floor. At the same time, an invisible force bound their hands and feet. They tried to grab at whatever was restraining them, but their hands closed on empty air. Song Deming's breath caught, his pupils contracting. On high alert, he grabbed the cleaver by his side. "Brother Song, what the hell is this?" Zhang Kai was far less composed, staring in terror at the giant man-eating flower from Plants vs. Zombies that had appeared out of nowhere, its bloody maw open, tongue lolling hungrily in his direction. His eyes went wide, and he wet his pants in fear. But soon, the terror in his eyes turned to pain. Because Song Deming, eyes wide with panic, was aiming the cleaver at him. Slash! Arg! A few minutes later, 2 mangled corpses lay in a pool of blood. Song Deming had died a particularly gruesome death, half his head had been hacked off. The other half of his skull lay nearby, snatched from the man-eating flower's mouth by Jiang Yan. She hadn't said a word the entire time. When it was over, she forced herself to endure the bloody scene and the stench, curling up on the steel-framed bed. She gritted her teeth and waited out an hour, estimating that the effects of the sedative had worn off, before finally getting up. Using a corner of the bedsheet to cover her hand, Jiang Yan picked up Song Deming's phone and dialed the police. 5 hours later. After finishing her statement and being cleared by the police, Jiang Yan weakly accepted her little bear backpack from a policewoman. Inside were her ID card, passport, phone, mask, hat, and some bank cards. There had been a pile of unused cash and foreign currency, but Song Deming had already taken those. The bag had been brought back by the police when they collected evidence. In her previous life, according to her memories, this backpack and its contents had been burned to ashes by Song Deming and Zhang Kai the very night she was locked in the basement. Fortunately, she had been reborn early enough. Otherwise, replacing her ID and passport would have been a nightmare. After all, to survive the apocalypse, she needed not only supplies, but also firearms. And firearms could only be obtained abroad. At the police station, the only fingerprints found on the murder weapon belonged to Zhang Kai and Song Deming. Their motive was a sudden fight over Jiang Yan's jade bangle, worth over 100 million yuan, and, realizing she was worth billions, they tried to kill each other to silence the other. The police also discovered that Song Deming had racked up massive gambling debts overseas in the past year. As for Jiang Yan, the only witness, she had been injected with a powerful sedative and was unconscious the whole time. She had also been chained to the bed, unable to move. There were still some things at the scene that couldn't be explained scientifically, and many suspicious points remained, but none of them could be linked to Jiang Yan. In addition, the villa was in a remote suburb and Song Deming had dismantled all the surveillance cameras to avoid leaving evidence. The maids and gardeners had long since been dismissed, which, by sheer luck, worked out perfectly for Jiang Yan. Standing outside the police station, Jiang Yan, having finally avenged her mother's killer, saw sunlight and breathed fresh air for the first time in what felt like ages. But now was not the time to relax. There were only 3 months left until the apocalypse. She had to start preparing early. As for the one who got away, Jiang Chi-Chi, she would settle that score when the end times came. She pulled out her hat and mask from her backpack, put them on, turned on her phone, and called a car to head straight to her own villa. Although there were still 3 months until the apocalypse arrived on August 8th, time was actually very tight. She needed to start planning seriously. Ding dong. Jiang Yan had just changed into slippers in the living room when the doorbell rang. She checked the security camera. It was the food delivery she'd ordered on the way home. She put her mask back on before opening the door. Her family's wealth wasn't much by Anming City standards, but ever since her mother's mysterious death abroad a week ago, they had been thrust into the public eye. Although Song Deming had been cleared of suspicion, rumors abounded that her mother's story was a real-life version of the vanished woman. Today, after Jiang Yan's kidnapping and the deaths of Song Deming and Zhang Kai, the police, aware of the ongoing sensitive situation, issued an internal notice forbidding any leaks to the media. Otherwise, Jiang Yan would have been swarmed by reporters the moment she left the station. She wasn't afraid of that, but it would make liquidating her assets and stockpiling supplies much more difficult. Hello, ma'am. The restaurant specifically asked me to remind you, you need to eat the porcini mushrooms while they're hot. If they get cold, you have to reheat them in a pan. Don't use the microwave, or you might get poisoned and start seeing little people, the delivery guy said seriously as he handed over the food. Okay, thank you. Jiang Yan reached out and took the bag. If you have a moment, please give me a 5-star review. The young man gave a goofy, honest smile before turning to leave. Sure. Jiang Yan closed the door, double-checked the lock, and finally carried the food inside. Ever since she'd learned of her mother's sudden passing, Jiang Yan, once a food blogger, hadn't managed to eat a proper meal. Even now, after being reborn, she still had no appetite. But today was the 7th day after her mother's death, so she ordered all her mother's favorite dishes: spicy crab, poached fish in chili oil, stir-fried porcini with dried chili, green pepper fried ganba mushrooms, deep-fried stinky tofu, sautéed choysum, and a small bowl of fragrant rice. For herself, she ordered a bowl of Chongqing noodles and a cup of passion-fruit lime tea. After all, you need to eat to have the energy to do things. Even if she didn't feel like eating, she had to force something down. But right now, she needed to wash away the bad luck and grime clinging to her. Jiang Yan set the takeout on the dining table and headed straight for the bathroom. After showering and quickly finishing her meal, it was already afternoon. With 3 billion sitting in her bank account, she didn't rush out on a shopping spree. Instead, she opened her laptop, ready to organize her to-do list and inventory of supplies she'd need to stockpile. After all, how to spend 3 billion, what supplies to buy and store for a lifetime, and which things money alone couldn't buy and would require connections, none of these were decisions to be made on a whim. Besides, the disasters to come were unpredictable. Only by preparing as thoroughly as possible could she face whatever came her way. Fortunately, her mother had known about her love for travel and food. Already financially free and having sold her company, her mother had wanted to travel the world with her, so she'd sold off all their extra properties, shops, warehouses, and so on. That saved Jiang Yan a lot of trouble in managing assets. Now, the family only kept a luxury villa and the apartment Jiang Yan currently lived in. As for cars, they only kept an A-class RV for daily use and a Pagani Huayra for Jiang Yan to drive when she returned to China. Jiang Yan remembered from her previous life, when she was locked in a basement, overhearing Song Deming and his mistress talking. First came extreme heat, then torrential rain, then floods and mudslides. All this meant that after the heat wave, her current villa would no longer be livable. The terrain was too low. To avoid having to move back and forth, she decided to find a high-rise apartment as her new base and prepare it in advance for heat, cold, leaks, and anything else that might come. Renovating and airing out a new place would take time, so that was her top priority. She'd have to insist the contractors use only eco-friendly materials. Once her big plan was ready, she'd call the real estate agent and also have them help her rent a high, safe, and well-sealed warehouse. Looking at the big picture, both villas and the cars needed to be sold. After all, the RV and sports car would be useless in the apocalypse, better to trade them for an off-road RV. She'd seen online that there was a foreign model called the Doomsday Fortress, expensive, but far more practical and durable than a regular RV. Objectively, her two properties wouldn't be easy to sell. Rich people usually bought new homes, rarely second-hand ones. The easiest to sell were small apartments or townhouses for first-time buyers. So she decided to have the agent list them at a steep discount. If she didn't sell now, once disaster struck, they'd be worthless. As for the cars, as long as the price was right, they'd sell quickly on the second-hand market. She also had a few limited edition Hermes bags and some collectible watches at home. Those bags and watches were hot items in the luxury resale market and would fetch a good price. Additionally, her mother had stored some valuable gold and jewelry in her name at the Anming City Commercial Bank Vault. As disaster struck, cash would become worthless, but gold and jewelry would still be useful for bartering, at least in the early and middle stages. She had the money. But what supplies to buy, and how to store them, was another big problem. Suddenly, Jiang Yan remembered those space cheat novels she'd read in college. On impulse, she gently stroked her jade bracelet and sighed, "If only I had a space of my own." In those stories, the bracelet or pendant would unlock its space after coming into contact with blood. In her previous life, when Song Deming and Jiang Chi cut her hand, her blood had touched the bracelet, but nothing magical had happened. Besides, she already seemed to have a man-eating flower cheat that could devour living things. Still, as soon as Jiang Yan finished speaking, her jade bracelet suddenly flashed with light. She thought she was imagining it. But she couldn't help rubbing the bracelet again and repeating, "If only I had a space of my own." This time, the bracelet glowed even brighter. Jiang Yan. It wasn't her imagination. Excitement and anxiety surged through her. She started chanting the phrase over and over like, "Open sesame." 10 seconds later, the bracelet burst into dazzling golden light. Jiang Yan instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the priceless jade bracelet was gone from her wrist. And the next thing she knew, she was no longer sitting at her desk, praying. She was inside a magical space. So she really did have a second rebirth cheat. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, past self, for enduring all that suffering. The space reward may have been late, but it finally arrived. Jiang Yan was so overwhelmed with joy that she burst into tears. She wiped her eyes, took a few deep breaths to calm herself, and began to look around carefully. The whole space was rectangular, its edges shrouded in thick white mist. Inside, it was about the size of a standard soccer field, divided into 3 zones: black, white, and gray. The black zone was covered in thick, slightly damp black soil. It looked incredibly fertile, perfect for planting. Jiang Yan also noticed that, unlike the storage-only spaces in the novels she'd read, this space had sunlight, wind, and air. Sunlight warmed her skin. A gentle breeze brushed her face. The air was not only fresh, but seemed to have a healing quality. In just a few seconds, she felt all her fatigue, weakness, depression, and negative emotions melt away. She could faintly hear the sound of running water. So, there was probably water here too. Heavens, what a magical space! Jiang Yan couldn't help but exclaim in awe, her gaze continuing to sweep over the white area. At this moment, she was standing right at the edge of the white zone, having only taken 2 steps inside, but she immediately noticed the difference from the black soil area. Here, there was no wind, and the temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold, making it feel extremely comfortable. Not far away, at the side of the gray zone, there was a faint, half-transparent vortex, with swirling air currents circling inside. At first glance, it looked just like a black hole straight out of a sci-fi movie. Next to the black hole, there was also a semi-transparent number, 0%. With her extensive experience reading web novels, Jiang Yan couldn't help but start making some guesses in her mind. Actions speak louder than words. She decided to run some tests. First, she needed to confirm how to enter and exit the space. She tried focusing her mind out. In an instant, she flashed out of the space and was back in her study. She focused again, in. And just like that, she instantly reappeared inside the space. The whole process was smooth as silk. Store. She tried storing her computer, desk, and bookshelf from the study. Sure enough, all the items in the study vanished and were automatically categorized and placed in the gray area of the space. The number displayed there was still 0%, so it must be showing the percentage of storage space used. She focused again, and the laptop in the gray area appeared in her hands. After a round of testing, Jiang Yan summed up a few points. 1. To store items in the space, they must be in contact with her body. Of course, if a pile of items is tightly connected, she only needs to touch one of them. 2. Unless she mentally specifies otherwise, all stored items are automatically sorted and placed in the gray area. 3. Items stored in the gray area can be set to auto-compress and fold. So, although it looks like only a third of a soccer field in size, the actual storage capacity is far greater than she imagined. In other words, she could shop to her heart's content without ever worrying about running out of space. Also, since there was so much fertile black soil in the space, she figured it must be suitable for planting things, right? She remembered that after being abroad for over half a month, the grass and greenery in her yard were still thriving thanks to the automatic sprinkler system. But the rose bush in the corner of her living room, lacking water, had long since wilted and died. She fetched a small trowel from the tool room and brought the droopy rose into the space. Then she grabbed a box of vanilla ice cream from the fridge, poured herself a cup of hot water, and re-entered the space. After placing the ice cream and hot water in the gray area, she picked up the rose and headed to the black soil area. She casually chose a patch of black earth, dug a hole, and planted the rose. To her surprise, it was as if the rose had been hooked up to several bags of nutrients. The withered yellow leaves quickly regained their green color, and new shoots began to sprout. This kind of miraculous growth was simply unbelievable. So the land really could be used for planting. In the resource-scarce apocalypse to come, she'd be able to enjoy fresh flowers and fruits without worry. That meant she absolutely had to stock up on all kinds of seeds. And she'd need to prepare saplings of various fruits and vegetables, too. 10 minutes later, her experiment in the gray area yielded results. The ice cream and hot water she'd put in there hadn't changed at all. Their state and temperature were exactly the same. Just like in the novels she'd read, time was frozen in this space. Looking at it this way, the black, white, and gray areas of the space corresponded perfectly to the functions of planting, living, and storage. Excellent. With 3 billion in her bank account and unlimited storage in her space, what was she waiting for? Jiang Yan felt as if she'd discovered a new continent and was instantly seized by the urge to rush out and go on a wild shopping spree. Ding dong! The doorbell rang again. She had just placed an order for 100 cases of bottled water on PXX, but had no choice but to exit the space. She glanced at the security monitor. At the door was a curly-haired man wearing a reporter's vest and a camera around his neck. In his hands, he held a large bouquet of white chrysanthemums. His intentions couldn't be more obvious. Jiang Yan wasn't in the mood to deal with him, so she picked up her phone and found the property management's duty number. The neighborhood she lived in was quite upscale, with strong privacy for residents and decent security patrols. The villas were spaced far apart. She couldn't understand how a stranger had been let in today, and without a security escort, no less. Ding dong! Ding dong! The man outside, getting no response, pressed the doorbell 2 more times, harder. Miss Jiang, I'm your new neighbor. I just moved in yesterday. I know you're in there. He looked up at the camera above the door, a sly glint flashing in his eyes, and shouted loudly. Miss Jiang, I'm a reporter. If you don't come out, I'll post photos of all that takeout you just ordered online. Just think, your mother just died, and yet you can still eat so much takeout. What will everyone in Anming City think of you? And don't forget, you're a big influencer with millions of followers. Jiang Yan frowned slightly at his bizarre words. This guy, he was being blatantly shameless. Not only was he making a scene about her mother's death, he was even threatening her. And judging by his calm and brazen expression, he was clearly a repeat offender. If it were her previous life, she might have hesitated, maybe even paid him off to keep the peace. But now? Heh. If he dared to mess with her, he was out of luck. Jiang Yan had already found the property management's number, but after hearing this, she immediately dialed 110 instead. Ding dong. Ding dong. The curly-haired man kept frantically pressing the doorbell. Miss, he hadn't finished the word when the door creaked open. A tall, athletic girl in a black tracksuit, wearing a black cap and mask, appeared in the doorway, radiating youthful energy. Her bright almond-shaped eyes were now shrouded in a thin layer of icy mist. Miss Jiang, I knew you were in there, hee. The curly-haired man's eyes lit up as if he'd seen a gold mine. He quickly put on a friendly face and offered the bouquet of chrysanthemums to Jiang Yan. Miss Jiang, my condolences. Is there something you need? Jiang Yan shot him a cold glance, not even reaching for the flowers. The man gave an awkward laugh, hugging the bouquet back to his chest. It's like this, Miss Jiang. I'm a reporter from Anming News 3+3. I heard you'd returned to the country today, so I wanted to interview you. I knew it wouldn't be easy to meet you, so I specially rented the house next door. I also heard about your mother's passing. He was cut off coldly by Jiang Yan. Please show me your press credentials. The curly-haired man was prepared. He set the bouquet on the ground and pulled a red-covered ID from his pocket. Before he could open it, Jiang Yan had already snatched it out of his hand. So, you're saying you just took photos of me buying a bunch of takeout and you're planning to post them online? Jiang Yan asked casually as she flipped open his press card, quickly pulling out her phone to log into the National Journalist database. She swiftly typed in his name and the press card number. Perfect. No such person found. The anti-counterfeit markings on the card looked pretty crude, too. That's right. But, Miss Jiang, if you could, the man hesitated, the greed in his eyes barely concealed. Jiang Yan sneered inwardly, but kept her expression calm and bluntly asked, how much? The curly-haired man's eyes lit up. He grinned and held up one finger. Jiang Yan, 8,000. The man smirked maliciously. Miss Jiang, come on. With your status, 1,000 yuan is hardly worth mentioning, right? 10,000. Jiang Yan feigned shock for a second. Seeing her reaction, the man was delighted. As expected, she was just like those minor internet celebrities he'd blackmailed before, unable to withstand a little threat. Rumor had it Jiang Yan was worth billions. Asking for 100,000 would be nothing to her. But for now, he'd settle for 100,000. After all, he still had the photos as leverage. With a cash cow like this, there'd be plenty more money to squeeze out later. Thinking this, the man gritted his teeth and demanded 100,000. Jiang Yan thought to herself, he really dares to ask for 100,000 for a fake, made-up photo? Does he think I'm stupid, or does he think I'm stupid? Sure, she had money, but it didn't just fall from the sky. The worst part was running into such a low-level scammer with no legal knowledge or moral bottom line. What? 100,000? You're saying you want 100,000 for your secret photos? Jiang Yan raised her voice. The curly-haired man suppressed his excitement, nodded solemnly, and said sleazily, that's right. He was about to add that he only took cash when hurried footsteps sounded nearby. He turned his head to see the head of security leading 2 police officers and several guards running toward them. Stop right there. Stop. The man froze, then turned to run, but Jiang Yan stuck out her leg and swept his feet out from under him. Thud. He didn't have time to dodge and fell flat on his face, easily subdued by the police and security guards. The statement was quickly taken, and the fake reporter extorting money was naturally taken away by the police. All of Jiang Yan's home cameras had recording functions, so all the evidence was preserved. Someone using a fake press card to extort over 10,000 yuan could easily get 10 years in prison. Even though she dealt with another scumbag, Jiang Yan didn't feel the least bit happy. This man had even rented a neighbor's apartment just to stalk and get close to her. What about other people with bad intentions? Clearly, she couldn't delay selling her place and finding a new one any longer. Jiang Yan locked the door and went inside. After sitting on the sofa and thinking for a while, She found the contact info for the real estate agency that had helped her mother before and called the boss directly. The agency owner was named Du Zitong. His name sounded a bit funny, but he was very reliable. Most importantly, before opening his agency, he worked at Jiang Yan's mother's company for many years, even serving as head of the delivery department. His work and character were both excellent. After her mother sold the company, he didn't stay with the new owners, but instead took a group of delivery guys and switched to real estate. All in all, he was someone Jiang Yan could relatively trust. Miss Jiang. Du Zitong was thrilled to get her call. Jiang Yan smiled helplessly. Don't call me Miss Jiang, my head hurts. Du Zitong immediately caught on. Sister Yan, my condolences. Is there anything I can help you with? Hold on, let me get back to my office so we can talk more privately. Jiang Yan got straight to the point, briefly explaining that she wanted to sell her current place, buy a new one, and find a warehouse. For the new apartment, her requirements were that the complex shouldn't be too big, 2 or 3 buildings at most. After all, when heavy rains or disasters hit, too many neighbors could mean more problems. Also, the complex should be far from the city center, but ideally still near malls, supermarkets, hospitals, and other amenities. She didn't want anything built by small developers. Big developers usually meant better quality, after all. Even the foundations would be more solid. She wanted a building with at least 30 floors and only considered the top floor. Although top floors usually had insulation and waterproofing issues, she planned to renovate anyway, so that wasn't a big deal. As for the warehouse, her requirements were a large space, no surveillance, good privacy, and also far from the city center. But it should be near a highway or major transport hub if possible. Whether it was the apartment or the warehouse, she wanted to be able to move in or use it immediately, even if it cost extra. That was one reason she hadn't considered Song Deming's villa complex. It was one of the few high-ground areas in Anming City and had survived the floods after the apocalypse. But besides the psychological trauma it brought her, the remaining residents were all big families who'd lived there for years. Buying a place there was unrealistic. Besides, after heavy rain came floods, and living on a hillside meant risks of landslides and mudslides. After Jiang Yan finished explaining her requirements, the options for apartments and warehouses were already much more focused. Although Du Zitong was the boss, he was always hands-on with business. After listening, he already had some ideas. He said, Sister Yan, I'll come by later to get the paperwork for your place so we can list it. As for the apartments and warehouses you want, I have a few options right now. When you're free, I'll take you to see them myself. Jiang Yan didn't hesitate. Great, send me the addresses. I'll go now. Du Zitong was surprised. Now? Sister Yan, don't you want to rest a bit? You just got back from overseas. Jiang Yan's mother's sudden death had been covered by all the local media in Anming City. Plus, in this age of social media, she was a semi-celebrity herself. Privacy was basically non-existent. If the police hadn't kept quiet about her being detained in the basement with Song Deming and Zhang Kai's deaths that morning, she'd be drowning in gossip and rumors by now, never mind going out to buy supplies or look at houses. Jiang Yan took a bottle of black coffee from the fridge. I'm fine. Just send me the addresses. All right away. Du Zitong didn't try to persuade her further. He'd been in business for years and knew where to draw the line, so he didn't ask any more questions. 2 hours later, after inspecting several warehouses, Jiang Yan and Du Zitong regrouped in front of the largest, but most remote, warehouse. Yanjia, this warehouse should meet your requirements best. Back when your family's courier company was still around, this was one of their transit warehouses, so the surrounding transportation is very convenient, and it's well sealed. The only downside is that there's surveillance inside. If you want it removed, we might need to compensate the owner a bit, Du Zitong explained as he opened the warehouse door. Also, there are a bunch of shelves inside. I think they're from a supermarket that closed down and are being stored here temporarily while the owner looks for a buyer. But if you need the space, they can clear everything out for you within a day. Jiang Yan glanced inside and was secretly delighted. Talk about a pillow showing up when you're sleepy. This warehouse was indeed huge, and it had all the necessary loading docks and facilities. All the bulk orders she'd be placing in the coming days could be delivered here. As for the shelves inside, Jiang Yan took a quick look. They were all top quality, with extra thick steel plates, and looked practically brand new. They'd be perfect for her storage space. Plus, since they were secondhand, the price should be reasonable. "They're planning to sell these shelves?" she asked. "Yes, Yanjia," Du Zitong replied, a bit puzzled. Jiang Yan smiled and waved her hand. "I'll take them all." "Are you sure, Yanjia?" Du Zitong was stunned for a second, then couldn't help but ask, "Are you planning to open a supermarket with all this?" Jiang Yan nodded. Du Zitong. He really couldn't figure it out. Why would a rich heiress worth billions, who could just coast through life and be an influencer, suddenly take an interest in running a supermarket, a tough business with thin margins? But it wasn't his place to pry any further. Scratching his head, Du Zitong led Jiang Yan to another nearby warehouse, one with a much better environment and plenty of outdoor water taps. On the way, Jiang Yan reviewed her plan. After the apocalypse, food and water would be the most essential resources to stockpile. Aside from natural disasters causing shortages, there was also the issue of nuclear-contaminated water being discharged by the island nation. Although the contaminated water wouldn't spread globally right away, it contained over 60 radioactive nuclides that current technology couldn't fully remove. And that's not even counting the floods, torrential rains, and seawater backflow that would come with the disasters, making the pollution even worse. She'd looked it up. Over a lifetime, a person uses about 50 to 100 tons of drinking water, and for daily needs, laundry, cooking, bathing, flushing toilets, it's 7,000 to 10,000 tons. Of course, she couldn't stockpile water at a 1-to-1 ratio. After all, she'd already encountered miraculous things like controlling man-eating plants and being reborn. Maybe she should think bigger. Who knew? Maybe she'd live another 500 years. The key was, after the apocalypse, cash and gold would lose their value. Anything could happen then, and having more supplies on hand could always come in handy. As for how much to buy, the more, the better. She had both money and storage space. She'd calculated that 1,000 tons of drinking water would take over 100 trucks to deliver. There was no way she could have that sent directly to her villa without attracting attention. Her plan was to negotiate bulk orders directly with mineral water manufacturers, have everything delivered to the warehouse, and then transfer it all into her storage space. If the order was too large for one supplier to handle, she'd just buy from several well-known brands. As for water for daily use, obviously she couldn't use bottled water for everything. No matter how rich she was, that would be too extravagant. At most, she'd buy some water purification equipment to go with it. She found food-grade PE water tanks online, each holding 30 tons. She planned to order 1,000 of them. Those tanks were sturdy, high-quality, acid and alkali-resistant, UV-resistant, and came with valves for easy water access. But they weren't cheap. Each one cost at least 20,000 yuan. With a few taps on her phone, she spent 20 million in an instant. Once the tanks arrived and were filled with tap water, she'd transfer them into her storage space. She'd estimated that even if a tap ran nonstop, it would only fill about 30 tons a day, so those scenes in novels where the protagonist frantically fills barrels at home were a bit unrealistic. She knew she couldn't do it all alone, so she planned to have Du Zitong hire some temporary workers. Once the tanks arrived, the workers would be responsible for filling them at the warehouse. After all the tanks were full, she'd move them into her storage space. Jiang Yan also considered hiring a professional team to help with procurement. After all, she was just one person. She remembered that in her parents' company, whenever there was a large, temporary purchase, the bidding department would hire a professional tendering company. These companies would handle price inquiries and comparisons for specific goods, select the best suppliers, ensure lower prices, and supervise the process for quality assurance. As her mother used to say, let professionals handle professional tasks. However, given the type and quantity of supplies Jiang Yan needed to buy, she'd probably have to set up a trading company related to supermarkets before approaching a tendering company. Registering a company was easy enough, and some of the required qualifications could be put off for now. But given how much attention she was already attracting, any public move could spark unpredictable rumors and consequences. Of course, she could always find an agent to act on her behalf and stay behind the scenes. But right now, although she was surrounded by people, there wasn't anyone she could trust 100% to act as her agent. After weighing her options, Jiang Yan decided to handle it herself. If she dealt directly with major suppliers, they'd want long-term business and probably wouldn't leak her plans for at least 3 months. As for whether her bulk purchases would attract government attention, she wasn't worried. Dealing with officials privately was far better than trending online and being scrutinized by hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. After all, keyboard warriors were experts at making mountains out of molehills. Besides, she still had plenty of time. It might be tiring, but quietly stockpiling like a hamster wasn't so bad. By the time she'd finished inspecting all the warehouses she liked, it was nearly evening. Du Zitong was efficient, and Jiang Yan was generous with money, so all the warehouses could be cleared out and the rental agreements signed the very next day. Jiang Yan didn't plan to rent for long. Depending on her plans for each warehouse, the rental periods varied, but the longest was only 2 months. Jiang Yan only needed a month or 2 to stockpile supplies, so she planned to spend the rest of her time doing something a bit more exciting. Sis Yan, about those high-rise apartments you wanted to see, one landlord can only bring the keys over tonight. For the other one, I already have the keys, so I can take you to see it tomorrow. Du Zitong said, his face etched with exhaustion. He prided himself on his stamina. After all, he'd been a real estate agent for years and could handle long days on his feet. But after hustling around all afternoon under the blazing sun, even he couldn't help feeling worn out. In contrast, Jiang Yan looked completely energized, not at all like someone who'd just flown back on a long-haul international flight for a funeral and then spent the whole afternoon walking around. Not only wasn't Jiang Yan tired, she actually felt light and brimming with energy. It was as if she'd been injected with adrenaline. Thinking back, she realized this change had started after she left the space. She'd been too busy acting alongside that fake reporter to pay much attention at the time, but now she could clearly tell she was no longer in the weak state she'd been in that morning. Could it be because of the space? She decided to test it out when she got home that evening. All right, thanks for your hard work today. Let's call it a day, Jiang Yan said, glancing at her watch. It was already 7:30. Sis Yan, I'll head off then. You should get some rest when you get home. And be careful on the road. Du Zitong said his goodbyes and was about to get into his SUV when Jiang Yan called out to him. Old Du, about finding warehouses, buying and selling property, keep it all confidential for me. Of course, Sis Yan, don't worry. I get it, Du Zitong replied sincerely, flashing a simple, honest smile. Seeing Jiang Yan wave him off, he finally turned and left. Back home, Jiang Yan immediately entered the space. Sure enough, the space had a cleansing and rejuvenating effect. The longer she stayed inside, the more pronounced it became. She could even feel the impurities in her body turning into a light gray mist, slowly drifting away from her. After an afternoon of nourishment, the withered rose she'd planted in the black soil was now lush and vibrant, as if reborn. The new shoots had grown much bigger. Even the roses she'd left in pots, though not planted in the soil, had leaves that were noticeably turning green again. So, it wasn't just the fertile black earth that was magical. Even the air in the space seemed to nurture all living things. Additionally, the planting area in the black zone clearly had a much faster flow of time than the real world, while the storage area in the gray zone was completely time-stopped. As for the living area in the white zone, she guessed its time flow matched the outside world. After drawing these conclusions, Jiang Yan stayed in the space a little longer before returning to her room. She glanced at the bank notification on her phone. In just one day, she'd spent nearly 30 million on bottled and barreled mineral water, warehouse rentals, water storage tanks, secondhand shelves, and other miscellaneous items. It wasn't that much, considering she'd secured enough water to last several lifetimes. That night marked the 7th day since her mother's passing. After setting out the food she'd prepared for her mother and grabbing a quick bite herself, Jiang Yan took her laptop into the bedroom. She planned to make a checklist of key preparations for the 3 months before the apocalypse and draft a rough inventory of supplies to stockpile. Even though money was the last thing she needed to worry about, she couldn't just buy things blindly. Besides, she'd avoid supermarkets for now. Not only were there security cameras, but the quantities available there were far too small for her needs. If she bought in bulk, she might end up on someone's radar or even go viral online, attracting unwanted attention. Later on, when she needed to pick up odds and ends, she could always visit the supermarket. Right now, with all eyes on her, the less trouble the better. She also planned to look up online estimates for how much food, meat, oil, and other essentials a person might consume in a lifetime. She wasn't familiar with those numbers, but the internet would have references. She might not have eaten pork, but she'd at least seen a pig run. Despite her current reputation as a wealthy heiress, Jiang Yan had grown up pinching every penny. Back then, online shopping wasn't nearly as convenient as it was now. Her parents had started out as couriers, but in the beginning, they also did odd jobs. Her father hauled bricks at construction sites and carried sacks at logistics depots, while her mother worked as a waitress in restaurants. People used to say that poor kids grew up fast. Jiang Yan had been standing on a stool helping to cook since she was 6. Sure, her first few attempts resulted in half-raw dishes, overly salty food, and burnt rice, but her parents never scolded her. Instead, they encouraged her, which made her fall in love with cooking. Whenever she had time after school, she'd help prepare the meals. Later, as the family's fortunes improved and they made a lot of money, they hired a housekeeper, and Jiang Yan stopped cooking. After graduating from college, she didn't go to grad school. Instead, she followed her passion and became a food and travel blogger. But she wasn't just the type to taste local delicacies and post reviews. Whenever she had time, she'd try to recreate her favorite dishes at home, even attempting recipes from ancient texts. She'd even secretly apprenticed herself to a Michelin 3-star chef and the executive chef of a 5-star hotel. If it hadn't been for her family. But all that was from her past life. Jiang Yan let out a silent sigh, pulled herself back to the present, and continued working on her inventory list. The next morning, bright and early, the used car dealer Jiang Yan had contacted arrived. Cars depreciated quickly, and since she'd set reasonable prices, her top-of-the-line RV and sports car were soon hauled away by the dealer's tow truck. While waiting at the used car market for the transfer paperwork, she bought a boxy little used van that had just come in and hadn't even been repainted yet. It wasn't that Jiang Yan couldn't afford a new car. It was just that this van wouldn't only be useful now. She planned to take it out of the space and use it temporarily when the apocalypse hit. A second-hand domestic van would be much less conspicuous amid the ruins of the post-apocalyptic world. Besides, who would ever suspect that a billionaire heiress known for her love of luxury cars would be driving a beat-up old van around town every day? It was the perfect cover for her frequent supply runs. A few years ago, she'd even gotten an A1 license so she could drive RVs for her travel vlogs, so driving this little van was a piece of cake. The transfer procedures for both the sedan and the sports car were completed quickly, and over on Jiang Yan's side, she had also finished the paperwork for the small truck. She even had the cab and cargo compartment thoroughly cleaned and disinfected. As usual, Jiang Yan was dressed in casual sportswear, wearing a wig, a hat, and a mask. She drove the small truck straight to the city's largest wholesale market. This wholesale market was located quite far from the city center, and with all the delays from handling the car sales paperwork, by the time she arrived, it was already past 10 in the morning. Jiang Yan had checked online and knew that for buying staple foods like rice, flour, grains, and oil, this kind of place was the best. Prices were reasonable and, more importantly, both quality and supply were guaranteed. She had arranged to view an apartment with Du Zitong in the afternoon, so her plan for the morning was to stock up on the bulk of her staple goods. This was Jiang Yan's first time at a wholesale market. It was already getting late in the morning, and the place was bustling with people. Jiang Yan spent an hour walking around the entire market, roughly inquiring about prices and getting a general sense of the staple food market. Only then did she step into the largest grain and oil wholesale store in the market. Inside, several employees were busy serving customers. When they saw her, backpack on, face covered with a mask and hat, their eyes immediately became wary. But the boss lady was sharp. With one glance, she recognized that this fully disguised girl in trendy sportswear was someone with serious spending power. She put down her tablet, where she'd been watching a drama, stood up and greeted Jiang Yan with a big smile. "Miss, what would you like to buy today?" Jiang Yan glanced at the other customers, lowered her voice, and said, "Boss, I want everything in your store." "Boss lady, what everything? Did I hear that right?" She must have gotten up too quickly this morning. Surely her ears were playing tricks on her. But the boss lady was no stranger to big business and had weathered many storms. Smiling, she asked again, "Miss, how much exactly do you want to buy?" Jiang Yan replied calmly, "Boss, I want it all. Also, for your best quality Wuchang rice, Thai fragrant rice, Jifeng tribute rice, and Dao Waxiang rice, how much do you have in stock? I want at least 6,000 kilograms of each. For the rest, flour, beans, organic camellia oil, your best peanut oil and rapeseed oil, I'll take 5,000 kilograms each. For anything else I can't name, 3,000 kilograms each." They didn't sell imported olive oil here, so she planned to buy that abroad later. Jiang Yan had checked last night. If you estimate for a lifespan of 100 years, a person would need about 10,000 kilograms of rice, 1,000 kilograms of cooking oil, 2,000 kilograms of sugar, and 200 kilograms of salt. As for herself, she usually ate less staple food and always went light on oil, sugar, and salt, but she'd still need about half that amount. Besides, the storage area in her space had time frozen, so she didn't have to worry about rice getting old or oil going rancid. As for salt, after the island nation started dumping nuclear-contaminated water, sea salt had food safety issues. This shop sold rock salt, so she planned to stock up on that too. With money and space, she could afford to be a bit extravagant. That black soil in her space could be used for planting, but she didn't have much faith in her current farming skills. She could manage some simple vegetables, fruits, and flowers, but as for rice and wheat, maybe she'd try growing a few stalks, but large-scale planting was out of the question. Besides rice, the store also sold high-gluten flour, low-gluten flour, yeast, black rice, purple rice, millet, glutinous rice, quinoa, sesame, quick seed, red beans, soybeans, mung beans, peanuts, and more. She was from the south and preferred rice in her daily diet, but she wasn't picky. She'd take all the flour and beans as well. Among the noodles, she especially liked egg silver thread noodles, so she planned to buy some of those too. In another corner of the store, there was brown sugar, red sugar, white sugar, rock sugar, and honey. Further along were salt, soy sauce, sesame oil, and all kinds of seasonings. She usually watched her sugar intake and rarely ate sweets, but when the extreme cold hit later, sugar would be a lifesaver. Since she was stocking up for the apocalypse, she couldn't skimp on anything. Being able to get most of her supplies in one store saved her a lot of running around. "You want it all? 8,000 kilograms?" The boss lady was dumbfounded for a second, but her business instincts kicked in, and she spoke before her brain could catch up. "Miss, let me check the inventory records for the exact stock. If we don't have enough here, I can arrange to get more. But are you sure you want to buy everything? For this quantity, the deposit alone might be in the tens of millions. The best quality Wuchang rice isn't cheap, you know." Before she finished speaking, Jiang Yan had already taken out her bank card. "Calculate the total, deposit, and full payment. I can pay the deposit now. As for delivery, I'll give you a few warehouse addresses. Just contact me before your people send the goods." The boss lady glanced at the black card in Jiang Yan's hand, her eyes widening in shock. After quickly scanning the other customers in the store, she cautiously pointed to a tea table in the back. "Miss, Why don't you come to my office and have some tea? There are a few things I need to confirm with you. This is a huge order, and I wouldn't want to make any mistakes and waste your time. Having run a business this big and survived in the market for so many years, her caution was part of her success. She liked big customers like Jiang Yan, but she was also wary. What if someone bought so much for some ulterior motive? After all, the authorities were always cracking down on hoarding and speculation. Plus, the quantities Jiang Yan wanted would require extra sourcing. The prices of these goods were also tied to bulk commodity futures. If anything went wrong in the process and the goods arrived just as prices peaked, she could be left holding the bag. Jiang Yan glanced into the office and nodded in agreement. The boss lady was straightforward and smart, and the two quickly ironed out the details. She told Jiang Yan that, because of the huge quantities, she could only accept a down payment, not a deposit. Though the two words sound the same, they have different meanings. A deposit can be refunded if the order is cancelled, but a down payment is non-refundable. Jiang Yan understood. There was another issue. The boss lady said that white sugar was a strategic material, and as for salt, Jiang Yan was buying so much that they couldn't sell her that quantity all at once. If she insisted, they'd need extra money to pull some strings and find the right channels. For Jiang Yan, this was no problem. After all, if money can solve it, it's not really a problem. With the power of money on her side, the shop owner quickly promised she could get everything done. After stocking up on rice, flour, grains, and oil, Jiang Yan headed to a larger dried goods and seafood store in the market. She'd need fresh ingredients later, but since she was already here, she figured she might as well grab some dried goods for emergencies. Glass noodles, dried tofu sticks, vermicelli, wood ear mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, tofu skin, kelp, seaweed, nori, dried shrimp, white fungus, tea tree mushrooms, dried scallops, dried abalone, dried sea cucumber, dried oysters, dried clams, handmade dried fish, grilled eel slices, dried squid. She bought 5,000 kilos of each. Wild matsutake, morels, bamboo fungus. After the apocalypse, wild mushrooms like these would be impossible to find. As for the cultivated ones, the taste just couldn't compare to the wild varieties. Wild mushrooms tasted amazing, but the price was amazing too. She blew through several million in one go. Honestly, she wanted to buy even more, but the store simply couldn't supply that much. For ready-to-eat dishes like spicy crayfish, 13-spice crayfish, garlic vermicelli scallops, pickled fish, pepper chicken with pork tripe, Sichuan pepper chicken, fish ma chicken, and so on, she bought 5,000 portions each. Better to overstock than risk running out. After all, if she didn't spend the money now, in a few months it would be nothing but worthless paper. Since it wasn't wild mushroom season, she planned to visit the wholesale market later and buy some frozen wild mushrooms to stash away. She loved spicy food and enjoyed cooking herself, so she bought 100 kilos each of dried chilies, Sichuan peppercorns, sayoko, patchouli, star anise, fennel, black pepper, and all sorts of other spices. There was also a shop in the market selling instant foods. Some small eateries had terrible environments and were tucked away in obscure corners, commonly known as fly restaurants, the kind only locals could find. Given her stockpile, she could easily eat fresh food all the time. In fact, her plan was to buy fresh fruits and vegetables in bulk, and in a few days, order a bunch of gourmet meals from 5-star hotels and famous old restaurants. For meat, eggs, and dairy, she still planned to focus on fresh supplies, so she didn't buy much cured meat. Also, her original plan to view apartments with Du Zitong today would have to be postponed until tomorrow. In her previous life, even though she'd had billions in assets, thanks to her malicious stepfather Song Deming's schemes and the sudden onset of the apocalypse, she'd ended up losing a hand, starving to death, and ultimately becoming a meal for his family. As a food blogger, she didn't just visit Michelin or Black Pearl restaurants, she also loved exploring hidden street stalls in the most unexpected corners. But sometimes, she'd get a craving for instant noodles or snail rice noodles, and with so much uncertainty about life after the apocalypse, she figured better safe than sorry. It's true what they say, when you're gone, your money's still here. Now that she had both money and storage space, she'd be a fool not to buy. She shopped nonstop, swiping her card until it was nearly 4 p.m. Coffee was her favorite: cold brew, caramel macchiato, velvet latte, coconut latte, and all sorts of canned coffees and beans. She bought 8,000 of each. There was no way she could finish it all in several lifetimes, but hey, she was rich and could do as she pleased. This time around, she wouldn't let tragedy repeat itself. There was also a shop in the wholesale market specializing in cured meats: ham, bacon, preserved pork, sausages, beef jerky. She bought 3,000 kilos of each. After that, she hit the beverage shop and the ready-to-eat food store. No time like the present, she planned to sweep through those after dinner. She also bought 1,000 boxes of hot pot soup base: spicy, tom yum, clear broth, mushroom, herbal, beef tallow, vegetable oil. She got them all. "Oh, thank you, boss. I'll go check it out," Jiang Yan said, turning and hurrying toward the alley. Cola, Sprite, orange juice, coconut milk, 5,000 of each. Electrolyte drinks, all kinds of dong something leaf drinks, coconut water, every flavor of soda water, 8,000 of each. "And the lady boss there has a real attitude, just so you know," the shop owner added as a warning. She didn't skip the snack shop either. Every flavor of chips, rice crackers, corn crisps, sunflower seeds, watermelon seeds, dried tofu, her beloved marinated chicken feet, pickled chicken feet, spicy lotus root, pork jerky, duck neck, beef jerky, shredded beef, prunes, hawthorn, seaweed, sesame crisps, cookies, all kinds of chocolate, energy-boosting Snickers, candies, 5,000 of each. She also noticed that right next to the grain and oil wholesale market was a traditional Chinese medicine wholesale market. The shop owner strode to the stall entrance and enthusiastically pointed her in the right direction. "Yes, there's a beef rice noodle shop tucked away in the corner of that alley up ahead. The place is a dump, but the food is amazing. It's been there for decades. But the lady boss doesn't do dinner service. She closes up before 4, so if you want to go, you'd better hurry." With that in mind, Jiang Yan headed inside. "Boss, are there any good little eateries around here?" Jiang Yan asked, sending the warehouse address to the cured meat shop owner. She didn't buy too many hot pot bases or spices, so she just loaded them onto her small truck. She hadn't had time to eat all day and was starving, but she felt a strange mix of excitement and security. The odd thing was, these little places always managed to make the most ordinary food taste extraordinary. Dates with black bean sauce, fermented tofu, all kinds of laogan ma, Pixian chili bean paste, soybean paste, sweet flour sauce, chopped chili, pickled dishes, kimchi, pickled cucumbers, pickled radish, preserved mustard, luncheon meat, canned yellow peaches, canned lychees, mixed fruit cocktail. She bought 5,000 boxes of each. Salted duck eggs, century eggs, cured duck. She didn't really like those, but bought 500 kilos anyway, just in case. She realized she was going a bit overboard with the stockpiling, but whatever. After leaving the dried goods store, she headed to the pickles and condiments shop. Nuts were her favorite: pistachios, macadamias, thin-shelled walnuts, almonds, pecans, Brazil nuts, cashews, chestnuts, hickory nuts, ginkgo nuts, original, wasabi, charcoal roasted, caramel, 5,000 of each flavor. Every kind of instant noodles, instant rice noodles, snail noodles, spicy and sour noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, sausage, marinated eggs, 10,000 boxes of each. Strangely, whenever these little eateries moved or renovated, their food just didn't taste the same anymore. And almost all of them had a boss lady with a fiery temper and attitude, a standard feature by now. But for foodies on the hunt for hidden gems, a boss lady with a wild temper was just part of the charm. Everyone just laughed it off and took it in stride. Jiang Yan quickly found the rice noodle shop. At first glance, the place looked a bit shabby. Since it wasn't mealtime, The shop was empty except for a plump, busy woman behind the counter. She walked in, glanced at the menu, and ordered a bowl of huashi beef rice noodles with extra beef, pickled vegetables, and beef tendon. She had just sat down when her phone rang. The caller ID showed it was her private client manager from XX Bank. They had already called earlier that morning, saying they'd noticed some unusual transactions on Jiang Yan's bank card. Unusual? Well, Jiang Yan had spent millions in a single day before. But back then, her spending was mostly on cars, houses, jewelry, and designer bags. Today, though, most of her transactions were at wholesale markets, a far cry from her usual spending patterns. Unusual behavior always raises red flags, so of course the bank needed to do a risk check. She answered the call. After confirming that she was indeed the cardholder making the purchases, the manager politely gave her the usual reminders and quickly hung up. Only then did Jiang Yan realize what was going on. Luckily, today she'd only paid a portion as a deposit. Altogether, it was just over one small target, but the deposit itself was less than 30 million. Her black card had a limit of 30 million. If she'd tried to pay the full amount, she did have enough money in her account, but the bank probably wouldn't have let the transaction go through. She put her phone away just as her beef rice noodles were ready. Jiang Yan walked over, picked up the bowl, and was immediately hit by a rich, mouth-watering aroma. "Wow, that smells amazing," she couldn't help but exclaim, swallowing instinctively. The plump woman heard her praise, but didn't even look up, her tone a bit curt. "Cilantro, scallions, chili are over there. Add them yourself." Jiang Yan spotted the condiment station and headed straight for it, bowl in hand. A spoonful each of cilantro, chili, and Sichuan peppercorns. She pulled down her mask, mixed everything with her chopsticks, and dug in. The cilantro was bright green, the chili a vibrant red. The rice noodles were smooth and springy, the beef tender yet chewy, and the broth was so fragrant and rich it lingered on the palate. Jiang Yan finished in no time, not even leaving a drop of soup. Truly, the best cooks are among the people. This shop's food was incredible. Normally, she'd have pulled out her phone and started a Douyin livestream. But now, she had more important things to do. Besides, her Douyin account had already been suspended for a week, and she didn't plan on streaming again. "Boss, I'd like to order 1,000 bowls of these beef rice noodles with extra beef and assorted beef offal. How much would that cost?" Jiang Yan put her mask back on and stood up. The plump woman paused, rag in hand, and replied in the same tone, "Can't do it. I can't make that many." Jiang Yan was stunned for a second, then said, "Boss, I don't need them today. Tomorrow or the day after is fine. I can pay in advance." The woman glanced at her, noticing her good manners and refined air, and her tone softened a bit. "Girl, even tomorrow or the day after, I can't do it. I have to keep the shop running in the mornings, lots of regulars from the market. I can't just close for 2 days. Jiang Yan, what about the afternoon? Gotta go play mahjong. Can't you work overtime just this once?" "No way, girl. Life's too short, there's no end to making money. In 10 minutes, I'm closing up and heading out." With that, the woman leisurely went back to wiping her pots and pans. Jiang Yan knew it wasn't her place to comment on other people's lifestyles. In the end, though, she managed to persuade the woman to take her order, but only on the condition that her husband would help make and deliver it in a few days. Leaving the noodle shop, Jiang Yan drove her small truck straight to the neighboring Chinese herbal medicine market. When she found a spot without people or surveillance cameras, she quickly stashed all the spices and hot pot bases from the truck's cargo hold into her storage space. By the time she left the herbal market, it was nearly 6 o'clock, and most of the shops inside had already closed. She'd made quite a haul, but had also maxed out all her bank cards. Yes, aside from that black card, the daily spending limit on her other debit cards was only 500,000 each, and she'd hit the cap on all of them. Her phone was also blowing up with calls from various bank managers. Fortunately, she'd bought just about everything she needed from the market. As she browsed, she realized that the same herb could vary wildly in quality and price. Naturally, she bought only the best grades and qualities, since the efficacy differed just as much. Gastrodia, Nodo ginseng flowers, Baigal skullcap, snow lotus, lingji, snow frog, dendrobium, American ginseng, and other authentic medicinal herbs. She bought 200 to 300 kilograms of each, spending over 5 million in total. Cordyceps was the most expensive. Just 10 kilos cost her nearly 2 million. You only need to toss a few into chicken soup or whatever. Who knows if it actually works, but it's enough to last her several lifetimes. She also bought high-quality ginseng and deer antler, 10 kilos each, costing nearly 3 million. These two were strategic reserves. Jiang Yan figured she probably wouldn't need them much. She spent 20,000 yuan on a symbolic kilo of dried bird's nest, just to have something to pick the fuzz out of when she was bored. Jokes aside, she also bought 3,000 packs of ready-to-eat rock sugar bird's nest, which cost another 2 million in the blink of an eye. As for more common herbs like minor buplurum, Cotinopsis, white atractylodes, Isa is root, angelica, and so on, she bought 100 kilos of each. Except for the dried bird's nest, cordyceps, and noto ginseng flowers, the rest of the herbs were processed according to standard TCM methods, sliced or ground into powder, then packaged in 500g bags. The market also offered standard TCM decoction processing, so she ordered 4,000 doses each for treating common flu, fever, abdominal pain, menstrual irregularities, cough and asthma, blood circulation, and blood tonics. Of course, it's safest to get these formulas from a TCM hospital, but that wasn't practical for her. She also needed to stock up on Western medicine and medical equipment, but that would have to wait a couple of days. Given the quantities she needed, she'd probably have to use some special channels. After paying the deposits, leaving her warehouse address, and getting the vendor's business account info, Jiang Yan left the herbal market and drove her little truck straight home. 1. She was out of usable funds. 2. She was exhausted. Even though her body had been enhanced by her storage space, it had only been a day or two. After a whole day of shopping, buying, talking, there was no way she wasn't tired. After a hot shower and drying her hair, she went straight into her storage space. All the supplies she'd tossed in earlier were neatly arranged in the gray warehouse area. Thankfully, she could move things around with just a thought, placing them wherever she wanted like magic. Jiang Yan spent a while pulling out the shelves and setting them up. She planned to wait until she'd finished buying everything. Then, while hiding out at home, she'd organize all the commonly used supplies on these shelves. That way, she could grab whatever she needed at any time, so much more convenient. After all, sometimes your brain just can't keep up. Although there was the sound of running water in the space, Jiang Yan had never figured out where it was coming from. On the other hand, the space could automatically detect and purify trash, which meant it was entirely possible to take care of all her daily needs: food, clothing, shelter, inside. She tossed the chaise lounge from her living room straight into the space. After rummaging through her backpack for the deposit receipts and doing some quick math, she realized that in just one day, she'd already blown through 1.5 small goals worth of money. Still, stocking up on food and traditional Chinese medicine was her top priority. Although the price she paid for the medicinal herbs was higher than planned, at least her overall budget was still under control. She put away the receipts, pulled out her phone, and sprawled out lazily in a classic Guyu slouch. While recharging her batteries in the space, she casually scrolled through the news. The top national trending story was about a small island in a certain island nation that had discharged nuclear-contaminated water, and now an earthquake had caused seawater to flood back in. The comments section was full of applause. There were also stories about extreme and abnormal weather abroad, mostly about record-high temperatures, with tourists flocking to street fountains to cool off. But none of it seemed apocalyptic, at least not yet. She checked her social media account. The comments were a mix of people urging her to post more and those expressing concern. Of course, there were also a few particularly nasty keyboard warriors, calling her a bringer of disaster, cursed to bring misfortune to her parents and family. Some even said she was the perfect catch, someone with a car, a house, and no parents, making her highly sought after in the marriage market. She couldn't be bothered to respond. Whether she replied or deleted her account, it would only draw more attention. The apocalypse would arrive in 3 months anyway. Let the keyboard warriors have their fun while they still could. After a bit more aimless browsing, she logged off. Even though she'd maxed out her spending limit for the day, that didn't stop her from adding more items to her shopping cart. With that in mind, Jiang Yan quickly opened up Taobao, JD.com, and Pinduoduo, and continued frantically adding various odds and ends to her cart. Among these supplies were wigs in different styles and clothes in a variety of looks. After all, with surveillance cameras everywhere, if she went out every day dressed the same while making bulk purchases, she'd definitely attract unwanted attention. Jiang Yan stayed in the space for 2 hours before coming out. The space she'd acquired was truly impressive, but she had no intention of hiding out there forever. Jiang Yan had always had a strong sense of crisis. Or maybe it was just that she was someone who felt deeply insecure. Now, with both her parents gone, that sense of crisis and insecurity had only grown. To her, no matter how good a person or an object was, she always made sure she was ready to turn away or let go at a moment's notice. After all, if the space could appear out of nowhere, who's to say it couldn't disappear just as suddenly in the future? She could make good use of it, but that didn't mean she had to rely on it for life. Besides, learning to adapt to life outside was something she'd have to consider if she wanted to survive the coming apocalypse. The next day, following the location Du Zedong sent her, Jiang Yan drove her little cargo van to the agreed meeting spot right on time. When Du Zedong saw her climb out of the driver's seat, decked out in full, national trend sportswear, his jaw nearly hit the floor. Yesterday, she'd shown up in a flashy Pagani Huayra, wearing designer clothes worth tens of thousands. Today, she'd arrived in a second-hand domestic van, dressed in an outfit worth a few hundred at most. Jiang Xiaoyue, the consumption downgrade was a bit extreme. He didn't dare say the second half out loud. Even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. No matter how much she downgraded, she was still at a level he could only dream of reaching after years of hard work. Jiang Yan glanced at him calmly. "What's wrong?" "And nothing," Du Zedong replied awkwardly, then pointed to a nearby residential complex. "Jiang Jia, this neighborhood matches your requirements pretty well. There are only 5 residential buildings, labeled A through E, all with high-end renovations. It's been almost 5 years since they were handed over, and the occupancy rate is decent. 4 of the buildings are 24 stories, and the A building is 32 stories. The outermost building has commercial shops on the ground floor, including a fresh food supermarket of over 1,000 square meters, very convenient for daily life. Across the street, there's a small shopping center and a pedestrian street where you can shop, grab coffee, or get your nails done. There's also a top-tier hospital and a government-run kindergarten nearby. Overall, the amenities are excellent." Listening to his introduction, Jiang Yan glanced up at the name of the complex, Shallow Water Bay. Interesting name. And a good omen, too. It reminded her of something Song Deming had once mentioned while chatting with his mistress, Jiang Chi-Chi. During that big storm, most of Aming City was flooded, but there was a place with shallow in its name that fared better. They'd wanted to evacuate there, but it was too late. The mountain floods and mudslides outside their villa had cut off all the roads. Thinking about it now, this was probably the place. Beep, Du Zedong swiped the access card and led Jiang Yan into the complex. She quickly scanned her surroundings. The environment was pretty standard. The 5 buildings formed a ring around a central garden. In the middle of the garden was an oval pond with water lilies. Some dead aquatic plants floated on the water, apparently uncleaned. Outside the entrances of 2 buildings, residents had tied ropes to trees to dry their bedding and underwear. This, to some extent, showed that the property management wasn't great. But after the apocalypse, the property managers would all go home anyway. Whether management was good or bad wouldn't make much difference to the residents. It was probably working hours, so aside from a few elderly people with children, the place was deserted. As they walked toward Building A, Du Zitong explained, Yanjia, we're going to see the 32nd floor. There are 4 units per floor. The landlord is a young guy. He bought it as a wedding home, but just before they registered for marriage, his girlfriend ran off with someone else. He doesn't want to be reminded of it, so he's eager to sell and go back to his hometown to start a business. Kind of a pity, really. Jiang Yan laughed at the gossip. What's there to pity? Career is way better than romance. Du Zitong froze for a second, then remembered the rumors online about Jiang Yan's mother being a real-life version of the vanished her. It must have affected Jiang Yan a lot, so he quickly changed the subject. Right. By the way, Yanjia, there were a few people asking about your 2 apartments yesterday. The offers were pretty good, so if all goes well, they should sell this week. But if you're not in a rush, I think you could hold out for a higher price. Those locations and the reputation of those buildings are excellent. Jiang Yan replied without hesitation, no need, sell them as soon as possible. The down payment for a 3rd home is much higher than for a first. Down payment. Didn't the Jiang family always buy villas with a wave of the hand, paying in full every time? Du Zitong's heart skipped a beat. He'd always wanted to ask Jiang Yan a certain question, but had held back, thinking it might be inappropriate. But now, seeing her driving a second-hand mini truck, anxiously selling off a sprawling villa of several hundred square meters, and moving into a top-floor apartment that most people wouldn't even consider buying, he couldn't suppress his curiosity any longer. He gritted his teeth, took a quiet breath, and finally spoke up. Yanjia, you're selling your villa in such a hurry and even changed your car. Are you running into some kind of trouble? Is there anything I can help with? I mean, I can't compare to you financially, but I've managed to save up a little over the years. If you need anything, just say the word. Du Zitong's words came to an abrupt halt when he saw Jiang Yan looking at him with a smile, and he started to stammer. Yanjia, what's wrong? I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that, back when my father had cancer, President Jiang and President Li organized the whole company to donate money to my family, and they even paid a lot of the medical bills themselves. Even though my father didn't make it in the end, I'll never forget the kindness your family showed us. What he didn't mention was that his real estate agency had also benefited greatly from Jiang Yan's mother. After all, when Jiang's mother was handling those properties, she always gave the business to his company. That was actually his first pot of gold after quitting his job to start his own business. But now, seeing Jiang Yan like this, could it be like those TV dramas where the rich heiress's assets get frozen or something? Jiang Yan saw his earnest, sincere expression and said, Du Zitong, do you trust me? Du Zitong didn't hesitate at all, nodding like a pecking chicken. Of course I do. A wise man told me that the apocalypse will arrive in 3 months. So, I'm only telling you this. In these next 2 months, stock up as much as you can on rice, flour, grains, and oil at home, and buy some basic medicines too. That's all I can say. Honestly, Jiang Yan didn't expect him to believe her. Before she was reborn, hadn't she also heard about things like the Mayan prophecy, predicting the end of the world in such and such year? But when she looked back, those dates had already passed by 10 years or more. Sure enough, after hearing her, Du Zitong let out a quiet, and looked at Jiang Yan with disbelief in his eyes, and even a hint of barely detectable sympathy. Miss Jiang is a bit pitiful. President Li's death must have hit her so hard that she's having mental problems. Sigh, whether rich or poor, every family has its own troubles. But he was quick-witted. Even as he sighed inwardly, he quickly steered the awkward, heavy conversation in another direction. Yanjia, you want to stock up again? To be honest, I still have a ton of ibuprofen left over from when we stocked up during the mask shortage and a mountain of salt too. My wife was just teasing me yesterday, asking when I was going to cook up my salt-baked ibuprofen, ha ha ha. Du Zitong deliberately avoided the apocalypse in 3 months topic. After all, with the sun shining and a gentle breeze outside, talking about the end of the world did seem a bit much. But he couldn't bear to rub salt in Jiang Yan's wounds. Hearing his lame joke, Jiang Yan didn't laugh. Instead, she grew serious, looking at him earnestly. Old Du, this time, listen to me. Some things, there's no point saying more. Seeing her so solemn and serious, Du Zitong scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Yanjia, I'll listen to you. I'll tell my wife to buy some when I get home. Anyway, rice, flour, grains, oil, and medicines, we'll need them sooner or later." Jiang Yan just grunted in acknowledgement and said nothing more. Building A soon came into view. The 5 buildings of Shallow Water Bay were arranged in a pyramid shape, with Building A at the very tip of the pyramid. At that moment, a moving truck was parked at the entrance. Workers in blue uniforms were busily carrying a leather sofa downstairs. Not far away, a strikingly beautiful young woman in black, holding the hand of a 7- or 8-year-old boy, was standing to the side, directing the move. The woman's eyes were red from crying. Both her right arm and the boy's left arm wore black mourning bands. Jiang Yan instinctively glanced at the woman's face, and a surge of anger shot through her. The beautiful woman was none other than Jiang Chi-Chi, the mistress that her vile stepfather, Song Deming, had kept hidden all along. If it hadn't been for the apocalypse in her previous life, when Song Deming brought her and his son to that villa on the mountainside, she would have died in ignorance, just like her mother. But in her previous life, Jiang Chi-Chi had always lived in a villa that Song Deming rented for her. She didn't know why, but now Jiang Chi-Chi was moving into this ordinary apartment complex. Talk about searching high and low, only to find her without any effort. Thinking of her mother, who died at sea with no remains, and her own miserable fate in her last life, Jiang Yan felt suffocated, as if her heart was being gnawed by thousands of ants. She wished she could just go up and end this shameless woman right now. But now wasn't the time to kill Song Deming and Zhang Kai. This was a society ruled by law she had to endure for now. She clenched her molars, squeezed her fingers hard, and took several deep breaths, forcing down her urge for revenge. Now that they were in the same building, she wouldn't even have to seek her out. Just endure a little longer. When the apocalypse comes, she'll deal with her then. Another thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be that because she was reborn and Song Deming died, Jiang Chi-Chi's life path had changed as well? The so-called wheels of fate had been set in motion. If that's the case, would the timing of the disaster also be affected? Looks like she'd have to get all her preparations done as early as possible. Hey, be careful with that. That's imported calfskin, worth tens of thousands. If you break it, you can't afford to pay for it. Jiang Chi-Chi's voice instantly revealed her true colors. Du Zitong glanced at her, pressed the elevator button, and muttered under his breath, "People like that, I really can't stand them." Where does that sense of superiority even come from? Jiang Yan's face was grave, and she said nothing. Her hat and mask covered her face completely. Jiang Chi-Chi, of course, didn't recognize her. Not that she was worried if she did. Soon, Jiang Chi-Chi led the movers into the freight elevator. Jiang Yan followed and took a look, also checking out the stairwell. After the disaster, with no water or electricity, the elevators would be useless, and everyone would have to use the stairs. Even though she planned to hole up in her room as long as possible, she still needed to have backup plans. The stairwell was right next to the freight elevator, dimly lit, with cigarette butts and trash scattered in the corners, and a faint smell of urine. Jiang Yan frowned and quickly turned back. Meanwhile, the freight elevator slowly stopped at the 7th floor. "Yanjia, what's up?" Du Zitong was surprised to see her suddenly head toward the freight elevator. "It's nothing. I just wanted to check out the condition of the stairwell over here." After glancing at the freight elevator indicator, Jiang Yan followed him into the passenger elevator. They finished viewing the apartment quickly. It was 120 square meters, with 4 bedrooms and 3 living areas, a well-laid-out north-south facing unit. In high-rise elevator buildings like this, the shared area is at least 20%. Plus, with all the extra wall reinforcement she planned, the actual usable space would probably be only 80 to 90 square meters. The place was already nicely decorated, with all utilities, water, electricity, gas, and a fully equipped kitchen. Aside from furniture, it was move-in ready. There were 3 other households on the same floor. Two of the doors had couplets pasted on them, a couple of simple shoe cabinets outside, and withered pine and calamus hanging by the door frames. Clearly, people lived there. As for the unit next to the one Jiang Yan was viewing, she couldn't tell if anyone lived there. The doorframe and area around it were spotless. She'd actually considered just buying the entire top floor, but the chances of finding all the units for sale at once were slim. Besides, buying a whole floor would make security easier to manage, but it would also be far too conspicuous. She'd easily become a target. Yanjia, what do you think of this place? If it's not to your liking, we can check out another complex. That one's pretty good too, Du Zitong said, seeing her standing at the door, lost in thought as she stared at the other units. No need, I'll take this one, Jiang Yan replied without hesitation. If she hadn't run into Jiang Chi-Chi, she probably would have checked out the other place. But now, this was definitely the one. If she remembered correctly, after the disaster, the floodwaters would reach at least the 20th floor. Jiang Chi-Chi lived on the 7th floor. Jiang Yan could just sit back and watch the show from here. Of course, finding an opportunity to deal with Jiang Chi-Chi was also part of her revenge plan. Du Zitong was a bit stunned by how decisive she was. By the way, Yanjia, you'll need some time to get this place ready to move in. If you're selling your villa, where will you stay? If you don't mind, you could stay at my place for now. My wife just finished her training at New Oriental, and since you're a foodie, maybe you could give her some feedback on her cooking. Jiang Yan politely declined, smiling. Thank you for the offer, but the Intercontinental Hotel is like a second home to me. Don't worry. Jiang Yan left all the paperwork for the purchase and transfer to Du Zitong, then found a reputable renovation company and a security firm, giving them detailed instructions on the remodeling and security upgrades. In short, besides reinforcing insulation, fireproofing, and waterproofing, she had the entire apartment fitted with an extra layer of insulation and soundproofing. The roof and walls were reinforced with metal. The door was double-layered, made from the thickest steel plates, almost bulletproof. She replaced all the glass with bulletproof, insulated glass, installed underfloor heating, and had the renovation company cut a convenient round hole with a switch on the exterior wall, just in case. Not only that, she had the windows in 2 small bedrooms and the study sealed up with cement and bricks. Top-floor apartments had their own issues. They tended to leak and were cold in winter, hot in summer, so renovations were common. But when the renovation company heard all her requests, they were a bit dumbfounded. Especially when she wanted to seal up the windows and balcony, they thought she was buying the place to store urns or something. And when she insisted on reinforcing the walls and sealing with metal, even the most experienced project manager was left scratching his head. Wasn't this basically turning the apartment into a 360-degree, all-metal coffin? But Jiang Yan was generous with her money, so they just did as she asked, pulling in extra workers to get it done as quickly as possible. After all, she'd given them a very tight deadline, just 2 weeks, and insisted that all materials be environmentally friendly. For the security system, she hired another well-known company through Anming. Her requirements were that the installation be both sturdy and hidden, and that everything could be connected to a backup power supply. She had cameras installed on the 32nd, 31st, and 20th floors, in the 7th floor hallway, outside the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows, on the rooftop, and at the building's main entrance. Actually, her requests were pretty tough. Not technically difficult, but it was tricky to install everything without the property management noticing. But since Jiang Yan was offering a generous fee, the company wasn't about to turn down such a big order. As for the property management, as long as the manager was taken care of, everything else was easy. How to take care of them wasn't Jiang Yan's concern. She only cared about the results. Of course, she had both the renovation and security companies sign confidentiality agreements. Those were really just a formality, meant to restrain the honest people, not the dishonest ones. With the apartment arrangements basically settled, Jiang Yan went on a shopping spree. First on the list, meat, eggs, dairy, and medicine. Frozen meat didn't taste great, so Jiang Yan put in the effort to buy directly from farms. But most farms only supplied regular clients, so as a walk-in customer, she couldn't get huge quantities. She wasn't in a rush, though. If she couldn't buy enough meat, eggs, and dairy domestically, she'd just go abroad to big farms in the coming days. Still, she managed to buy 5,000 kilograms each of beef and pork, and 3,000 kilograms each of lamb and chicken. For duck, goose, pigeon, and so on, she bought 1,000 kilograms of each. She loved hot pot, so she also bought 1,000 kilograms each of lamb slices, beef slices, tripe, beef aorta, duck intestines, chicken gizzards, and more. She bought 30,000 fresh eggs and 8,000 each of fresh duck and goose eggs. She bought 10 tons of fresh cow's milk and 2 tons each of goat and camel milk, just for variety. For convenience, she'd also ordered 10,000 packs of individually packaged milk and yogurt online. She bought 5,000 kilograms each of cream and cheese. After buying all this, she had the farm divide up the meat and offal by animal and cut, and deliver everything to her temporary cold storage. Once they left, she immediately transferred all the meat into her space. After that, she headed to the seafood wholesale market. She bought 3,000 to 5,000 kilograms each of various fish, shrimp, crabs, shellfish, oysters, snails, and abalone. She planned to stock up even more on seafood when she went abroad. By the time Jiang Yan had transferred all the rice, flour, grains, oil, meat, eggs, and dairy delivered to her warehouse into her space, nearly a month had passed. The main issue was that deliveries arrived at different times, and the quantities were huge. Sometimes she couldn't store everything at once and had to stagger the deliveries. But she hadn't been idle during this time. She bought 100 each of charging stations, small home wind turbines, and hand-crank generators. She bought 10 large battery storage units and 300 each of small wireless power banks and hand-crank chargers. Photovoltaic solar panels and their supporting equipment are quite expensive, over 20,000 yuan per square meter. She bought 2,000 square meters, and just like that, 40 million yuan was gone in a flash. This batch of costly solar panels was meant to be used in her space. After all, the sunlight in her space was abundant. Buying more now was also for future convenience. If any panels broke down and couldn't be repaired, she could just swap them out directly. She also bought 500 tons each of liquid hydrogen fuel and natural gas. Even though she could control all the supplies in her space with her mind, Jiang Yan still felt a bit uneasy when storing these two items. It was like putting 2 huge piles of time bombs in her space. In addition, she bought 1,000 tons each of various types of gasoline and diesel, 500 tons of engine oil, and 10 tons of antifreeze. Jiang Yan had checked online. 1 ton of smokeless coal could last an average household 1 to 2 months, but she basically wouldn't need it herself. Still, to prepare for possible extreme cold in the future, she bought 1,000 tons each of smokeless coal and carbon, just in case. She also bought a ton of heating supplies: heaters, warm air blowers, barbecue heaters, little sun heaters, graphene floor mats, electric blankets, thermal blankets, oil-filled radiators in large, medium, and small sizes, electric braziers, 3,000 of each. She also bought 1,000 boxes each of hand warmers, heat packs, mugwort knee patches, menstrual heat patches, hot water bottles, and so on. Chances were, by the late stages of the apocalypse, the air would be heavily polluted. With that in mind, Jiang Yan bought 300 high-powered air filters and purifiers each. Considering heavy rain and cold snaps, she bought 50 high-powered water pumps and 20 dehumidifiers. Besides buying a bunch of seeds and saplings, she also stocked up on cigarettes and alcohol. Baijiu, red wine, beer, foreign liquor, from high-end to low-end, she didn't leave anything out. The quantities varied, though. For baijiu, red wine, and foreign liquor, she bought 1,000 cases of high-end, 3,000 of mid-range, and 5,000 of low-end for each type. As for beer, she bought 5,000 cases of regular beer and 3,000 cases of craft and imported beers with higher alcohol content. For cigarettes, She also bought 5,000 cases each of high, mid, and low grades. Cigarettes and alcohol might seem unremarkable in normal times, but in critical moments, they could be hard currency, liquid gold, so to speak. So she planned to stockpile some, just in case. After all, the days ahead were long, and she had no idea what she might encounter or what might happen. Clothes were another key item to stock up on. But in her stockpiling plan, she divided them into two categories: everyday wear and special purpose clothing. Special purpose clothing and accessories included things like outdoor jackets, down coats, thermal wear, windbreakers, cold weather gear, heat-insulating suits, temperature-regulating clothes, protective suits, radiation-proof clothing, protective earplugs, face shields, goggles, and so on. For these, function and quality were paramount, so she bought only the best brands, but always chose the most inconspicuous, ordinary-looking styles. As for colors, she stuck to black, white, and gray. She bought 1,000 sets in her usual medium size and 200 sets each in extra large, large, and small sizes. She didn't buy a huge amount of special-purpose clothing, saving some purchases for when she went abroad. For everyday wear, she no longer shopped at high-end malls or even mid-range ones, but went straight to wholesale markets for clothing, shoes, and hats. Style and brand didn't matter. What mattered was comfort, durability, and practicality. After all, in the apocalypse, walking around in a fancy Chanel outfit was basically announcing to everyone, "Hey, I'm rich, I have supplies, I'm naive and loaded, come rob me quick." Except for skirts, she bought 10,000 each of shirts, pants, shoes, hats, socks, underwear, scarves, gloves for all 4 seasons. As for sizes, she couldn't guarantee her body would stay the same shape her whole life, so she focused on medium sizes, with small, large, and extra large making up 30% of the total. For some seasonal clothes and pants that weren't available in physical stores, she bought them online. She knew online shopping was cheaper, but she was worried about the reality not matching the pictures, so she gave up on that idea. For the items she bought in physical stores, she had one more requirement: everything had to be dry cleaned and then packed and delivered to a designated warehouse. Of course, she paid for all of this. The shop owners were stunned, but business is business. Only a fool would turn it down, so they all complied. The wholesale clothing markets also sold bedding. So she bought 1,000 sets each of latex mattresses, cotton mattresses, down mattresses, cashmere mattresses, duvet covers, sheets, pillowcases, pillow towels, fitted sheets, down comforters, cashmere quilts, wool quilts, cotton quilts, summer quilts, and so on. To guard against mosquitoes and for temporary outdoor stays, she bought 500 each of mosquito nets and tents in large, medium, and small sizes. During this time, she was also running around to all the major pharmacies, both online and offline, leaving none out. First on her list were potassium iodide tablets for nuclear radiation protection. She placed multiple orders and bought 3,000 bottles. She also bought 1,000 bottles of Prussian blue, which helps treat nuclear radiation. Having learned from the mask shortage, she bought as much as possible of everything: Len Huaqingwen, gan-maling granules, compound paracetamol and amantadine tablets for colds, ibuprofen, acetaminophen, Xiaoqihu for fevers, norfloxacin, montmorillonite powder, ofloxacin for diarrhea, compound aluminum hydroxide tablets, digestive pills for stomach issues, Washiong Jiangchi water, Shidishui for heat stroke, Rhodiola for altitude sickness, Suxiao Jiaoxin pills and nitroglycerin tablets for heart disease. She also bought other daily medicines like amoxicillin, Fenbid, ibuprofen, Yunnan Baiyao, safflower oil, medicine for bruises and injuries, medicated plasters, Wuji Bifong pills, motherwort, bandages, gauze, alcohol, iodine, band-aids in various sizes, Qingfei Huatan pills, cough syrup, Bufei Ichi pills, Banlangen. All kinds of eye drops, condoms, antibiotics, anti-inflammatories, and even hemorrhoid ointment like Manglong. She also bought a huge amount of various vitamins, lutein, liquid calcium, liver protection tablets, fiber, protein powder, anti-glycation pills, blood tonic oral solutions, and so on. Due to domestic regulations on Western medicine, she couldn't buy as much as she did with Chinese herbal medicines. But for Jiang Yan herself, it was already enough. Still, she planned to stock up on more when she went abroad and after she returned. Besides medicine, she also bought blood glucose meters, cervical and lumbar traction devices, medium-frequency therapy devices for arthritis and neck issues, magnetic therapy devices for muscle spasms, blood oxygen monitors, oxygen concentrators, ventilators, nebulizers, foldable wheelchairs, fully automatic massage chairs, and so on, a whole bunch. She even secretly bought a few fully equipped negative pressure ambulances and stored them in her space. She could move some of the furniture and appliances from the villa to her new home, and whatever didn't fit, she just tossed into her space as well. Jiang Yan had considered building a new home inside her space, so she bought 20 sets each of the latest refrigerators, washing machines, dryers, induction cooktops, microwave ovens, dishwashers, smart toilets, massage bathtubs, and so on. As for pots, pans, bowls, and all kinds of tableware, she bought 30 sets of each. Although Jiang Yan loved cooking and gourmet food, cooking every day in the apocalypse wasn't practical. So, she also bought over a dozen sets of automatic cooking pots and various vegetable chopping gadgets. Thinking that she'd sometimes have to cook outside her space, she also stocked up on a bunch of portable stoves, alcohol burners, wood-burning stoves, and the like for situations where there was no electricity or gas. The reason she bought so many was that, in the future, if something broke beyond her ability to repair, she could just toss it and use a new one. Aside from rice, flour, grains, oil, meat, eggs, and dairy, daily-use paper products were another must-have to stockpile. Jiang Yan went all out in this area. She bought 50,000 packs each of toilet paper rolls, tissue boxes, handkerchief tissues, wet wipes, face towels, and kitchen paper towels. For sanitary pads, an absolute necessity for women, she bought 10,000 packs each of day use, night use, panty-type pads, and liners. For menstrual cups, which she wasn't too used to, she bought 500. Even though she'd bought smart toilets with automatic heating and washing, she still got 10,000 packs of toilet wipes. Having experienced mask shortages before, she made sure to add disinfection supplies to her stockpile. She bought 100,000 masks, 10 tons of disinfectant alcohol, 10 tons of bus disinfectant, 10,000 packs of disinfectant wipes, plus plenty of thermometers, mops, rags, and spray bottles, all stored in her space. She also bought 1,000 units each of various types of insecticides and pest control medicines. Because her warehouse was initially filled with deliveries of rice, flour, grains, oil, and other staples, she left bulk purchases of vegetables and fruits for last. She bought 6 tons each of cabbage, potatoes, onions, lettuce, tomatoes, corn, celtis, shiitake mushrooms, button mushrooms, broccoli, asparagus, eggplant, Chinese kale, baby bok choy, yam, stem lettuce, lotus root, watercress, pea shoots, fennel, spinach, and so on. For things she didn't eat much of, like fresh chestnuts, taro, bamboo shoots, peas, tofu, sweet potatoes, celery, etc., she bought 1 ton each. Other seasonings and aromatics like scallions, ginger, garlic, cilantro, chili peppers, mint, etc., she bought 5,000 kilograms each. She also bought 10,000 individually packaged vegetable salads and fruit salads, along with 10,000 portions of various salad dressings. In addition to the imported supermarket salads, she specially ordered several signature low-calorie fitness meals from a few well-reviewed healthy food shops, getting 3,000 portions of each. For fruit, she bought 10,000 kilograms each of all kinds of citrus, durians, apples, cherries, hammy melons, dragon fruit, green coconuts, bananas, avocados, lychees, pineapples, mangosteens, etc. For strawberries, grapes, pears, longans, passion fruit, papayas, lemons, jujubes, and so on. She bought 5,000 kilograms each. Naturally, she didn't neglect personal care products. 5,000 units each of facial cleansers, makeup removers, shampoos, conditioners, essential oils, toothpaste, dental floss, mouthwash, hair removal devices, razors, shower gels, bath salts, soap, hand wash, laundry pods, laundry detergent, washing powder, dish soap, dishcloths, toilet cleaners, and other cleaning products. When buying these, aside from paying attention to brand and reputation, she chose ones with mild scents that wouldn't attract attention after use. As for skincare products, she ordered a small amount of well-reviewed domestic brands online. Products from Korea and Japan are also popular and suitable for Asian skin, but she didn't dare buy Japanese cosmetics these days. She did buy a batch from Korea, though. For the rest, she planned to buy them directly abroad. After all, many foreign skincare products have significant differences in ingredients and effects between domestic and international versions. Also, drawing from her extensive novel-reading experience, she bought 100 tons of cat litter and a pile of garbage bags. Thinking of the fertile black soil in her space, already prepped with seeds and saplings, she bought a bunch of farming and gardening tools. She even ordered 2 sets of automated hydroponic growing machines from overseas online. These machines are great for growing lettuce, water spinach, and the like, though delivery would take a month. When she passed by a bookstore, being a fan of reading and physical books, she didn't hold back. She bought 2 copies each of books on management, life wisdom, science fiction, culinary and health, literary classics, agricultural planting and breeding, and all sorts of miscellaneous novels. 1 copy for reading, 1 for collecting. Of course, to kill time after the apocalypse, she also spent nearly $1,000,000 on over 200 different Lego sets, ranging from simple to complex. One of them, a Hogwarts Castle Lego set, would probably take Jiang Yen a whole month to finish. Besides Lego, she also bought a pile of sticker books, goo cards, wax seal kits, and all sorts of other crafts and art supplies that kids love. She also prepared a matching collection of ebooks. Additionally, she downloaded all her favorite anime, TV dramas, movies, financial interviews, entertainment gossip, science exploration, agricultural programs, and more, all for offline viewing. Music was a must, too. Ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign, pop, rock, light music, traditional Chinese style, rap. Even square dance and children's song compilations, all downloaded. Downloading and backing up all these resources was extremely time-consuming and exhausting, so she didn't do it herself. She paid someone to organize, download, and label everything on hard drives. She also bought 2 home theater systems, 2 home KTV setups, a dance machine, a Street Fighter arcade machine, a bunch of game consoles and VR headsets, almost moving an entire arcade into her home. Whether she'd actually use them didn't matter. The point was, if she had the money and the space, she'd get everything. As a fitness enthusiast, and knowing that good physical health is essential for survival in the apocalypse, she simply had her favorite gym owner custom order 5 sets of single-person gym equipment for her. From yoga mats, yoga balls, dumbbells, jump ropes, and ab rollers, to treadmills, ellipticals, stair climbers, she got it all. After buying and stockpiling everything, Jiang Yen did the math and realized her 900 million was gone. Vegetables and paper products didn't actually cost much. The down payment and renovations for her new home were less than $1 million. The real expenses were meat, high-end tobacco and alcohol, and especially all kinds of energy. Fortunately, the final payments from selling her house, car, watches, and bags had come in. Altogether, she'd made 230 million yuan, most of which came from her mother's luxury villa. Jiang Yen did a quick calculation. She still had about 2.2 to 2.3 billion yuan left, so she was feeling pretty confident. But when converted to US dollars, it was just over 300 million. She had no idea how much weapons would cost. She was a complete novice in that area and would have to make decisions on the fly once she was abroad. In the meantime, she'd used every channel she could think of, but only managed to exchange a few million US dollars. Her black card supported automatic currency conversion, but even maxing it out, she could only get about 4 million. For the rest, she'd have to use some special methods. On June 1st, Children's Day, after stashing away 30,000 ready-to-eat meals ordered from 5-star hotels, Michelin restaurants, various long-established eateries, as well as barbecue joints, hot pot places, and braised food shops, plus 8,000 cups of bubble tea in different flavors from several famous chains, Jiang Yan boarded an international flight to Maple Country. Jiang Yan was already a travel and food blogger, traveling all over China and abroad. Her passport was filled with visas from many countries, most of them valid for a year with multiple entries. She chose Maple Country first because she needed to buy a large amount of supplies there, and her visa for that country was about to expire. As for the other countries she planned to visit, her visas were still valid, so she could take her time. Even though her physical fitness had improved greatly thanks to the space in recent days, the constant running around and a long-haul flight of over 10 hours still left her a bit exhausted. Luckily, she no longer had to worry about jet lag. Her destination in Maple Country was Vancouver. There were a lot of Chinese people there, and it was right next to the US, so she could get a lot of resources sorted out. But the first thing she did after getting off the plane was buy a second-hand iPhone and several anonymous SIM cards. Then she found a cafe, ordered an iced Americano, and logged onto several major Chinese websites. She registered accounts and anonymously posted a warning. Attention! A natural disaster will strike in early August. All Chinese citizens are advised to stock up on supplies in advance. She also included some simple suggestions for household stockpiling. The post was sent successfully. Whether it would be deleted or if anyone would believe it was no longer her concern. She might seem a bit laid back, but during her time abroad, she planned to keep posting these anonymous warnings for Chinese people every day. She'd wanted to do this back in China, but was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble, so she'd given up. After finishing all this and grabbing a quick bite, Jiang Yan began her day of shopping and exploring in a foreign country. She'd already arranged a warehouse remotely from China and had researched and contacted all the places she needed to buy supplies from, just in case they needed to transfer stock at the last minute. Because of its cold climate, Maple Country was famous for cold weather gear and outdoor survival equipment. It also had the world's largest fishing industry and was rich in timber. Plus, they sold the world's lightest mosquito helicopters, which you could easily fly after just 15 hours of actual flight time. Jiang Yan already had a private pilot's license. When she was a travel blogger, she'd even filmed a few episodes of herself flying a plane. So piloting this little helicopter was a piece of cake. Speaking of cold weather gear, the fighting nation Russia also made great products, and they had abundant natural gas reserves. But with things going boom 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 over there every day, it just wasn't safe, so she gave up on going. As for the fishing industry, the island nation, Japan, had the most and the best quality. Unfortunately, that was in the past. Ever since they started dumping nuclear-contaminated water into the ocean, she wouldn't buy from them even if it was free. The first thing Jiang Yan bought was cold-weather clothing. Down jackets, cotton coats, fleece tops and pants, outdoor t-shirts, windbreakers, hiking boots, mid-calf outdoor boots, snow boots, waterproof jackets and pants. She bought a couple hundred of each style and size, 200 per category. For accessories, face masks, crampons, combat boots, snow chains, goggles, earmuffs, etc., she bought 3,000 of each. She'd already bought a lot of cold-weather clothing in China, but the same brands were cheaper here, so she still ended up spending over 10 million. Mainly because the down jackets were so expensive, over 10,000 yuan each, and the rest added up too. After clothes, she bought a ton of seafood. Most of Maple Country's seafood was unpolluted, and the ocean currents from the island nation hadn't reached here yet, so the seafood tasted great, especially raw. Lobster, abalone, king crab, geoduck, tuna, yellow croaker, coral trout, sea cucumber, salmon. She bought 1,000 kilos of each, plus another 1,000 kilos of regular seafood. She also bought 500 bottles each of ketchup and chili sauce. When she went to the lumber yard, she wasn't sure if she was thinking of Bald Chong, a cartoon lumberjack, or just acting on a whim, but she bought 3 logging machines, 2 log grapplers, 1 woodcutter, and 3 excavators. After buying 500 tons of timber and 2 mosquito helicopters, Jiang Yan crossed the border from Vancouver into the U.S. The U.S. was the main focus of her trip. After all, weapons, yachts, helicopters, amphibious boats, according to her stockpiling plan, she'd get them all here. Although some states in the U.S. didn't ban guns, you still needed paperwork to buy weapons through legal channels. Jiang Yan had gone to the shooting range with friends to practice with real guns a few times, but that was just for practice. She wasn't a citizen or a green card holder, so she couldn't get a gun license. But when she first went abroad, her parents had worried about her safety and hired a top security agency to find her some elite bodyguards. That agency was said to be extremely well-connected. Naturally, this time she contacted the same agency's representative. Although it was called an agency, in the U.S. they operated in both the legal and illegal worlds. Rumor had it they even had their own private army and were involved in some gray area deals, like being a behind-the-scenes supporter of the dark web. But Jiang Yan didn't care about any of that as long as they could get her the weapons she needed. She didn't want to deal directly with shady arms dealers. That would be like handing her wallet and her life over to a tiger. She'd worked with this agency before, and they had a decent reputation in the industry. All she had to do was pay a hefty commission. Compared to her life, she was happy to pay. Of course, exchanging large sums of US dollars was also handled by them. Before leaving the country, Jiang Yan had opened several securities accounts in Hong Kong as required by the agency and transferred in 150 million yuan through various channels in advance. The weapons were soon delivered to the warehouse she'd specified. Heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, the legendary AK-47, assault rifles, submachine guns, pistols of all kinds, and matching ammunition, non-lethal but stunning LED subduing devices, tear gas, smoke grenades, bulletproof vests. Jiang Yan bought them all in bulk. The seller joked that this Asian girl had single-handedly emptied out their entire armory, while Jiang Yan laughed and said he'd emptied out all 6 of her wallets. And it was true. Between the weapons, the middleman fees, and everything else, 15 of Jiang Yan's little targets were wiped out in one go. Money flowed out like water, and for the first time, Jiang Yan truly felt the pain of spending. On top of that, the seller also provided, per her request, a full set of encrypted VR training scenarios for all the weapons. These scenarios used the world's most advanced 3D technology and supported holographic projection mode. So Jiang Yan could immerse herself in these virtual environments at home, practicing shooting, reloading, and even running through various preset combat simulations. Truthfully, she bought all these weapons just in case. After all, in the later stages of the apocalypse, when society collapses and resources are desperately scarce, not to mention the risk of mutated plants and animals, having firearms at hand is a lot better than just wielding knives or clubs. Otherwise, even just handling a pistol, the recoil and reloading alone, would be a challenge for her. In reality, using these guns isn't nearly as easy as it looks in the movies. Besides firearms, she also bought a whole array of melee weapons. Fire axes, tactical axes, knives, swords, bows and crossbows, crowbars, hidden blades, every style imaginable. She stocked up on chainsaws, electric drills, multi-toolkits, hard hats, cut-resistant gloves, pepper spray, stun batons, combat uniforms, self-defense gloves, tactical scarves, tactical goggles, and tactical flashlights. She didn't forget outdoor survival watches, signal flares, laser pointers, binoculars, avalanche airbag backpacks, waterproof and cold-resistant clothing, wetsuits, fishing gear, nets, oxygen tanks, compasses, rangefinders, multi-purpose fire starters, flints, and so on. After buying weapons, Jiang Yan also picked up 2 mini helicopters, an off-road RV, 2 regular off-road vehicles with self-driving capabilities, a small yacht, off-road motorcycles, snow and beach ATVs, amphibious boats, speedboats, kayaks, inflatable rafts, jet skis, emergency parachutes, you name it, she bought it and stashed everything in her space. The most expensive of the lot was the so-called Doomsday Fortress RV, which cost her nearly $2 million for just one. But the vehicle was indeed impressive, super tough, loaded with features, and basically a mobile villa. After all that shopping, another half, a little target in dollars, was gone. Fortunately, her overall budget was still under control. After leaving the US, Jiang Yan headed straight for Australia. Australia's livestock industry is world-class, producing top-quality beef, lamb, and dairy products. Jiang Yan stocked up on all the beef, lamb, and dairy she hadn't managed to buy back home. She also bought tons of canned goods, meat, vegetables, fruit, you name it. Her fourth stop on this global shopping spree was the Netherlands, which hadn't even been on her original stockpiling plan. In her mind, the Netherlands was all windmills and tulips, a place for travel and vacations. But after discovering that the Netherlands had the world's most advanced solar-powered yacht, she made a special trip. This yacht was a brand new release from a well-known company, just out of sea trials. Its automatic hydraulic self-lifting system keeps it stable while docked and can raise it up to 3 meters, protecting it from storms, floods, and even withstanding winds up to 251 kilometers per hour. The roof is fitted with 30 kilowatt solar panels and a 1,000 kilowatt-hours lithium-ion battery pack. The design is futuristic, and the 4 rooms on board use eco-friendly concepts. When not sailing, the whole thing feels like a cozy, comfortable living platform. That means if earthquakes or melting glaciers ever force her to survive at sea, she'll have another home besides her space and RV. A home more spacious, comfortable, and cozy than the RV. A home that can be on land or sea. Of course, this new home came with a hefty price tag. Before she even put it into her space, over $2 million vanished in a flash. The Netherlands is also the world's leading producer of photolithography machines, but when Jiang Yan checked the prices, she was instantly silenced. Not lingering, Jiang Yan headed straight to France, famous for its wine and countless renowned wineries. She didn't go to Chateau Lafite, but instead visited the equally famous Chateau Cheval Blanc. She bought a batch of wines of various sweetness levels and also picked up some collectible vintages. She'd keep a few bottles for herself, but most were for collection. After all, once the apocalypse arrives, those special vintage wines will be one of a kind. Just like the aged Matai, she bought liquid gold. France also produces the world's best skincare products, which was actually Jiang Yan's main reason for coming. Serums, lotions, day creams, night creams, masks, sunscreen, tanning, whitening, moisturizing, lifting, firming. She bought every type, every function, with no holding back. Lip balms, hand creams, body lotions, beauty devices, facial steamers, blackhead removers, cleansing brushes, massagers, she bought them all. She knew that in the apocalypse, whether it was her clothes or her skin, she couldn't afford to look too different from everyone else, especially in the early days, when she'd need to keep a low profile and quietly build up her strength. Still, these products were just too tempting for any woman, better to have them on hand. Whether she'd use them or how much was a problem for another day. She even bought tanning creams, partly to help disguise her fair complexion in advance. After this round of shopping, Jiang Yan reviewed her stockpile checklist and realized she'd forgotten olive oil. France is among the top 10 producers, but output is low and prices are high. Spain is the world's #1 olive oil producer, and since it's right next to France, Jiang Yan went there directly. The ham there is also famous, so she bought 300 premium Iberian hams. Jiang Yan's final stop was the land of the oil tycoons. You know, the country with the cloth on their heads, the richest in the world. It's the world's top oil producer and #8 for natural gas. These energy resources are absolutely essential for future post-apocalyptic life. She might have enough food to last several lifetimes, but the rations for her yachts, planes, and vehicles were still nowhere near enough. So she bought 5 little targets worth of gasoline and natural gas in every grade and type. Jiang Yan also picked up a batch of kerosene and alcohol while she was in the land of the rich. Kerosene, aside from being used as fuel and for lighting, has plenty of other uses as well. As for alcohol, its freezing point is -117 degrees Celsius, so in extremely cold weather, burning an alcohol stove isn't a bad option. In addition, when she visited those countries, she stocked up on some basic medicines, bought 1,000 first aid kits, and got 20 ADs. As for prescription drugs, the regulations abroad are just as strict as back home. She managed to get some through certain channels, but not in large quantities. After rushing around several countries without a break, the 3.2 billion yuan in Jiang Yan's account was now down to just a fraction of that. But she'd bought everything she needed and everything she could. On the morning of July 6th, Jiang Yan, exhausted and with only 2 small targets left on her card and her space ring packed full of supplies, boarded a flight home. The moment she stepped out of the plane, a wave of scorching sunlight and heat hit her in the face. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. She had checked the weather back home before returning, and there had been a local temperature report on the plane before landing. She knew about the sudden heat wave in Anming these past couple of days. But she hadn't expected the actual temperature to feel even hotter than the forecast, much hotter. Could the disaster predicted for August 8th be arriving early? A bad feeling crept into Jiang Yan's heart. "Ma'am, welcome back to Anming. This way, please." As soon as she stepped off the air stairs, a young man in a white shirt, black trousers, and white gloves came up to her with a warm greeting. Ever since her mother sold the company, they hadn't even kept a driver at home. As a super VIP of the airline, every time she returned to China, she'd have them send a car straight to pick her up. This time was no exception. The young man politely took her small carry-on suitcase, and after she got into the business car, he hopped into the driver's seat. The car quickly left Anming International Airport and got onto the Ring Expressway. "Ma'am, is the air conditioning comfortable?" the young man asked softly as he drove. Jiang Yan gave a brief then glanced at the dashboard, her brow furrowing again. Anming is famous for its pleasant, spring-like climate all year round. July is usually the hottest month. But even then, the temperature typically ranges from 18 to 25 degrees Celsius. Very comfortable. If you stood under a tree or in the shade, it could even feel chilly. But right now, the car's external temperature display read 38 degrees. That was clearly abnormal. Suddenly, something occurred to her. She took out her phone and checked the apocalypse warning posts she'd made on various websites. As expected, several sites had already deleted her posts. One site had even muted her anonymous account. But on the country's second-largest website, one post was still barely hanging on the one she'd posted while in the windmill country. The IP address shown was, of course, from the windmill country. She skimmed through it. Most of the comments were mocking, though a few were quite hostile. Most people just treated her warning as a prank for attention. At Pretty Little Gua, the apocalypse is coming? Should I be panicking? iRoll.jpg. At I am Qinshi Huang Pei Mi, the IP isn't even domestic. Watch out for people with ulterior motives. At ahaha, exactly. The experts haven't said anything. There are some really bad people in society these days. I dare the poster to show themselves. If you can predict the apocalypse, why not predict the date of your own death? At foot scratching big guy loves noodles. Damn, here we go again with the fear-mongering. The rice I hoarded years ago is already full of bugs. At halfcute_baby, just asking, does my insomnia from being broke have anything to do with this warning? If so, can I ask the poster for compensation? At 3.5-inch leg hair, if the apocalypse is coming, does that mean I don't have to pay my mortgage, car loan, or any other debts? Doghead.jpg. At Mangosteen loving King Gigi, wishing peace for our country and people. Praying.jpg. At account deleted, only an idiot would believe this. At Snail Home Hoarder, the weather's been weird lately. Luckily, I've got a fridge and freezer at home, so I'm stocking up just in case. After the last food rush, I'm not taking any chances. At Taboo Breaker Zhangdaming, if that's the case, I'm taking my Doomsday vehicle and hiding in the mountains. And bringing my dog. Grin.jpg. Bang. Jiang Yan was reading intently when a loud crash against the windshield suddenly came from the front of the car. At the same time, the business car screeched to a sudden stop, flinging Jiang Yan forward. Luckily, the seats were spaced out and she was wearing a seatbelt, so she didn't hit her head. And since it wasn't rush hour, the sudden stop didn't cause a rear-end collision. Jiang Yan had almost instinctively jumped into her space ring. Damn. What the hell? The young driver couldn't help but curse under his breath, then, realizing he had a passenger, quickly turned and apologized. Sorry, ma'am. I hope I didn't scare you. Are you all right? Did you hit anything? Jiang Yan replied, I'm fine, but when she glanced at the windshield, she froze. What is that? On the upper right corner of the windshield, a large, bloody mess mixed with black, segmented insect limbs was stuck fast, with thick red liquid slowly oozing down the glass. At first glance, it was truly shocking. The remains twitched slightly, then drooped. It was hard to tell exactly what it was. Plop. The bloody mass finally slid down the window. Ma'am, please wait here a moment. The car was just hit by some kind of strange insect. I'll go check it out. The young man took off his sunglasses and got out, set up a red warning triangle behind the car, then jogged to the front, snapping photos of the windshield and the ground before making a phone call. He was driving a company car, and unless he could prove it wasn't his fault, he'd be responsible for the damages. Jiang Yan stared at the bloodstain for a few seconds, then pulled a medical mask from her pocket, or rather, from her space ring, and put it on before getting out of the car. The sun was glaring, and she was already wearing a hat and sunglasses. Now, with the mask, she was wrapped up tightly as usual. Even through the mask, she could smell a strange, bloody scent in the stifling air. The moment she saw the thing on the ground, Jiang Yan's scalp tingled and she instinctively took several steps back. Because in that sticky red liquid, she could clearly see a long, slender proboscis unique to mosquitoes, along with shattered wings and several black, broken legs with white spots. The mosquito's head must have fallen off and been crushed by a car wheel. But this mosquito-like creature was clearly the size of 2 adult palms. In Jiang Yan's memory, mosquitoes couldn't survive extreme heat or cold. Normally, when the temperature rises above 30 degrees Celsius or drops below 10, mosquitoes stop breeding and die. Could this be some new species she didn't recognize? Jiang Yan took out her phone and snapped a photo from a distance. After scanning the area to see if there were any more of them, she quickly got into the car. She closed the doors and windows in one swift motion. The young man finished his phone call, grabbed cleaning supplies and a few bottles of mineral water from the trunk, and quickly washed the bloodstains off the windshield before hurrying back into the car. Sorry for the delay, ma'am, he said, wiping sweat from his forehead and apologizing before starting the car quickly. Jiang Yan replied, It's fine. She had just run the photo through an online search, and the results showed that the creature had the physical characteristics of the Aedes genus. Aedes mosquitoes are notorious for spreading yellow fever, dengue, and encephalitis. But in reality, mosquitoes never grow this large. The world's largest mosquito is the Toxorhynchites speciosus, which only reaches about 35 millimeters and feeds on nectar, not blood. Yet the amount of blood just now was at least 500 cubic centimeters. If this really was a mutated mosquito, then humanity could be facing a catastrophe. After all, if mosquitoes have mutated, other creatures might not be far behind. Jiang Yan found nothing useful after searching for a while, so she simply posted the photo anonymously online. Help needed, unknown creature spotted a giant mosquito. Does anyone recognize this? She also tagged several science influencers and the official Science Academy. Ma'am, that bug really did look like a mosquito, but there's no way a mosquito could get that big, right? The young man said, still shaken. Suddenly, he exclaimed, Huh? That's weird. Why is the temperature still going up? Jiang Yan looked up at the dashboard. Sure enough, the external temperature was already showing 40 degrees Celsius. And it was only around 5 in the afternoon, not even the hottest time of day. Online, discussions about the heat and the rising temperatures were exploding. If even Anming, known for its mild climate, was like this, those cities called the Four Furnaces must be even worse. It looked like the apocalypse was going to arrive sooner than expected. Jiang Yan rubbed her temples and closed her eyes, thinking over what preparations she still hadn't finished. She got back just in time for rush hour, and the roads were more congested than usual. By the time Jiang Yan returned to Qianshui Bay, it was nearly 7 o'clock. Not far from the main entrance of the complex, an ambulance and several police cars were parked, their red and blue lights flashing. A crowd of anxious residents, men, women, old and young, had gathered, discussing an alarm. The entrance to the underground parking lot was cordoned off. With the rising temperatures, the whole scene felt even more unsettling. Jiang Yan got out of the car early. The air outside was stifling. Even though she was fully equipped, Jiang Yan found it hard to breathe after walking quickly. As she approached the entrance, she heard the crowd talking loudly. Oh my God. It's terrifying. I heard the whole person was sucked dry. There was a bloody hole in her body, as big as my son's fist. I heard it was bitten by a mosquito the size of a human face. The blood was all gone. Don't exaggerate. An adult has at least 4,000 milliliters of blood. How could it all be sucked out? The key is, it wasn't just one, bro, it was a whole swarm. A swarm. These mosquitoes, could they have mutated? Damn, I heard only female mosquitoes suck blood. What if they lay eggs inside after sucking someone dry? Oh God, that person was from Building D. I'm never going near there again. Heavens. Is the apocalypse really coming? Look how hot it is today. I don't remember Anming ever being this hot. Oh, I saw a post warning about this. Wow, that person was right. Where's the post? That's amazing, show me. I think it was posted by a foreigner, really impressive. Let me see if it's been deleted. Even though everyone was sweating buckets, they were still gossiping excitedly. Jiang Yan felt a chill run down her spine. So, the blood-sucking mosquito she'd encountered earlier wasn't an isolated case. Soon, several fully suited medical workers, escorted by the property manager and security guards, quickly carried a stretcher out of the complex. The person on the stretcher was completely covered by a white sheet. Behind them were a few community police officers and a short-haired woman who looked like an official. The short-haired woman scanned the crowd with a serious expression and called out, "Residents, it's too hot out here, please don't stand around chatting. Go home. Remember to keep your doors and windows closed. Also, tell your parents not to come out for square dancing these next couple of days." Outside the main entrance of Qianshui Bay, there was a large plaza in front of the fresh food supermarket. Usually, at 7:30 every evening, the square dancing music would start right on time. Ma'am, what exactly H? The short-haired woman dodged the question. Sir, nothing happened. It's just the high temperatures. Be careful of heat stroke. Please go home. Then she added, "Everyone, let me remind you, don't spread rumors, don't believe rumors, and don't make up rumors. If there's any official news, we'll announce it through official channels as soon as possible." Jiang Yan didn't listen to the rest. She dragged her suitcase and hurried back to Building A. If blood-sucking mosquitoes had appeared in the complex, it was clearly unwise to stay exposed outside. But most people were still clinging to a sense of luck, thinking it was just an isolated incident. The blood mosquito was found in Building D. That entire building was now sealed off, with staff in protective suits and carrying disinfection equipment rushing in and out. The entrances to the other buildings looked normal. Most people wouldn't immediately become vigilant just because of a sudden heat wave or the appearance of blood-sucking mosquitoes. Jiang Yan was one of the few exceptions. She went straight up to the 32nd floor without stopping. She lived in 3201. Before entering, she habitually glanced at her neighbors' doors. 3202 next door was still tightly shut, as if no one lived there. The door to 3203 was half open, with 2 cases of Tianya beer stacked outside, empty bottles scattered inside. She could hear the sounds of men and women chatting and clinking glasses. From the sounds, it seemed like they were celebrating a child's birthday. The door to apartment 3204 was tightly shut. 2 pairs of shoes sat at the entrance, a pair of men's black leather shoes and a pair of women's beige platform heels. Judging by this, it was likely a couple or husband and wife who had just gotten home from work. When Jiang Yan was stockpiling supplies abroad, she'd had the renovation company come over for some adjustments, so she'd given them a temporary access code. Although that code had long since expired, she still reset all the codes before opening the door. After double-locking both doors and setting the air conditioner to 28 degrees, Jiang Yan flopped straight onto the living room sofa. The space had a rejuvenating effect on her body, so while she was overseas, she'd spend an hour or 2 in it every night after returning to her hotel. Her physical condition had been steadily improving. But after being on edge every day, now that she was finally home and able to relax, she actually felt a bit tired. This fatigue wasn't physical, it was more mental. There were still a few fearless lone warriors out there, dressed in shorts and slippers, taking their dogs out for a walk in the garden. Glancing at the thermometer, the outdoor temperature was still 41 degrees. Compared to 5 p.m., it had only risen by 1 degree Celsius, but it was already close to 10 p.m. Clearly, this was abnormally hot. Jiang Yan guessed that the blood-sucking mosquitoes might only be present where Ming was. It seemed everyone had heard about the blood mosquito attacks and the official news urging people to stock up on water and food. After the mask incident, most people were much more aware of the need to stockpile supplies. Jiang Yan watched the surveillance footage for a while, but nothing new caught her eye, so she put down the tablet. To prevent any creatures from entering through the exhaust vents, she'd not only had the renovation company install filters, but also designed a manual shut-off valve. She glanced around every corner of her apartment, checking if there was anything she'd overlooked in her safe house. Most people probably couldn't stand the heat and had gone out to buy fans, or maybe some had seen the news and gone out to shop in advance. But she wasn't in the mood to cook today, nor did she feel like eating any of the fancy takeout meals. With a sudden spike in temperature and the appearance of mutant blood mosquitoes, she'd moved up all the tasks she'd planned for the next 2 weeks and scheduled them for tomorrow instead. At the entrance of Building A, several men, fully geared up with e-bike helmets and gloves, were rushing out with large non-woven shopping bags. One delivery driver was even carrying an unopened standing fan. Someone must have ordered it through a courier service rather than going out themselves. She made herself a simple cabbage soup without oil or salt, mixed a dipping sauce, and paired it with a small plate of spicy, flavorful side dishes. After dinner, she tossed the dishes into the dishwasher, grabbed a bottle of chilled soda water, and leisurely turned on the TV. She'd had 2 real fireplaces installed in the living room, each with its own concealed exhaust vent. Jiang Yan had also scheduled the bank to prepare a large sum of cash for her. The news mentioned the global temperature spike, but didn't say anything about mutant blood mosquitoes attacking people. After finishing these chores and taking a warm shower, Jiang Yan's stomach started rumbling. Aside from her own equipment, she didn't find any new surveillance devices. She'd always believed in the principle, never harm others, but always be on guard, her usual way of doing things. Thinking of that giant blood mosquito that had slammed into her car window earlier, Jiang Yan quickly got up and closed both valves. All the ice cream and popsicles were stored in special insulated boxes. Tomorrow was going to be an extremely busy day for her. After eating hotel and Western food for so long, she found herself craving simple home-cooked meals. She simply took an egg and some scallions from her storage space and quickly whipped up a fragrant plate of egg fried rice. She'd had the renovation company seal the bathroom drain with cement and cover it with a layer of waterproof coating. Jiang Yan muted the TV and checked the surveillance feeds on her tablet. At the elevator lobbies on several other floors, people were also waiting to get in. She glanced at her phone. Several suppliers had messaged her to confirm deliveries for the next day. All the delivery drivers were wearing helmets and masks, their yellow uniforms soaked through with sweat. When the renovation crew had come into the living room, she'd done a full sweep with her anti-surveillance detector, just in case. The air conditioner's outdoor unit was mounted on the exterior wall. Who knew when a wire or part might break down? She'd thought of installing the fireplaces while stockpiling supplies in Canada. She'd also bought 4 high-powered ice makers, several custom luxury mobile, Apple Pods, and 10 of the latest jet suits from the UK. Each costing 3 million yuan per set, all arriving tomorrow. Simple yet delicious, Jiang Yan finished every last drop of her soup. Traditional heating and cooling methods actually last longer in extreme weather. The world is about to experience its hottest year ever. Global temperatures are spiking. Experts say the cause is warming of the tropical Pacific Ocean surface, El Niño, and increased solar activity. She used to think having a generator and air conditioner was enough, but after learning more in Canada, she realized that in extreme cold, a real fireplace heats a room far better than an AC. The apartment looked much more spacious now. When she had time, she'd listen to financial news and play a round of King of Glory. Today was no exception. Japan begins its 100th discharge of nuclear-contaminated water into the ocean. The international community strongly condemns Japan, which admitted to secretly discharging low-concentration contaminated water without first consulting local fishermen. She'd already torn down the non-load-bearing walls of the 2 small bedrooms and the study, leaving only the master bedroom. Jiang Yan lay down with her eyes closed for a while, and once she felt her energy return, she sat up. The 2 automated hydroponic growing machines she'd ordered before going abroad had arrived. The lease on her warehouse was expiring in the next couple of days. We remind citizens to keep at least 10 days' worth of food and drinking water at home, stay indoors as much as possible until the heat passes, avoid working or walking outside in high temperatures, and call for help if you experience heat stroke. After an hour of news and 3 consecutive defeats in ranked matches, Jiang Yan finally quit the game in defeat. On the surveillance feeds, she saw a few delivery drivers carrying big boxes of ice cream, popsicles, and cold beer. She planned to pay off the remaining balance for this batch of supplies tomorrow, then use most of her cash to buy gold bars and stash the rest in her storage space. In prosperous times, buy antiques. In troubled times, buy gold. That rule never changes. And in the early days of the apocalypse, cash is king. Jiang Yan didn't really have anything left that she needed to buy, but taking her money out was still better than letting it sit in the bank as a string of numbers. Besides, the jewelry her mother had stored in the vault under her name would need to be collected tomorrow as well. After replying to all the delivery arrangements via text, she saw that it was still early and not yet time for bed. She decided to enter her space for a look. Just as she was about to focus her mind and enter, there was a loud thud-thud-thud at her door. Yes, thud. And someone was pounding with real effort. Jiang Yan frowned and picked up her pad to check the security camera. She'd installed the best brand, crystal clear video, and even audio recording. Outside stood a burly, middle-aged man with a fleshy face and a slightly thin, round-faced middle-aged woman with her hair in a bun. The woman was holding a small, intricately patterned white porcelain plate, on which sat a slice of yellow peach cream cake and a tiny clear plastic fork. The weather was so hot that the cream on the cake had melted, and the peach pieces on top had slid off and were stuck messily to the side. Both of their faces were flushed, with beads of sweat on their foreheads, clearly from the heat. Most locals in Anming were used to the mild, climate-controlled conditions of winter-warm, summer-cool greenhouses. They had no resistance to sudden heat waves like today. Very few people had air conditioning at home. Usually only west-facing apartments or hotels would bother to install it. So it was easy to imagine how uncomfortable ordinary people were feeling. Jiang Yan glanced at the screen. The man's steps were unsteady, and he looked a little drunk. No one comes knocking at your door for no reason. What could make a married couple show up at her door this late at night? If it was to bring cake for a child's birthday, wasn't it a bit too late? It was almost 10 o'clock. Besides, the apocalypse hadn't even officially started yet, and she was already experiencing one of those cliché neighbor knocking scenes straight out of a novel. Maybe she was overthinking it, but Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow and simply pretended not to hear. Thud, thud, thud. The knocking grew louder, and the woman called out, raising her voice, "Little sister, I know you're in there. Could you please open the door?" "Yes, little sister, we're your neighbors from 3203. Could you please open up?" The man chimed in politely. As soon as he finished, the woman shot him a glare and scolded in a low voice. "Zhou Guangfu, why are you acting like some old pervert? Is little sister really something you should be calling her?" The man's jowls quivered as he forced a smile. "Wife, I was just following your lead." The woman ignored him, turned back to the door, and pounded harder, raising her voice. "Little sister, please open up. We have something urgent." Good grief, they just wouldn't give up. Fine. The apocalypse hadn't started yet, so she might as well see what these two were up to. With that, Jiang Yan got up, grabbed a medical mask from the entryway, put it on, and opened the inner door with a creak. She had 2 doors installed. The inner one was a solid slab of bulletproof steel. The outer door had a metal mesh covering the top third thick as a pinky finger, so she could clearly see whoever was outside. The mesh could be electrified, though Jiang Yan hadn't turned it on yet. Her entryway had also been specially remodeled, with a barrier right behind the door that blocked the view into her apartment. As soon as she opened the door, a wave of hot air blasted in, making Jiang Yan feel like she'd stuck her head into a sauna. At the same time, the cool air from inside rushed out through the mesh. The couple outside immediately felt the refreshing breeze and exchanged a meaningful glance, unconsciously stepping closer. But when they saw Jiang Yan's cold gaze, they froze. The woman tried to peer past her into the living room, but when she couldn't see anything, she turned her attention back to Jiang Yan and forced a smile. "Hello, little sister. I'm Jiang Chi-Chi from next door, 3203, and this is my husband Zhou Guangfu. Could you open the outer door too? It's our child's birthday today, and we saved you a piece of cake. We wanted to share some good luck with you." She added, "Sorry to bother you like this. We actually mentioned you in the owners group earlier, but since you didn't reply, we thought we'd come over in person. They say you shouldn't hit a smiling face, and Jiang Chi-Chi was sure Jiang Yan would feel the same." Owners group? When Jiang Yan had gone abroad to stock up on supplies, she deleted and left almost every group and cut off contact with all her fair-weather friends. She'd completely severed ties with her old self and anyone unimportant from her previous life. The only group she'd kept was the Qieshui Bay Owners Group. After Du Zitong helped her with the house purchase, a man named Zhang Qiming from the Owners Committee had added her and invited her to the group. Jiang Yan had always been a lurker, never speaking up, but she'd never considered leaving. After all, know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never lose a battle. She was prepared to hole up in her space or her apartment when the apocalypse came, but she couldn't completely isolate herself. Staying in the group for now would let her keep tabs on what was happening around her and how the authorities were responding when disaster struck. As for being mentioned in the group, like she'd ever see it. After listening to Jiang Chi-Chi, Jiang Yan's expression didn't change. She said coolly, "Thank you both, I appreciate the thought, but I'll pass on the cake. Please save it for your child. If there's nothing else, I'll be closing the door now. Also, I don't like being disturbed, so please don't knock on my door again. Thank you." With that, Jiang Yan turned and walked away without waiting for a response. Jiang Chi-Chi's face froze for a moment, but she quickly forced a smile and said, "Little sister, please wait a moment. I have a small favor to ask." So that's what the cake was for. Like a weasel paying respects to a chicken. Wait, no. She wasn't anyone's chicken. Jiang Yan stopped and turned, her eyes sharp as she glanced at Jiang Chi-Chi. "What is it?" Jiang Chi-Chi was startled by her calm, unruffled gaze, and her tone changed immediately, switching from you to the more respectful. "It's like this, little sister. The temperature in Anming suddenly shot up today, and it's over 42 degrees in our apartment. We have 2 kids and 2 elderly parents at home, and they've never experienced anything like this. The elders have heart conditions and aren't handling it well. My husband bought an air conditioner online, but it won't be installed until tomorrow at the earliest. I remembered you just had 2 air conditioners installed, so I wanted to ask if you could let the elders and children stay in your living room for the night. Don't worry, the kids are well behaved and the elders are very tidy. They won't make a mess. If you're worried, we can pay you like a hotel, plus cover the electricity. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Yan ignored her and suddenly started coughing violently, covering her mouth. Zheng Chunmei and Zhou Guangfu glanced at her pale blue medical mask, froze, and instinctively took a big step back. Jiang Yan watched the couple's expressions and movements, thinking they were about to give up. To her surprise, He Chunmei gritted her teeth and declared with conviction, "Little sister, it's fine. I'll just have the elderly and the kids wear double masks. If they get infected, we won't blame you." That's right, miss." Zhou Guangfu quickly chimed in with a fawning smile. "The thing is, no one else in the neighborhood has air conditioning. The budget hotels nearby do, but both my parents have underlying health issues. Plus, we just saw in the owner's group chat that Building D has been found to have those deadly, blood-sucking mosquitoes. If we stay close to home, it'll be easier to take care of their daily needs." The couple were like a comedy duo, one playing the straight man, the other the comic. Jiang Yan had nothing better to do at the moment, so she simply stood behind the door, quietly watching their performance. As soon as Zhou Guangfu finished, He Chunmei picked up the thread, even launching into a little speech. "Oh, and little sister, if it's not enough, we can pay you extra. How about 100 yuan per night for lodging and air conditioning? We'll bring our own tent, and it's only for a couple of days. Once the AC is installed, we'll move back. For washing up and using the bathroom, they'll go home, and we'll even cook your meals for you, so you don't have to cook alone. Besides, you know how it is, we're neighbors. We see each other all the time, so we should help each other out. After all, everyone has tough times now and then, don't you think?" He Chunmei's performance and lines were so clumsy that Jiang Yan finally couldn't take it anymore. You're right, big sis. Neighbors really should help each other out." She paused, then her eyes glinted mischievously as she changed the subject. "Big sis, my credit card and mortgage are about to be overdue. How about you help me pay them off first?" He Chunmei's face was wreathed in smiles at the first half of Jiang Yan's sentence, about to seize the opportunity to ask her to open the door. But the second half hit her like a bucket of cold water. She choked, her face flushing red, then pale. She quickly recovered, raising her voice. "Young lady, that's not the same thing at all, you." Before she could finish her sentence, before she could even say, "Are you messing with me?" Jiang Yan had already slammed the door shut with a loud bang and gone back inside. He Chunmei was a manager at her workplace and the main breadwinner at home, so she was used to having the final say. She'd never suffered this kind of rejection before. Anger surged up in her. She lifted her foot to kick the door, but halfway there, she remembered Jiang Yan's icy gaze and ended up stomping hard on the floor instead. Zhou Guangfu gently patted her shoulder, trying to calm her down. "All right, honey, I told you this approach wouldn't work. Who'd want to live with strangers, after all? It's a special situation. We're only borrowing for a day or two. Besides, I know the layout of these apartments. Her master bedroom has its own bathroom. I'd be in the living room with a tent. It wouldn't affect her at all. And we offered her 100 yuan a night for just one room. Where else is rent that high? The interns at my company share a 4-bedroom apartment in this complex for only 1,500 yuan a month. That's just 10 yuan per room per day. All right, honey. If she doesn't want to let us stay, there's nothing we can do. Let's just go home." Zhou Guangfu just wanted to keep the peace and tugged at He Chunmei's sleeve. What's she gotta be so high and mighty about? She's obviously just some shameless mistress being kept by a man. I saw that man with her when she came to look at the place. Otherwise, how could a young woman afford such a big apartment? And every time I see her go out, she's all covered up. Clearly she's got something to hide. All right, honey, keep your voice down. Someone might hear you." Zhou Guangfu's drunkenness had faded by now, and seeing He Chunmei getting more and more outrageous, he quickly tried to coax her home. "So what if they hear? I'm not scared. Honestly, why did I end up with such a cowardly, useless man who doesn't even make money? With nowhere else to vent her anger, He Chunmei started berating Zhou Guangfu. She even gave his arm a vicious pinch. She pinched so hard that Zhou Guangfu grimaced in pain, but he couldn't say anything. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Let's just go home. My parents' pensions get paid tomorrow. I'll talk to them and have them hand it all over to you, okay? Don't get too worked up, it's bad for your health." "That's more like it." He Chumei snorted, shoved the cake box into his hands, and stormed into the house in a huff. Jiang Yan didn't hear any of this bizarre conversation. After closing the door, she went straight into her space. In the planting area of her space, the rich black soil was mostly empty except for a few lonely rose bushes. The pile of saplings she'd bought earlier was stacked to one side, still waiting to be planted. But the saplings were in good condition. They'd just stopped growing for now. In the white living area, aside from a chaise lounge and a desk set, there was nothing else. Tomorrow, Jiang Yan planned to move in her custom-designed luxury mobile, Apple Pod. The pod was styled after a healing-themed boutique hotel, complete with an outdoor pool. It had 3 floors, totaling over 1,000 square meters, just about half the area of the white living area. Normally, an Apple Pod cost about 3,000 yuan per square meter to build, but she'd used only the best materials and furnishings: German bathroom fixtures, Italian furniture, Turkish carpets. All told, it came to about 6,000 yuan per square meter. The pod had a bedroom, living room, kitchen, bathroom, multifunction media room, gym, outdoor pool, everything you could want. She'd even set aside the largest room for a holographic shooting range, which would be installed in the media room. Tomorrow, Jiang Yan would need to go to her warehouse and take out some of the solar panels she'd stored in her space, so they could be installed on the roof of the Apple Pod. That way, when she moved the pod into the living area of her space, she could start living there part-time. After spending a while in her space, Jiang Yan returned to her room. She booked a ride for the next day, set the air conditioner to sleep mode, and climbed into bed. After a month drifting abroad, she really needed a good night's sleep. The next morning, Jiang Yan woke up a little after 7. She glanced at the thermometer and the weather app on her phone. The temperature outside had already soared to a staggering 45 degrees Celsius. She checked several other countries and cities. Except for a few desert regions that were even hotter, everywhere else was about the same. It was truly unbelievable. Curious how the public and the authorities were reacting, she decided to check the news. As soon as she opened a popular news app, several trending posts with over 1 million likes and comments popped up. Jiang Yan glanced over the headlines and took a deep breath. Overnight, the world was flooded with apocalyptic news about extreme heat and giant blood-sucking mosquitoes. Even the warning post she'd once left in some obscure corner of the internet had been bumped to the trending topics, with crowds of people searching for the original poster. They were calling her a prophet. But the phone card linked to that account had been cut up and flushed down the toilet by Jiang Yan back when she was abroad. According to the news reports, the giant blood mosquitoes had started appearing in various places a few days ago. But their numbers were small at first, so most countries and regions had enforced information blackouts. It wasn't until today that it seemed as if all those mosquitoes had hatched at once. More and more people were being attacked, and governments everywhere were forced to come to a consensus and make a public announcement. These mutant mosquitoes didn't just have blood-sucking females, males sucked blood too, and they mainly targeted humans. Of course, just like with regular mosquitoes, people with type O blood or stronger body odors were more likely to be attacked. What's more, these mosquitoes could withstand extreme heat and cold, and their lifespan was 3 times that of ordinary mosquitoes. As for whether they carried diseases or could trigger other adverse reactions, the authorities hadn't released any information. But the official statements did mention that radioactive contaminants had been detected inside these mutant mosquitoes. And so far, the island nation had the largest and most diverse population of blood mosquitoes. Genetic tracing showed that all the blood mosquitoes suddenly appearing around the world were closely linked to the first batch discovered near the island nation's abandoned nuclear power plant. From a scientific perspective, Evolution and mutation in plants and animals don't happen overnight. This suggested that the island nation had likely been secretly discharging nuclear-contaminated water ever since the nuclear accident occurred years ago. Normally, when disasters begin, officials tend to say things like, "Stay calm" and "Trust the authorities." But for them to suddenly release all this information in a single burst, as they did today, was highly unusual. After all, this kind of move could easily trigger public panic, hoarding, and even worse consequences. Yet the authorities still went public. This could only mean that the real situation was far worse than anything she'd seen or guessed. Another headline was about the global heatwave. The extreme temperatures had only started suddenly in the past couple of days, catching everyone off guard. Since yesterday, temperatures worldwide had only gone up, never down. In some tropical areas, the temperature had soared to 50 or 60 degrees Celsius in just a single day. Officials urged citizens to stock up on food and water and to stay indoors or work from home as much as possible. Don't go out unless absolutely necessary, and if you must, make sure to fully protect yourself. As for schools, many places had already announced early in the morning that classes were suspended and switched to online learning. With the power grid overloaded, the authorities had temporarily shut down some factories early in the day to prioritize residential electricity needs. The internet was flooded with rumors of the apocalypse. Some people posted videos of supermarkets being cleaned out by panic buyers early in the morning. Yet just yesterday, those same supermarkets had been calm and orderly. Of course, the authorities quickly sent personnel to the larger supermarkets and malls to help maintain order. On Anming's local trending list, air conditioner installation orders had suddenly exploded to the top. Compared to other places, Anming, mild in winter and cool in summer, rarely saw people install air conditioners. But just this morning, the phone lines for AC installation had been jammed. After all, there were plenty of ways to buy an air conditioner, but only so many local installers. Online, more and more people were talking about the end of the world, and many influencers had switched their live streams to survivalist themes. There were also plenty of bloody photos of people attacked by the blood mosquitoes. Jiang Yan suddenly felt lucky she'd made it back to the country in time. The news about the twin typhoons about to make landfall on the island nation made her heart sink. So it was true, the apocalypse had come early. A whole month early. No matter what, she had to wrap up all her previous preparations today. Otherwise, as temperatures kept rising, it would become impossible to go out. Jiang Yan rubbed her temples, then called her rideshare driver and asked him to come pick her up at Shallow Water Bay ahead of schedule. The driver had seen the news that morning and, coupled with the extreme heat, was actually thinking of backing out. He hadn't planned to work today, but when Jiang Yan offered triple the fare, he had no choice but to drive over as quickly as possible. Jiang Yan had heat-resistant clothing and a helmet in her storage space, and she hung a portable neck fan around her neck. Fully geared up, she finally stepped outside. The entrance to her building and the gate to her residential complex had been temporarily sealed off, just like during the mask-wearing days. The security guards said they'd received orders early that morning. To prevent chaos from panic buying and considering the heat, only one person per household was allowed out to buy supplies. Anyone going out without proper mosquito protection on exposed skin would be turned back. Everyone else had to stay home. The property management had also arranged for people to seal off public areas and any nooks or crannies where blood mosquitoes might get in. Thanks to the experience gained during the mask period, even her average quality property management company was responding quickly. The security guard stared in surprise at Jiang Yan's fully armored appearance for a few seconds. She took her exit pass and left the complex. The driver picked her up, and they sped toward the warehouse. On the roads, the whole city seemed to have been put on pause overnight. There were few people or cars outside. Water trucks were spraying mist on the streets nonstop. But the mist did little to cool the roads. Every so often, fire trucks and police cars sped by, sirens wailing. These were the true heroes, especially in times like these. After dropping Jiang Yan off at the warehouse, the driver left. Before the supplier's delivery arrived, She took out all the solar panels she'd been hoarding in her storage space. Jiang Yan had just taken a simple folding stool out of her space and sat down when the trailer transporting the mobile apple pod and the installation workers arrived. Along with them came the boss of the company and several cleaning ladies in matching uniforms, each holding various cleaning supplies. After all, this was a private order worth over 6 million yuan, and with today's unusually harsh weather, the boss decided to come in person to oversee the assembly and cleaning. Of course, the main reason was that he wanted to meet Jiang Yan, such a big client, in hopes of maintaining a good relationship for potential long-term cooperation. Unfortunately, there would be no next time. The boss, Lu Lei, was a young man of about 27 or 28, dressed fashionably from head to toe. He was momentarily stunned when he saw Jiang Yan fully suited up. Another young man, who looked like his assistant, directed the others to unload several boxes of electrolyte water for the workers, then had the cleaning ladies spray mosquito repellent throughout the warehouse before calling out loudly, "It's a hot day, let's work hard and get the installation and testing done quickly. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can sign off, get your red envelopes and go home." The workers, seeing that not only would they get free neck fans but also red envelopes today, instantly forgot about the heat and got fired up. Lu Lei, as the boss, was someone who paid attention to details. He twisted open a bottle of electrolyte water that had been chilled in the car's mini fridge and handed it to Jiang Yan. "Miss Jiang, even though you're wearing a heat-insulating suit, it's really hot today and heat stroke is a real risk. You should drink something." He was an extreme sports enthusiast in his spare time and knew a thing or two about professional gear, so he recognized Jiang Yan's outfit at a glance. "Thank you," Jiang Yan said, reaching out to take the bottle. "By the way, Miss Jiang, are you sure you want to install the mobile apple pod inside this warehouse?" Lu Lei asked, glancing around. The warehouse was spacious and empty, with a row of faucets on one side. In this scorching weather, the temperature inside was a degree or two cooler than outside. But in his opinion, it was clearly unrealistic for someone to live here. There were weeds all around outside, and at night, it would be a haven for mosquitoes. If those huge blood-sucking mosquitoes showed up, with her petite frame, she'd barely be enough for them as an appetizer. Besides, such a high-end, luxurious apple pod was meant to be placed on a lakeside golf course, not hidden away in a warehouse. And without sunlight in here, the solar panels would be utterly useless, like putting on pants just to fart, completely unnecessary. Although it was technically mobile, the pod was so large that once installed, it might as well be fixed in place, unless someone came to dismantle it again. Jiang Yan just replied with a simple not saying much more. Lu Lei knew better than to press further. As a businessman, he had a strong sense of boundaries. He was a professional, but he could only offer suggestions. The decision was always up to the client. Most of the time, you just do the job and that's it. Meanwhile, the workers, red-faced from the heat, had already finished unloading and started assembling the pod with the help of 2 cranes. After a brief chat with Jiang Yan, Lu Lei went over to personally supervise the work, leaving Jiang Yan to herself. Beep. Illegal intruder detected at your front door. Jiang Yan had just finished a bottle of electrolyte water and was about to catch up on the news when her phone's smart home app blared an alarm. She had spent extra money to upgrade her smart home system with some black tech. Besides the usual functions like turning on the TV, lights, and curtains, it was also linked to her home's surveillance system, the smoke detector at the door, and the window and door sensors on the exterior walls. If a stranger lingered at her door for more than 3 minutes and made contact with the door, the system would automatically classify them as an illegal intruder. She could then remotely activate the anti-intrusion program from her phone or tablet, delivering an electric shock ranging from low voltage 110V to ultra-high 500V, and could also trigger water or pepper spray jets. The nozzles for the water and pepper spray were hidden just behind the first door, making them nearly impossible to tamper with. Jiang Yan had a pretty good idea who it was. She picked up her phone and opened the app. A high-definition feed from her front door appeared. As she expected, the people at her door were He Chun Mei and Zhou Guangfu. But besides the two of them, there was also a 7 or 8-year-old boy and a 3 or 4-year-old girl. Both children looked flushed and dazed, clearly unwell. Each was holding a little cartoon plastic stool. Standing next to Zhou Guangfu were 2 elderly people, thin, grave-faced, with graying hair and canes. Judging by their looks, they were probably Zhou Guangfu's parents. The hallway in this building wasn't wide to begin with, and now the 6 of them were packed tightly in front of Jiang Yan's door. He Chunmei brushed her hair back and instructed the children. Bao Bao, Bei, your job this morning is to sit right here in front of this lady's door. If she opens it, you tell her it's too hot and beg her to let you inside to cool off. If she refuses, you grab her leg and tug her hand. Got it? The little boy pressed his lips together, glancing at the small iron hammer in her hand, then lowered his head. The little girl, however, piped up sweetly. Got it, Mommy. This is just begging, isn't it? I, Zhou Xiaoyue, have lived an upright life. I won't stand for this. I'd rather die of heat. Old woman, let's go home, the old man said, thumping his cane on the ground and pulling his wife, Jiang Lifan, to leave. Earlier, their daughter-in-law had said the new neighbor had air conditioning and wanted to bring them over to cool off, but now it was clear she'd tricked them. Jiang Lifan looked embarrassed for a moment, glanced at her feverish grandchildren, but didn't move. Dad, what are you talking about? Do you know what the weather forecast says for noon today? 47 degrees. Do you know Guangfu tried to get an air conditioner installed this morning? The earliest appointment is 3 months from now. 3 months. At this temperature, with these blood-sucking mosquitoes, we'll all be dried-up corpses by then. In this whole building, the only person living alone with air conditioning is her. Bao Bao and Bei were vomiting all night, and now they're burning up. If they get heat stroke, their lives will be ruined. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Why should she just stand by and watch others suffer without offering a little help? Besides, compared to life, what's dignity or pride? Yes, you're an educated man. You have integrity. You have self-respect. You're already half buried in the ground and not afraid of death. But shouldn't you think about Bao Bao and Bei? Dad, I'm going to say something that might sound harsh and unfilial, but if you died right now, could you even afford to die? Haven't you seen the messages in the residence group? Right now, the hospital, the police, even the crematorium, every single phone line is busy. Old Lu's mother in 403 dropped dead from acute myocardial infarction because of this extreme heat. She's just lying stiff at home. With temperatures this high, the body might start to rot by tonight. So if you die, where am I supposed to bury you? Forget anything else. Even the garbage room in our complex is piled so high it's swarming with green-headed flies. He Chunmei's words were beyond harsh, firing off like a machine gun rat-tat-tat, not a single pause. Chunmei, you're being completely unreasonable and impossible. Zhou Xiaoyue was so angry he slammed his cane against the floor tiles, then looked up and sighed. Oh, what kind of sin has our Zhou family committed? As soon as he finished, whether from the heat or from being provoked by He Chunmei's words, his vision went black and he collapsed to the ground. Jiang Lifang, standing nearby, jumped in fright and reached out to grab his sleeve. Old man. Grandpa. Grandpa. The 2 kids immediately tossed their stools aside and ran over. Dad. The tall Zhou Guangfu rushed forward and caught Zhou Xiaoyue. He Chunmei fumbled for a second, then quickly regained her composure and started giving orders. Zhou Guangfu, you take Dad home to rest. I'll stay here and keep banging on the door. I don't believe she'd. But her father-in-law Zhou Xiaoyue had a high retirement pension. He couldn't just die. He was the family's money tree. Wife, forget it. Let's just go home together. Zhou Guangfu frowned deeply and sighed. Their daughter had jaundice and pneumonia right after birth, and every day the tiny baby was left alone under blue lights in the hospital, her forehead covered in tubes. Every time they remembered that, both husband and wife were heartbroken to the point of tears. Ever since then, whenever their daughter got seriously ill, He Chunmei became a bundle of nerves. Honestly, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she'd go a little crazy. And after hearing that heat stroke had a fatality rate of 20% to 70%, and seeing her precious kids showing signs of nausea, vomiting, and fever, Chun-Mei was clearly panicking. If you want to go home, go by yourself. If this keeps up, Bao Bao and Bei Bei are going to die. Even if I end up in jail, I'm getting them air conditioning today. Bao Bao, Bei Bei, stay here with mommy, don't go home. Chun-Mei glared fiercely, then raised her hand and started pounding on Jiang Yan's door. Little sister, open the door. Zhou Guangfu could only shake his head helplessly, called his mother Jiang Lifeng, and helped his father Zhou Shengyou home. The two kids didn't dare wander off, so they just stood by the door of 3202, staring blankly at their mother. The high-definition images played out as if right before her eyes. Jiang Yan watched, taking a deep breath. Is this what they mean by an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth? If this were her previous life, or even just before, she would have opened the door without hesitation and let them in. But now she knew this was only the beginning of the apocalypse, not the real descent into chaos. Most people thought if they could just get through these few days, everything would be fine. Only she knew, the days ahead would only get worse, much worse. If she softened her heart and let them in now, she could forget about ever getting them out again. Especially with the way they were acting, aggressive, unreasonable, and eyeing her place like hungry wolves. Who knew, maybe they'd even take over her home for good. On the screen, Chun-Mei's angry voice rang out again. Little girl, stop pretending. Open the door or I'll break it down. Chun-Mei didn't know Jiang Yan had left home early. Seeing the door still closed, she simply raised the small iron hammer in her hand. From the way she was aiming at the keypad lock, it looked like she was ready to smash it and force her way in. But only Jiang Yan knew even if the keypad was smashed to pieces, the door still wouldn't open. Unless they blew up the lock core or took the whole door off its hinges. On the screen, Chun-Mei raised the little hammer again. But instead of smashing it down, she paused, bracing her back and gasping for breath. The room was just too hot. After all that yelling, she was already short of breath and her face was flushed red. Jiang Yan frowned, her fingers quickly activating the anti-intrusion program. She didn't go too far, just set it to the lowest voltage, 110V, as a little warning. The apocalypse hadn't truly arrived yet. If she electrocuted someone to death, that'd be too much. Plus, there were two kids watching. Little girl, I'm knocking one last time. If you still don't open up, don't blame me for what happens next. Chun-Mei shouted, pounding on the door again. BZZZT. As her palm landed for the last time, a piercing, bone-deep numbness, like being bitten by millions of ants, shot up her arm and through her whole body. Chun-Mei let out a shriek, ah, and staggered back 2 steps, the iron hammer falling from her limp hand with a clang. Mom, what happened? Mom? The two kids jumped in fright and tried to run over to help. Don't come over. Chun-Mei wasn't stupid. She knew that feeling was an electric shock. She hadn't tied her hair up today, just let it down. For a split second, she'd even seen her hair stand on end from the static. Chun-Mei took a few deep breaths to steady herself, then stood in place and peered through the peephole, but after a long look, she couldn't see anything unusual. Mom? The little boy called out softly, seeing his mother just standing there. Chun-Mei snapped back to herself, a flash of malice in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "You're ruthless, little girl. Just wait and see." With that, she carefully picked up the iron hammer, turned to the two kids and said, "Come on, Bao Bao, Bei Bei, let's go home for now." If she couldn't break down this girl's door by herself, what about with a group? There were hundreds of families in this complex and plenty of people, just like her, with elderly, children, or sick relatives who desperately needed air conditioning. There's strength in numbers. She just didn't believe it couldn't be done. Whether it was moral coercion or outright taking over, it was always easier with a crowd. No sooner said than done. Chun-Mei handed the little hammer to her son, told him to take his sister home, then pulled out her phone and quickly sent a message to the residence group. A3203, family, does anyone need air conditioning to cool off today? If you do, DM me. Note, only for households with elderly, sick, disabled, pregnant, or young children. She'd barely sent the message when a beautiful woman with the username A701 added her as a friend. Hello, big sister. I'm Jiang Chi-Chi. I just moved in, smiley face. By the time Lulay and his team finished up and left, it was already noon. The main holdup was assembling the apple pod and installing the photovoltaic solar panels, which took much longer than expected. After the assembly and testing were done, they had to wait for the cleaners to go over the place several times, inside and out. Then, every facility and appliance inside was inspected one by one. Fortunately, the jetpacks, hydroponic machines, and ice makers all arrived during this window. The only issue was that they were stored in another warehouse a bit further away. Once everything had been checked and everyone had left, Jiang Yan put it all away into her space. There was still some time before the bank reopened in the afternoon, and she was getting hungry. So she simply took out a serving of spicy and sour Liangpi beef tendon noodles and a cup of iced coconut sago from her space for a quick meal. Those incredibly refreshing Liangpi beef tendon noodles were from an old, tucked-away shop she'd discovered, absolutely delicious. The lady boss there wasn't nearly as overbearing as the hefty sister from the rice noodle shop. Not only did she happily accept Jiang Yan's order for 3,000 servings, she even threw in 50 free rujiamo and 3,000 cups of sour plum juice. After eating, Jiang Yan sat alone on a small stool to rest for a while. She didn't choose to go into her space. It was always a comfortable temperature in there, but the temperature difference with the outside was too great. She'd be out and about all afternoon and worried that if she got used to the coolness, she wouldn't be able to handle the heat outside, or worse, get sick from the sudden temperature changes. When she figured it was about time, Jiang Yan took out a brand new Harley motorcycle from her space, hopped on, and sped off toward the bank. This motorcycle didn't have a license plate. In fact, it was basically smuggled in, since she'd bought it overseas and stashed it in her space. Of course, she knew that driving an unlicensed vehicle could get it impounded and cost her a 200 yuan fine. But compared to the time she was racing against the apocalypse, that was nothing. Besides, at this moment, the traffic cops probably had their hands full and wouldn't bother her. She did have a second-hand van with plates in her space, but for today's situation, the van was clearly inconvenient. Unlike a motorcycle, which she could stash away in a deserted alley with just a touch. After the bank, she went to buy gold bars, which took some more time. Today, the price of gold had already shot up from over 800 yuan per gram yesterday to more than 2,000 per gram, driven by people's fear and desire for safe haven assets. And prices were still climbing. Normally, these gold bars would only cost a bit over 600 per gram. The jewelry store was packed with people. After all, when it comes to safe haven assets, gold is everyone's first choice. But Jiang Yan's mother used to be a super VIP at the Aming branch of a well-known jewelry group, so Jiang Yan didn't bother with the counters. She went straight to the company's gold processing plant. Most of the big-name jewelry brands on the market are actually owned by the same group, and these companies have gold processing plants in a few select cities. Anming happened to be one of them. After buying the gold, Jiang Yan also went to the bank vault to retrieve the jewelry her mother had stored for her, then rode off toward Qianshui Bay. On the way back, she didn't forget to listen to the local news with her Bluetooth headset. By now, the outside temperature had reached 50 degrees Celsius, with visible heat waves shimmering in the air. The ground was even hotter, scorching really. She could even feel the asphalt softening under her motorcycle tires. Every gas station, mall, pharmacy she passed had long lines out the door. Every now and then, she'd see someone faint on the street from the heat. Some people went to the mall for supplies, but even more were sneaking their families past the residential securities, one person out at a time rule, just to enjoy the mall's air conditioning. Extra security guards had been posted at mall entrances, but they couldn't stop the sweaty, desperate crowds from forcing their way in to escape the heat. The subway stations were also packed with people seeking relief. In fact, early this morning, except for a few essential services and special industries, most companies had been ordered by the authorities to close and let employees work from home. Still, plenty of people went to the office on their own. It wasn't that they were so dedicated to their jobs. It was just that Aming's climate was usually so pleasant that hardly anyone had air conditioning at home, but all the office buildings were required to have central air. But more people, especially middle-aged ones, braved the heat and the risk of attacks from giant blood-sucking mosquitoes, hauling supplies home for their families. The news also mentioned a new finding. Giant blood-sucking mosquitoes usually start swarming around 5:30 p.m. and keep going until 7 a.m. the next day. No one explained why. None of the so-called experts had an answer. They just urged everyone to get home before 5. Even so, there were still occasional reports of people being attacked by blood mosquitoes on the streets, though not as many as before. There were also plenty of fender benders and cars catching fire due to overheating from lack of coolant. Some high-rises and old neighborhoods had caught fire too. The thick, rolling smoke was truly terrifying. Some out-of-the-way shops selling refrigerators and freezers had already been looted. In short, the whole world was a chaotic mess. Xianshui Bay. Zhou Guangfu helped his father into the house. Once he'd caught his breath and seemed okay, Zhou grabbed the e-bike keys and hurried out. Ever since the mask incident, the family had gotten into the habit of stockpiling at least a month's worth of rice, flour, and cooking oil. Hichame also made pickles and cured meats every year. Still, he needed to buy more supplies, just in case. Especially since the kids' fever medicine was almost gone. He also needed to get some chlorpromazine tablets for treating and preventing heat stroke, as well as enteric-coated aspirin and the like. Right now, whether it was Chinese or Western medicine, there was no way to get into outpatient or emergency clinics, so they had to rely on medication at home. Luckily, his mother, though elderly and frail, was still using a towel to wipe down his little granddaughter, helping her cool off physically. His little grandson was standing at the wash basin, using a towel to cool himself down. No need for the bathroom, the water from the tap was already hot. To keep out the blood-sucking mosquitoes, all the windows were tightly shut, not even the screens left open. Their apartment was on the top floor, which was freezing in winter and sweltering in summer. The whole place felt like a steam room, day and night. They'd put plenty of bottled water in the freezer, but there just wasn't enough ice water to go around. Hichame hadn't told her husband about secretly gathering a group to storm apartment 3201. There was only one person per household in the owner's group chat, so Zhou Guangfu had no idea what she'd been posting. Soon, more than 20 people had gathered in the common area on the 32nd floor. Among this group, there were men and women, young and old, but most were mothers, and there were even 2 heavily pregnant women. After all, in such extreme heat, adults could still tough it out, but children and the elderly simply couldn't withstand it. Several mothers whose young children were already showing signs of heat-related illness had seen He Chuanmei's message and, in a daze, followed along. But when everyone arrived, they realized there wasn't a ready-made air-conditioned space waiting for them. They'd have to band together and besiege someone to fight for it. Some felt this crossed a line for them, and before Hichame even finished explaining her plan, they turned and left. But there were others who, even knowing this besieging was morally questionable, couldn't help but think of their sickly children at home. The pain of a child is a mother's pain. For the sake of their own kids, they decided to go along and fight for it. Having learned her lesson from being shocked last time, Hichame didn't go up and pound on the door this time. Instead, she kept her distance. She held a megaphone she dug out from some corner, ready to lead a collective shout to force Jiang Yan out, and then use the power of the crowd to make her open the door. "Sister Chunmei, isn't what we're doing illegal?" someone in the group asked after hearing He Chuanmei's plan, checking their phone for answers. It was so hot that just a few taps made the phone burn your hand, so most people had put theirs away. But now, hearing this, they all took them out. The speaker was a young girl who read aloud, "Maliciously blocking someone's door is considered a civil infringement of the right of passage. It's illegal." Everyone looked at each other for a moment. He Chun-mei rolled her eyes dramatically and said loudly, "The law? Who cares about that now? Listen up, I just found out that most of our neighborhood security guards have been pulled away by the police." Why? Because they're short on manpower. We're still lucky here. Some places have already had riots and looting. Haven't you seen the videos on Douyin and Kuaishou? Exactly. Things aren't normal anymore. The internet is full of rumors about the end of the world. The police can't even handle minor neighborhood squabbles like ours. They say fortune favors the bold and the timid starve. Besides, we're not even doing anything that bad, right? You can't even get an appointment to install an air conditioner now. People are out there fighting over fridges and freezers just to make ice for cooling. My husband went to buy one this morning. He was about to pay, and someone just snatched it away. Yeah, we're just saying it's too hot inside and we want to chat here for a bit, so what? Who says we can't gossip at our own doorsteps? At the end of the day, who told her to be so selfish? All the apartments in our building are over 120 square meters, and she's just a single girl living alone in such a big place, hogging the air conditioning. Isn't that a waste? Said Jiang Chi-Chi angrily. She had come alone. Her family did have a cooling fan, but it just blew out hot air better than nothing, but not by much. Her son, Jiang Xiaoyue, was showing signs of a fever and was lying at home. Thinking of this, she hated Jiang Yan even more. If it weren't for her, Song Deming wouldn't have died, and she wouldn't have been forced to move out of her villa because of Song Deming's debts. Otherwise, she'd be lying in her villa right now, enjoying the air conditioning and eating ice cream. Also, though she didn't know exactly what happened, she was sure her brother's death and Song Deming's death were definitely connected to Jiang Yan. The police actually said she wasn't involved in either death. Clearly, she must have bribed them. Especially since that little bitch disappeared after. He Chumei looked nervously at Jiang Yan's door and frowned. Her place has both a code lock and a fingerprint lock, no key. Isn't that even easier? Jiang Chi-Chi said slyly, giving He Chunmei a meaningful look. When He Chunmei met her gaze, she immediately understood. Then let's just wait here. We're not working today anyway, and there's nothing much to do at home. Her son and daughter both had fevers, but aside from worrying, there wasn't much else she could do right now. Besides, she was right outside her own door, so she could take care of things if anything happened. Her husband, Zhou Guangfu, had gone out to buy medicine and supplies and hadn't returned yet, but both of their parents were still at home. Big sister, do you have any disposable paper cups? Jiang Chi-Chi turned to her and asked. He Chumei was taken aback. Yes, I do. Why? Jiang Chi-Chi brushed her long hair over her shoulder and parted her red lips to say, I still have a few packs of sour plum powder at home. I'll go downstairs and bring one up, and you can make a refreshing drink for everyone with the paper cups. My son is still in the apartment, and he's showing signs of a fever too. I don't feel comfortable leaving him alone downstairs, so I'll bring him up with me. As soon as everyone heard this, they all looked at her with admiration and envy. Oh my, miss, you're so young and you already have a child, said the young woman who had earlier reminded everyone that blocking the door was illegal. Another woman clicked her tongue. Exactly. Look at that slim waist, not even a hint of a belly. And your face is so full of collagen, you don't look like someone who's had a baby at all. It was so hot today that Jiang Chi-Chi was wearing a fitted, floral, spaghetti-strap chiffon dress that perfectly showed off her slender figure. Girl, you really are beautiful and kind-hearted. Sour plum drink is the best thing to beat the heat. A woman in her 50s chimed in. That's right. This is how neighbors should act, helping each other out and getting through tough times together. Not like that brat in 3201, who only thinks of herself and hogs everything. Let's see who'll help her when she gets into trouble. He Chunmei, still fuming, finished her rant and even turned to spit in the direction of Jiang Yan's door. Jiang Chi-Chi listened to everyone's praise, her joy barely concealed in her eyes. Once the gossip started, it was hard to stop. Let me tell you, if a woman gives birth to a son, it means she's smarter than her husband. But if she has a daughter, it means the husband is smarter than the wife. There's scientific evidence for this. So Chi-Chi, you must be super clever and totally able to handle your husband. Your husband must have saved the galaxy in his past life to marry someone like you. The conversation quickly shifted to Jiang Chi-Chi's husband. Chi-Chi, what does your husband do? How could he leave you and your child at home in this heat? Actually, I don't think I've ever seen your husband, said the pregnant woman who had earlier mentioned seeing Jiang Yan go out. She liked to stand by her floor-to-ceiling window and watch people coming and going in the garden. She'd seen Jiang Chi-Chi moving in too, but it was from a distance, and since Jiang Chi-Chi had been wearing a black dress at the time, she hadn't noticed the black mourning band on her arm. The pregnant woman's question drew everyone's curious gaze to Jiang Chi-Chi. After all, she was so young and pretty, yet her husband was never around. It was hard not to be curious. My husband is a deep-sea sailor. He's out at sea overseas and hasn't come back yet, Jiang Chi-Chi replied smoothly, then sighed with a frown. Sigh, with these global heat waves and all those blood-sucking mosquitoes, who knows when he'll be able to come home. Wow, a deep-sea sailor. That pays really well, and he's stuck on a ship with nowhere to spend money. So he earns the money and you get to stay home and be beautiful. So jealous, someone exclaimed, looking at her with envy. Others chimed in, and the atmosphere in the hallway was even hotter than the 50-degree heat. Jiang Chi-Chi listened to all the flattery with a beaming smile, but inside she felt a mix of emotions and wished she could disappear on the spot. All right, ladies, you keep chatting. I'll go downstairs and get the sour plum powder for everyone, she said, not waiting for a response before turning to leave. As soon as she stepped into the elevator and the doors closed, her expression changed instantly. Meanwhile, the others kept gossiping, their voices growing louder. Hichame glanced at the doors of 3202 and 3204, which had remained tightly shut, and suggested, "Everyone, it's still early, and standing here isn't a solution. Who knows when that brat will be back? How about this? Most of us come wait in my apartment, and we take turns keeping watch here. As soon as the elevator comes up to the 30th floor, we call the others. How's that? Good idea." Thanks, Chame. Everyone was already dizzy from the heat, and after being swept up in the group mood, they all agreed in unison. By the time Jiang Yan returned to the area near Shallow Water Bay, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. The temperature had climbed to 55 degrees Celsius. She stashed her motorcycle in her space in a deserted alley near the complex, where there were no people or cameras. Then she took out a large backpack she'd prepared earlier. She'd left with this backpack that morning. She knew that in city apartment complexes, neighbors usually didn't pay much attention to each other. Some people barely exchanged greetings all year. But there were always a few busybodies who liked to watch from the shadows, especially on a day like today, with extreme heat and bloodthirsty mosquitoes attacking people. Besides, the layout of Shallow Water Bay was odd. Everyone had to pass through the central garden to leave, which meant all your comings and goings were on full display. Her backpack was now stuffed with instant noodles, tissue boxes, and other light but bulky supplies. The side pockets bulged with 2 bottles of mineral water. She also carried 2 non-woven shopping bags, each filled with various supplies. Anyone could tell at a glance she'd been out shopping for supplies. That morning, she'd left early, and the garden had been almost empty. She'd been covered from head to toe, so no one had noticed her. But now there were clearly more people lugging big bags of supplies home at the entrance. Cars were lining up to enter the underground garage. She thought for a moment, then took off her strange, eye-catching heat protection hat and swapped it for a baseball cap and sunglasses to shield her eyes from the glaring sun. All set, Jiang Yan braced herself against the wave of heat and headed for the entrance. Just as she stepped through the gate, thud. A black dead bird fell from the sky. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. She glanced at the ground and saw several dead birds scattered around the central garden. There were some on the street outside too, but clearly more inside the garden. Most likely, they died of dehydration from the heat. In the flower bed not far away, there was a dead cat. Judging by its fur and the dirt on its body, it was probably a stray. Under the scorching sun, the heat was so intense that even with a hat and hair, Jiang Yan could feel her scalp burning. She didn't dare linger and hurried toward Building A. Afternoon, Her phone's smart home alarm system hadn't gone off again. Jiang Yan figured He Chun-mei probably wouldn't dare bother her again for a while, so she didn't think much of it and headed straight for the elevator with her things. When the elevator doors opened on the 32nd floor, Jiang Yan had barely stepped out when she was greeted by a scene she would never forget. More than a dozen people, men, women, young, old, even a pregnant woman, were crammed into the narrow hallway outside her door, blocking the way completely. It was as if they'd received a unified command. The moment they saw her appear around the corner from the elevator, every gaze snapped toward her in unison. In those eyes, she saw anticipation, flattery, hostility, disdain, resentment, even wariness and suspicion. Jiang Yan paused, her gaze freezing for a moment. But when she saw He Chun-mei and Jiang Chi-Chi standing at the front of the crowd, she understood instantly. Those two really were birds of a feather, equally despicable. Jiang Yan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. No. Strictly speaking, she sucked in a lungful of stifling, 50-degree heat. She wasn't shocked by the sheer number of people. She was just trying to suppress the urge to go over and give Jiang Chi-Chi a good beating. Little sister, you're finally back. I heard you've got 2 big air conditioners at home. Everyone was wondering if we could stay at your place for a couple of days. He Chun-mei greeted her with a beaming smile, taking the lead. Earlier, she'd badmouthed Jiang Yan plenty behind her back, and after being shocked by electricity, she was still shaken and hated Jiang Yan to the core. But now that Jiang Yan had just returned, she couldn't start off by picking a fight. After all, the other neighbors were watching. If Jiang Yan agreed to let everyone in to enjoy her air conditioning, and He Chun-mei stupidly offended her, wouldn't she just be handing the benefit to others? If Jiang Yan refused, then He Chun-mei could say she'd tried to be polite first, giving herself a reason to rally the others. Jiang Yan ignored her, stopping in her tracks and sweeping a cold gaze over the crowd. Her tone was icy as she demanded, "I'm going home. Are you all really planning to block my way forever?" She was wearing sunglasses, so no one could see her expression, but her voice was cold and carried a powerful sense of oppression. The crowd was stunned, and all eyes turned to the ringleaders, He Chun-mei and Jiang Chi-Chi. The moment Jiang Chi-Chi heard Jiang Yan's voice, she shuddered and sighed. Why did this voice sound so familiar? And that figure, that nose and chin, she looked just like that little bitch, Jiang Yan. Before Jiang Yan's mother was killed, Jiang Chi-Chi had secretly seen Jiang Yan a few times up close, under Song Deming's arrangements. But Jiang Yan and her mother had always been kept in the dark, so even if they'd brushed past each other, they'd have had no idea who Jiang Chi-Chi was. Besides, Jiang Yan had been something of a public figure, a minor internet celebrity. Jiang Chi-Chi had followed her with a sock puppet account, acting as a die-hard anti-fan, just to dig up everything she could about Jiang Yan and her mother. But she quickly convinced herself, a billionaire heiress on the run, there's no way she'd be living in an old apartment complex like this. With that thought, Jiang Chi-Chi put on a friendly smile and said, "Little sister, how about this? We set a price. Anyone who stays at your place pays you a set amount per person. All the hotels with air conditioning have raised their prices, so we'll match that. How about 500 yuan per person per day?" As soon as she finished, the crowd was dumbfounded. 500? Is she robbing us? Has Jiang Chi-Chi lost her mind? This wasn't what we agreed on. Even He Chun-mei couldn't help but glance at her. This girl, she must have 800 tricks up her sleeve. What the others didn't know was that Jiang Chi-Chi was deliberately trying to stir up resentment among the crowd. Besides, she didn't actually want to squeeze into a room with all those old folks. By raising the price, fewer people would go in, and she and her son could stay comfortably. "Xiaofei, go talk to the pretty lady," Jiang Chi-Chi said, patting her son Song Xiaofei on the shoulder. Song Xiaofei looked at Jiang Yan and was about to step forward, but she had already turned and headed back to the elevator, quickly pressing the button. In their building, if no one was using the elevator, it would stay on the top floor. Jiang Yan stepped inside, pressed the closed door button and the button for the first floor. The crowd stared after her in shock. "She's just leaving?" He Chun-mei sneered, "Don't worry, she'll have to come back sooner or later." With that, she pulled Jiang Chi-Chi over to the window and stared down at the garden below. When you see the elevator coming up, let us know. Okay. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan quickly reached the first floor. But she didn't leave the building. Instead, she slipped into the stairwell. In those few dozen seconds, she'd already come up with a plan. Calling the police was out of the question. Every station was overloaded right now. Forcing her way home wasn't realistic either. She had plenty of weapons in her storage space, but this wasn't the apocalypse yet. She couldn't just whip out a machine gun and go baya. Besides, while her space had improved her physically, there were just too many people on the other side. She couldn't guarantee she'd win against so many. She did, however, have a brand new jet suit she'd just acquired today. She'd seen it on Bear Grylls' survival show. Fully fueled, it could fly for 8 to 10 minutes and reach up to 1,800 meters. She could easily find a place to rest, then sneak back home through the window at night when no one was watching. After all, she could open the window with her smart home system. But running away would be the worst option. If you're too nice, people will take advantage. If you're too easygoing, people will walk all over you. If she let them think she was scared and backing down, this kind of thing would never end. It would only get worse. She had to teach them a lesson they'd never forget. Of course, Jiang Chi-Chi, who'd served herself up on a silver platter, would be the first to get what was coming to her. Jiang Yan looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then summoned a powerful German-brand lithium battery chainsaw from her storage space. The chainsaw's blade was 1.5 meters long and extremely powerful. It was also heavy, almost 8 kilos. She pressed the switch lightly, and the gleaming blade began to spin at high speed, the deafening roar echoing through the stairwell. Jiang Yan was very satisfied with the intimidating effect. The corners of her lips curled up, and she hefted the beast in one hand as she headed upstairs. Seeing the elevator start to rise from the first floor toward the 32nd, Jiang Xiaoyue shouted excitedly, "Mom, I think that lady's coming back up." "See, Chi-Chi, I told you she'd come back." It's almost 5:30. Those blood-sucking mosquitoes are about to swarm. If she dares to go out at this hour, it's basically a death sentence. Chame grabbed Jiang Chi-Chi's hand and started heading back, speaking with absolute confidence as she walked. The others were momentarily stunned by her words, but quickly caught on. The authorities had issued a blood mosquito warning at noon, urging residents to get home by 5:30 and to make sure all doors and windows were tightly shut. Most of the people taking part in this siege were from Building A, but a few were from other buildings as well. If they went back late, they might run into the blood mosquitoes. But so far, only the residents of Building D had actually encountered them. There hadn't been any reports from the other buildings. Besides, 3201 was about to come back, and victory was within reach. None of them wanted to give up now. Everyone exchanged glances and ultimately decided to stay. It happened to be rush hour for people heading home, so the elevator kept stopping on different floors and took forever to reach the 32nd. Just as people started to suspect Jiang Yan hadn't actually come upstairs, the door to 3204 creaked open. A young couple in their 20s stepped out. The man was tall and fit, with a buzz cut, about 1.78 meters tall. The woman was of average height, with a well-proportioned figure and long, jet-black hair tied in a high ponytail. Both were dressed in quick-dry athletic shirts and sneakers, with sports watches on their wrists. They looked like they were heading out for a workout. "Su Dai, Sunjing Tao, so you guys are home? Perfect. Come join us." Chame quickly waved and greeted them enthusiastically. Su Dai was a fitness coach, and Sunjing Tu was a former soldier who now worked in security at a public institution. On weekends, the two of them usually went to the gym where Su Dai worked around this time every afternoon. But with the weather so hot lately, and those blood mosquitoes showing up, they'd been sticking to climbing stairs inside their building instead. Today, after staying cooped up at home all day, they couldn't stand it anymore. But it was just too hot to keep climbing stairs. So they decided to just walk around on different floors as a form of exercise. Hearing Yichuanmei's invitation, Su Dai smiled gently and replied, "Sorry, Chunmei will pass." He Chumei hadn't expected her to refuse and felt a bit embarrassed. After all, residents from other floors and buildings had joined in. Shouldn't next-door neighbors be even more supportive? More importantly, the group she'd gathered was mostly made up of the old, weak, sick, or pregnant. If things really came down to a fight, their odds weren't great. But she knew Su Dai and Sun Jingtao's backgrounds, especially Sun Jingtao, who was clearly capable. If she could get them on her side, their chances of winning would shoot up to 100%. With that in mind, He Chunmei raised her voice a bit. Why not join us? Haven't you been stuck at home all day? Isn't it hot? The weather report says it'll be even hotter tomorrow and the next day. You know, that girl in 3201 has 2 big air conditioners in her place. We're all neighbors, shouldn't we be united right now? Her words carried a hint of moral coercion, and the others quickly chimed in. Yeah, come on, join us. There's strength in numbers. Come on, miss, join us. Sun Jingtu was a straightforward guy, and he was clearly annoyed. He Chunmei, do you even know what united front means? That's for when there's a real conflict or enemy. We're all neighbors, why are you making it sound like a battlefield? He Chunmei's face darkened for a moment, and she replied in a patronizing tone, oh, listen to you. Sunday, don't take it so seriously, it was just a figure of speech. Seriously? All this fuss over air conditioning and you've been running around all day making a scene. People need to have some shame. If she doesn't want to let you in, why are you being so pushy and unreasonable? Look at the mess you've made of the 32nd floor. And what's with the whole group ganging up on a young woman? You even dragged kids into this. Is this the example you want to set for them as adults? Have some shame. Sun Jingtao shot back without holding back. The weather was stifling, and so were people's tempers. Everyone was like a powder keg, ready to blow at the slightest spark. He Chunmei's anger flared up as well, and she retorted righteously. Sun, what's with your attitude? Her apartment is huge. Whether the AC is on for one person or a group, it's the same. It's so hot, people are getting sick. Isn't it only right for her to help out? And it's not like we're not paying. Chumei, she's not related to you at all. If she helps, that's her kindness. If she doesn't, that's her right. Where do you get off acting like she owes? She and Sun Jingtao had acted early and ordered an air conditioner online as soon as they noticed the abnormal weather. It would be installed tomorrow morning. Their apartment was at one end of the hallway, and Jiang Yan's was at the other. Everything that happened at Jiang Yan's door today, the couple had seen clearly. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before He Chunmei and her group turned their attention to them. So, in a way, she and Jiang Yan were actually on the same side. It was much better to make their stance clear now than to deal with this mess in the coming days. Besides, the couple had always had a strong sense of right and wrong. Seeing the two of them in sync, He Chunmei sneered and mocked. Su Dai, it's easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. If that stillborn child of yours had survived, they'd be 3 or 4 by now, right? If you had a kid who might get heat stroke, would you still be so calm? You. Su Dai's face instantly changed. She bit her lip, eyes red, and clenched her fists, about to go after He Chunmei, but her husband Sun Jingtao quickly held her back. Babe, don't stoop to her level. She's completely unreasonable today. Sun Jingtu was even angrier than she was, but he held it in, his fists clenched so tightly the veins bulged on his arms. If they really went after He Chunmei, wouldn't that just shift all the blame onto themselves? He wasn't stupid. Besides, he worked at a public institution. Even if it was just in security, he was still a manager. He had to be mindful of his image and reputation. Just as the others were about to step in and break things up, Song Xiaofei, who'd been watching the elevator display, suddenly shouted, Mom! Mom! The elevator's almost at the 32nd floor. Everyone exchanged glances and in unison, their eyes darted toward the elevator. He Chunmei, who had been about to continue her shouting match with Su Dai and her husband, instantly clamped her mouth shut. Looking at this bizarre scene, Su Dai couldn't help but shake her head. She leaned in and whispered to Sun Jingtao. Honey, isn't this whole thing just the definition of melodrama? It's so over the top, it's almost comical. She didn't want to keep watching or get involved, so she simply grabbed her husband and headed for the stairwell. Ding! The elevator doors slowly slid open. Everyone was already itching to rush forward and surround whoever came out. But when they saw Jiang Yan stride out, exuding an intimidating aura, carrying a massive chainsaw, they all instinctively took several steps back. Jiang Yan, standing at 1.68 meters tall and wearing 8 centimeter thick, non-slip, heat-resistant platform shoes, had on sunglasses and a slightly odd, sci-fi-looking aluminum foil heat suit. She was thin, but her presence was overwhelming, radiating an intense pressure. At first glance, she looked just like a badass female warrior straight out of Resident Evil. And with that chainsaw in her hand, buzzing menacingly, the intimidation and horror levels instantly maxed out. She might as well have had "If gods stand in my way, I'll slay gods. If Buddhas block me, I'll slay Buddhas" written across her face. Chun-Mei wiped the sweat from her forehead, exchanged a look with Jiang Chi-Chi, and whispered, "Holy crap! Where did that brat get such a huge chainsaw? Big sis, did she borrow it from the property management office on the first floor?" "But I don't remember them having one that big," Jiang Chi-Chi replied, puzzled. She'd visited the property office a couple of times after moving in and had only seen small chainsaws. But Chun-Mei quickly caught on and shot a look at the people around her. 2 kids, who'd been about to dash over to Jiang Yan, froze in fear when they saw the roaring chainsaw. All the words everyone had been preparing to say got stuck in their throats. Before anyone could speak, Jiang Yan abruptly switched off the chainsaw with a sharp click, looked at the crowd with icy determination, and said, enunciating each word, "I'll say this one last time. You have 10 seconds to get away from my door. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next." Jiang Yan had no intention of wasting words with them. She just wanted to cut the nonsense and get straight to the point. The crowd looked at each other for a second. Some of them had just been swept up in the commotion, thinking they might as well join in since they had nothing better to do. A few of the moms, having experienced their husbands cheating during pregnancy, absolutely hated mistresses. After Chun-Mei's instigation, they'd assumed Jiang Yan was one and wanted to punish her. But now, faced with this display of power, whether she was a mistress or not was suddenly irrelevant. They couldn't afford to mess with her. Definitely not. Some quickly made up their minds and were ready to leave. After all, it was just about cooling off in the AC, no need to risk their lives for it. Jiang Chi-Chi, noticing the crowd's resolve wavering, quickly forced a smile, stepped forward, and said, "Hey, what are you doing, sis? We're all neighbors, all friends here, right? Let's just talk." Cling. Before she could finish, Jiang Yan let out a cold laugh, swung the gleaming chainsaw, and rested it heavily on Jiang Chi-Chi's shoulder. The icy metal and the weight pressing down made Jiang Chi-Chi's pupils contract and her body tremble involuntarily. "Oh my god." Everyone else gasped in shock. "Mama." Seeing this, Song Xiaofei darted over and hugged Jiang Yan's leg, crying, "Auntie, please, don't hurt my mom." "Miss, is this really necessary?" Chun-Mei started, but the words caught in her throat. Because she could clearly see Jiang Yan's wrist twist slightly, laying the chainsaw flat across Jiang Chi-Chi's shoulder, the blade just inches from her delicate, pale neck. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for Jiang Chi-Chi. If Jiang Yan's finger slipped and hit the switch, Jiang Chi-Chi's head would be rolling. Sure, this was a law-abiding society, and she probably wouldn't actually do it. But judging by her outfit and demeanor, she might just be crazy enough. Would a lunatic really kill someone in front of witnesses? Who knew? Anything was possible. Besides, those with nothing to lose aren't afraid of those who do. Everyone here had families to worry about. She might not dare to go after them directly, but what if she targeted their elderly parents or young kids later? Some people started to back down. Others secretly tried calling the police. But the line was clearly busy. One woman picked up her phone, maybe to record evidence or start a live stream, but Jiang Yan spotted her instantly. "Put the phone down." Jiang Yan barked. The woman, startled, sheepishly put her phone away. Jiang Yan clenched her other fist, forcing herself to be patient as she added, "Let me make this clear. Even if I lived in a 1,000-square-meter house and slept on a 500-square-meter bed, it would have nothing to do with any of you. Whether I let you in or not is my choice, whether I want to be subjected to your moral blackmail. But if you keep blocking my way home, then you're breaking the law by obstructing my rite of passage. If you're sure you want to commit a crime, I'm happy to help you out." Her words were clearly aimed at the rabble. Most of them had already wanted to leave, but felt too embarrassed. Now, after hearing this, they nudged each other, hung their heads in shame, and dispersed. With Jiang Yan standing at the elevator, no one dared approach. They all took the stairs down to the 31st floor before switching elevators. "Sis, what are you doing?" Jiang Chi-Chi had lost all her earlier bravado. Now, as the crowd dispersed, she trembled even harder, her face growing paler by the second. Jiang Yan clenched her jaw and spat out 2 cold words, "Teaching you a lesson." "Me? Why? I didn't say anything. If anyone deserves it, it's He Chun-mei. She's the one who stirred everyone up, saying you were a mistress, saying you were evil." She said. Jiang Chi-Chi stammered, pointing at the remaining He Chun-mei, her voice rising in panic. He Chun-mei's face turned from green to white as she listened, wishing she could slap Jiang Chi-Chi right then and there. Jiang Yan sneered, "Do I need a reason to teach you a lesson?" With that, she took a few deep breaths. She'd imagined 1,000 ways to deal with Jiang Chi-Chi. But for now, just hold back. She had to keep her rationality. Jiang Chi-Chi felt a chill down her spine, her legs going weak. She nearly collapsed in front of Jiang Yan. "Auntie, please, I'm begging you, don't kill my mom." She knows she was wrong. She really knows she was wrong. She'll never dare do it again. Wah. Little Song Xiaofei clung tightly to Jiang Yan's leg, his face streaked with tears and snot as he looked up, sobbing his heart out. He looked about 5 or 6 years old, his chubby round face flushed red from the heat and a slight fever. He didn't understand the grudges and rights and wrongs between adults. But whenever he got into trouble at home and was about to get a beating, these were always the words he'd use. Then his mom's heart would soften, and the punishment would be much lighter. He believed this auntie in front of him would be just like his mom. I won't dare again. Please, I'm begging you. Spare me this once." Jiang Chi-Chi's face was pale, her whole body trembling as she stammered out the same plea as her son. She didn't even dare call Jiang Yan's sister anymore, afraid of accidentally making her even angrier. Piss off a lunatic, and you're in for it. Just like how, even though He Chun-mei started all this, the one who ended up getting caught in the crossfire was herself. Besides, even though the other woman was wearing sunglasses, Jiang Chi-Chi could still feel the endless anger and hatred radiating from her tone and presence. She just couldn't figure out why. It was like something was looming right in front of her, but with the heat and fear clouding her mind, everything felt thick and muddled, as if her head was stuffed with glue. Jiang Yan ignored the mother and son's desperate pleas. She gripped the chainsaw tightly, her gaze dark and fixed on Jiang Chi-Chi, her thumb slowly rubbing back and forth over the switch. After glancing up at the security cameras the property management had installed, she suddenly lifted the chainsaw blade off Jiang Chi-Chi's shoulder. Just as Jiang Chi-Chi and He Chun-mei both let out a sigh of relief, the chainsaw suddenly roared to life again, its deafening buzz filling the air. Under the shocked and terrified gazes of the three, Jiang Yan raised the blade, whipping up a fierce gust of wind, and slashed it swiftly toward the side of Jiang Chi-Chi's ear. "Oh my God." He Chun-mei's eyes went wide as she clapped her hands over her mouth. She was terrified, but she didn't run back home. This was a law-abiding society, after all. She believed that no matter how crazy or furious Jiang Yan was, she wouldn't actually kill someone in broad daylight. To kill an enemy at the cost of your own life, only an idiot would do that. The girl might act a little unhinged, but she surely knew where the line was. On the other side, Jiang Chi-Chi squeezed her eyes shut and bit down on her lip, screaming as beads of sweat poured down her forehead. She was so scared she couldn't move, her legs trembling uncontrollably. "Mom!" Song Xiaofei let go of Jiang Yan's leg and ran, face covered in tears and snot, straight to Jiang Chi-Chi. To his surprise, his mother's head was still attached. Jiang Yan had stopped the chainsaw blade less than a hair's breadth from Jiang Chi-Chi's ear. But the deep red hair on the right side of her head had been sliced clean off by the spinning blade, cut halfway up to her ear. The thick strands floated in the hot air before slowly drifting to the ground. Snap! Jiang Yan switched off the chainsaw, glanced at Jiang Xiaoyue, then fixed her murderous gaze on Jiang Chi-Chi and said, "Each word I see cold. Consider this a lesson. Next time we meet, you won't be so lucky." With that, she spat out a single word, sharp as a whip. "Get out." Call it settling personal scores or killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, either way, her goal for today was achieved. As for Jiang Chi-Chi's life, she'd let her keep it for now. If she guessed right, in 10 days or half a month, when the extreme heat arrived, society would collapse. By then, how Jiang Chi-Chi died would be entirely up to her. Jiang Chi-Chi didn't dare say a word in reply. Her legs weak and her body limp, she hunched over, grabbed Jiang Xiaoyue's hand, and bolted for the stairs. With the temperature so high, even a few steps would leave anyone gasping, but she gritted her teeth and pushed through. After dealing with Jiang Chi-Chi, Jiang Yan's gaze snapped to the real instigator behind all this, He Chunmei. He Chunmei hadn't expected things to end so quickly. She glanced nervously at the pile of hair on the floor, her heart pounding wildly. Jiang Yan was just about to lift the chainsaw again when the door to 3203 creaked open and Zhou Guangfu rushed out, face anxious and brow furrowed. "Wife, come quick, Dad's not doing well." He Chunmei forced a smile at Jiang Yan, muttered, "Sister, I'll apologize properly another day," then turned and ran for her life. The old man was the family's money tree. She couldn't let anything happen to him. He Chunmei darted into the apartment, but Zhou Guangfu stayed at the doorway. He looked at Jiang Yan, face serious, and said awkwardly, "Miss Jiang, I'm sorry, my wife." Halfway through, the words stuck in his throat. Jiang Yan glanced at him calmly, said nothing, and carried her chainsaw back into her own apartment, 3201. It was obvious Zhou Guangfu was just giving He Chunmei an excuse to get away. But that excuse was a bit ruthless. After all, he'd used his own father as a shield. Zhou Guangfu watched Jiang Yan's retreating figure, shook his head, and let out a heavy sigh before turning back inside. As soon as he entered, he saw He Chunmei standing there, arms crossed, glaring at him. "Zhou Guangfu, you've really got guts now. You lied to me without even blinking." Zhou Guangfu's father was hunched over by the fridge, handing a few bottles of ice water to his grandson. "Wife, you should be grateful I saved you. Do you know how heavy that chainsaw was? At least 8 kilos. That girl was holding it in one hand, easy as anything, and for a long time too. She nearly took someone's head off just now, but she stopped on a dime, like it was nothing. What does that tell you? It tells you we can't afford to mess with her. From now on, let's just stay out of her way," Zhou Guangfu said, deadly serious. He Chunmei was stunned by her husband's sudden change from his usual cowardice and passivity. 3201. Jiang Yan went inside and switched on the smart home's anti-intrusion system. Thanks to the insulation, her apartment was several degrees cooler than outside. Still stifling, but the temperature difference made her bare face feel instantly refreshed. She set down the chainsaw, took off her sunglasses, peeled off her heat protection suit and shoes, and turned the air conditioner to 30 degrees before collapsing onto the soft sofa. Exhausted. Not just regular tired, bone-deep exhaustion. She'd been running around all day like she was at war, and now she'd just finished a one-woman battle against a pack of bears. To say she wasn't tired would be a lie. The space had the effect of cleansing and strengthening Jiang Yan's body, improving her overall physical abilities. But the effect was gradual, not something that would instantly turn her into a superhuman overnight. For example, she could now easily lift a 7 or 8 kilogram chainsaw with one hand and hold it aloft for a long time, but even so, she could still feel a faint ache in her wrist. Of course, her grip strength and all other aspects had already far surpassed that of ordinary people. But this also made Jiang Yan clearly realize that, Even though she had finished stockpiling all her supplies as planned, she still had a long way to go and much to do if she wanted to survive in the apocalypse. Stockpiling enough and complete supplies was just the beginning. A very simple beginning. The real challenge in this survival game was all the unknown dangers she would have to face alone. Whether natural disasters, human threats, or something else entirely. Improving her overall physical abilities, quickly learning various self-defense and combat skills, and getting familiar with all kinds of firearms and weapons, these were all things she had to do. After all, the people she encountered today were just a few ordinary folks, most of whom couldn't even lift a thing. To put it bluntly, the apocalypse hadn't truly arrived yet. People might be unreasonable, but at least the basic bottom line and moral principles still existed. Their threats were all bark and no bite really. But once the apocalypse truly hit, once society collapsed and resources became scarce, when it really became a matter of life and death, that's when human nature would be revealed for what it was. That's also when the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, would truly begin. And most of the time, just because you didn't provoke others didn't mean others wouldn't come for you. Of course, her principle had always been not to cause trouble, but she wasn't afraid of it either. She did have her space, but it wasn't like she could hide in there forever. Otherwise, how would that be any different from spending her life in prison? The only difference was that this prison had incredibly good conditions. Survival of the fittest. She didn't want to become a delicate greenhouse flower, completely defenseless against the outside world, just because she stayed in the space. Besides, the space had appeared so mysteriously. Maybe one day, it would disappear just as mysteriously. She needed to make good use of it, let herself gradually adapt to the harsh environment of the apocalypse, instead of relying on it for everything. That was the first thing Jiang Yan figured out after she got this magical space. So, only by truly becoming strong herself could she face everything that was coming. But as for this plan to make herself stronger, she decided to start tomorrow. Today, she'd allow herself to slack off for a bit. Jiang Yan lay on the sofa for quite a while, until her energy and strength finally recovered a little. The temperature inside the apartment had also started to drop. She sat up, took a bottle of ice-cold coconut water from her space, and drank it. Getting up, she glanced at the thermometer. The temperature outside had already soared to 57 degrees Celsius. She checked the weather forecast on her phone. The temperature was still rising, and tonight it might even hit 60 degrees. There were a lot of alerts on her phone, sent out by the Anming city government through the telecom providers a few hours ago. Some were red alerts for extreme heat. The messages basically said that, due to overheating protection and other reasons, the entire city would experience large-scale power, water, and gas outages around 10 p.m. tonight. All residents were urged to stock up on enough food and drinking water in advance. If possible, people should also PR. He paced back and forth in front of her door for a few seconds before finally picking up his phone to call her via voice chat. Jiang Yan, quick on the draw, simply powered off her phone with a single tap. Outside, Jiang Chi-Ming heard that the number you have dialed is currently unavailable, message, and instead of getting more anxious, his frown actually relaxed. Clearly, her phone still had battery, she'd just turned it off. No wonder she hadn't replied to any of his messages. She never spoke up in the owner's group chat either. But he figured that was normal. After last night's massive blackout, most people had turned off their phones to save battery for emergencies. Jiang Chi-Ming didn't leave. Instead, after hesitating for a second, he raised his hand and knocked on Jiang Yan's door. But as soon as his palm slapped the metal door, a powerful electric current zapped through his hand with a loud zzz. A faint smell of singed pork wafted up from his palm. The shock came out of nowhere. Jiang Chi-Ming's whole body convulsed like he had Parkinson's, jerking back several steps like an octopus in a panic. His palm was scorched and throbbing with pain. After cursing out loud several times, he finally managed to regain his composure. By now, his face was as pale as a sheet, and sweat poured down his forehead as if a hidden pipe had burst inside his hair. Jiang Yan had only activated the 110V low voltage defense. But with Jiang Qiming's sweaty hands and drenched body, the shock was much worse than what He Chunmei had experienced earlier. Once the twitching in his face subsided, Jiang Qiming eyed the door warily, not daring to touch it again. Instead, he edged a little closer and shouted, "Xiaojiang, are you home? I have something urgent to tell you, but your phone's off." Jiang Yan's frown deepened at the way he addressed her. She remembered Jiang Qiming lived on the 27th or 28th floor, just 3 or 4 floors below her on the 32nd. With today's scorching heat, even a few steps outside left people gasping for air, let alone climbing stairs. Yet here he was, at her door first thing in the morning. He was clearly here with a purpose. Still, she had no intention of responding and decided to keep playing dead. Jiang Qiming kept shouting, "Xiaojiang, is your phone running out of battery? I have several power banks at home. Do you want to come over and charge your phone?" Listening to his lines, which sounded like something out of a sleazy guy's playbook, Jiang Yan nearly burst out laughing. Jiang Qiming suddenly paused. Sure, in the dry winter, you could get a static shock from touching a sweater or something. But what he just experienced was way beyond a normal static zap. With his background as a former engineering student, he was sure he'd just been electrocuted. The safe voltage for the human body is 36 volts. That shock was way above that. So, Jiang Yan must have a backup power source. And from what he knew, she had air conditioning at home. Jiang Qiming felt like he'd discovered a new continent, his excitement surging again. "Xiaojiang, open up. Is your air conditioner still working?" Jiang Yan, not wanting to listen to his noise any longer, muted the surveillance audio and continued to play dead. Jiang Qiming shouted a few more times at her door. He figured she was probably in her bedroom with the door closed, enjoying the AC, and couldn't hear him. But he didn't dare knock again, so he turned away, looking disgruntled. He hadn't even reached the stairwell when the door to 3203 creaked open. He Chunmei stepped out with a big smile and called out to him. "Brother Zhang, do you still have power banks at home? Could I borrow one?" Jiang Qiming glanced back at her with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. "Chunmei, aren't you a bit old to be eavesdropping like a kid? Oh, come on, Brother Zhang. With that booming voice of yours, who needs to eavesdrop? By the way, what did you call that crazy girl next door, Xiaojiang? You know her? Mind telling me a bit about her?" He Chunmei batted her eyes at him, her face full of gossip. It was just too hot, and both her son and daughter were sick. Otherwise, she'd have already gone to the property office to dig up dirt on 3201. She had asked the property manager, but he'd ignored her. Bad news travels fast. The incident where she'd led a group to block 3201's door and prevent Jiang Yan from going home had spread throughout the complex overnight. Of course, there were also plenty of people blaming Jiang Yan. "Chunmei, you're a mother of 2. Don't be so nosy, all right? Some things are better left unknown." With that, Jiang Qiming turned and walked away without looking back. Some secrets are only valuable if you're the only one who knows them. If this big-mouthed gossip found out, all his previous efforts with Jiang Yan would be wasted. He Chunmei's smile froze. She glared at his back and cursed under her breath before going back inside. Once Jiang Qiming was gone, Jiang Yan finally picked up her phone. As soon as she turned it on, a flood of messages and news notifications popped up. The owner's group chat was filled with endless arguments and pleas for help. The chaos had gone on until after 3 a.m. It wasn't that people had gone to sleep, most of their phones had just run out of battery. After that, only a trickle of messages appeared. Jiang Yan scrolled quickly, but her gaze stopped on a particularly strange photo. Someone had used a Chinese brand phone's moon mode before dawn to take a long-distance shot of the central garden and posted it in the group. In the bluish-gray image, several black shapes were scattered across the colorful rubber paths of the garden. There were more in the flower beds, on the lawn, and in the woods, though fewer in number. Jiang Yan zoomed in, her pupils contracting sharply. Her phone nearly slipped from her hand. The black shapes were shriveled, unrecognizable corpses. On one relatively fresh body, huge blood-sucking mosquitoes clustered thickly. Jiang Yan felt her trypophobia kicking in just looking at it. Ugh. Even through the screen, the stench of rotting corpses in the sweltering heat seemed to seep through. Jiang Yan couldn't help but gag. Those blood-sucking mosquitoes in the footage looked as if they were swarming her own body, sending chills down her spine and making her skin crawl. From a scientific perspective, it takes about 24 hours after death for all the blood in a human body to fully coagulate. Of course, depending on temperature, illness, and other factors, the time it takes for blood to clot can vary. But around the heads of those dried-out corpses, there were clearly pools of dried blood. This meant that when these bodies were thrown out of their homes, they had been dead for less than 24 hours. And that corpse crawling with blood mosquitoes, whose blood hadn't even been fully drained yet, was obviously a recent addition. The person who posted the photos was from Unit 1104 in Building E, with a profile picture of a vast, open landscape. Most likely a mature and steady man. E-1104, everyone, come look. Is this the distortion of human nature or the collapse of morality? Damn, how can anyone do this? Absolutely inhuman. E-1605, the police line is still busy, but I'll keep calling. Those heartless bastards, you'll get what's coming to you sooner or later. Fuck. C-2303, ahem, bro upstairs, you're too naive. D-703, shit. I've seen people throw stuff out of windows, but now they're tossing corpses. How are we supposed to keep living in this neighborhood? Angry.jpg. A-702, seriously? It's only been a few days of extreme heat, it's not even the apocalypse yet. How did things get this bad already? C-602, oh my god. This is insane. How are we supposed to survive after this? B-101, fuck, which sons of bitches did this? How are us ground floor residents supposed to live? I curse your family to have children without assholes. C-104, once Pandora's box is opened, looks up, deep in thought.jpg. The rest were all curses and furious rants. According to the group chat, not long after sunrise, once the blood mosquitoes had returned to their nests, the property management braved the scorching sun and unbearable heat to clear away all the corpses. They piled them up in the square dancing area at the entrance of the complex, doused them in gasoline, and burned them all together. Jiang Yan's heart sank after reading this. It was truly beyond comprehension. Sure, with temperatures hitting 60 degrees, it was hard to deal with the bodies. But no matter what, letting the dead retain a shred of dignity should be the bottom line for any family. And this was just the beginning. The 70-degree heat hadn't even arrived yet. The torrential rains that would flood up to the 20th floor hadn't come yet. If people were already tossing their deceased family members out like garbage, then when things got even worse, when everyone was truly desperate, the scene would be unimaginable. But this also revealed something. Despite the authorities' constant reassurance and propaganda, many people already believed the apocalypse had arrived. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, pulled herself together, downed her coffee, and checked the messages from Jiang Chi-Ming. Jiang Chi-Ming, Boss Jiang, are you awake? Hi.jpg. Jiang Chi-Ming, I accidentally went to the property management surveillance room yesterday and found this. But don't worry, I've already deleted the footage from their system, so it won't affect you. Plus, the power's out in the complex now, so no one else can check even if they want to. Smile.jpg. Jiang Chi-Ming, 32F, no.7, surveillance clip.avi. Jiang Yan. She opened it. It was the footage of her stepping out of the elevator with a chainsaw, and He-Chame bolting for home. Jiang Chi-Ming, Boss Jiang, you were so cool. I wanted to add a soundtrack to your entrance. You looked just like Wonder Woman. By the way, you look way better in person than on social media. Even with sunglasses on, I recognized you right away. I'm a huge fan. P.S. When I added you on WeChat before, you were so bundled up I didn't recognize you. Sorry about that. Jiang Chi-Ming, back to business. There's way too much info in the owners group chat, and I figured you wouldn't have time to read it all, so here's the gist. The authorities and property management are setting up a temporary shelter in the underground parking garage. Starting tonight, residents will be moved in. They'll provide a small amount of drinking water and canned food, but once the supply trucks arrive later, we'll have to collect the supplies ourselves. I noticed you hadn't signed up, so I registered you privately. I'll also pick up your supplies for you. After all, you live on the top floor, and the temperature's going to hit 70 degrees soon. I doubt you'll be able to stand it. Jiang Chi-Chi, Boss Jiang, when you see this, please reply or give me a call. The underground garage will be open plan, but I'll try to get you a spot in the corner, and ideally, you'll have it all to yourself for privacy. Hehe.jpg. Jiang Chi-Chi, Boss Jiang, are you awake? Stare.jpg. He kept calling her Boss Jiang and you so formally that Jiang Yan's eyelids twitched and goosebumps broke out all over her arms. What exactly was this guy up to? But whether he was being overly attentive or had some ulterior motive, she couldn't be bothered to care right now. Besides, just as she expected, the underground parking lot was indeed being converted into a temporary shelter. With over 500 parking spaces for over 500 households, that meant about 10 square meters per family. For someone single like her, that was more than enough. But for families with elderly and children, it would clearly be cramped. Some would inevitably spill over into other people's spaces. Assuming an average of 3 people per household, that's about 1,500 people. Even if some apartments were vacant, once you added in the property staff and others, the number wouldn't be much different. So many people crammed into one area, eating, drinking, sleeping, and using the bathroom, it was hard to imagine. And with no water or electricity, using the restroom would be a major problem. But if you didn't move down, it was basically waiting to die. Upstairs was a steamer. Downstairs was a prison. But at least the temperature would be lower, with electricity, water, and food. Given the choice between 2 evils, the underground was clearly the lesser one. Also, although the heatwave had struck suddenly, the authorities' emergency response had been fairly quick. As for what would happen later, well, that wasn't Jiang Yan's problem to worry about. She'd spent all this time watching surveillance footage and checking her phone, and hadn't done any of her training. Jiang Yan put her phone away, got up, and headed to the gym on the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, going downstairs was much easier than climbing up. Jiang Chi-Chi quickly made it back to the 28th floor. Just as he turned from the stairwell into the hallway, having been turned away on the 32nd floor, he spotted a familiar figure in the distance. It was Jiang Chi-Chi, the pretty supporting actress from the surveillance footage he'd sent to Jiang Yan. But now she'd chopped her hair into a bob and was wearing an even skimpier floral dress than yesterday. Even with her face covered in sweat, she still looked stunning. When she'd first moved in, she'd come to him a few times to sort out some issues. Yesterday, Jiang Chi-Chi made an impromptu visit to the property management's surveillance room and obtained footage of Jiang Yan being cornered by He Chun-mei and the others, including the moment he recognized Jiang Yan as the rumored heiress circulating online. Worth $3 billion, orphaned, with her own car and apartment, a wealthy socialite and internet celebrity. All thanks to Jiang Chi-Chi, who had asked him for a favor. Before this, he only knew the resident of 3201 was named Jiang Yan. But he'd assumed it was just someone with the same name. Like Jiang Chi-Chi, he never thought the Jiang Yan he knew would live in such an ordinary residential complex. Director Jiang Chi-Chi had just glanced up and caught sight of him. Her pretty, rosy face broke into a smile as she called out crisply. She'd sent Jiang Chi-Chi several messages earlier and even called him, but he hadn't responded. Since she had her own plans, she'd slowly made her way up from the 7th floor to the 28th, step by step. Even after resting for a while, her calves still felt weak. Luckily, after years of working out, she had a decent foundation. Otherwise, most people would have collapsed halfway up. Jiang Chi-Chi's director really hit Jiang Chi-Chi right in the feels. Normally, the residence committee just dealt with trivial matters. But now, with the special circumstances, he and the property management were the main points of contact with the authorities, responsible for the food, drink, and daily life of over 1,000 residents in the complex, a position of real power. He couldn't afford to take his role lightly anymore. Thinking of this, Jiang Chi-Chi gave her a cool, Sidelong glance, his tone taking on the air of a seasoned official. Chi-Chi, I remember you live on the 7th floor. What are you doing all the way up here? Not bad, you've got stamina. The reason he hadn't replied to Jiang Chi-Chi's messages was simple. After learning Jiang Yan's true identity, he had his own plans. Comparing Jiang Chi-Chi and Jiang Yan, he was clearly more partial to Jiang Yan. He remembered a news story from a few days ago about a billionaire founder of a famous foreign brand who left his entire fortune to his family's gardener. It sounded unbelievable. But the real reason was that the two had formed a deep bond during the pandemic. Now, with the global heatwave ongoing, these hardships were even more severe than those days. Everyone knew Jiang Yan's father died young, and now she was all alone. From a psychological perspective, girls like her tend to be more drawn to or dependent on mature men. Though he was divorced and much older than her, he understood women better. As the saying goes, adversity reveals true character. If he could help her out several times during this crisis and win her heart in the process, the rest of his life would be smooth sailing. It sounded like wishful thinking, but who knew? Sometimes dreams came true. Even if he didn't win her over, just befriending her would be no loss. Plodding away, Jiang Qiming grew more and more pleased with himself. Jiang, what's got you so happy? Jiang Chi-Chi couldn't help but ask when she saw his goofy grin. Oh, nothing. Jiang Qiming scratched his head, suddenly realizing Jiang Chi-Chi was still waiting outside his door. By the way, what brings you up here? Jiang Chi-Chi gave a sweet, coquettish laugh. I sent you messages and called, but you didn't reply. So I had to come up and visit in person. Jiang, isn't that sincere enough? Is that so? Jiang Qiming's gaze swept over her, his Adam's apple bobbing unconsciously, his voice dropping a few notches. Jiang Chi-Chi parted her red lips, giving him a playful tap. Of course. It was hot. Jiang Qiming suddenly felt even hotter. A bold idea flashed through his mind as he took in her curvy figure and flattering smile. Extreme heat could cause dizziness and hypokalemia and greatly increase the risk of heart attacks. If they engaged in any strenuous activity now, it would be like dancing on the edge of death. But if he missed this chance, there might not be another. They say, better to die under the peony than live without romance. He'd been single for so long, why not indulge? Besides, telling her who she'd offended wouldn't affect his plans. On the contrary, it might serve as a warning for her to drop the matter, which would actually help Jiang Yan. If she picked up on his hints and something happened between them, well, it would just be between the two of them, no one else would know. With that, Jiang Qiming swallowed, and as he unlocked the door, he lowered his voice to probe. Chi-Chi, you must be tired from climbing all those stairs. There's no one home. Why don't you come in, have a seat, and drink some water? I've got the info and video you asked me to look up. I'll send them to you once I've organized them. His meaning was quite clear. Jiang Chi-Chi's child was almost 6, and she was a seasoned player in the dating game. She knew exactly what he was implying. Though people kept telling themselves the heatwave would soon pass, most knew the apocalypse had arrived. It came fast and unstoppable. In the apocalypse, moral boundaries loosen, resources become scarce, and bartering becomes the norm. Normally, Jiang Qiming, a middle-aged man with his circumstances, wouldn't even catch her eye. But these weren't normal times. Especially since Jiang Qiming, as the residence committee head, controlled some resources. To put it bluntly, even if he just called on residents to do something, he had much more sway than others. She and her son, just the two of them, needed some backing. As for resources, she herself was a core resource. Still, she didn't agree right away. They were both adults. If it was mutual, there was nothing immoral or ill. Thank you for the offer, Jiang. But I won't come in today. Didn't the property management say all residents have to move to the underground garage tonight and collect supplies themselves? It's just me and my son. I need to get down early and prepare. She even sighed helplessly as she spoke. Sure enough, her pitiful look struck Jiang Qiming right in the heart. Ahem, that's nothing. I'm not busy anyway, and besides, we're both Jiangs, practically family. Leave it to me to help you and your son. Jiang Chi-Chi finally gave a coquettish smile. Then I'll trouble you for a glass of water inside, Jiang. Even as she said it, she couldn't help but gag a little inside. 2 minutes later, Jiang Chi-Chi came out, face flushed and looking utterly drained. It wasn't that Jiang Qiming couldn't perform, it was just that the temperature was simply too high. The two of them had nearly lost their lives. Because of her pounding heart, Jiang Chi-Chi's legs were trembling so badly that she could only grip the stair railing with both hands and slowly make her way down, step by step. It took her quite a while before she finally stumbled back to apartment 701, as if in a daze. As soon as she walked in, a message from Jiang Qiming popped up right on cue. Jiang Qiming, dear Chi-Chi, the owner of 3201 is named Jiang Yan. She's the daughter of that missing woman from Anming City that was all over the internet a while back, worth billions. You have to keep this a secret for me. Once this heat wave passes, there'll be benefits for you. Jiang Yan. Staring at the name, Jiang Chi-Chi's pupils shrank, her mind going blank with a loud boom, as everything finally clicked into place. So the person she'd run into really was that little bitch born to Limasian. No wonder she'd humiliated her in public yesterday. And it was her own fault too. She'd been so flustered yesterday that she'd completely missed the connection. Jiang Chi-Chi leaned back against the door, taking several deep breaths, her fists clenched tightly. All the humiliation she'd suffered in front of Jiang Yan, the deaths of her younger brother and her son's biological father, Song Deming, and her long-standing jealousy toward Jiang Yan and her mother. All the old and new grudges piled up, and Jiang Chi-Chi was itching to storm up to the 32nd floor and settle things once and for all. But she knew she was no match for Jiang Yan in a direct confrontation. Luckily, by tomorrow night at the latest, all the residents of Qianshui Bay would be moving into the underground parking garage. By then, everyone would be sleeping in a big communal space. With everyone fast asleep, taking her out would be as easy as pie. A day ago, she might have worried about the police or the consequences of committing a crime. But now, overnight, the neighbors had started tossing corpses out of windows and all sorts of other things. Chaos and disorder, the collapse of morality, it had all quietly begun at some point. They say if you don't pull weeds out by the roots, they'll grow back in the spring. This time, she was determined to eliminate the problem once and for all. With that in mind, she opened the chat and sent Jiang Qiming a message. The gist was to ask him, when arranging the sleeping spots in the underground garage, to put her as close to Jiang Yan as possible. Jiang Qiming, why? I remember you two were getting along just fine upstairs yesterday. Jiang Chi-Chi, brother Jiang, to tell you the truth, I'm actually her fan. Sigh, it's better to make friends than enemies. I didn't recognize her before, otherwise I wouldn't have dared mess with her. Now that I'm living next door, maybe I can get on her good side. Upstairs, Jiang Qiming was still basking in the afterglow of their earlier time together. At this point, if Chi-Chi asked him to go east, he wouldn't even think to say no. Jiang Qiming, all right, the accommodations are being coordinated by property management. I'll go ask the property manager about it. Jiang Chi-Chi, you're the best, big brother. Love you, moi. After hitting send, she covered her mouth and dry heaved. Just then, Song Xiaofei wandered out of the bedroom, still groggy from sleep. Seeing this, he asked timidly, Mom, am I going to have a little brother? Jiang Chi-Chi. Apartment 3201. After finishing her strength training in the gym, Jiang Yan spent another half-hour on the elliptical. Once she was done, she stretched for a bit. Sweating all over, she quickly took a shower. By the time she finished, an hour and a half had passed. She changed into a comfortable sports outfit, tied her hair up in a high ponytail, and headed straight to the multi-purpose media room next door. After setting up the holographic shooting range, she focused her mind and retrieved a set of 4D training gear from her inventory, provided by an arms dealer and designed to work with the holographic system. Once she put on the gear, it could simulate the smell of gunpowder, the 1:1 recoil of firing a real gun, and even the sensation of getting shot during combat scenarios. In short, this simple set of equipment was packed with cutting-edge tech. Jiang Yan started practicing with the smallest, simplest handgun. She already had real shooting experience, so following the tutorial was a breeze. But knowing how to shoot and actually being able to aim and hit the target were two different things. She buried herself in practice all morning. Her yacht training and excavator lessons for the afternoon were postponed. You have to prioritize. That goes for learning and training too. Besides, a gun is a life-saving tool at critical moments. She had to master it first. She kept practicing until 4:30 in the afternoon, stopping only when her right index finger was sore. She'd only spent about half an hour on combat scenarios. She suddenly regretted spending so much time playing Honor of Kings in the past. She should have played PUBG or CS instead. If she could combine gaming with real-life training, she'd probably improve a lot faster. But there's no medicine for regret. Jiang Yan turned off the holographic system, grabbed a white towel to wipe the sweat from her forehead, and went downstairs to the living room. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sun was shining and a gentle breeze was blowing. She took a bottle of NFC orange juice from the fridge and sipped it leisurely as she turned her phone back on. The anti-intrusion system on her tablet hadn't triggered any alerts all day. That was within her expectations. So, it was essential to check her phone for updates from the residents group and the news, to get a sense of what was happening outside. But the news app was still full of old headlines. Jiang Yan thought it was a bug and refreshed several times, but nothing changed. She tried posting a status update. Duong. Server error, please try again later. A red error message popped up. Jiang Yan frowned, a sense of unease creeping in. She opened the residents group chat. Property management had posted a string of important announcements. She skimmed through them. It was all about arrangements for the temporary underground shelter at Qianshui Bay. In summary, 1. Priority goes to owners who have purchased underground parking spaces. These residents can stay in their own parking spots. Even if a household only has 1 or 2 people but owns 4 or 5 spots, the same applies. The overall management of the underground shelter will follow property management's arrangements, but owners with multiple spots can, within their means, offer extra spaces to others, for free or for a fee. 2. Those who have rented parking spots and are still within the rental period, same as above. 3. Owners who have neither bought nor rented a spot will be assigned temporary accommodations, which may include sharing with others or being placed in temporary or civil defense parking areas. 4. Non-owners, tenants only, will be accommodated after owners' needs are met. 5. According to the weather forecast, the next week will see temperatures between 65 and 80 degrees Celsius. If anyone insists on staying in their apartment, they do so at their own risk. 6. Anyone planning to evacuate to a nearby official air raid shelter must report to property management first, otherwise, they bear the risk of being turned away. There were also photos from the scene. In just one day, the underground garage had been cleared out and cleaned, with a layer of red-striped plastic sheeting laid down for moisture protection. As for beds and daily necessities, residents had to bring their own. In short, it was as basic as could be. Jiang Yan had just finished scrolling through the important messages in the residents group chat when the property manager dropped an electronic spreadsheet into the group. Shallow Bay Underground Temporary Shelter Arrangement.xls. Property Manager Number 1. As per official notice, all Shallow Bay residents are requested to move their essential supplies to the underground parking lot by midnight tonight. Space is limited, so we recommend no more than 3 items per person. Please check the spreadsheet for your assigned parking spot. Anyone not present by midnight will be considered to have forfeited their spot and must bear the consequences. Property Manager Number 1. Some temporary parking spaces will be reserved for official supply storage. This shelter is only for temporary refuge from the extreme heat and conditions are basic. We ask for everyone's understanding. In these extraordinary times, let's unite and overcome this hardship together. Fighting.jpg. Jiang Yan opened the spreadsheet and quickly found her information. Unit A3201. Owner Jiang XX, female. Parking spot purchased, no. Parking spot rented, no. Reported to be going to official shelter, no. Assigned shelter area, Dormitory, open area, F zone, 414, roommates, D1103, Lu XX, female, D1103, Jiang XX, female, D1103, Gong XX, female. Wow, less than 10 square meters per parking spot, and they were squeezing 4 people in. The others were clearly a group of girls sharing a rental. Looking at the rest, it seemed that those without a parking spot, whether bought or rented, were in a similar situation. Only now did Jiang Yan realize just how many renters lived in Shallow Bay. There were also 4 or 5 households who had reported that they'd be going to the official shelter. And there were 7 or 8 elderly people living alone in high-rise units while their younger family members were away, who had simply given up on going downstairs, quietly preparing to face death. Honestly, in this kind of heat, even young people could barely stand it, let alone elderly folks with chronic illnesses. Some might not even make it halfway down the stairs before succumbing. Neighbors who usually helped each other out were now all silent. The heat and the blood mosquitoes had come so suddenly, but people's numbness and indifference had come even faster. Many property staff had already abandoned their posts and gone back to their hometowns in the past couple of days. Those who remained, busy coordinating with the authorities to set up the shelter, simply ignored the elderly who chose to stay behind. Jiang Yan had her own space, so of course she wasn't about to cram into the underground shelter with over 1,000 people. Never mind the mix of men, women, old, and young all packed together. There'd be snoring, farting, teeth grinding, sleep-talking, and a bunch of noisy kids running around. She knew she couldn't handle that kind of environment. But if she just stayed home, she'd stand out too much. After all, she lived on the top floor. Of all the floors, the top was the least able to withstand the heat. Most developers, in order to cut costs, skimped on insulation and waterproofing for the roof. Even this government-built complex was no exception. Jiang Yan quickly made up her mind. She'd claimed to be heading to the official shelter alone, thus avoiding the underground group living situation and any gossip. Then, under cover of darkness, she'd put on her jet suit and quietly fly back home. There was no better solution. With that decided, Jiang Yan got up and left her space. The moment she stepped into her apartment, a wave of heat hit her, wrapping around her like a thick blanket. It was like walking into the dry sauna room at a bathhouse. She glanced at the thermometer. Outside, it was already 62 degrees Celsius. Inside was a bit better, thanks to various insulation measures. Even without the AC on, it was still 58 or 59 degrees. But that was still no joke. A sauna's dry room is about 80 degrees, but in there, you have a cold towel over your face to cool down and help you breathe. You're sitting still, and you can leave whenever you want if it gets too hot. But this was different. The stifling heat was constant, clinging to her body. The discomfort was hard to describe. The living room's floor-to-ceiling windows faced the garden, while the master bedroom's windows looked out over the city. She went over and looked outside for a while. The streets were dead silent. The only living things were the occasional mutant blood mosquitoes drifting through the air. They weren't the least bit afraid of the heat or the bright light, searching the skies for fresh blood. Jiang Yan pulled out her phone and checked the map, quickly picking a temporary destination for her outing. Her flight suit could only fly for 8 to 10 minutes, so her rest stop couldn't be too far away. And with the temperature so high and the risk of blood mosquito attacks, she couldn't go far anyway. Just thinking about those ever larger mutant mosquitoes made her shiver. She did have plenty of mosquito repellent in her space, but she remembered what the experts had said earlier. Homemade herbal mosquito sachets worked much better against these bloodsuckers than regular repellents. So she went back into her space. She dug up an old news article listing 12 herbs: mugwort, mint, angelica, lemongrass, perilla leaves, lavender, honeysuckle, clove, rosemary, nardosticas, agastache, camphor leaves. Lavender, honeysuckle, and lemongrass were in the floral teas she'd bought. Rosemary, clove, and agastache were in her spice stash. As for mint, she only had the fresh kind, bought with her groceries. She took some out and set it by the floor-to-ceiling window to dry in the heat. She couldn't find any nardostikis. The rest, mugwort, angelica, etc., she'd bought plenty of from the herbal medicine shop. With a thought, Jiang Yan took all these supplies out of her storage area, grabbed 2 rolls of large gauze and a sewing kit, and started making little sachets. She wasn't very good at sewing, so the dozen or so sachets she made were all crooked, like a bunch of black worms crawling across them. But as long as they worked, it didn't matter. Once the sachets were done, she had a quick bowl of cold noodles and a bottle of iced cola. By then, the mint was dry enough. The herbal mosquito repellents were quickly finished. She took out her cover backpack, the one stuffed with instant noodles and tissues, and hung the sachets all around it. After putting on her heat-insulated suit, she tied a few sachets around her neck, arms, and legs. Fully armed, she finally left the apartment. The herbal scent was so strong that, even through the hood of the suit, Jiang Yan could smell it. She locked the door, set the anti-intrusion system to high voltage, 500 V, and headed for the stairwell. The doors to 3203 and 3204 were half open. He Chun-Mei and her family seemed to be busy packing for the underground shelter. Inside, she could hear He Chun-Mei bossing Zhou Guangfu around. In fact, most of the doors on other floors were half open too. The hallway was a bit cooler than the apartments, and to keep the blood mosquitoes out, everyone had their windows tightly shut. The only airflow was between the living room and the hallway. All the building entrances and the underground garage entrances had been tightly sealed by the property staff. It was so hot, no one dared to go outside. The entire repulse bay had become a perfectly safe, enclosed space. But now, Jiang Yan was about to leave this safe zone all by herself. On her way downstairs, she passed a few people here and there, each carrying basins and thin quilts. With her getup, Jiang Yan was basically a walking, oversized attention magnet. But everyone was already hot and exhausted, faces flushed, necks red, panting for breath. Though they were surprised to see her, no one had the energy to say a word. All they could do was rest their hands on their hips and silently give her a thumbs up. Maybe it was because she'd spent so much time in the space these past 2 days, but Jiang Yan felt like her physical condition had improved a lot. Even though she was wearing a somewhat heavy heat insulation suit and a hat, and the air around her was stifling and hot, she didn't feel all that uncomfortable going downstairs. Still, when she ran into people coming in, she deliberately slowed her pace. Half an hour later, Jiang Yan finally reached the first floor. It was only about 5 o'clock, but in the garden outside, she could already see blood mosquitoes occasionally flying by. After the blood mosquitoes appeared, Jiang Yan had looked up some science articles about them. Normally, male mosquitoes only live 1 to 3 weeks, while females can last 1 to 2 months. After mutating, these mosquitoes' lifespans had generally increased. But one thing hadn't changed. Female mosquitoes still needed to suck blood for their ovaries to develop and to reproduce. The so-called experts said that when the temperature gets above 70 degrees, the blood mosquitoes might die out on their own. What they really meant was, once it hits 70 degrees, every creature the female mosquitoes could feed on, humans or animals, would be dead. Any surviving humans or animals would be well hidden by then. Slowly, as mosquitoes lost their food source and the ability to reproduce, they'd eventually starve to death. But that process seemed like it would take a long time. Jiang Yan didn't dwell on it. She opened the door and quickly headed toward the neighborhood gate. The air was filled with visible waves of scorching heat. The plastic paths in the garden had already warped from the high temperatures, and the ground was much hotter than the air. Even with 8 centimeters of insulated soles, Jiang Yan could feel the burning, squishy heat underfoot. In some spots, her shoes even stuck to the ground like melted cheese. Thank goodness it wasn't asphalt. She guessed the official vehicles delivering supplies must be special types, otherwise, in this heat, the water in their radiators would be boiling. Looking around, the entire community garden was a smoky, filthy mess. There were a few more grotesque, shriveled corpses in the flower beds, probably tossed out by family members in broad daylight, their blood already sucked dry by mosquitoes. The lawn had long since withered, the ground covered with dried-up earthworms and all sorts of dead insects. Most of the shrubs and flowers were wilted as well. The pond in the middle of the garden had dried up ages ago, its muddy bottom cracked all over. The once dense water lilies and aquatic plants were all dead, along with some dried. Some bags probably held human waste, and after baking in the heat, they gave off a pungent stench. But the property management no longer had the energy to clean any of it up. No one in the group chat was complaining anymore either. After all, since morning, the temperature had only kept rising. Everyone was struggling to survive. Who had the energy to play the moral police? It only took half a day for the group chat to go from righteous indignation to total silence. Jiang Yan also saw the bodies of many birds and stray cats. She even spotted 2 dried-up squirrels. Without exception, all of them had gaping, wrist-sized holes in their bodies. Humans and animals alike, not only killed by the heat, but also ravaged a second time by the blood mosquitoes. The short walk left Jiang Yan shaken. And the garden stank of corpses, feces, kitchen waste. Even though she was covered in herbs and wearing a heat insulation hat, the stench still drilled straight into her nostrils. She didn't dare linger and hurried toward the main gate. When she got to the gatehouse, she found that after the power outage, the access control had stopped working and the gate was locked with a U-lock. The guardhouse was open, but empty. Jiang Yan had expected this. In broad daylight, there was no way she could just whip out a chainsaw and break out. She had no choice but to duck into the guardhouse, pull out her phone, and send a message in the residents' group chat. Really, it was for everyone else to see. A3201, at Property Manager 1, I'm heading to the nearby official shelter. Please unlock the main gate for me, thanks. Property Manager 1, at A3201, hello, owner. You didn't file a request. Now that you're filing, you'll have to wait until tomorrow. If you go now, there's a high chance you'll be turned away. A3201, no need to file. I have my own way. Just unlock the gate for me. Property Manager 1, all right, please wait a moment. I'll send someone over. Soon, a fully geared-up young security guard came out from the underground garage entrance. Miss, how are you getting there? He quickly unlocked the gate. Jiang Yan glanced at him and replied calmly, I'm walking. The guard stared at her in disbelief, then said, Miss, the official supply truck will be here soon. Why not wait and see if you can catch a ride? Those are special vehicles, heat-resistant. The others who filed to go to the official shelter are taking that truck too. Thanks, but no need. Jiang Yan smiled, politely declined, and stepped out of the community. The guard watched her strange figure disappear, silently giving her a big mental salute. He had just relocked the gate when the HO chairman, Jiang Chi-Chi, and the property manager, Lu Dahong, arrived with a group. They were all wrapped up tightly, wearing electric scooter helmets. Behind them was a petite young woman. Manager Lu, Chairman Jiang, the guard greeted politely. Lu Dahong glanced outside the gate, frowning. The official truck isn't here yet? Wasn't it supposed to arrive at 5? If it doesn't come soon and the blood mosquito swarm shows up, we're screwed. Why don't we wait in the guardhouse? This sun is brutal, Jiang Chi-Chi suggested. No one objected, and they all filed inside. Once the door was closed, they finally took off their helmets. Lu, you're impressive. The authorities have put such a big responsibility on you, Jiang Chi-Chi said, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and offering one to Lu Dahong. It was too hot to smoke, but that didn't stop them from sniffing the cigarettes to ease their cravings. Come on, Jiang, you're giving me too much credit. It's a headache, honestly. Look at these 1,500 people I have to move into the underground garage in one day. The deadline's tight, the job's tough. On top of that, several of my guys have quit in the past 2 days. No manpower, no money. Damn officials just keep dumping tasks and making empty promises. And who knows if this is really the apocalypse like the internet says. You can't just refuse and say you quit. And the residents are all picky about this and that. Just wait, tonight with so many people packed together, who knows what'll happen. After his rant, Lu Dahong suddenly changed the subject, patting Jiang Chi-Chi on the shoulder. So, Jiang, tonight and in the coming days, we'll be counting on the most authoritative HOA in the community. The two exchanged flattery, and the others kept quiet. Jiang Chi-Chi frowned and sighed, tossing the ball back. Sigh, with so many people, it's tough. The HOA doesn't have much say. We'll have to rely on the property staff to keep things under control. They both fell silent, sighing. Hey, you two are overthinking this. The petite woman, Jiang Chi-Chi, who'd been standing quietly by Jiang Chi-Chi's side, suddenly spoke up. Everyone's eyes snapped to her. Jiang Chi-Chi smirked coldly. If there are too many people, just use someone else's hand to get rid of a few. Everyone. The words, using someone else's knife to kill, slipped lightly from Jiang Chi-Chi's lips, as if it were nothing. After hearing this, Lu Dahong's eyelids twitched, but he didn't say anything right away. He glanced up at the window of the security office, making sure no one was outside, then looked at Jiang Chi-Chi with suspicion and asked, "Using someone else's knife? Whose knife? Kill whom?" Jiang Chi-Chi and the other property managers felt a chill run down their spines at those words, shooting the pair a startled glance. Jiang Chi-Chi, still casual, gestured with her chin. Them. Use their knife to get rid of the unlucky ones. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone, opened the residents' group chat, and scrolled to the conversation between Jiang Yan and the head property manager, handing it over. Lu Dahong frowned. "I'm not quite following. Could you explain a bit more, miss?" He'd worked at Shanshui Bay for years and could name almost every long-term resident. But the A3201 from the group chat and the Jiang Chi-Chi in front of him were both unfamiliar. He'd assumed, seeing her stick so close to Jiang Chi-Chi, that she was his new girlfriend or something. But people's relationships weren't his business to ask about. "Let me see." Jiang Chi-Chi took the phone from her. Seeing the chat between Jiang Yan and the property manager, he frowned, then pulled Jiang Chi-Chi aside and whispered, "Chi-Chi, you're not planning to drag Miss Jiang into this, are you? Didn't you just say this afternoon you wanted to get closer to her when we all bunked together tonight? What's this about?" He changed his tune faster than flipping a page. Besides, Jiang Yan still hadn't replied to any of his messages. He'd thought her phone was off and she'd reply when it was back on. But now she was clearly active in the group chat, just ignoring him completely. And she was planning to go to the official shelter. He'd gone out of his way to get her a good spot, even reassigned the 3 girls she was supposed to share with to someone else. Suddenly, Jiang Chi-Chi felt like his sincere efforts had been completely wasted. The weather was scorching, almost 65 degrees Celsius. But his heart felt like it had been doused with ice water, cold and bitter. "Miss Jiang? Chi-Chi, you sound awfully close to her." Jiang Chi-Chi, oblivious to his inner thoughts, pouted, her words tinged with jealousy. She didn't answer his question. After all, Jiang Chi-Chi was her chosen temporary backer for now. If he found out she'd once been Jiang Yan's stepfather's mistress, who knew how he'd react? Jiang Chi-Chi, feeling a bit guilty, could only say, "She's worth over 3 billion. We'd better not mess with her." Chi-Chi, times have changed. Forget 3 billion, even if the richest heir in the country were here, he'd be helpless. I'd still dare to throw him under the bus. Haven't you noticed how much the neighborhood has changed today? This morning, someone tossed a corpse into the garden and got criticized and cursed out. But by the afternoon, everyone was used to it, some even followed suit. So, compared to those useless numbers in a bank account, what matters now is controlling resources and eliminating competition. No one expected this heat wave to come on so strong. Do you really think that love-struck heiress would have withdrawn all her billions and stashed it at home? Anyway, I'm just offering ideas. Whether we act on them isn't up to us. Jiang Chi-Chi sounded confident, but there was one thing she couldn't figure out. Why would Jiang Yan leave her nice villa to stay here? Her logic was sound, and Jiang Chi-Chi was left speechless. She was right, the heat wave wasn't ending anytime soon. And this time, it was global. Maybe the apocalypse really was coming. All those dreams of marrying rich and living easy suddenly seemed meaningless. Survival came first. Having convinced himself, he sighed quietly and said nothing more. Lu Dahong glanced at the two whispering in the corner. "Miss, you weren't finished just now." Jiang Chi-Chi squeezed Jiang Qiming's hand, then smiled and stepped forward. Manager Liu, besides the heat and resource shortages, what else are people afraid of right now? Blood mosquitoes? Lu Dahong shot her a look. You mean, let the blood mosquitoes wipe out some of the residents? A cold glint flashed in Jiang Chi-Chi's eyes. She didn't answer, but her meaning was clear. But no one dares go out into the garden now. We can't just call everyone out, and as long as people keep their skin covered, the mosquitoes can't get to them, Manager A said. No matter how the mosquitoes mutated, their mouth parts couldn't pierce metal. Jiang Chi-Chi smiled. We're all used to luring the enemy in and closing the door behind them. But what about opening the door and inviting them in? If no one goes out, then let the mosquitoes in. But our job as property managers is to keep each building secure. The whole complex is safe from the blood mosquitoes because we've done our jobs. If we open the doors, isn't that like betraying our own people? What if we're held responsible later? Manager B said, glancing nervously at Lu Dahong. Even if no one blamed them, their own consciences would be hard to live with. Jiang Chi-Chi snapped. Who said you have to open the doors yourselves? Some residents go out and forget to close the doors behind them all the time. As for responsibility, you've all seen the kind of people living here, their morals and bottom lines. Look at what they're tossing out the windows. People who can throw their own parents out. If anyone deserves punishment, it's them. Honestly, we're just doing what the law should have done. And do you really think this heat wave will end? Dream on. Even if it does, the blame will fall on someone else. Manager C suddenly understood and chimed in. I think this lady has a point. You can't catch a wolf without risking your child. The security cameras are down, so we can sneak over after dark and open the doors to let the mosquitoes in. No one will know. If anyone asks, we'll say it was those people who went to the official shelter and didn't close the doors properly. Everyone's moving downstairs tonight, and with nothing having happened in the buildings lately, people are letting their skin show to cool off. They won't be as cautious as us. Those mosquitoes are starving. If they swarm in, half a pint of blood will be gone in one bite. I bet we'll lose at least half the population. If someone gets bitten, it's just bad luck, no one else to blame. Lu Dahong stayed silent. He frowned and thought for a few seconds, then finally said quietly. With fewer people, it's not just about easier management. The others stared at him in confusion, all turning to look at him. Jiang Chi-Chi was a shrewd person. How could she not understand the meaning behind Lu Dahong's words? That's right. Manager Liu, you really have a clear mind and the makings of someone who gets things done. From what I heard from Qiming, the official supplies will last at most 3 days. With this kind of heat, the fact that they managed to deliver even once is already a blessing for the people. After this, well, just wait and see. Once supplies run short, this temporary underground shelter at Qianshui Bay will be thrown into chaos. By then, you, the property management and homeowners committee who are liaising with the authorities, will naturally become everyone's target. They might even suspect you of embezzling the supplies. It's not impossible. Everyone was stunned by her words. Jiang Qiming had been worried at first as he listened to Jiang Chi-Chi. But her last sentence made his long-suppressed desire for power and control flare up instantly. So, with fewer people, we'll have more supplies left for ourselves. As for whether we distribute those supplies to the residents, that's up to us. As long as we control the supplies, we control the resources, and that means we have the power to speak. After that, won't all of Qianshui Bay be under our control? Don't you think so, Brother Liu? Listening to him, Jiang Chi-Chi sneered inwardly. This guy really is a fence-sitter. So much for principles. Who wouldn't be happy to go from serving the residents to ruling over them, and even having supplies to build something for themselves? A few of the property management supervisors were clearly tempted, rubbing their hands and looking expectantly at Lu Dahong. Lu Dahong held an unlit cigarette between his fingers, brought it to his lips, and took a deep drag. He frowned and thought for a few seconds before lifting his eyes to sweep a cold glance over everyone, then said in a low voice, "We can do this. But I have 2 reminders. 1, only the few of us here can know about this. The guys under property management and the remaining members of the homeowners committee, Must all keep it secret. 2. Wait until the official supply trucks have left before we act. We absolutely cannot let anyone find out. Meanwhile, after leaving the community gate, Jiang Yan found a secluded corner and put away her backpack full of supplies. She took out 2 fully charged electric mosquito swatters from her space. She'd bought these online earlier, never expecting there would be mutant mosquitoes, so she hadn't bought many, just about a dozen. Luckily, they were all fully charged and ready to use. But some of these mosquitoes were bigger than the swatters themselves. Who knew how many she could actually kill? With a swatter in each hand, Jiang Yan strode quickly toward the nearby shopping center. All around was devastation. Not a single living person could be seen on the road. If she hadn't spotted a few figures peeking at her from the windows of some residential buildings, she would have thought she'd entered a dead city. From time to time, she saw the charred skeletons of cars that had spontaneously combusted. Some buildings had clearly caught fire earlier, their interiors blackened. Scattered across the ground and roads were shriveled corpses of animals and humans. Among the animal corpses, pigeons and stray cats were the most common, followed by some unidentifiable birds. The sweltering heat carried black dust everywhere. She couldn't tell if it was road dust or the ashes of burned bodies. Thud. Not far away, a corpse was thrown out of a building. The moment it hit the ground, a swarm of mosquitoes hiding in the shadows descended on it as if they had radar. A window slammed shut with a bang. Jiang Yan was unfazed. She didn't even blink. It was getting closer to 5:30. More and more mosquitoes filled the streets. The irritating buzzing grew louder from all directions, and with the mosquitoes' mutation, the sound was now much bigger, like they had cheap speakers attached to their wings. When mosquitoes were still normal, they were just annoying but fragile. One slap and they were dead. Now, after mutating, their furry antennae and long, sharp proboscises were nearly as long as half her forearm. Their hind legs, marked with white stripes, were even scarier, almost as long as her entire arm. And if you managed to kill one, its proboscis, loaded with venom, anticoagulant, and anesthetic, would automatically break off inside the host's body. The more she thought about it, the more horrifying it was. No wonder these blood mosquitoes were so aggressive. Jiang Yan frowned and quickened her pace. There were mosquitoes outside her 32nd floor apartment at night too, but far fewer than on the lower floors. And with the soundproof glass, it never felt as intense as it did now. She wore a traditional Chinese herbal mosquito repellent sachet and a sealed, heat-resistant suit, which reduced her attractiveness to mosquitoes. But that didn't stop them from circling around her. After all, it was rare to encounter a living, walking creature on the street. These mosquitoes had already sucked everything they could in the past 2 days. The occasional corpses thrown down, and the few people who ventured out at night to find food or move house, weren't nearly enough to satisfy them. Bzzz. Bzzz. 2 blood mosquitoes couldn't hold back anymore and attacked Jiang Yan. Zap. Zap. With a swing of each hand, she stunned both mosquitoes to the ground, their long legs twitching before going still. Maybe they were too big. These mosquitoes weren't even charred by the electric shock. But at the same time, the other mosquitoes noticed Jiang Yan. Whether it was the herbal sachet or the electric swatters that deterred them, the mosquitoes didn't attack immediately after getting close. Instead, like the first 2, they buzzed irritably, circling and hovering in the air as they watched her. At a glance, it looked like she was walking with a moving black cloud above her head. Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. Were these mosquitoes getting smarter? Just one more street to cross, and she'd reach the shopping center. Jiang Yan didn't dare let her guard down, quickening her pace. She glanced around. The shop fronts outside the shopping center mostly had shattered glass. Especially those selling food, drinks, phones, and watches, none were spared. In truth, it had only been 2 or 3 days since the extreme heat began. The residents of Qianshui Bay could still stay at home for now, maybe even move underground tonight, and had official supplies. But not everyone was so lucky. Like the old neighborhood she'd just passed, there was no underground parking lot to hide in. People either steamed in their homes like a sauna or ventured out after sunset to official shelters or nearby underground garages and supermarkets. Otherwise, all they could do was wait for death. Some people might not even have a home to begin with. So it was no surprise that some had taken advantage of the chaos to loot. The mosquitoes still circled above her, buzzing just out of reach of her swatters. After walking for over 10 minutes, even with the heat-resistant suit and improved stamina, Jiang Yan was drenched in sweat. The dampness from her sweat seeped through her clothes and the herbal scent, wafting into the stifling air. To mosquitoes, it was an irresistible temptation. Bzzz. Bzzz. As Jiang Yan finished crossing the street and stepped onto the shopping mall grounds, the dozens of ravenous blood mosquitoes circling above her head finally lost their patience. One after another. Her vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch had all become much sharper as well. She raised both hands, nimbly wielding her electric mosquito swatter, and started batting with deadly precision. The temperature was already over 60 degrees Celsius, and the heat-resistant suit she wore was heavy, but she didn't even break a sweat. Zap! Sizzle! Zap! Sizzle! Zap! Sizzle! All around her, the sound of mosquitoes being struck and electrocuted echoed. The mosquitoes were so big that her electric swatter quickly ran out of power. Luckily, she had several fully charged ones stored in her space. With a thought, she swapped them out in an instant. In less than a minute, all the electric swatters from her space were flashing red, and the ground around her was littered with mosquito corpses and severed limbs. A few mosquitoes had managed to suck some blood before falling, and when they hit the ground, they splattered in bloody messes. The ground was so hot you could fry an egg on it. The blood oozing from the mosquito bodies dried up and turned black in seconds, long before any surviving mosquitoes could come over to feed. There were still some mosquitoes attacking her, but not as many as before. Jiang Yan quickly made her way toward a shop she'd scoped out earlier, spraying mosquito repellent from a bottle she'd pulled from her space as she went. She was fully covered, heat-resistant suit, helmet, tactical gloves, so the mosquitoes couldn't really do anything to her. But the incessant, irritating buzz made her want to sweat every last one of them. The shop she'd chosen was a high-end brand coffee shop. Maybe because of the quality of the building materials, it was one of the few stores still in good shape. But as she got closer, she saw signs of attempted break-ins. Whoever tried hadn't succeeded, though, just a few scratches on the metal. She paused at the door. No one inside. Through the bulletproof glass door, she could see 3 U-shaped locks hanging inside. Jiang Yan glanced around, then summoned a regular electric saw from her space. The saw blade was thin and just long enough to slip through the finger-width gap in the glass door. The sunlight was blinding, but she'd put on sunglasses under her helmet before leaving, so she wasn't worried about sparks flying into her eyes. With a click, she turned on the saw and started cutting the locks. The harsh buzzing of metal being sliced filled the air, and sparks flew everywhere. Clang! 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 The 3 U-locks were quickly cut through, but Jiang Yan's eardrums were about to burst from the noise. She didn't open the door right away, because behind her another swarm of blood mosquitoes had gathered, buzzing furiously. She put the saw away, grabbed 2 bottles of mosquito repellent from her space, and sprayed wildly behind her, then swiftly opened the door and slipped inside, closing it in one smooth motion. The repellent was quickly blown away by the hot wind, and the mosquitoes came crashing against the glass door with a loud patter. Jiang Yan looked at their needle-like proboscises and long legs, took a silent breath, and pulled out a new U-lock from her space, locking the door quickly. Just to be safe, she added another one. The mosquitoes, realizing they couldn't get in, didn't leave. Instead, they landed on the glass, hungrily staring at her. Jiang Yan glanced at them, her trypophobia almost kicked in. She could only choose to ignore them. After all, she had more important things to do. Besides, since the door was locked from the inside, that meant one of 2 things. Either there was a back door leading elsewhere, or someone was still hiding inside. First things first, she needed to check. Jiang Yan pulled a sharp knife from her space and started moving slowly through the shop. The place was about 200 square meters. Soon, she found a side door at the back. It was glass, too, and looked out onto the mall's central atrium. She realized then that many mall shops actually had both front and back doors, one to the street, one to the mall interior. The side door was locked from the outside, with signs of attempted forced entry. That meant whoever had been here had left through the mall. It was likely they'd taken shelter in the basement supermarket or parking garage, standard features in malls like this. Jiang Yan didn't bother with the side door for now. All she needed was a temporary place to rest until midnight. But it was still too early to enter her space. She decided to look around the shop and see if there was anything useful to scavenge. She already had enough clothes and food stored to last several lifetimes, so she wasn't interested in those. But as a coffee lover, she felt compelled to look around. This shop's coffee had been famous, after all. The first thing she saw were 2 display racks of coffee cups. Ceramic, metal, glass. Every kind imaginable. Since it was summer, the cups were especially bright and colorful. Jiang Yan had always been a die-hard cup collector. In her old villa, she'd had an entire wall dedicated to displaying cups she'd collected from all over the country and the world. So of course, she was tempted. And who could resist the thrill of a zero-cost shopping spree? The tea bar in her space's apple-shaped pod had 2 beautiful display racks, but they were still empty. She could pick some nice cups to decorate them. With that thought, she used her mind to collect all the cups from the display rack into her space. Near the counter, there was another rack of pretty cups. She took those too. A quick glance at the display case showed all the pastries had spoiled. But a few bottles of imported, high-end mineral water used for price comparison were still perfectly fine. She slipped behind the counter and stashed the bottles in her space. You could never have too much water. Even if it wasn't drinkable, it could be used for watering plants or washing hands. There were some napkins, cinnamon, and packets of sugar at the pickup counter, but not enough to bother with. A shop of this size probably had a storeroom. Jiang Yan searched around but couldn't find it, so she went back behind the counter and pressed on the wall. With a soft click, a hidden door, camouflaged to match the wall, appeared before her. As Jiang Yan reached out to push open the hidden door, a wave of stifling heat, thick with the scent of coffee, rushed out to greet her. Even through her heat-insulating helmet, she could feel the hot air inside. If the temperature outside was already 66 or 67 degrees, then in here, it had to be at least 70. She didn't go in right away. Instead, she stood at the doorway, waiting for the hot air inside to mix with the outside air. At the same time, she took the opportunity to survey the storage situation inside. The room was pitch black since there were no lights. She took an emergency lamp from her space and shone it around. All she saw were stacks of neatly arranged cardboard boxes. After a while, the oppressive heat faded. Once she confirmed there was no danger, Jiang Yan finally stepped inside. Sure enough, it was a treasure trove. She found not only plenty of well-packaged coffee beans, ground coffee, coffee capsules, sugar, cinnamon powder, hazelnuts, and almonds, but also a pile of limited-edition blind boxes meant as promotional gifts. On another shelf, there were several large sealed boxes of paper cups in various sizes. There were also several brand-new, unopened imported coffee machines. Each of these coffee machines would cost tens of thousands. There were also new grinders, tampers, ice makers, pour-over kettles, and filter cups. Jiang Yan put them all into her space. As for the boxed hazelnut spread, chocolate, milk, cream, and so on, after 2 days of extreme heat, they had long since spoiled. She simply ignored them. Just as Jiang Yan was about to leave, she noticed 5 somewhat familiar cardboard boxes stacked in the corner between 2 shelves. She went over for a look. Wow, they were all 52-degree Fatian Mutai. 6 bottles per box, a total of 30 bottles. High temperatures can cause liquor to spoil because the heat reduces the seal of the bottle, leading to evaporation and reflux. Although the temperature was unusually high, the Fatian bottle's seals were still reliable. Without thinking much, Jiang Yan put them all into her space. Judging by the valuable supplies left behind, It seemed that when the shop staff evacuated, they hadn't expected the heat wave to last this long or get even worse. Otherwise, these supplies would have been moved out long ago. After clearing out the storeroom, Jiang Yan returned to the dining area. It was almost 6 o'clock outside. She glanced at the weather on her phone. It showed 60 degrees. But Jiang Yan guessed the real temperature was closer to 66 or 67. The swarm of blood mosquitoes that had been stuck to the glass wall, after waiting fruitlessly for so long, finally gave up and flew away. Since it was still a while until dark, Jiang Yan decided to head back into her space. She took off her heat-insulating helmet, suit, shoes, sunglasses, and so on, then habitually opened the surveillance feed to check. The temperature was so high that all the original surveillance lines in the apartment corridors had triggered their circuit breakers and shut down automatically. But the ones Jiang Yan had installed were still working fine. The community's surveillance used regular wires, but hers used silicone-insulated cables, which could operate from -60 degrees Celsius to 180 degrees Celsius, perfect for both extreme cold and heat. Unless she switched modes, the surveillance feed showed a 6-way split screen. Everything appeared normal. A few people, bare-armed and bare-legged, were moving supplies down to the basement. The temperature was so high that no one dared to move too quickly. Seeing nothing unusual, Jiang Yan drank a bottle of iced soda water, then headed straight to the gym on the second floor of her apple pod. She put on her boxing gloves and started working the punching bag. On a previous trip abroad, she'd happened to catch a new UFC season and, on a whim, had taken up some MMA training. At the time, she'd found it a bit too bloody, but now it seemed just right for self-defense. Before she knew it, it was already past 9 in the evening. Ever since the heat wave began, night had been falling much later. In Anming City, it usually got dark by 8, but now it wasn't fully dark until around 8:30. Jiang Yan figured it was about time, so she changed back into her heat-insulating suit. Before leaving her space, she habitually checked the surveillance feed again. As soon as the feed connected, she saw that the corridors on the 1st and 7th floors of Building A were swarming with blood mosquitoes, and the hallways were littered with bodies. Scarlet splatters stained the floors and walls everywhere. Judging by the bodies, there were adults, elderly, children, even infants. Other high floors had some as well, but not as many. If it were just a few mosquitoes, they'd be easy enough to handle. The problem was, when a swarm of mutated giant mosquitoes attacked all at once, there were always blind spots in a person's defenses. If even one mosquito's sharp proboscis pierced your skin, the consequences were unimaginable. Help! Mom, don't worry about me, run. Retreat. There are mosquitoes over there too. Damn it, who went out and didn't close the door? If I find out, I'll offer her up to the gods myself. Mom, wake up. Please don't leave me alone. Woo-woo. Heart-wrenching cries, desperate pleas, frantic slapping sounds, and terrified screams for help echoed intermittently from the surveillance feed. Jiang Yan's pupils shrank. For a moment, she thought she'd switched to the wrong camera. After watching for a few more seconds, she couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. The once impenetrable shallow water bay apartment building had turned into a slaughterhouse for blood mosquitoes in just a few hours. Jiang Yan was completely baffled. Did someone forget to close the door? Or had the property management staff just given up? But that didn't make sense. She took off her helmet, sat down on the sofa with her pad, and set the playback speed to 32x. The building's main door had been opened by someone around 8:30 p.m. When the footage reached that point, Jiang Yan slowed it back down to normal speed. According to previous community management rules, from 6 p.m. to 7:30 a.m. The building's main doors were absolutely not to be opened. That was the blood mosquitoes' prime feeding time. Everyone, residents and staff alike, knew this rule by heart. But strangely, a young man, fully covered with a helmet and mask, opened the door. He looked around to make sure no one was watching, then propped the door open even wider. Not only that, he pulled something like a pin from his pocket and jammed it in place to keep the door open. After doing all this, he quietly slipped out. Soon after, a swarm of giant blood mosquitoes rushed into the corridor. Jiang Yan frowned and rewound the footage to the moment the young man entered, then paused and zoomed in. She quickly recognized him. A day earlier, she'd seen him among the property management staff at the underground parking entrance. He wasn't the manager, probably just a supervisor. Jiang Yan remembered him so clearly because of his sneakers. They had a pale yellow flame pattern with red edges. In the blazing heat, those red flames looked especially agitating. She'd even glanced at them specifically at the time. Also, the young man's left hand was unusual. He had 6 fingers, and it was the only part of him not covered by gloves. This matched the hand of a security supervisor she'd met at the property office before. Jiang Yan's heart sank. Why would he do this? Was he so traumatized that he wanted to take everyone down with him? As far as she knew, the heat wave would last at least another 10 days. Shallow Water Bay had an underground garage, so residents could hide out there to escape the worst of the heat. Nearby, there were several older communities without underground parking. They could only grit their teeth and endure. And when the torrential rains came, Shallow Water Bay's higher elevation meant it would suffer less than other neighborhoods. In other words, whether it was heat or flood, they had every advantage. But before they could survive the natural disaster, they'd already been struck by a man-made catastrophe. In the other windows of the surveillance footage, people covered in blood, with exposed skin pierced by several broken mosquito proboscises, kept bursting out. At first glance, it looked like a zombie siege. The scenes were so gory and shocking that Jiang Yan's stomach twisted with nausea. She frowned and turned off her tablet, then picked up her phone to open the only WeChat residence group that was still active. In less than a day, there were already 999 unread messages. Apparently, quite a few people still had battery left on their phones, or maybe they'd moved underground and were using the backup power from the property management's underground shelter. Most of the messages in the group were people venting their anger with wild curses. A smaller portion were asking if any neighbors were doctors or had medicine at home. Common meds like heart stabilizers, fever reducers, hemostatics, gauze, Yunnan antibiotics, Jiang liquid, and so on, all were impossible to get, no matter how much you offered. A kind-hearted veterinarian in the group volunteered to perform amputations for neighbors. There was also a gentle reminder from property management, posted 3 times in a row. Property Manager 1. Dear residents, during a recent patrol, we discovered that someone forgot to close the unit entrance door when leaving, resulting in varying degrees of blood mosquito attacks in every building of Qianxue Bay. Please note the following reminders. 1. To prevent further tragedy, from today onwards, all building unit doors will be locked shut. Reopening date to be determined. 2. Property staff have been organized to immediately disinfect and eliminate remaining blood mosquitoes on floors 1 to 3 of each building. Residents who have not yet moved underground should stay at home for now. If you can't stand the heat and must leave immediately, please make sure to fully protect your body. Avoid exposing skin to prevent mosquito attacks. 3. We are severely understaffed and overwhelmed. Please understand. All 12 of us in property management have been working around the clock for 2 days and nights in temperatures over 60 degrees Celsius, preparing shelters and supplies for more than 1,500 residents. The heat is unbearable. We've lost staff to heat stroke, and some have died from blood mosquito attacks. We deeply regret and apologize for everything that happened in the hallways today. But most importantly, we ask all residents to consciously follow community rules for your own safety and that of your neighbors. Please be more responsible and vigilant. Attached to this notice were several photos of property staff, dripping with sweat, working on the front lines. There were also photos of staff injured, fainting, or even dead. Jiang Yan skimmed past the photos and paused at the words, every building. So, it wasn't just Building A that was attacked by blood mosquitoes. Were the doors of the other 4 buildings also left open on purpose by property staff? Unfortunately, her surveillance only covered a few floors in Building A. She couldn't see the others. Judging by the various on-site photos posted in the group, the devastation in the other 4 buildings was no less than in Building A. But she wasn't a cop, nor a detective. Those weren't the issues she needed to focus on right now. Naturally, some people in the group were blaming property management for poor patrols. But most, after seeing the photos, gave property management a thumbs up, saying they'd done their best under extreme heat to build underground shelters and that it was impossible to be everywhere at once. The majority, though, were cursing the residents who hadn't closed the unit doors. The language was vicious. As nasty as you can imagine, it was there. People even dragged out the offender's ancestors for a round of insults. Jiang Yan glanced through and could tell a few residents were deliberately stirring things up, even directing blame at those who'd gone out to the official shelter. Naturally, that included her, the only one from Building A who'd gone to the official shelter. No wonder her ears had been burning earlier. Still, property management didn't comment on this. After posting that gentle reminder, they went completely silent in the group. Maybe they were busy preparing supplies for disinfection, or maybe something else. Jiang Yan thought of the surveillance footage she'd seen, then looked at the group, where people, after being misled, were frantically at ing her and sending private messages to at her. She frowned. She had no intention of clipping that surveillance footage and posting it in the group. For one thing, she didn't know how to edit it, and if she posted it, everyone would know she'd in. For her, it was to stick to her plan and fly home tonight. So, let the bullets fly a little longer. If she remembered correctly, starting tomorrow or the day after, temperatures would hit 70 or 80 degrees. What was the point of arguing with a bunch of angry people right now? Jiang Yan turned off her phone, got up, put her gear back on, and left her space. It was nearly 10 p.m. now, and a full moon hung high in the night sky. Everything on the street was bathed in clear moonlight. Maybe because of the extreme heat, the moonlight looked tinged with red. It cast a faint, bloody hue over the land. Even at this hour, the temperature was still rising. But without the glaring sun and the scorching feeling of daytime, it was a bit easier on the body and eyes. There were now scattered figures on the street. The heat had come so fast that all forms of transportation had stopped running. The authorities probably struggled just to get the shelters ready. For now, people could only rely on themselves to escape or make their own way. In the crowd, some were fully armed, carrying heavy hiking backpacks, families trudging along together. They wore helmets made from window screens, wielded electric mosquito swatters, and all kinds of repellents. Some had even turned window screens into makeshift armor. There were also people who'd built giant mobile mosquito-proof pods out of window screens for their families. Some of these pods were welded together, others tied tightly with cloth strips and rope. Wire and broom handles were used as frames. They were just big enough for a family of 3 or 4 to walk inside. 2 racks inside let people rest the pod on their shoulders as they walked. Even though they didn't have to hold it up with their hands, the weight of a dozen window screens, plus the heat, left the person carrying the pod utterly exhausted. Most of these carriers were middle-aged parents. The bottom of each mosquito pod was sewn with a thick layer of cloth, deliberately dragging on the ground to perfectly seal off any gaps mosquitoes could slip through. These people were probably using the cover of night to head for the nearest official shelter. Soon, the sweat and heavy breathing from inside the pods attracted swarms of mosquitoes. Though the mosquitoes couldn't break through the pods, it didn't stop them from circling overhead or landing on the screens. "Dad, there's one over there too. Dad, watch out. Honey, look out on your right. Oh God. They're coming for us too. Bzzzzzzz. A deafening buzzing filled the air. Massive swarms of mosquitoes, dark as thunderclouds, flew overhead, their hungry eyes fixed on the rare feast before them. Panic spread like wildfire among the crowd of refugees. Soon, the road was filled with wails, screams, and the constant psss of mosquito repellent being sprayed. But the repellent couldn't kill these blood mosquitoes at best, it only drove them away for a moment. No one knew if they could hold out until they reached the official shelter. Some people were still heading toward the shopping mall. 2 backpackers even pressed up against the glass door of a coffee shop, peering inside. At that moment, Jiang Yan was sitting in a somewhat hidden corner. With the room pitch dark, no one outside could see her. Not that those people had any intention of coming in anyway. These street-level shops were even hotter than their own homes. Going inside was as good as waiting to die. There was no subway station nearby, only a 2-level underground parking lot beneath the mall and a supermarket. Jiang Yan guessed they'd seen the upcoming day's high temperature forecast on their phones and were just looking for a temporary underground refuge. After a while, the number of people outside dwindled. Judging the time was about right, Jiang Yan finally stood up and took out a bulky jetpack suit from her storage space, putting it on over her thick heat-insulating suit. The jetpack weighed 60 kilos, over 10 kilos heavier than she was herself. Wearing it felt like carrying a grown man on her back. Luckily, her physical condition had improved. Otherwise, in this double-layered, cumbersome getup, she wouldn't have been able to move an inch. Just as she finished removing the U-lock from the door, Jiang Yan noticed the dried corpses lying on the tiles outside the glass door twitching slightly. Her heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me they're turning into zombies now. But this isn't a movie or a novel. As she hesitated, a swarm of tiny, half-finger-long, fully metamorphosed mosquitoes burst out of the corpses, breaking through the skin. To be precise, they crawled out from the exposed necks, faces, mouths, and even bellies of the dried corpses. Jiang Yan's pupils contracted, and she instinctively sucked in a breath. Normally, mosquitoes lay their eggs on water, each female laying 50 to 500 eggs at a time. But after the heat wave, the city's ponds, rivers, and lakes had all but dried up. Jiang Yan had been wondering how these mosquitoes survived and reproduced. Now, the answer was clear. Every host drained by the blood mosquitoes, human or animal, became an incubator for their eggs and metamorphosis. A cold sweat broke out all over Jiang Yan. Fortunately, these baby mosquitoes probably weren't as aggressive as the adults. She forced herself to wait a while longer. Once the swarm of baby mosquitoes had buzzed away, she finally opened the door and stepped outside. The jetpack suit was controlled by manipulating the jets with her arms. So right now, she had neither an electric mosquito swatter nor any repellent in her hands. They were completely empty. But ordinary mosquitoes could only fly as high as the 6th floor. As long as she got above the 7th floor quickly, their numbers would drop sharply. Of course, it was possible that these mutant mosquitoes could fly higher. But as long as she flew fast and high enough, they wouldn't be able to catch her. Even so, Jiang Yan wasn't in a hurry. She methodically switched on the jetpack, hovering half a meter above the ground to test its stability. Once she was sure everything was working, she gradually increased the thrust. As the jets roared, Jiang Yan quickly rose to the height of the 7th floor, then angled herself at 45 degrees and slowly flew toward Qianshui Bay. Soon, 8th floor, 9th floor. The devastated cityscape below grew farther and farther away. Jiang Yan's altitude slowly increased. After passing one more old residential complex, she'd reached Qianshui Bay. She wasn't worried about being seen. With her fully armored, bizarre appearance, no one would recognize her anyway. Still, as she neared Qianshui Bay, she hovered in midair to observe. At this hour, everyone in the buildings had probably moved to the underground garage. The apartments were pitch black, not a single light to be seen. It looked like a ghost town, standing there all alone. Just as Jiang Yan flew past an old apartment building near Qianshui Bay, a pale, frail little girl in a 7th-floor room suddenly opened her eyes wide in disbelief. She looked about 3 or 4, dressed in a nearly new pink Barbie princess dress. On her head was a delicate rhinestone tiara, and her small, cool hands wore a cute little bracelet. Her parents lay quietly on either side of her, also dressed neatly. Her mother wore a beautiful yellow floral dress and had even put on makeup. Her father had shaved clean and slicked his hair with gel. But the heat was overwhelming. Her mother's makeup had long since melted, and her father's hair gel was damp and sticky. On the nightstand beside them were 2 empty medicine bottles. "What's wrong, sweetie? Are you feeling unwell?" Sensing her daughter move, Jiang Xiaoyue tried to force her heavy eyelids open. "Daddy, Mommy, I'm so hot, but I just saw Superman." The little girl's eyes sparkled like 2 bright stars in the night, full of innocence and curiosity. She tugged at her parents' hands and spoke in a soft, childish voice. Superman. Her father, Zhao Lei, opened his eyes, red-rimmed, and exchanged a silent glance with his wife. Yeah, just now, flying past in the sky. The girl tried to lift her little face, speaking earnestly. But after just a couple of sentences, her breathing grew labored. Tears glimmered in her mother's eyes. She turned slightly and planted a heavy kiss on her daughter's forehead, her voice gentle. Sweetie, go to sleep now, okay? Once you fall asleep, the magic will work. Then we'll not only see Superman, but lots of little fairies will come to take us with them. Wow. Mommy, can the fairies cure my sickness? I really don't want to get any more shots at the hospital. They hurt so much. Yes, the fairies have lots of magic. They can grant all your wishes. Mommy, do the fairies have a big air conditioner at home? Then you and Daddy wouldn't feel so bad, right? Yes. Jiang Xiaoyue's nose stung, her throat tight with emotion. She turned her head slightly to wipe away her tears. Mommy, can I meet Peppa Pig, George, and Doraemon in the Magic Castle? Yes, of course. You can meet anyone you want, sweetheart. Jiang Xiaoyue summoned the last of her strength to answer firmly. Then I want to be best friends with George and Peppa, and I want to borrow a bunch of things from Doraemon. Then, just like that Superman, I'll take Mommy and Daddy to travel all over the world. Don't worry, sweetie. Everything you dream of will come true. Zhao Lei bit the blanket, his eyes red as he choked back sobs. Daddy, Mommy, I'm so hot and so sleepy. I'm going to sleep now. I love you. You have to come with me, okay? Otherwise, the magic won't work for all of us. I really want to go into the magic castle holding hands with you both. Her voice grew weaker and weaker, and the little hands clutching her parents slowly slipped away. Mommy and Daddy love you too. Jiang Xiaoyue tried to speak, but the endless drowsiness swept her away. Sweetie, go to sleep. Mommy and Daddy love you too. Zhao Lei used the last of his strength to pull his wife and daughter, eyes closed, tightly into his arms. The next second, the 6-foot-tall man buried his face in the blanket, sobbing uncontrollably. In less than a minute, Jiang Yan had already flown up to the 32nd floor of Building A. The batch of jetpacks she bought all had speeds of over 200 kilometers per hour. Even though she wasn't that skilled at operating them yet, she was already flying pretty fast. She glanced around, thankfully. There were no blood mosquitoes following her. Hovering outside the living room's floor-to-ceiling window, Jiang Yan carefully took her phone out of her bag. Seeing the big exclamation mark on the signal indicator, she instinctively pursed her lips. Oh no! She'd planned for everything, except her phone suddenly losing signal. With no cell signal, the smart home system was definitely out of commission, and her plan to get back in through the window was a bust. Luckily, her jetpack still had some juice left. As for getting back into her apartment, she figured she had 3 options. First, she could go down from the rooftop. She remembered there was only a single iron door between the rooftop and the 32nd floor, and the lock would be easy to break. The only issue was that the stairs under the iron door were suspended above the stairwell floor, leaving a gap. But for her, that was hardly a problem. The second option was to get in through the 32nd floor stairwell window, but she'd have to smash the glass. She had plenty of hammers in her storage space. Breaking glass would be a breeze. But she remembered the stairwell windows weren't very big, and with all the gear she was wearing, she looked like a Michelin tire. To squeeze through, she'd have to dismantle the window frame as well. Plus, once the window was broken, blood mosquitoes and the incoming torrential rain would pour into the stairwell. The third option was to enter through the ground floor, which would also involve breaking glass or forcing a lock. That was the hardest, most tiring, and most likely to attract attention. After all, she'd have to use a power saw to break the lock. Thinking it through, option 1 was by far the simplest. With that decided, Jiang Yan pressed a button on her jetpack, gave it a bit more power, and flew straight up to the rooftop. Even with insulated shoes on, the moment her feet touched the rooftop, she could feel the searing heat radiating up. This was Jiang Yan's first time on the rooftop. There wasn't much up there, just a small room that looked like a water tank and 2 electrical boxes side by side. Other than that, there were 3 round flower beds. But the flowers and grass inside had long since withered. The rest was a tangle of wires hanging in midair, probably for residents to hang their laundry. Even though there was no way anyone would be up here at this hour, Jiang Yan still looked around cautiously. Just in case something unexpected happened, she didn't take off her heavy jetpack right away. Instead, she summoned a dagger and a flashlight from her storage space. She quickly found the iron door, and the lock was nothing special. She pried it open in a few tries. With a creak, the door opened. After making sure everything inside was normal, Jiang Yan went in. She took out a rope from her storage space and tied the iron door shut, then used her jetpack to descend directly into the stairwell. The stairwell was pitch black and eerily quiet. Jiang Yan didn't linger, hurrying toward her own apartment, 3201. Maybe because the floor was so high up, the blood mosquitoes hadn't made it to the 32nd floor. There were no bloodstains in the stairwell, just some scattered trash. Probably dropped by He Chunmei and the others when they moved out. When Jiang Yan reached her front door, she realized another serious problem. The anti-intrusion system was currently set to 500 volts. With no cell signal, she had no way to temporarily adjust the defense level. There was a manual control panel, but unfortunately, it was installed in the bedroom. Luckily, she'd always been cautious. Otherwise, if she'd just reached out by habit, she'd have been fried to a crisp. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but give a wry smile. Wasn't this a case of being trapped by her own precautions? But who could have predicted the internet would go down in less than half a day? Fortunately, she still had her portable home, her storage space. Jiang Yan didn't waste any time. With a thought, she entered her space. Compared to the sweltering darkness outside, her space was bright and sunny. She took off her jetpack and heat-resistant suit and went straight for a shower. After changing into loose loungewear, she was still a bit tired from wandering outside all night, so she went straight to bed. She pulled out her tablet and started watching a popular variety show she'd downloaded earlier. As she watched, she suddenly felt hungry. No surprise, the show was featuring the guests eating seafood instant noodles in some tropical country. She could practically smell the aroma through the screen. Jiang Yan, like a little foodie, swallowed her saliva and went to the kitchen. She grabbed a pot, boiled some water, and tossed in a packet of tom yum hot pot base. The water boiled quickly, and the sour, spicy, and coconutty aroma filled the kitchen. Jiang Yan took out a pack of pickled vegetable instant noodles, tore it open, and put the noodles in the pot. With another thought, she summoned some almost fresh shrimp, crab sticks, and clams from her storage area, washed them, and added them to the pot. When the noodles were perfectly springy, she added some thinly sliced mushrooms. Finally, she sprinkled some cilantro on top, and a steaming bowl of seafood instant noodles was ready. Jiang Yan finished even the broth. After years as a food blogger, she'd never really watched her diet. She was naturally skinny no matter how much she ate. She never gained weight. If her physical exam results hadn't always been normal, she'd have suspected she had hyperthyroidism. Now that the apocalypse had come, her slender build actually gave her a sense of security. After eating, she discovered her phone suddenly had signal again. Excited, Jiang Yan grabbed her phone and exited her storage space. Without any protective gear on, the moment she stepped back into the stairwell, it felt like she'd been thrown into a sauna. Hot. Unbearably hot. She pulled out her phone, opened the smart home app, quickly disabled the anti-intrusion system, entered her password, and scanned her fingerprint. Beep. The door unlocked. Inside, it was so stuffy she could barely breathe. But being home always felt good. It was a feeling she couldn't describe, a sense of security etched into her bones. No matter how perfect her storage space was, it couldn't compare. She glanced at the thermometer in the living room. The temperature had already reached 68 degrees Celsius. Jiang Yan closed the door and didn't bother turning on the lights. After returning to her bedroom, she entered her storage space again. She checked her phone. The Xiaoyue Bay residence group chat was buzzing. Even after the bloody chaos that afternoon, everyone was still alive and kicking. There were still complaints. There were still curses directed at Jiang Yan and the others. But most people had gone back to entertaining themselves. Someone even posted photos and videos of the underground shelter in the group. Thanks to the backup power, there was still some light inside. But it wasn't very bright. After all, no one knew how long the heat would last, so they had to conserve electricity as much as possible. The property management had scattered several air conditioners in a few corners. The families with babies and elderly people were mainly arranged around these air conditioners. But looking at the people inside, almost everyone was wearing very little, their faces flushed red from the heat, and beads of sweat still on their foreheads. It seemed the air conditioners weren't making much of a difference. After all, regular household air conditioners only have a cooling capacity of 2 or 3 horsepower at most, covering an area of 30 or 40 square meters. But this underground parking lot was several thousand square meters. Plus, maybe there were just too many people. Still, it was clearly much better than the scorching 60 to 70 degrees upstairs. Someone even took a few photos of fresh bloodstains left on the walls and posted them in the group chat. It was probably from when the blood mosquitoes came in that afternoon, with some flying in through the pedestrian passage. Naturally, the group chat was soon filled with a barrage of curses and swearing. There was also a photo of thick, rolling smoke and blazing flames. It looked a bit eerie, because amidst the raging fire, you could clearly see the silhouettes of bodies stacked on top of each other. Jiang Yan looked closely and finally recognized it as the dried-up pond in the center of the community garden. It seemed the property management had turned it into a temporary cremation site. After all, with the temperature rising and the number of blood mosquitoes increasing, quite a few pop. Some were hunched over, covering their ears and trying to sleep. But there were also people playing cards together, chatting, or nursing babies alone. A few families seemed to be wailing in grief. They had probably lost family members during the blood mosquito attack that afternoon. In this kind of environment, hoping for peace and quiet was clearly a luxury. At least, no one was smoking. Or maybe they'd already run out of cigarettes at home. After Jiang Yan got a general sense of the situation, she was about to exit the residence group chat when her gaze stopped at the number of members at the top. Xiaoyue Bay Residence Group, 306. Jiang Yan. She remembered the group used to be full, with 500 members. Good grief. In just one day, nearly 200 households were gone. That meant the population had dropped by at least 600 people. Wasn't that a bit too outrageous? Jiang Yan couldn't help but recall that surveillance footage in her mind. Also, she seemed to have caught a glimpse of the owner of those shoes again in the video shot by a resident. At the time, the security supervisor was handing out compressed biscuits or something to the residents. Now, looking at the sharply reduced number of people in the group, a strange suspicion suddenly popped into her mind. In the days that followed, cell phone signals became intermittent. The temperature steadily climbed from the previous 67 or 68 degrees up to over 70. Every day, the telecom providers would send out encouraging text messages. The authorities also gradually announced new temporary shelters and sent out the addresses to everyone. At the same time, they opened up some temporary supply depots to the public for free. But due to limited resources, people had to go collect supplies themselves. Also, government personnel joined all the city's residents' group chats. But not many, just 1 or 2 people per group. Jiang Yan suddenly understood why, after so many apps crashed, WeChat was still working. Most likely, the authorities were supporting it behind the scenes to make sure information could reach people as quickly as possible. There was much less idle chatter in the group, but all sorts of fierce arguments started breaking out. Most likely, the food delivered by the authorities wasn't enough. Once resources became scarce, conflict was inevitable. Some suspected that the property management and the residence committee were colluding to pocket supplies. But they had no proof. The officials in the group were mostly there to calm people down. They couldn't magically produce more supplies. Or rather, there were supplies, but in these conditions, they just couldn't be delivered. Also, according to updates in the group, Even when the temperature rose above 70 degrees, the mutated blood mosquitoes were still swarming everywhere. Only when it hit 75 degrees did their numbers finally start to drop. Gradually, the mosquitoes became fewer and fewer until they disappeared completely. On the 10th day of the heatwave, the authorities sent out a mass message through the telecom providers, and it was truly uplifting. The blood mosquitoes have disappeared from the entire world. And if we can just hold on for another 10 days, there's an 80% chance the heatwave will be over. This was the first piece of good news since the heatwave hit the world. Even though the next 10 days would only get hotter, at least it gave the survivors a glimmer of hope. After that, the intermittent cell phone signal vanished completely. The power in the Xiaoyue Bay underground garage seemed to have run out even before the signal was lost. The residents' group chat was dead silent. During this period, Jiang Yan spent almost all her time in her space, studying. Her daily schedule was packed from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Apart from meal times and a half-hour nap, she rotated through flying, yachting, excavator operation, shooting, and farming, like cramming for an exam. But since she didn't have access to water, yacht and boat practice was stuck at the landlubber stage. The Lego sets and all the movies, TV dramas, variety shows, and anime she downloaded to kill time now seemed a bit redundant. She only watched a bit during meals or before bed. But she knew deep down she was enduring hardship now for a better future. The heatwave had isolated everything, giving her the perfect environment to study. Once the heatwave ended and those hiding underground returned to normal life, the world around her would no longer be so quiet and safe. Sometimes, Jiang Yan would leave her space and return to her apartment. Partly to acclimate herself to surviving in high temperatures, and partly because, after the signal was gone, she had no more sources of information and wanted to see if anything had changed outside. Or maybe she hoped that one day she'd see signs of official rescue teams on the streets. On the 18th day of the heatwave, the temperature suddenly dropped to 60 degrees. Still scorching, but Jiang Yan was a little delighted. It was very likely that in 2 days, the heatwave would end. On the 19th day, the temperature continued to drop, reaching the 50s. That evening, as dusk fell, Jiang Yan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and finally saw vehicles moving on the street. She quickly grabbed her binoculars. Sure enough, several trucks with unusual paint jobs were delivering supplies. Judging by the color, the trucks were probably coated with heat-insulating material, and the tires were special, able to withstand high temperatures. The trucks stopped at the entrance to Xiaoyue Bay. To prevent a stampede for supplies, armed soldiers jumped out first. Soon, a group of people who looked half dead staggered out of the underground garage. The authorities hadn't given up on a single citizen. Even though the forecast said the temperature would likely return to normal the next day, delivering supplies now was clearly a race against time. After all, many people might not survive another day. Besides, the heatwave had come so suddenly, there was only so much they could do. Later, when Jiang Yan came out of her space again, she heard the thump-thump-thump of helicopters overhead. She hurried to the window. Several military helicopters flew slowly and low across the night sky. Hanging beneath them were huge, double-sided, glow-in-the-dark banners. They read, "The authorities will carry out citywide disinfection in 1 day. Residents still in buildings, please make sure all doors and windows are tightly closed." Actually, even without the warning, hardly anyone would leave their doors or windows open. Of course, in this kind of heat, it was hard to say if anyone was still alive in the buildings. The next day, the temperature, as if it had gone mad, plummeted to 37 or 38 degrees in a single day. People who had been hiding underground for so long rushed to the surface. But to be safe, no one dared go home. Those on higher floors were afraid they wouldn't be able to come back down. Those on lower floors were still traumatized by the blood mosquitoes. There was still no signal or electricity. But soon, the wind picked up. And, at long last, raindrops began to fall from the sky. Rumble. A bolt of lightning suddenly split the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that echoed across the land. Raindrops as big as beans began to pour down from the sky, drumming against the ground. The cars parked outside the Shallow Water Bay residential complex started blaring their alarms in the downpour. Inside the complex, the people who had been cautiously observing from the entrance of the underground parking lot now rushed out into the rain, their faces wild with excitement. Some danced and cheered, while others broke down in tears, sobbing uncontrollably with joy. No one could tell if the streams running down their faces were salty tears or the bitter rain. It's raining. Damn. Heaven finally has eyes. Honey, thank God. We're finally saved. Some people even ignored the trash still scattered on the ground, collapsing on their backs with their mouths open, desperately drinking in the rainwater. Over 1,000 people had been crammed in the stifling underground shelter for more than 20 days without washing. The sour stench from their bodies was worse than the garbage on the ground. Some cupped their hands to catch the rain and drink it that way. The rainwater was bitter and hard to swallow, but the feeling of surviving disaster made it taste sweet. Everyone was still caught up in the excitement of the heat finally ending, with no one realizing that this was actually the beginning of another, even more severe, disaster. Neighbors, this rainwater might have bacteria. Don't drink it. I heard the authorities sprayed disinfectant all over the city a couple of days ago. Be careful, the water might be toxic. Yeah, and remember all those days when ashes from burning bodies were floating everywhere? Hold on, don't drink it. And what about all those dead blood mosquitoes lately? Who knows if they carried diseases? Watch out for parasites. What if this rain drifted over from Japan? Be careful of radioactive residue. Everyone, just wait it out for now. Many of the older folks tried to persuade everyone, speaking earnestly. But they couldn't stop the desperate, parched crowd. They hadn't had a drop of water in days. The supplies delivered by the authorities yesterday were just some compressed biscuits and canned luncheon meat, no water. The whole city, maybe even the whole world, was running out of water. Some people had even resorted to drinking their own yellowed urine. Even the meager condensation from a few air conditioner units was treated like a precious delicacy. Of course, that was secretly hoarded by the property management and the homeowners committee. So compared to dying of thirst, who cared if there were ashes in the rainwater? At least it was extra calcium. As for radioactive stuff, that was just some mysterious thing people had only ever heard about. If the sky wanted to rain, or a woman wanted to marry, there was nothing you could do. If disaster struck, so be it. The suffering of the past weeks had left everyone feeling strangely numb inside. The heat wave should be over for good now. Everyone, go home. Staying in the rain too long can make you sick, said Jiang Chi-Chi. Yeah, let's go home first. If you really have to drink the rainwater, at least catch it in a basin and filter it through some cloth, cotton, or charcoal before drinking, suggested a young man with dark circles under his eyes. The rain kept pouring, getting heavier and heavier. Bean-sized no longer described it. It was as if a hole had opened in the sky, water pouring down in columns, a torrential downpour. In just a few minutes, streams of water were already running along the ground. The pool in the middle of the complex, which had been temporarily used as a cremation pit and was piled high with ashes, was now washed clean by the rain. In some places, the water was deep enough to cover people's ankles. Finally, once they were sure the heat wouldn't return, the people who had been sheltering underground began rolling up their bedding and heading home. There was still no electricity or internet, but nothing could stop them from wanting to go home. Especially in weather like this, nothing was more important than going home. A few security guards from property management had already unlocked the doors to the 5 apartment buildings. Everyone, could the men please stay behind for a moment? Just as people were about to leave the garden and head to their buildings, the property manager, Lu Dahong, called out. Most people just turned their heads and pretended not to hear. A few young men and several middle-aged guys looked at him in confusion. Manager Lu, what is it? Lu Dahong wiped the rain from his face and said, Everyone, the rain's coming down hard. It might flood the first floor. How about we move the sandbags from the garage entrance to the building entrances? It'll help block the water, even if just a little. With everyone helping, it'll go faster. Anming City's drainage system had problems. Whenever it rained hard, the the roads would flood and water would back up. The underground garage at Shallow Water Bay had flooded several times before. Many residents had woken up to find their cars swimming in water all night. So the property management had stockpiled lots of sandbags at the garage entrance. People used to joke that the vehicle and vessel tax was really just flood insurance. Now that everyone had moved their cars out to the street, the underground garage was empty. The sandbags would be more useful at the building entrances. It's just a little rain. What's there to be afraid of? Manager Lou, you're just feeling powerful because you handed out supplies for a few days. Don't get carried away and start bossing the residents around. Don't get your priorities mixed up. Yeah, isn't moving sandbags the job of the property security staff? If you want me to do it, what's the point of paying property fees? The complex and hallways have been full of trash for days. Where are your cleaners? And now you want us to do your job? Are you nuts? If there's flooding, it'll only affect the first floor. I'm not helping. I haven't even eaten. Where would I get the strength? Yeah, after all that heat, staying in the rain too long will just make us sick. If we get sick, will you take responsibility? And what about the thunder? If we get struck by lightning, will you pay for that? Can you afford it? The crowd erupted in complaints, most people angry and defiant. Even two first-floor residents glared at him with hostility. After all, when the blood mosquitoes got in and hurt their families, it was partly because property management hadn't done their job. Of course, the real culprits were those who hadn't closed the official shelter doors properly. Lu Dahong's face turned dark for a second, his fists clenched tight as he cursed inwardly. Just wait, you bastards, soon you'll be begging me on your knees. Enough. If you have the energy to stand here arguing, you could have moved all the sandbags by now. I may live on the 32nd floor, where the water will never reach me, but I'll help move the sandbags, said Sun Jingtao. Before he retired from the military, he'd participated in several flood relief missions, and he had a sense of duty, or maybe just habit. The sandbags weren't very big, and if he weren't so weak now, he could have carried 3 in one hand. As soon as Su Dai heard this, she looked worried and tugged at his hand. Honey. Sun Jingtao squeezed her hand in return, comforting her. Babe, I can still hold on. Wait for me downstairs for a bit, and we'll go home together in a while. Yeah, let's all pitch in. We're all neighbors in the same community. Now more than ever, we need to unite and work together. Zhang Qiming echoed, his words full of official-sounding encouragement. He looked much more haggard these days, his beard unkempt. Most of the remaining supplies at home, as well as those distributed by the authorities, he'd left for Jiang Chi-Chi. But he had a feeling that all the effort and investment he'd put into Jiang Chi-Chi this month would finally pay off tonight. The thought made him feel a faint excitement and impatience. The two of them followed a few security guards to move sandbags. A few other men from the lower and middle floors quietly joined in as well. Lu Dahong, however, walked at the back, frowning and silent. Most of the remaining people hurried toward the entrances of their own buildings. The first group to go and had barely taken a few steps before they were hit by the overpowering stench of rotting corpses and dried blood. Outside, the rain was pounding down, while inside the corridor was pitch black. A few people tripped over a corpse that hadn't been disposed of in time. Thud! The moment their faces and hands touched the mummified body, the acrid stench of decay rushed up their noses, and the strange, clammy feel of the skin sent chills down their spines. Some even saw swarms of maggots wriggling out of the corpse's mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Ugh! Damn it! Aya! Someone stepped right on a blood mosquito corpse. Splat! No one could tell if it was leftover blood spurting from inside the mosquito, or if the body had just rotted into a puddle of yellow pus. The foul, bloody stench in the air grew thicker and thicker. Panic spread among the people. Screams, curses, and sobs rang out one after another. Boom! After a deafening clap of thunder, lightning streaked across the sky, and flashes of white light shone through the windows. Bloodstains on the walls, blood on the floor, mummified bodies, severed limbs, and faces twisted in fear. At a glance, it was like being in an immersive horror movie. Half an hour later, the people on the lower floors finally made it home in a panic. those living higher up were still slowly climbing the stairs. Everyone was so weak now that after just a few flights, they had to stop and catch their breath. Jiang Yan stood silently by her bedroom window, watching the scene outside. In some buildings, faint lights flickered in the windows. But most windows were pitch black. Maybe those homes had run out of power and candles. Or maybe the whole family hadn't survived this disaster, wiped out, gone. The rain was still pouring down, growing heavier by the minute, soon submerging the pool where they'd burned bodies. The sloped road leading to the underground parking lot had turned into a wide river. Sewage, garbage, and blood mosquito corpses quickly floated to the surface. At this rate, by midnight, half of the first floor would be underwater. Earlier, the first-floor residents had been excited, thinking they had the advantage of being close to the water. They could just grab a basin or bucket and easily go out to collect rainwater. But half an hour later, fear set in as they realized their homes might be flooded and they'd have to evacuate immediately. But that wasn't Jiang Yan's concern. She frowned for a moment, then looked away. The room was pitch dark. She hadn't turned on any lights. She recalled her memories from her previous life. The heat wave had lasted less than a month, about the same as last time. And from what she'd overheard from Song Deming and Jiang Chi-Chi, the torrential rain had lasted for over a month straight. If all these disasters were repeating from her last life, just happening a month earlier this time, then there was still a tough battle ahead. What's more, every natural disaster brought with it secondary disasters. And those secondary disasters depended a lot on the specifics of each city. For example, when the global heatwave hit, people in Anming, where it was spring all year round and almost no one had air conditioning, were clearly less prepared than those in tropical or subtropical areas where every home had AC. Even though all the cities eventually lost power and AC became useless, the latter group at least had more time to prepare. And now, with torrential rain everywhere, cities wet. With its mild, spring-like climate, Anming was like a flower in a greenhouse. Its people were well protected in normal times. Everyone lived comfortably in such a pleasant climate. But when these extreme weather events hit, they were clearly less able to cope than those in harsher climates. And that's not even mentioning extreme cold or heavy snow. You'd be hard-pressed to find a single snowplow in the whole city. And now, with the coming torrential rain, the city was about to face a serious test. From what she remembered, Anming's drainage system had always been a problem. A regular heavy rain could flood the streets. People used to joke about swimming to work, and honestly, it wasn't far from the truth. On top of that, in recent years, the city seemed to be endlessly digging and burying things under the roads, as if there were ancient treasures hidden below. All that digging and refilling only made the secondary disasters from heavy rain worse. Despite all these problems, Jiang Yan still hadn't chosen to leave the city. Because, for her, these weren't really problems. Rather than move to a strange city, she'd rather stay on her own turf. Still, no matter where she was, surviving alone in the apocalypse wasn't just a matter of hiding and waiting it out. But those were problems to face one at a time. For now, she needed to solve her immediate food problem. She'd spent the whole afternoon secretly playing observer and hadn't even had dinner yet. Achoo! Jiang Yan sneezed reflexively. She glanced at the thermometer. The temperature had dropped again. In just an hour or two, it had quickly fallen to around 21 or 22 degrees Celsius. Normally, that would feel comfortable. But after getting used to 60 or 70 degrees for a while, this sudden drop actually felt a bit chilly. She got up, drew the blackout curtains in her bedroom, and turned on a small nightlight. Then she took out her tablet and pulled up the surveillance feed. First, she checked the first floor. The water had just reached the bottom step of the building entrance, and some residents were already dragging suitcases out. With the lights out in the hallway, the cameras had switched to infrared mode. On screen, those people turned and headed for the stairwell. Most likely, they were about to start knocking on doors upstairs, looking for a place to stay. She was on the 32nd floor, so it would be a while before anyone reached her. And even if they did, she was determined not to open the door, no matter what. Still, Jiang Yan guessed some people might try to nest in the magpie's nest, taking over empty apartments. After all, a quick look at the owner's group chat would tell you which units were completely abandoned. She checked the 7th floor, where Jiang Chi-Chi lived. It was empty. As soon as she switched to the 32nd floor feed, Chu Chu's thin, bitter face appeared right outside her door. "Honey, do you think that brat next door is just going to stay at the official shelter and never come back?" Chu Chu stood about a meter away from Jiang Yan's door, holding a nearly dead flashlight, sweeping its weak beam a few times over the wire mesh above the door. The light was so dim it barely helped. She craned her neck for a long time, but couldn't make out anything useful. When everyone else had rushed out into the rain to let loose, her family had still been in the underground parking lot, not venturing out. So, at least they hadn't gotten wet, they were dry. But last time, she'd gotten a nasty shock from the store. Even though the whole city was now in a blackout, she was still traumatized and didn't dare get too close. "She'll probably come back," Zhou Guangfu said, opening their own door with a creak and letting their daughter and son in before replying to her. "He Chunmei, oh? Why's that?" It was extreme heat before, so the official shelters were all underground or in the mountains. Now with this torrential rain, those places have become disaster zones, floods, mudslides, landslides. The authorities will definitely evacuate them. If it were me, I'd stick with the officials to find a new place. But she doesn't seem like the type who can handle hardship. With this storm outside, coming home would be her first choice. After saying this, Zhou Guangfu's tone shifted, puzzled. "Wait, weren't you just mad at her for not letting us in before? Why are you suddenly so concerned about her?" "Who cares about her? I just think there's going to be a great show soon. The best kind, dog eat dog." Chu Chu's lips curled up unconsciously, her voice rising with excitement. At her words, Zhou Guangfu's previously calm face darkened. "Seriously, wife? We're barely scraping by ourselves here, and you're already plotting something again?" His parents had died the very first night they moved to the underground parking lot. His father had a heart attack triggered by the heat, and his mother had a stroke, both gone in the night. After they passed, it was like he finally woke up. Before, for the sake of family harmony, he'd always put up with everything Chu Chu said and did. To outsiders, he probably looked a bit spineless. He knew it, but chose to ignore it. But now, with his parents gone and after 20-some days of living like the Walking Dead, he realized he didn't have to tolerate it anymore. "I'm not plotting anything. This time, I don't even have to lift a finger. We just need to get our little stools and some peanuts and sunflower seeds ready at home. You know as well as I do, when she left for the shelter, she didn't close the unit door properly. Look how many people in Building A died because of that. Even Jiang Chi-Chi's son was killed by those blood-sucking mosquitoes. Huh. Just wait." Once everyone's had a couple days to recover at home, and that cold-blooded, selfish brat comes back, there's going to be a real show. Chu Chu finished gloating, even giving a snort of disdain. Over at the surveillance feed, Jiang Yan raised her eyebrows slightly. "That's a lot to take in. All right, wife, you didn't see it with your own eyes. Let's not jump to conclusions without proof. Let's go home. Aren't you tired of standing here?" Zhou Guangfu frowned, but in the end, he managed to swallow his anger for now. Chu Chu, however, wouldn't let it go. "What do you mean, no proof? Tons of people saw her leave. She even posted in the group chat that she was going to the official shelter. Besides, if one person says she's got a problem, maybe it's nothing. But now, so many owners in Building A are saying she's got a problem, she must have a problem. Just wait, Jiang Chi-Chi has teamed up with Jiang Qiming and Lu Dahong as her backers, and they've rallied all the families in Building A who lost people to the blood mosquitoes. They're just waiting for her to come back so they can tear her to pieces. Who knows, maybe people from the other buildings will join in too. Last time, she strutted around with a chainsaw in front of all us old, weak, sick, and pregnant folks. This time, with so many people and even a few of the property security supervisors around, let's see how tough she acts. Honestly, I really hope she comes back soon." Listening to her rapid-fire rant, Zhou Guangfu's frown deepened until it looked like a mountain. she's getting more and more unreasonable. Wife, are you not planning to go home? Fine, you stay here and keep giving your passionate speech. I haven't had a good night's sleep in over 20 days. I'm exhausted. With that, he let out a deep sigh, turned away, yanked the door open, and strode inside. The iron door slammed shut with a heavy bang. He-Chame stood there, stunned for a moment. Was this the first time her husband had ever lost his temper with her? She was about to raise her hand to knock when she heard footsteps coming from the stairwell. Turning, she saw Sun Jingtao and Su Dai, both soaked to the bone and looking like drowned rats. The memory of being humiliated by them in front of everyone flashed through her mind, and He-Chuen-mei's voice turned sour as she said, "Well, aren't you too energetic? Out for a little romance in the rain, were you?" Most of the people who'd rushed out into the rain were young. Families like theirs, who'd managed to stay dry, had basically just come straight home from the underground parking lot. Chun. Su Dai started to explain that they'd been helping the property staff move sandbags, but Sun Jingtao pulled her away. "Let's go home, babe. There's no point explaining to someone who says such dumb, boring things." Su Dai pressed her lips together and obediently nodded. Hand in hand, the two of them turned and went inside. In the past, people would have at least tried to keep up appearances for the sake of neighborly relations. Most of the time, they'd smile on the outside while cursing on the inside. But now, even 7- or 8-year-old kids knew the apocalypse had come. No one had to put up with anyone else anymore. Left out in the cold, He-Chame stood there in silence for a few seconds, feeling a bit embarrassed, before finally opening her own door and going inside. Jiang Yen stared at the now-blank surveillance screen, replaying He-Chuen-mei's words in her mind. So, Jiang Chi-Chi had even prepared a welcome-home gift for her. She'd been planning to pay them a visit herself anyway. Well then, bring it on. Her stomach rumbled again, and Jiang Yen finally realized she really needed to eat. She put down her tablet, got up, and pulled a light, handmade silk shawl from the wardrobe before entering her space. She'd had too much spicy hot pot lately and was feeling a bit overheated, so tonight she wanted something lighter. With a thought, a perfectly balanced solo meal she'd previously ordered from a Cantonese restaurant appeared on her table. Pork rib and yam congee, blanched choy sum, steamed chicken feet in soy sauce, pan-fried yellow croaker, spicy sour lotus root salad, and a glass of iced lemon tea. Simple dishes, but full of color, aroma, and flavor. Jiang Yen ate contentedly, completely satisfied. By the time Jiang Yen finished her meal at a leisurely pace, it was already 8 in the evening. But in this space, there was never any real distinction between day and night right now. It was still bright and sunny. After more than 20 days of cramming and intensive training, she decided to give herself a break tonight. For example, she could use this time to test what she'd learned about agricultural planting. The main thing was, the patch of black soil outside the apple pod had been left fallow for quite a while. There was only a single rose bush she'd brought in from the villa for testing, blooming all alone and looking rather pitiful. She wasn't lacking in fresh fruits and vegetables, but she wanted to put her knowledge into practice. With that in mind, Jiang Yen focused her thoughts and took out some vegetable seeds from the storage area. These included cabbage, bok choy, tomatoes, peppers, corn, cucumbers, Chinese broccoli, and chives. If you plant chive seeds directly in the soil, the germination rate is very low. Following what she'd learned from a video, she took a small bowl, added a shallow layer of water, and soaked the seeds. After soaking for 2 or 3 days, she could plant them and then enjoy the endless cycle of harvesting and regrowth. The other seeds, cabbage, tomatoes, peppers, corn, were much easier. She simply scattered them lightly over the soil and planned to spray them with water each day. Once the seedlings sprouted, she could pick the stronger ones and transplant them to designated areas. Jiang Yen thought that, when she had time, she should look for some bricks or white nursery fences to divide up the large patch of black soil. Something like a fruit area, a flower area, a vegetable area, and a medicinal herb area. That way, not only would it look neat and pretty, but it would also be easier to manage. She'd already checked, the black soil was naturally a bit moist, so she only needed to sprinkle a little water when watering. But for now, she could only use stored tap water, maybe adding some nutrient solution. Actually, this kind of water wasn't great for planting. Over time, the soil would easily become compacted and clumpy. If only she could find some natural spring water. That thought reminded her. She'd definitely heard the sound of water in this space before. But strangely, she'd never actually seen a river anywhere. The sound seemed to come from the border between the white living area and the black planting area, and sometimes, near the edge of the white mist at the top, she could faintly hear the gurgling of water. It felt like there was a spring and a slender stream somewhere. But right now, they were completely invisible. Jiang Yan suspected that this space still held mysteries she hadn't figured out, just like the thick white mist encircling it. How could she make them visible? How could she disperse the white mist? Could she expand the area of her space? She puzzled over these 3 questions, but couldn't come up with an answer. She decided that in a couple of days, when she wasn't busy, she'd read a few post-apocalyptic novels to see if she could get any inspiration. The vegetable seeds were quickly sown. She then took out a small packet of rose seeds and soaked them in a bowl of water as well. She planned to plant these soaked rose seeds in a ring around the black soil in 2 days. That way, when the vines grew and bloomed, she could weave them into a fence, not only beautiful, but pleasantly fragrant. If she added a white or green nursery fence, it would be perfect. The area of black soil closest to the apple pod, Jiang Yan planned to turn into a garden. That way, when she woke up in the morning, she could look out the window at the flowers and greenery, and it would lift her mood. With a thought, she took out peony, tulip, lily, daisy, hyacinth, gardenia, peace lily, bird of paradise, and rose bulbs and seedlings from the storage area. These were all ready to plant bulbs and saplings. Jiang Yan used a small trowel to dig holes, planted the bulbs and seedlings, and covered them with soil using a little rake. She planted a small patch of each. She'd already seen the black soil's miraculous effect on roses. But when she planted the peonies and saw their leaves suddenly turn a deep, lush green, she was still stunned for a moment. After all, peonies are notoriously hard to grow, very picky about soil and climate. As far as she could remember, the only place in Anming City where peonies were professionally cultivated was a small patch in the city's botanical garden. Jiang Yan suddenly felt like she was taking an agricultural exam, but the black soil was constantly helping her cheat. In short, no matter how poor her technique, these seedlings would thrive as soon as they touched the soil. Well, she might as well focus on getting familiar with the planting process. By the time she finished all this, 2 hours had passed. The black soil patch was about 1/3 the size of a soccer field, but she'd only planted vegetables over an area about 1/4 the size of a basketball court. As for the garden area, it was at most 1/3 of a basketball court. It wasn't that she didn't have the energy to plant the rest. She just wanted to wait until these vegetables sprouted and the flowers bloomed before continuing. After all, this was her first time ever planting anything. Standing beside the black soil, looking at the small patches of land she'd watered, Jiang Yan felt a real sense of accomplishment. If you don't treat planting and gardening as work, it's actually quite healing and relaxing, just a bit hard on your back and legs. Jiang Yan put away her gardening tools, took off her muddy rain boots, and headed straight for the bathroom. After washing up and drying her hair, she lay on a lounge chair by the outdoor pool and read for a while. When it was almost 11, she finally left the space. Outside, it was pitch dark, with thunder and lightning and torrential rain. But she still decided to sleep outside tonight. For many people, this was destined to be a sleepless night. Some were worried that this rain, like the previous heat wave, would only get worse. But others were still caught up in the excitement and adrenaline of having survived the heat wave. For Jiang Yan, though, what she felt most was the realness of being back in the world. After turning off the softly glowing nightlight, she got up and pulled open the blackout curtains in her bedroom. Out of habit, she glanced outside and noticed some figures darting around the central garden of the complex. Yes, darting. And the direction they were heading was toward Building A, the tallest building in the whole residential area. The rain was coming down so hard and thick that you wouldn't notice anything if you weren't looking closely. But Jiang Yan's senses had been enhanced by the space, and the people outside were moving in a relay, one pulling another, making them stand out. Otherwise, at this distance and from a low floor, she would never have noticed. Besides, at this hour, it was definitely suspicious. She picked up her pad and pulled up the first-floor surveillance feed. Sure enough, the main entrance of Building A, which had been locked by property management, had been pried open. The water level had already risen above the 3 layers of sandbags at the door, flooding up to about an adult's calf. Judging by that, the water in the garden outside must be at least waist-deep. Inside the entrance, a group of people with families and luggage were hunched over, wading through the water and sneaking toward the stairwell. From the way they moved, they clearly weren't residents of this complex. And all heading straight for the tallest building, way too obvious. She frowned slightly, picked up her binoculars from the nightstand, and looked toward the entrance of the complex. Sure enough, there were still people climbing over the wall into the community. At the gate, people were tossing suitcases and all sorts of luggage over the fence. Those who'd already climbed in were waiting below to catch them. It looked organized and disciplined. Normally, the perimeter of the complex was lined with electrified, spiked wire and surveillance cameras. But now, both were basically useless. Jiang Yan stood by the window for a while, watching as the number of people climbing over the wall gradually decreased. Only then did she put down her binoculars. She closed the blackout curtains again before picking up her tablet to check the surveillance cameras. Her cameras only covered the 1st, 7th, 20th, 31st, and 32nd floors. She switched to the feeds for the 20th and 7th floors. The hallways were empty. There were no sounds of arguing or knocking, just the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning from outside the building. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. With so many outsiders coming in, it shouldn't be this quiet. Unless they were all hiding out in the hallways. Although this didn't directly concern her, such a large, organized group sneaking in would inevitably affect the overall living environment in Building A. And as the torrential rain continued and supplies became increasingly scarce, the impact would only get worse. The key issue was not knowing who these. As Jiang Yan's thoughts drifted, drowsiness crept in. She stifled a few yawns. After getting up to activate the home's anti-intrusion system and setting it to the 500V high-voltage mode, she finally crawled into her warm, soft bed, her face full of fatigue. The next day, Jiang Yan woke up naturally, and it was already close to 11 in the morning. It had been a long time since she'd felt this relaxed. Rainy days really were perfect for sleeping in. Of course, binge-watching a show or having hot pot would be even better. Thunder and lightning had raged outside all night, but her apartment was well insulated and sturdy, so her sleep wasn't disturbed much. She got up slowly, drew back the curtains, and glanced outside. It was already midday, but the sky was still gloomy and overcast. The rain was still pouring down as if the heavens were collapsing. Just looking at it made her feel a bit suffocated. The water level had already reached the 3rd floor and was still rising. She could vaguely see people bustling about in the living rooms on the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th floors of the buildings opposite, probably packing up to move higher. After the last bout of extreme heat, everyone was like a startled bird, their sense of crisis heightened. But in Jiang Yan's view, avoiding being flooded was only the first minor crisis. The real crisis was the looming shortage of food, water, and medicine. Most families probably still had a small stockpile of food, partly because the previous mask shortage had made everyone develop a habit of hoarding, and partly because the authorities had distributed supplies once before the heat wave ended. But things like cured meat and cooking oil had likely spoiled during the extreme heat. As for water, ironically, it was the one thing they weren't lacking right now. But looking at the floating garbage, human waste, a few bloated corpses, countless animal carcasses, and swarms of dead blood mosquitoes. All fermenting overnight, this water was practically a toxic brew. Drinking it would be courting death or disability. Some people, desperate, stuck buckets and basins out the window to catch rainwater. But with lightning striking unpredictably, that was a terrifying risk. Then there was the medicine shortage. High temperatures, torrential rain, spoiled food, and contaminated water would all cause various health problems. Not to mention that some people already had chronic illnesses or minor ailments. Compared to the heat wave, things were even tougher now. Back then, at least there was electricity and internet. There were official updates and messages of encouragement. Those messages might have seemed hollow, but sometimes what gets people through the darkest days is sheer faith. Now it was as if everyone had reverted to a primitive society. No water, no electricity, no internet, no one in charge. They felt abandoned by the authorities. Or rather, abandoned by the world itself. Panic was spreading, and despair was beginning to rear its head. Jiang Yan believed the authorities would eventually organize rescue efforts. But after enduring an extreme heat wave and now a massive storm, even the most capable officials would be overwhelmed. Besides, both disasters had struck suddenly and escalated rapidly, rendering existing emergency plans obsolete. Obviously, with limited manpower and resources, the authorities would prioritize the hardest hit, low-lying or landslide-prone areas. Here in Qianshui Bay, the population was sparse and there were several high-rises, so they could probably hold out for a while. They were unlikely to be a priority for rescue. Or maybe, if ordinary people could sense the end times had arrived, the authorities surely could too. Perhaps their top priority was to convert various facilities into survival bases, ensuring they could withstand storms, floods, blizzards, and other extreme disasters. Of course, they would still rescue people. But the ones they'd focus on might not be ordinary citizens, but rather critical supplies, equipment, and people important to humanity's future, scientists, experts, and so on. But all this was just Jiang Yan's speculation. Only the authorities, or heaven, knew the truth. In any case, pinning all hope on divine mercy or waiting for official rescue was a dead end. Most of the time, you could only rely on yourself. Realizing she was overthinking, Jiang Yan pulled herself back to the present. She checked the surveillance feeds as usual. Nothing unusual on any of the monitored floors. Most people had their doors tightly shut. People on other floors had probably realized outsiders had entered the building. After all, those moving upstairs would have encountered them. But at times like this, most people preferred to mind their own business as long as their own interests weren't threatened. Compared to the organized group that had broken in, the original residents of Building A were just a loose collection of individuals. Normally, everyone would have gone to the property management for help. Now, who knew where the property managers had gone? Even if they were around, they'd probably just look the other way. Unknowingly, a week passed. No rescue boats from the authorities had appeared. By now, the water had reached the 9th floor. On the surveillance feeds, she could see figures moving about in the hallways. Most likely, people were running out of food and medicine, seeking help or trying to barter supplies. Thick smoke and the sound of stir-frying in a wok drifted out from the hallway. Someone must have broken up wooden furniture and was cooking in the corridor. With the power out, the smoke detectors and fire sprinklers in the hallways were useless. The air was thick with a pungent, choking smell of smoke and fire. Jiang Yan had actually been itching to go out for a while, but she still chose to hole up at home. Besides, with a bunch of unknown intruders temporarily moving into the building, she had put aside her plan to go down to the 7th floor and get revenge on Jiang Chi-Chi. After all, right now, whether it was He Chun-mei or anyone else, everyone thought she had gone to the official shelter and hadn't returned. So, she decided to just lay low and enjoy a few peaceful days for now. As for Jiang Chi-Chi, with the rain pouring down so hard, she was naturally stuck inside the building too. She could let her bounce around for a few more days. While everyone else was worrying about where their next meal would come from, Jiang Yan spent her days shuttling between her personal space and her safe house, busy and content. Studying, hands-on practice, gourmet food, fitness, entertainment, gardening, her schedule was packed. The vegetable seeds she'd sown earlier in her space had already sprouted into tender seedlings about a finger long. Following agricultural tutorials, she picked out the stronger ones and transplanted them one by one. She'd also sown chive and rose seeds, and now little green shoots were poking through the soil. The flowers she'd planted earlier were also growing strong. She figured it wouldn't be long before they bloomed. Jiang Yan suddenly realized that ever since she'd started growing vegetables and flowers in the black soil of her space, the whole place had become vibrant and full of life. Maybe that was the magic of new life. If she could raise some small animals, maybe it would feel even better. But with the heat and the heavy rain outside, who knew if there were any live animals left to find? She'd just have to wait for the rain to stop and look for the right opportunity to go out and see. That morning, just after breakfast, she heard some intermittent static from the surveillance feed and quickly grabbed her tablet. The noise was coming from the 20th floor. The previously empty elevator lobby and hallway were now packed with people. Men, women, old and young, all sorts. Some had laid out bedding and tents in the elevator lobby. A smaller group was standing, gathered around the door of Unit 2003. Judging by the angry looks on everyone's faces, there had probably been a conflict. Jiang Yan switched the feed to single screen mode, put on her Bluetooth earphones, and turned up the volume a bit. Zhao Xiaobo, what the hell gives you the right to live in Salefu's apartment? Even if their whole family died a few days ago, you can't just take over someone else's place. The voice was deep and aggressive, coming from a tall, square-faced, sharp-eyed, middle-aged man. He was well-built, with a black and red tattoo on his arm. Though his hair and beard were scruffy, he didn't look at all like someone who'd been hiding underground, starving for 20 days. Several men and women of similar age stood beside him. A few of the men were holding kitchen knives, sharpening rods, large wrenches, and small hammers, makeshift weapons, but they looked menacing and dangerous. The women were either holding children or dragging suitcases. It looked like 3 or 4 families had banded together. Come on, Gao Dazhuang, the place was empty anyway. Weren't you just trying to pry the door open yourself? Don't act like you're any better than us. The man inside, Zhao Xiaobo, had a head of messy curls and wasn't backing down at all. His wife and child had died just yesterday, and he was burning with rage. He gripped a meat cleaver tightly in his hand. Yeah, why can't we live here? Tons of people from the first and second floors have moved into empty apartments. Why don't you go yell at them? Damn it. You think we're easy targets? This time it was another curly-haired young man, probably Zhao Xiaobo's younger brother, cursing angrily. Both men were fuming, not noticing that the people across from them were itching to use their weapons. Gao Dazhuang flexed his wrists and sneered, I've got my eye on the 20th floor, so what? Come on, Dazhuang, these 2 idiots are just asking for it. Why bother arguing? Either way, we're taking this place, whether they let us or not. Another man with a bowl cut scowled and raised his hammer, swinging it viciously toward the door. With him taking the lead, the others lunged forward like starving wolves. Some of the women behind them flinched or quickly covered their children's eyes. Thud. Bang. Aff. Bang. Amid screams and the sound of heavy blows, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The stench of blood spread through the damp, moldy air. Damn it. You killed my brother. I'll fight you to the death. Thud. Bang. Those camped out in the hallway shrank back against the wall at the gruesome scene. Those in tents trembled and silently zipped up their tents. A few people just stared blankly, numb and calm. In less than a minute, the 2 curly-haired men were dragged out by Gao Dazhuang's group, covered in blood and limp. Zhao Xiaobo's head was caved in, half his skull shattered, white brain matter stained red and dripping onto the floor. Old 4, open the window. Someone ran over and opened the corridor window. Boom. Raindrops as big as beans, carried by a cold wind, rushed in. Thud. Thud. The 2 fresh corpses were tossed straight into the water below. The bright red blood quickly spread, but was soon washed away by the pouring rain. Damn. The living room floors covered in blood, what bad luck. Dazhuang, I was too impulsive just now. If I'd known, I would have dragged them out before dealing with them, the bowl-cut man said with an awkward laugh. How? They had weapons too, another man replied. Forget it, let's go in. Later, mop the floor, Gao Dazhuang ordered, about to step inside. Just then, a sweet, coquettish voice called out from down the hallway. Oh my, Dazhuang, with all your families crammed into that apartment, isn't it a bit tight? Since you've made it up to the 20th floor, why not go a little higher and settle it all at once? Jiang Yan's eyes darkened as she heard the all-too-familiar voice. Gao Dazhuang stopped in his tracks and turned around when he heard the words. He looked at Lu Dahong, Jiang Chi-Chi, and Jiang Qiming approaching him, along with several supervisors and a group of residents behind them, all wielding sticks, knives, spears, and even chainsaws. A hint of wariness flashed in Gao Dazhuang's eyes. What's this? Got a good place to recommend, Miss Jiang. Jiang Chi-Chi's lips curled into a sly smile, her eyes glinting with mischief. But of course. Back in the underground shelter, she'd spent every day with Lu Dahong and Jiang Qiming, getting to know all the residents. At that time, Lu Dahong and Jiang Qiming were the official liaisons, controlling supplies and electricity, flanked by a few tough supervisors. Quite the impressive sight. At first, they did their jobs well enough, distributing resources fairly and making arrangements impartially. They even prioritized the elderly, sick, disabled, and pregnant, those most in need. But as the heat wave dragged on, about 2/3 of the way through, their true colors began to show. They started playing favorites, pressuring and bribing people, acting as if they were the saviors of everyone in Qianshui Bay. Some residents had their complaints, but no one dared speak up. After all, in critical times, whoever controlled the resources and connections called the shots. Then came the torrential rains. When everyone returned home, Lu Dahong and Jiang Qiming's group vanished. Now, seeing them again, many couldn't help but feel a lingering unease. Even Gao Dazhuang's crew, who'd strutted around Qianshui Bay Building A like they owned the place before the heat wave, felt it. Seeing that Lu Dahong's group wasn't moving forward, Gao Dazhuang said, Well then, Miss Jiang, care to enlighten us? Jiang Chi-Chi stepped forward, glanced around at the people nearby, and said, Brother Dazhuang, don't forget, our building has a 32nd floor. I know, but the flood can't possibly reach the 20th floor, right? Besides, Gao Dazhuang cut himself off. He'd wanted to say that moving to the 32nd floor would be easy, but he still had supplies in his lower floor apartment. Hauling everything up would be a pain, so he'd chosen a mid-level floor as a compromise. But obviously, he couldn't tell these people the truth. With everyone running low on food and medicine, admitting he had supplies but didn't want to move them would just make him a target. Thinking this, Gao Dazhuang changed tack. Besides, I remember the 32nd floor is already occupied. We can't just. The Jia brothers had already taken over someone else's apartment without paying a cent, and Gao Dazhuang felt no guilt about it. But if it meant kicking out or even killing the original residents to move in, he wasn't quite ready to cross that line. Still, killing is killing no matter how you do it. Brother Dazhuang, look, the water's already up to the 10th floor, and it's only been raining a few days. The rain's getting heavier too. I'd say, in a week at most, it'll reach this level. As for the 32nd floor, you'll see when you get up there, it's way better than here. And if you don't move fast and grab the opportunity, someone else will, and it won't be as easy as today to move in. Jiang Chi-Chi added, besides, we're not just barging in and taking over, we have a righteous cause. She said this through gritted teeth, eyes full of hatred, her eyes reddening instantly. Gao Dazhuang. Jiang Chi-Chi's words made sense. Some of the people camping in the hallway started thinking about moving up immediately. But Gao Dazhuang wasn't just brawn, he had brains too. He wasn't that easy to fool. He looked at the group in front of him, all fired up and armed to the teeth, a mirror image of his own crew. He realized they were here to stir up trouble on the upper floors, maybe even take over someone else's place. Thinking back to the blood-sucking mosquito incident and how Jiang Chi-Chi had rallied the lower floor residents after losing her son in the underground garage, it was obvious they were targeting that Jiang girl in 3201. But why bring him along? He couldn't figure it out. After all, they weren't short on people or supplies. And 3201 was just a young woman, no need for him to play cannon fodder. Thinking this, Gao Dazhuang said, "Miss Zhang, you make a good point. But with such a prime spot, why not just take it for yourselves? Manager Liu, you've got plenty of people." At this, Lu Dahong, who'd been silent, finally spoke up. "Brother Gao, good things are meant to be shared, aren't they? Besides, with more people, we can look out for each other." He gave Gao Dazhuang a meaningful look. Jiang Chi-Chi chimed in, "Exactly, Brother Dazhuang. There are 4 apartments up there, we can't use them all. We'll take 2, you take the other 2. Clean up the hallway and elevator lobby, and you can house even more people. Once we're up on the 32nd floor, we'll be in a fortress, 1 man holding the pass against 10,000. That's way better than staying here, always watching your back. After all, there's always someone stronger out there. We may have well-behaved residents in our building, but who's to say people from other buildings or neighborhoods won't come eyeing your spot? So that's it. All this just to rope him in. Looks like they wanted to use Qianshui Bei's strategic position to do something big. Like becoming the local warlords." Gao Dazhuang got it instantly. He glanced at his men. "What do you guys think?" "Big bro, I think we should go up," said Crew Cut. The others nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll go up with you," Gao Dazhuang said to Lu Dahong after confirming with his group. Hearing this, a few people living in tents nearby unzipped their tents and poked their heads out, asking cautiously, "Manager Liu, can we come with you? We're fine with just staying in the hallway, hehe." "Ahem, yeah, Manager Liu, we can help out." "Ahem." Lu Dahong didn't reply, but a young man beside him, wearing red flame sneakers, shot them a cold look and said, "Do you have food and water? Medicine?" "No, we don't." "Me neither. We've all been starving for days. Manager Liu, if you have any food left, could you spare a little?" They smiled awkwardly, thinking maybe he'd show some kindness. "Come back and ask if you're still alive after 10 days. The young man sneered under his breath. "With those skinny arms and legs, you might not even make it to tomorrow." The glimmer of hope in their eyes instantly faded. Lu Dahong ignored them and waved his hand with authority. "Let's go upstairs." A large group, bristling with weapons, marched upstairs in high spirits. Jiang Yan watched calmly as the group's figures disappeared from the surveillance feed on the 20th floor. Good. She couldn't even be bothered to go down herself. Since they'd come, it meant Jiang Chi-Chi's time was up. Earlier, that big-mouth He Chunmei had said Jiang Chi-Chi had found Lu Dahong and Jiang Qiming as her backing, and was planning to rally the lower-floor residents to cause trouble for her. Although the torrential rain and flooding should have kept residents from other buildings away, the number of people showing up was still beyond her expectations. But even if they came with twice as many people, she wasn't afraid. After all, they weren't a real army. Besides, climbing from the 20th floor to the 32nd. With that thought, Jiang Yan went straight into the wardrobe inside her spatial apple pod. There, she'd already laid out a selection of guns, ammunition, and bulletproof vests. She put on a bulletproof vest, changed into a black tactical suit, pulled on fingerless combat gloves, then grabbed a 9mm pistol that held 20 rounds, and finally stuffed 2 tear gas grenades into her pockets. She could actually summon these things from her space with a thought, but with so many people around, she didn't want to risk exposing her ability. There were still plenty of machine guns and powerful explosives in her storage area. But those explosives were double-edged, hurting the enemy 1,000, but losing 800 herself. Definitely not the time for that. As for the machine guns, they were intimidating, but using them on this bunch would be like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. Simply put, these people weren't worth it. And she couldn't afford to reveal her true strength so easily. It was daytime, but the stairwell was still dim. There was no real need for tactical sunglasses, but Jiang Yan still picked up a black mask with a skull pattern and put it on. All geared up, Jiang Yan almost felt like she'd just joined some elite special ops team. Leaving her space, Jiang Yan checked the anti-intrusion system on her front door, making sure it was set to 500 volts of high voltage. Her target today was Jiang Chi-Chi. and their target was clearly the entire 32nd floor. So she decided to wait and see what tricks they were planning before making a move. With a thought, she summoned a coconut latte and sipped it leisurely, then pulled out her tablet and switched the surveillance feed to full screen on the 32nd floor. Outside, Lu Dahong had just led a group of people, huffing and puffing, up to the 32nd floor. The women and children from Gao Dazhuang's group had been left on the 31st floor for now. With a wave of Lu Dahong's hand, everyone stopped at the stairwell entrance. Compared to the mess and chaos of the lower floors, the 32nd floor was noticeably cleaner. The few residents there had all locked their doors tight. Outside, the rain thundered down. The group's footsteps were heavy and disorderly, but it was unlikely anyone inside would notice. Of course, no one would imagine someone was about to raid their homes. There are 4 households. Which one do we hit first? Gao Dazhuang glanced around. He wasn't too familiar with the 32nd floor, but remembered that 3201 was home to that troublemaker Jiang XX who'd pissed everyone off. And now that his phone was dead, he couldn't even check the resident group chat for apartment numbers. Jiang Chi-Chi glanced at Jiang Yan's door and said, "Since we have a reason to be here, we should start with 3201. But I don't know if that little bitch is back from the official shelter yet." She sneered viciously. "If she's back, you guys can have your fun tonight. As for tomorrow, I'll make her and her lovesick mother wish they were dead." "That's easy. Just kick the door and we'll know," said Bolcut, stepping forward, only to be stopped by Zhang Qiming. "Wait." Bolcut glared at him, confused. "What?" "There's electricity on that door, and it's a thunderstorm. Don't touch it, or you'll get electrocuted." Zhang Qiming shuddered at the thought of Jiang Yan's door. Bolcut looked at him like he was an idiot. I thought it was something serious." "Afraid of electricity? Hell, electricity is the thing I need most." "You got electricity? You got electricity? Who the hell still has enough power to electrify their door these days? If someone does, I'll get on my knees and call them Grandpa." He pointed at the others as he spoke. Everyone shook their heads. Besides food and water, electricity was the scarcest thing now. Even 10 days ago, any electricity would have been long used up. And this was just an ordinary apartment resident. Even if they'd had the foresight to get a hand-crank generator, how much power could that provide? Suddenly, Lu Dahong, who'd been silent, spoke up. "I just remembered, this resident renovated their apartment twice. We should be careful." Everyone paused and looked at him. "I don't know the details, but her renovation company came to see me and gave him a 5,000 yuan red envelope. Not just him, the security chief, cleaning supervisor, and the heads of electrical, surveillance, and fire safety all got red envelopes too. Some more, some less. Once all those fat cats were taken care of, Jiang Yan's renovations went as smoothly as possible. Knocking down walls, smashing glass, laying wires across hallways, the property management turned a blind eye, never even checked the blueprints. Looking back, it was obvious she'd been preparing for something. "Lu Rue, go check it out." Lu Dahong glanced at the young man on his left and added, "It's raining and there's lightning, so be careful." "Got it, boss." The young man wore insulated shoes and gloves, carrying a large toolbox, and walked straight ahead. "Wow, Manager Lu, you're a pro." Gao Dazhuang gave Lu Dahong a thumbs up. Lu Dahong smiled. "This is our trade, and since Qiming mentioned it, I came prepared." Lu Rue reached 3201, took out an insulating mat, and laid it at the door, then pulled out a high-voltage detector. With a sharp beep, Lu Rue jumped back in shock. "Boss, there's high voltage on this door. 500 volts. This was unbelievable. First shock, then delight. Electricity. Besides food, water, and medicine, electricity was what they needed most. Bolcut blurted out, "Holy shit." He was about to kneel and call her grandma. Oh, right. Jiang Yan was a woman. So grandma would be more accurate. Lu Dahong thought for a second and said, "Too bad our current disruptor is out of power, or we could use it. If all else fails, we'll smash a window from the roof. Property management has spare glass for repairs, so it won't affect future living." Gao Dazhuang looked at him. "Manager Lu, is it worth it? Isn't this like turning tofu into pork?" Gao, you don't get it. If the door's electrified, the power source and equipment must be inside. With electricity, we can do a lot. Otherwise, when survivors from other complexes come, our electric batons will just be rubber pipes. Lu Dahong laughed at himself. Bolcut, though he saw the point, joked, but with all this thunder and lightning outside, who knows which unlucky bastard is swearing oaths and bringing the storm. If we go outside, we might get fried by lightning. The joke just made everyone feel colder. Lu Rui packed up his tools and said, "Boss, I don't recommend going outside. Even if we just lower someone down from the roof, we'd need metal tools to break the glass, and that could easily attract lightning." "Oh, come on, guys, can't you think outside the box?" Jiang Chi-Chi piped up. "If people used to bore holes for light, we can bore holes for electricity. Look, isn't there a ready-made entrance?" She pointed her chin at 3202, Jiang Yan's neighbor. Following Jiang Chi-Chi's gaze, Lu Dahong looked toward 3202 and said, 3202? I remember that's one of the units the construction company used to offset project costs. The owner is the contractor who built this complex. Not sure if it's been rented out since then, though. Jiang Yan was also a bit curious. Does anyone actually live in 3202? As far as she could recall, she'd never seen anyone living there. She knew the family in 3203, He Chuanmei's family. As for 3204, it seemed to be a young, loving couple. She'd run into them once when she first moved in, taking out the trash. Other than that, she didn't know much. She'd always planned to keep to herself, so she wasn't interested in her neighbors. While they were talking, the property management staff had already gone up and started pounding on the door, bang. Bang, bang, shouting, "Anyone in there?" The iron door didn't budge, but dust from the door frame started trickling down. "If someone's in there, open up. If you don't, I'm breaking the door down." Bang, bang, bang. As he spoke, the property manager switched to a metal hammer and started smashing the lock. Creak. Next door, He Chuanmei from 3203 poked her head out, watching the scene with a look of amusement. "Well, what kind of wind blew Manager Liu and his crew all the way up to the 32nd floor today? Wow, such a big show of force." As she spoke, she shot a sharp sideways glance at Jiang Chi-Chi. She hadn't noticed when Lu Dahong and his group came up earlier. It wasn't until Lu Rui screamed while checking the electricity that she and her husband Zhou Guangfu realized something was up. Seeing Jiang Chi-Chi, Zhang Qiming, and Lu Dahong leading a group of aggressive-looking people, she'd assumed they were finally here to settle the score with 3201. She'd been peeking through the peephole for a while, thinking she ought to join in on the crusade against 3201. After all, everyone knew Lu Dahong had manpower and resources now, and she wanted to cozy up to him. So, without thinking, she opened the door. Her husband Zhou Guangfu tried to stop her, but couldn't. Lu Dahong ignored her flattery, just shot her a cold glance and said indifferently, "He Chuanmei, since you've come out, don't bother going back in." He Chuanmei's heart skipped a beat. "Manager Liu, what do you mean?" Before she could finish, the guy with the bowl cut and two other property staff had already rushed over and yanked her door open. He Chuanmei lost her balance and was dragged out. Zhou Guangfu, who'd been eavesdropping by the entryway, froze. "Brother Liu, what are you?" Jiang Chi-Chi gave him a sweet, mocking smile. "Guangfu ji, of course it's your apartment. Our brother Liu has taken a liking to it." "Ha ha, Jiang Chi-Chi. You shameless little vixen." Seeing her flirting with her husband and remembering how she'd sold her out in front of Jiang Yan earlier, He Chuanmei's anger exploded. She raised her hand and swung at Jiang Chi-Chi's face, not even catching the second half of her words. Jiang Chi-Chi nimbly dodged and laughed loudly. "Sister Chuanmei, I'll take that as a compliment. After all, no ugly old woman has ever been called a vixen. Like you, no one's ever called you that, right? Because you don't deserve it. Ha 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 ha. You. If I don't tear your mouth apart today, I'm not he." He Chuanmei, eyes blazing, lunged at Jiang Chi-Chi. Zhang Qiming and another property staff member quickly held her back. Inside the apartment, Zhou Guangfu was calmer than He Chuanmei. From Jiang Chi-Chi's words and the hostile looks from the crowd, he sensed something was wrong. Frowning, he turned to head for the kitchen to grab a knife. But before he could, the bowl-cut guy at the door was already on him, swinging a blood-stained hammer straight at the back of his head. Bang! Smack! Dad! Dad! On the sofa inside, the two kids jumped up and screamed, rushing out in terror. He Chunmei turned at the sound, and when she saw Zhou Guangfu lying in a pool of blood, his face unrecognizable, her pupils contracted, her legs gave out, and her scream was filled with utter despair. Husband! How can you people be so heartless, so lawless? I'll fight you to the death. Eyes bloodshot, He Chunmei charged at the bowl-cut man, flailing her arms. But unarmed, she was no match. Bang! A hammer blow landed squarely on her forehead. Jiang Chi-Chi watched her collapse and curled her lips in a mocking sneer. At a time like this, you're still talking? Our brother Liu is the law now, he's God. Mama! Bang! In less than a minute, the entryway of 3203 was awash in blood. The family of four was, as usual, dragged to the window and mercilessly tossed out. The entire hallway quickly filled with the stench of blood. The white tile floor was streaked with winding, broken lines of red and scattered with fallen flowers. Some of the lower floor residents who'd come up to get revenge on Jiang Yan were so scared they wet themselves. But none dared to leave. They were afraid of offending Lu Dahong's group and suffering even worse consequences later. Gao Dazhuang glanced at the bowl-cut man, his face darkening. We could have just made them move down to 2003. No need to kill them. After all, there were two kids. He was a parent himself. He could be ruthless, but he'd never lay a hand on children. But the bowl-cut guy didn't even blink. He wiped out the whole family. It was inhuman, beyond all limits. He'd always thought himself decisive, but today he realized he was nothing. From now on, he'd have to watch out for Jiang Chi-Chi and the bowl-cut guy. Dazhuangji, it's the apocalypse, survival of the fittest. Why are you getting all soft and saintly? If you can solve a problem in a minute, why waste time talking? The bowl-cut man, eyes bloodshot, spoke with disdain. Gao Dazhuang frowned and took a deep breath, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, the door to 3202 had been smashed open. With a creak, the door swung inward, and a wave of moldy stench hit them. Everyone looked inside and froze. There was no one there, and no way anyone could live there. The ceiling leaked, warping the wallpaper and flooding the living room floor. Cracks and mold were everywhere. But at least it was the top floor. In the lower and middle floors, the bathrooms were already backing up with sewage. Damn, this was supposed to be the contractor's compensation unit? What a joke. The developer's a real bastard, someone cursed. Lu Dahong glanced around and said, All right, enough talk. Let's get down to business. Lu Rui stepped forward and directed, This is a load-bearing wall. When you break through, keep it small, just enough for one person to squeeze through. 3204. Su Dai and Sun Jingtao stood behind the peephole, fists clenched, silently watching everything happening outside. If Su Dai hadn't desperately held him back, Sun Jingtao, with veins bulging on his arms, would have already charged out with his bone cleaver when Bowl-cut tried to attack for the second time. Watching the crowd file into 3202, Su Dai finally let out a small sigh of relief, though her back was still cold with fear. Honey, this is basically daylight robbery. When Lu Dahong organized everyone to move sandbags during the heavy rain a few days ago, I actually thought he had a sense of responsibility and was doing it for the good of the residents in Qianshui Bay. But now it's clear, he's just been scheming all along. If I'd known this would happen, I should have just killed him with a single strike when I found out he was skimming off the official supplies. Sun Jingtao stomped his foot in regret. Unfortunately, the other side had already gained too much power. Whatever they did now, it was too late. A trace of worry flashed in Su Dai's eyes. Honey, maybe we should just give up our apartment voluntarily. Worst case, we move into the hallway on the 31st floor. Once they break into 3201, we'll be next on their list. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. First, they had to stay alive. No, Sun Jingtao pulled his gaze away from the peephole and shook his head firmly. Su Dai. I saw Yiqing. He just came up, he's not with Lu Dahong's group. Yiqing. Su Dai was taken aback. She leaned over to look through the peephole, then turned back, confused. You mean that young guy who rents 0101, the one with no parents who lives with his grandparents? Sun Jingtao nodded, grunting in affirmation. Su Dai, what does that have to do with us? He's just a college sophomore, what could he possibly do? That's what you don't understand. Xiaoyue was born into a family of police officers, but sadly, his parents died in the line of duty while chasing fugitives when he was young. He's been living with his grandparents ever since. His grandparents have trouble getting around and have chronic illnesses that need treatment at the traditional medicine clinic next to our complex, so they moved here from his parents' work unit dormitory. Don't underestimate him, he's a specially recruited national defense student, and he's also this year's National College Martial Arts champion. I figure the reason he came up is probably related to his grandparents being killed by the blood mosquitoes. Most likely, he's here to seek revenge on 3201. Su Dai, honey, you've been talking for a while, but I still don't get it. Sun Jingtao sighed and patiently explained. First, in the underground parking lot, Jiang Chi-Chi kept insisting that it was 3201 who let the blood mosquitoes in when she went to the official shelter. I think there's something fishy about that. That girl from 3201 might be a bit withdrawn and cold, but she's not immoral or clueless. Second, to catch the bandits, you have to catch their leader first. If we can persuade Yiqing to take down Lu Dahong, the rest of that ragtag group will be easy to deal with. Plus, there are still some strong people among the residents and the property management. If we can get the residents on our side, our chances of winning go way up. But Gao Daxiong is tough too. He just killed someone without batting an eye, he's ruthless. Su Dai still looked worried. She was referring to Bolcut, who, along with Gao Dazhuang, were the Tang brothers. That's what you have me for. I'm confident I can handle him, Sun Jingtao said, then added, to be honest, I wish that girl from 3201 was home too. I heard she once picked up an 8-kilogram chainsaw with one hand. She must have some fighting ability. Besides, if her door still has power, that chainsaw of hers is way more effective than our cold weapons. Su Dai seemed to understand, but also not quite. She was about to ask more when suddenly, a loud, raucous ringtone blared from the end of the hallway across from them. The great river flows east. The stars in the sky join the Big Dipper. Hey, hey, join the Big Dipper. The music was coming from the door of 3201. The couple exchanged shocked glances. Sun Jingtao pressed his face right up to the peephole. But it wasn't just Su Dai and Sun Jingtao who were stunned. The lower floor residents who had been waiting outside to confirm whether Jiang Yan was home were also taken aback. And, of course, so were the people across the hall, swinging hammers and crowbars as they tried to break through Jiang Yan's outer wall in 3202. Manager Lu, there's someone in 3201, someone in the residents' group shouted in alarm. Everyone immediately rushed out of 3202 in a clamor. Leading the charge was Jiang Chi-Chi. She put her hands on her hips and glared at the door of 3201. Jiang Yan, you little bitch. Get out here. Today you're going to pay for my dead son. The others shouted in unison, you little bitch, get out here. Damn. I thought she wasn't home. I was finally going to avenge my parents. That shameless woman, she's the one who let the blood mosquitoes in. The crowd erupted in angry, chaotic curses, but no one dared to actually step forward. After all, that door was electrified with 500 volts. Nobody wanted to end up a charred corpse by accident. Lu Dahong raised his hand, and everyone instantly fell silent. He walked a few steps closer to the door of 3201 and asked in a deep voice, Miss Jiang, are you home? His words were polite, but his grip on the steel crowbar was tight. The door to 3201 creaked open. But not all the way. To be precise. The crowd was about to surge forward when a cold female voice, amplified through a loudspeaker, drifted out from the crack in the door. I advise you all to stay right where you are. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I don't need to explain what happens when you mix 500 volts of electricity with a water gun, do I? Everyone froze, instinctively taking several steps back. Jiang Chi-Chi gritted her teeth and tried to provoke her. Jiang Yan, stop hiding in there like a coward. If you've got guts, come out and talk. You're not even worthy of talking to me. Get lost. Jiang Yan replied coldly. You. Jiang Chi-Chi's face turned red and white with rage. She was about to rush forward with her knife, but Jiang Qiming pulled her back. Miss Jiang, we're only here today to get an explanation. Everyone knows you're the only one from Building A who left for the official shelter, so we want to ask, did you forget to close the door? It's thundering and raining outside. Please, search your conscience and tell us the truth. A bespectacled man in the residence group called out. Yeah, if you lie, may you be struck by lightning. Every debt has its debtor. Although the crowd had been misled by Jiang Chi-Chi, deep down they couldn't be 100% sure it was this girl who let the blood mosquitoes in. Most of them were honest people, not as ruthless or unreasonable as Gao Daxiong and Lu Dahong. Jiang Yan listened to their childish accusations, her tone growing more serious. Do you really want to know the truth? Of course, the crowd replied anxiously in unison. Lu Dahong and Jiang Chi-Chi exchanged a knowing glance. A few property managers gave him a subtle nod. They'd checked when they opened the door, and no one was there. As for the security cameras, the power had long since gone out. And since they were the ones in charge of the cameras, if they couldn't see anything, no one else could. Jiang Yan let out a cold laugh. Then send a representative from your residence group up here. I'll give you something, so you can see the truth for yourselves. Lu Dahong frowned slightly at her words. Neighbors, don't be fooled by her. Whatever evidence she has, it's fake. Jiang Chi-Chi nearly jumped out of her skin. But the residents ignored her, exchanging uncertain glances. No one dared step forward, mainly because of that 500-volt electrified door, which still made them uneasy. And they were also afraid Jiang Yan might be up to something. I'll go. At that moment, a young man of 18 or 19, dressed all in black, stepped out from the back of the crowd. He was tall and stood straight, his thin face, made gaunt by malnutrition, showing no emotion. His messy, long hair covered a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. Baby, that's great. The girl from 3201 is actually home. Watching Yiqing carry out an off-white monitor with a floor stand from Jiang Yan's apartment, Sun Jingtao's tightly furrowed brow finally relaxed. Hearing this, Su Dai hurriedly pushed her husband aside and pressed her eye to the peephole, her face full of disbelief as she exclaimed, "Oh my God! That's a 37-inch bestie machine. It costs over 7,000. She's just letting someone take it out like that? Isn't she afraid it'll get smashed? And it's the latest model with a built-in lithium battery." But Sun Jingtao wasn't focused on the expensive monitor. Looks like I was right, 3,201 was framed. Judging by how confident Jiang Chi-Chi and her group look, it's almost certainly they're doing. 3201 must have some evidence in her hands. But if the property management is really behind this, I doubt Lu Dahong and his people will let the owners see the evidence so easily. They might even go as far as silencing people. Here's what we'll do, baby, lock the door and stay inside. I'm going to help her. As he spoke quickly, he tucked the cleaver he was holding into the back of his waistband, grabbed an inconspicuous spring-loaded fruit knife from the coffee table and slipped it into his pocket, then threw on a loose black jacket to cover everything up. Honey, those people are ruthless. Maybe you shouldn't go. Su Dai's face was full of worry, but her words lacked conviction. After nearly 10 years together, from dating to marriage, she knew her husband all too well. Sun Jingtao's willingness to stand up for what's right wasn't a one-time thing. But this time was different. It was obvious that Sun Jingtu was going out not just to seek justice, but also to protect their own family. And his analysis of the us versus them situation wasn't without merit. There were a lot of things she might not fully understand. But as long as her husband had made up his mind, she would always give him her full support. Sun Jingtu pulled his wife tightly into his arms, planted a firm kiss on her forehead, and solemnly instructed. Baby, trust me, I have to go. 3201 has something on them, but she can't handle this alone. I know Xiaoyue, I can talk to him. I have to go. Also, lock the door tight behind me. If you sense anything's wrong, immediately use the climbing rope to escape from the living room down to the 31st floor or lower. Then run to the next building. Once the rain lets up a bit, go find my comrade Jiang Hao in the neighboring complex. He'll definitely help you out for the sake of our friendship. He sounded like he was heading off to a noble sacrifice, but still took the time to tighten the life vest Su Dai was already wearing. Su Dai's eyes suddenly reddened. Don't say such unlucky things, honey. You'll come back safe and sound. She wanted to say Sarangi or I love you, like in those romance dramas, but the words caught in her throat and she choked up. She would wait for her husband to come back. Come back safe and sound. Sun Jingtao grunted in acknowledgement, took a deep breath, grabbed an N95 mask from the entryway shoe cabinet, put it on, and then quietly opened the door and slipped out. Boom. Outside, the thunderstorm raged on. There was still some distance between 3204 and 3201, so no one noticed him quietly slipping out. Over there, Yiqing had already set up the bestie machine in the open space. The owners who had been standing at the back of the crowd all surged forward. Everyone, please step back a bit, don't get too close. The truth here concerns all of us owners. If possible, let's make sure we all get to see the whole thing, Yiqing said, not turning on the monitor right away, but first signaling everyone to keep their distance and subtly suggesting they create a safety barrier. This was something Jiang Yan had specifically instructed him to do when she handed over the bestie machine. She said the real culprit was among the property management people, and they had to prevent anyone from rushing in to destroy the evidence. Yiqing did feel a strong urge to stab Jiang Yan and avenge his grandparents, but he held himself back. For one, Jiang Yan was standing in a very hidden spot, he couldn't get to her. For another, the moment he saw Jiang Yan's special forces gear, he was completely awed. Yes, awed. Could a girl with such equipment and clear, determined eyes really have deliberately released blood mosquitoes to attack her neighbors? His gut told him, impossible. So he decided to wait and see what evidence she had to offer. Gao Dazhuang and a few others were just there to watch the show. Their families lived on lower floors, and none of their relatives had been hurt in the blood mosquito incident. But Lu Dahong, Jiang Chi-Chi, and Jiang Qiming all felt a sense of dread when they saw the monitor being brought out. Sure, the surveillance cameras had long since stopped working in the heat, but who's to say she didn't secretly record something on her phone? After all, she still had plenty of power at home. They huddled together, whispering nervously. Everyone had their own agenda, and no one noticed that Sun Jingtao, masked up, had quietly blended into the crowd of owners. Lu Dahong gritted his teeth and said, when I give the word, you guys rush up and smash that monitor. In terms of numbers, the owners clearly outnumbered their group. But if it came to a fight, even if Gao Dazhuang and his group didn't help, they were still confident of winning. After all, some of the owners looked timid and clueless, no threat at all. But there was always a chance someone might slip through the cracks. If the remaining owners found out that the property management had committed theft and caused the fatal tragedy, his plan to establish a base and rule over everyone in Qianshui Bay would be ruined. After all, besides Building A, there were still hundreds of survivors in the other 4 buildings. Not to mention, he'd secretly let in people from another low-rise complex a few days ago. Those people were let in by another property manager. If they switched sides at a critical moment, wouldn't he just be handing everything over to someone else? Jiang Qiming, feeling guilty, whispered, but wouldn't that just make us look even more suspicious? At the start of the heatwave, as the owner's committee director, he'd had some say. But as things dragged on, his position became meaningless. Now, his words were as good as farts, no one listened. At this point, he was just Lu Dahong's lackey. No one has any proof it was us. Just deny everything, sneered Jiang Chi-Chi, who had long since switched allegiances. The other managers were already gripping their weapons, itching to act. Especially Guan Sanqiang, the young man with 6 toes and flame-patterned sneakers. His forehead was already slick with sweat. He was the one who, under Lu Dahong's orders, had personally unleashed the blood mosquitoes in Building A. Everything they were plotting was being watched by Jiang Yan through the surveillance feed. To be honest, she'd already anticipated they'd try to interfere and had edited the footage accordingly. She'd even rehearsed dozens of scenarios in her mind and prepared countermeasures for each. So, she was in no rush. Let the bullets fly a little longer. On the other side, Yiqing saw that everyone had cleared the space as he'd asked, so he slowly turned on the monitor. The footage and audio had already been edited and set up by Jiang Yan, starting 3 seconds before Guan Sanqiang tried to open the unit door, with the volume turned up to maximum. Everyone held their breath, eyes glued to the screen. No one noticed that Lu Dahong and his group, weapons in hand, were already edging closer. "Brothers, go." Lu Dahong quietly raised his hand and gave the order. Guan Sanqiang was the first to charge into the crowd. On the other side, Yiqing immediately sensed something was wrong and quickly shielded the monitor behind himself. Sun Jingtao, who had been mingling among the residents, stepped forward and swept his leg out in a smooth, practiced motion. Smack! Guan Sanqiang couldn't dodge in time and fell flat on his face. Lu Dahong frowned, instantly recognizing Sun Jingtao. Before they'd planned to attack the 32nd floor, they'd already investigated the backgrounds of several residents. They knew he was a former Special Forces soldier, forced to retire early for certain reasons. Originally, they'd considered recruiting him, which was why they hadn't targeted apartment 3204 from the start. But now, since he'd made his stance clear, no matter how wary they felt, they had no choice but to deal with him too. After all, a dead man poses no threat. The residents sensed something was wrong, but they were confused and didn't know what to do in that instant. Lu Dahong was about to order his men to see Sun Jingtao and Yiqing when suddenly, creak, the door to 3201 swung wide open. His eyes twitched, a flash of caution in his gaze, quickly replaced by excitement and malice. He raised his hand, pointing at 3201, and shouted, "The electric lock's out. Grab that girl." The crowd, weapons in hand, were just about to surge forward, but their legs froze mid-stride. From behind the dark muzzle of a gun, a girl fully equipped like a 007 agent strode out of 3201, looking sharp and composed. Compared to the tense, aggressive mob, the girl radiated a calm, commanding confidence, as if she had everything under control. Everyone's pupils contracted, their muscles tensed, and a wave of fear swept through them. A gun. God. How does she have a gun? Guns are strictly banned in this country. It must be a high-quality replica. It has to be. Sun Jingtao instinctively rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But he recognized the model in Jiang Yan's hand. He'd seen it before on foreign military blogs he used to browse. It was truly baffling. If she really had a gun, wasn't this a total one-sided massacre? Heh, you little bitch, you finally showed yourself. Think you can scare us with a starter pistol? You think we're idiots. Jiang Chi-Chi, seeing everyone intimidated by Jiang Yan's small handgun, sneered and charged at her with a knife. She too had a moment of doubt. After all, Jiang Yan's getup was like something out of a spy movie, totally different from the lovesick, spoiled daughterly Maisian she remembered, who spent her days eating, drinking, and traveling. But once hatred and jealousy ignite, reason and perception go out the window. Bang! Jiang Yan's eyelids lifted slightly, her cold gaze sweeping over. Without a word, she raised her arm and fired. A bullet shot straight at Jiang Chi-Chi's right knee. Eh! In a flash, blood spurted out and excruciating pain from her shattered kneecap shot through Jiang Chi-Chi's body. She screamed, her face contorted in agony. Bang! Another shot, this time at her left knee. In less than 5 seconds, she collapsed, hands on the floor, both knees hitting the ground. Blood gushed out, quickly soaking through her pants. As her shins hit the tiles, there was a sickening crack, her lower leg bones snapped right at the knees. Mom! Her screams of agony were endless. A pool of blood quickly formed beneath Jiang Chi-Chi's knees. You little bitch, I'll kill you. Driven mad by pain, Jiang Chi-Chi tried to crawl toward Jiang Yan. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots. Both of Jiang Chi-Chi's arms now had bloody holes, blood spurting out. This time, she nearly passed out from the pain. Holy shit. Damn. The other's eyes widened in terror, and they scrambled backward. Their fear wasn't just because she really had a gun, but because her marksmanship was terrifyingly precise. Every shot hit exactly where she aimed. And in just seconds, she'd crippled all 4 limbs. Wasn't that ruthless? She was like a cold-blooded killing machine. Everyone looked at her as if they'd seen a ghost. A few timid residents even wet their pants, and as soon as they realized, tried to run for the stairs. But Sun Jingtao, as if prepared, strode over and slammed the fire door to the stairwell shut. He was determined to settle things here and now. Otherwise, there'd be endless trouble for the 32nd floor. Seeing the bone knife in Sun Jingtao's hand and the veins bulging on his arms, the crowd didn't know whether to run or stay. Chi-Chi. Jiang Qiming rushed to help Jiang Chi-Chi, but bang, a bullet shattered the tile at his feet. Jiang Qiming jumped back in fright, legs trembling. Jiang Yan glared at him. Get back. Jiang Qiming shrank back, retreating to the corner in terror. Lu Dahong stood frowning, gripping his crowbar, mind racing for a solution. At that moment, the bowl-cut guy, instead of being scared, was delighted. Seeing Jiang Yan's attention elsewhere, he quietly crept closer, gripping a small hammer. To him, it was a chance to grab a weapon, why not? Before Yiqing could stop him, bang, a bullet shot straight into his arm. The bowl-cut guy clutched his bleeding wrist in agony. Clang! The hammer dropped to the floor, blood streaming from the hole in his hand. A few of the burly men behind him gasped. Now everyone knew Jiang Yan meant business. The room fell silent. All they wanted was to leave. To quietly, safely, slink away like quails. The truth didn't matter anymore. Becoming the overlords of the 32nd floor in this apocalypse didn't matter anymore. Jiang Yan stood firm, swept her cold gaze over the crowd, and spoke loudly. Let me tell you all. I don't care if you think I let the blood mosquitoes in, but I do think you all deserve the truth. At least, your dead loved ones deserve to rest in peace. But since some clowns insist on testing my limits, don't blame me for being ruthless. From now on, everyone, throw your weapons in the corner. In 3 seconds, if anyone moves, I'll shoot. If anyone tries to leave, I'll shoot. If you don't believe me and want to die, bring your head over and try me. I always keep my word. Miss Jiang, please, I beg you, forgive me. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Jiang Chi-Chi finally came to her senses, sobbing and wailing, her words broken by pain. It hurt so much that even speaking felt like being stabbed by countless needles. Miss Jiang, please, just shoot me. I can't take it anymore. Jiang Chi-Chi's screams were heart-wrenching. With her arms and legs broken, she was probably going mad. Jiang Yan curled her lips in a cold smile. This was just the beginning. Killing her with a single shot would be letting her off too easy. Bang! Clang! Clatter! The residents from the lower floors were the first to throw their weapons into the corner, and Gao Dazhuang's group quickly followed suit. Lu Dahong glanced at the dark muzzle of the gun in Jiang Yan's hand, and a plan formed in his mind. He tossed his steel crowbar aside with a loud bang as well. Once he gave up resisting, the others immediately followed suit. On the other side, Sun Jingtao, seeing this, kept an eye on everyone while quickly bending down to gather up the pile of weapons in the corner. He carried them all to the doorway of apartment 3201. With a gun in her hand, Jiang Yan already exuded an aura that could hold off an army single-handedly. Now that Sun Jingtao had collected all the weapons, any hope the others might have had of making a move later was completely cut off. Many of the weapons still had fresh bloodstains on them. The sight was not only gruesome, but also sent a chill down one's spine. After finishing, Sun Jingtao stood next to Jiang Yan, gripping a bone-cutting knife. He was careful to keep a respectful distance, making sure not to cross into Jiang Yan's safety zone. Jiang Yan glanced at him but said nothing. Meanwhile, Lu Dahong and his group glared at Sun Jingtao, their eyes full of rage, but none dared to say a word. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Yiqing was about to turn on the display screen when Lu Dahong suddenly dropped to his knees with a loud thud. Everyone, Gao Dazhuang and his crew were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. The other property management guys exchanged baffled looks, not sure what Lu Dahong was up to. But then Lu Dahong frantically gestured for them to kneel as well. After a moment's hesitation, they had no choice but to kneel down too, looking utterly bewildered and resigned. Miss Jiang, I, Lu Dahong, am willing to lead my brothers to follow you. From now on, we'll be responsible for the security of the 32nd floor. I also have a storeroom. What's more, he was offering up an entire storeroom's worth of supplies. Such sincerity was as clear as day to any onlooker. He was confident Jiang Yan wouldn't refuse. The other property management guys, including Zhang Qiming, were all dumbfounded. They had all sworn to never reveal the existence of that storeroom, even if it killed them. How could Lu Dahong spill the beans in the blink of an eye? And to top it off, he was the first to kneel and beg. Wasn't this just throwing away all dignity and backbone? His persona had collapsed so completely, even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Everyone was baffled. Utterly baffled. What they didn't know was that Lu Dahong was actually stalling for time. He was pretending to surrender, planning to use Jiang Yan's gun to help himself become the overlord of Qianshui Bay. As for Jiang Yan, she'd just be a figurehead, a powerless commander. Once the time was right, he'd replace her, take her gun and people for himself. It wasn't impossible. As for the supplies, how much could a single young woman possibly use up? In the end, the supplies would end up back in his hands anyway. The other residents and Gao Dazhuang's group lit up the moment they heard Lu Dahong had food and water. But then a wave of anger surged in their hearts. This proved that the rumors about property management hoarding official supplies weren't baseless after all. But with everyone wary of Jiang Yan's gun, they could only swallow their resentment and stay put. After Lu Dahong finished his speech, he looked at Jiang Yan hopefully. He didn't expect that Jiang Yan, listening to him, didn't even bat an eyelid the whole time. Lu Dahong, Miss Jiang? Is that acceptable? Jiang Yan's reply was icy and decisive. No need. Lu Dahong. Hearing this, Sun Jingtao couldn't help but curl his lips upward, his admiration for Jiang Yan growing even more. With the room quiet again, Yi Qing finally asked, Miss Jiang, shall I play the video now? Jiang Yan nodded. The video started. As an armed man furtively opened the unit door, the crowd erupted in shock. This was clearly the surveillance footage from the entrance of Building A. Lu Dahong and his group's faces instantly changed. Soon, when Guan Sanqiang bent down to wedge the door shut, his distinctive flaming sneakers and six-fingered hand appeared on screen. Unlike Jiang Yan, the others didn't recognize the sneakers right away, but the six fingers were already well known among the residents. After all, the property management team at Qianshui Bay was pretty stable. There were only a handful of supervisors, and everyone knew each other's quirks. Most residents had lived here for years. They all knew each other well. Normally, you could chalk this up to coincidence. Maybe someone else with six fingers was the culprit. But given the timing, the location, the extreme heat, and the near lockdown of all communities, such a coincidence was impossible to believe. As they watched swarms of blood mosquitoes fly in through the door and remembered their loved ones being killed, the residents' anger finally boiled over. Even the timid ones, whose pants were still wet, now looked murderous. Miss Jiang, we want them to pay with their lives, the bespectacled man said angrily, though he was still wary of Jiang Yan's gun and thought it best to ask first. Damn. So this is the truth? You property managers not only stole from us, but also framed others. How can there be such shameless, heartless people in the world? Mom, you died so unjustly, so horribly. Wutu. Lu Dahong, you two-faced bastard. I swear I'll kill you today. Guan Sanqiang, give me back my son's life. Everyone was filled with righteous fury, wishing they could tear the property management crew to pieces. But the scene was a little strange. Though everyone was shouting angrily, no one dared to actually make a move. After all, Jiang Yan's gun and bullets could be very impartial or not. Watching the video, Lu Dahong's mind quickly calmed down. Before he could say anything, Guan Sanqiang, desperate to take the initiative, jumped up and shouted. This footage is spliced together. It's AI generated. It's fake. Don't be fooled. With those 60, 70-degree temperatures earlier, all the wires and cameras stopped working long ago. How could there be surveillance footage? Yeah, right. Like your AI deepfake could look this real. Damn it, the property managers were deliberately reducing the population to hoard the official supplies for themselves. Ruthless. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't shoot when Guan Sanqiang jumped up, the others instantly grew bolder, getting up and swinging their fists at the property management crew. The property managers weren't pushovers either, and a wild brawl broke out. The scene quickly descended into chaos. At this moment, Jiang Yan neither spoke nor moved. Instead, she slowly walked, gun in hand, toward Jiang Chi-Chi, who lay in a pool of blood nearby. After all, the video had already finished playing. What was left was the personal vendetta between the residents and the enemies who had killed their loved ones, none of which had anything to do with her anymore. Guan Sanqiang was the first to get up, trying to snatch the bone-cutting knife from Sun Jingtao's hand, but agile Yiqing caught him in one swift move. No one knew where Yiqing had produced a sharp, coldly gleaming dagger. Perhaps he'd been carrying it all along. Fuck, are you trying to get yourself killed? Guan Sanqiang's eyes were bloodshot. He'd barely finished speaking when Yiqing's gaze turned icy and vicious. With a quick twist of his wrist, he drove the dagger forward, fast and precise. PSHH. The cold metal pierced a vital point in his chest. Guan Sanqiang felt a stabbing, numbing pain instantly flood his entire body. His muscles contracted, his meridians felt as if they'd been severed one by one, and all his strength vanished in an instant. Talk. Did you guys open the doors in the other buildings too? Yiqing gripped his collar tightly with one hand, while the other hand twisted the dagger slowly in his flesh. It was torture, no less cruel than death by 1,000 cuts. Guan Sanqiang felt as if his heart was being shredded by a fork, pain and sweat overwhelming him, his vision going black. He screamed in agony, begging for mercy. Please, stop with the knife. I'll talk. It was Lu Dahong who ordered us. We opened the doors in the other buildings too, then framed the residents. Said they were murderers. Once the authorities couldn't handle it anymore, we'd keep the extra supplies for ourselves. It was Jiang Chi-Chi who gave our boss the idea. Said we should use others to do our dirty work. That way, there'd be far fewer troublesome residents. Yes, Jiang Chi-Chi was the instigator. I was just possessed by greed. Lu Dahong, it was your people who carried it all out. Damn it. Zhang Qiming, you spineless coward who only thinks with your dick. Soon, the property management team descended into a dog-eat-dog frenzy. Jiang Chi-Chi, whose limbs were useless and who was lying in a pool of blood, had already passed out from blood loss and pain. But when she heard her name, her body shuddered reflexively. She was about to open her mouth and eyes when she felt a heavy foot stomp down on her shoulder blade. The pressure only increased. Crack. Jiang Chi-Chi felt her bone shatter underfoot. She'd already been numb to pain, but now she coughed up a mouthful of blood with a scream. Jiang Yan, don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret. Jiang Chi-Chi's whole body began to tremble, her voice weak and broken. Your mother wasn't killed by me, nor did she die from a shark attack while diving. It was Song Deming when they went out to sea. They had a fight. She refused to change her will, so he killed her, chopped her up, and fed her piece by piece to the sharks. Song Deming told me this himself. Please spare me, I really don't want to die, hurry up and kill me. Why aren't you killing me? Is your knife dull, or are you too weak? Tell me, I'll help you. Listening to her crazed rambling, Jiang Yan felt a rush of hot blood surge to her head. She suddenly had the urge to strangle Jiang Chi-Chi and destroy everything around her. But she couldn't. She had to stay in control. She tilted her head back slightly, lips pressed tight, but she could clearly feel a cold, sharp piece of metal sliding across her face. Then came the searing pain of skin being split open. Soon, the metal moved down her body. A low, devilish voice whispered in her ear. Jiang Chi-Chi, then let me tell you a secret too. That bone-cutting knife at Song Deming's villa, not bad. If I remember right, you bought it, didn't you? Zhang Kai, Song Deming, they both owe their deaths to that knife. TSK, they died pretty horribly. I even had to put half their skulls back together. When you get to the underworld, you probably won't even recognize them. Jiang Chi-Chi's eyes flew open, as if she'd suddenly understood something. But her broken body was already being lifted up like a helpless chick. She felt herself being dragged by the collar. Through her blurred vision, she saw a winding trail of blood left on the floor. Bang! The sound of a window being thrown open. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rumble. Wet rain and icy wind blasted the back of her head. She tried to beg for her life, but her body was tossed out the window like a piece of trash. Cold, heavy raindrops pelted her wounded body. Amid lightning and thunder, she plummeted through the storm like a tattered leaf. Splash! A red burst of water erupted. The combined force of gravity and her free fall shattered her already broken body, making her feel as if her organs had been pulverized. The filthy water, full of corpses, garbage, and unknown creatures, rushed into her mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Soon, the fresh scent of blood attracted the hidden creatures in the water. Black, thumb-thick leech-like creatures crawled onto her body, sucking out what little blood remained. Rodents gathered, gnawing at her flesh and bones bit by bit. With her last breath, Jiang Chi-Chi let out a final gasp of resentment. Then her eyes rolled back, her legs kicked, and she went to join her ex-husband, son, and brother in the afterlife. Jiang Yan closed the window, took a few deep breaths, wiped away her tears, and quickly headed for her apartment. The chaos in the hallway continued. Everywhere she looked, there was blood. From the latest developments, Lu Dahong's group was almost completely wiped out. Mainly because Sun Jingtao and Yiqing were too strong, and they had help from a bunch of vengeful residents. Lu Dahong's group simply couldn't fight them all. The one who died the worst was Guan Sanqiang, the guy with the flaming sneakers. The only survivor was Zhang Qiming. Although he was an accomplice to Lu Dahong's crimes, he hadn't done anything too outrageous lately, and he'd always been a decent person. But now he was left with a crippled leg. The remaining conflict was now between Gao Dazhuang's group and the rest of the residents. The residents had all witnessed how cruelly they'd killed the family in 2003 and He Chuanmei's family, and were still shaken. On top of that, everyone was already on edge. Many people had been holding in anger and frustration for a long time, with nowhere to vent. Now, with no moral or legal restraints, the darkness in people's hearts was unleashed, as if their inner demons had suddenly awakened. The guy with the bowl cut was already torn to pieces in a corner. Gao Dazhuang's wife and kids, who'd been hiding on the 31st floor, had also come up. The sounds of fists and feet, agonized screams, and children wailing filled the air. Jiang Yan wanted no part of it. She frowned, quickly slipped through the chaos, opened her door, and went home. She locked the door, set her anti-intrusion system to the highest level, and collapsed onto the sofa. The apartment's excellent soundproofing shut out all the chaos. Now, her world was finally hers alone. Maybe it was because she'd finally let go of all her tension and vigilance, but her body began to tremble uncontrollably. This was the first time she'd killed someone with her own hands. But in this brutal, post-apocalyptic world, it definitely wouldn't be the last. For now, the top villain of Qianshui Bay and the crisis on the 32nd floor were resolved. But outside, thunder, lightning, and the raging storm continued. The prologue to the apocalypse had only just begun. She had to pull herself together. Most importantly, compared to those struggling to survive in this hellish world, she was a super lucky one, with an invincible space and endless supplies. This was no time for self-pity. Thinking this, Jiang Yan glanced at the stormy sky outside, then stepped directly into her sunlit, peaceful space. When Jiang Yan entered her space, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, well past lunchtime. Maybe it was all the bloody scenes she'd witnessed today, but she didn't have much of an appetite anyway. On top of that, she was covered in bloodstains. The combat glove on her right hand was soaked through with blood. Luckily, her combat suit, gloves, and mask were all black, so only the blood on her forehead and fingers stood out, making her look a little less terrifying. Jiang Yan headed straight for the bathroom in the apple pod. She was exhausted, so she set the water temperature for the jacuzzi, turned it on, and then went next door to the walk-in closet to change. Her clothes were splattered with blood and bits of flesh. She took them off and, out of habit, tossed them straight into the trash. The combat suit was expensive and had special functions, but she still had a whole pile of them in her space, enough to last several lifetimes. Besides, wearing blood-stained clothes just felt unlucky. But then she realized it was already the apocalypse outside. Wearing clothes that looked used and bloodied was actually much safer than wearing brand new ones. Some cautious people even went out of their way to dirty and age their outerwear. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan hurried back to the trash, fishing out the clothes and mask before the space's cleaning system could dissolve them. She tossed the dirty clothes into the washing machine, added a special detergent for bloodstains and disinfection, and finally returned to the bathroom. The custom jacuzzi from the Apple Pod Company was made of white, jade-like tiles and shaped romantically like a heart. There were 4 water inlets, so in just a couple of minutes, the tub was nearly full. Jiang Yan sniffed the faint scent of blood on herself, glanced at the rushing water, and felt like something was missing in the spacious 3-meter tub. Fresh rose petals? The batch of roses she'd planted in the black soil had started to bud, but the buds were only the size of her fingertip. She did have plenty of dried rose petals, but they just didn't compare to the real thing. A milk bath? Forget it. Just like she didn't want to eat, she didn't want to smell milk right now. A green tea bath could work. Westlake Dragon Well, Huangshan Mao Feng, Lushan Yunwu, Xinyang Mao Jian, Anji White Tea, Dongting Bilyua Kun, Taiping Hokue, Luan Guapian, Amei Snowbud. She had all the best organic teas in her space, pesticide-free and top quality. But tea baths were a bit too subtle in scent, better for hot weather. She thought some more. She had plenty of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, ginseng, nodo ginseng, angelica, mugwort, and even ready-made herbal bath packs for blood circulation, fatigue relief, muscle relaxation, beauty, and mental clarity. Anything she could want. But she wasn't in the mood for the smell of medicinal herbs right now. Jiang Yan pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly had an idea. Although it was sunny in her space, it was pouring rain outside, the air damp and chilly. This kind of weather was perfect for a fragrant red wine bath. Scientifically speaking, hot water opens up the pores, and the wine can penetrate the skin to stimulate capillaries, improving blood circulation. The polyphenol in the wine are antioxidants and also help with circulation. Plus, after soaking in red wine, the body releases a substance called furfuryl alcohol, which can calm the nervous system, relieve anxiety and stress, and leave you feeling happy and refreshed. Bingo! That's it. With a thought, Jiang Yan estimated the water in the tub and took out 3 bottles of fruity red wine from her storage area. Ordinary wines, but actually all certified regional wines from the Bema Winery in Hexagon Country, much higher quality than regular table wine, and each bottle cost over 8,000 yuan. 3 bottles, 24,000 yuan. And you can't even soak for long. That's 2,200 yuan per minute. This bath was a bit pricey. But for her, it wasn't really a big deal. She used an electric wine opener, then poured all 3 bottles into the tub. The water quickly turned a clear, light wine red, and the bathroom filled with a fragrant, floral mist. After washing the blood from her face and hands, Jiang Yan sank into the tub, closed her eyes, and let the warm, powerful jets massage her body. With the dual effect of her space and the wine bath, her fatigue and gloom soon melted away. You can't soak in a wine bath for too long. After about 20 minutes, sweat beading on her face, she got out. She rinsed off, put on a white bathrobe, and strolled back to the living room. As soon as she sat on the sofa, she noticed a warm, tingling sensation in her palm. She'd felt it earlier, but it wasn't obvious while she was soaking. Now, she could clearly sense something small in her palm, as if it was trying to emerge. The last time she'd felt this was right after her rebirth, when she activated her first golden finger, the vine. Man-eating flower. Unfortunately, after the man-eating flower helped her kill Song Deming and Zhang Kai, it had withered completely. She'd tried everything to revive it, but nothing worked. The instructions had said it could be used once a month, but it seemed more like a one-time thing. That was why she'd always told herself not to rely entirely on her space. She was afraid her invincible space would disappear as suddenly as the man-eating flower had. Later, she'd been so busy stockpiling supplies around the world that she'd almost forgotten she even had a golden finger. But now, that feeling was back. Could it be that the man-eating flower was about to awaken again? Or maybe, after getting blood on her hands today, she'd triggered it somehow. She'd never tried using fresh blood before. Jiang Yan gently rubbed her palm with her thumb, a little excited. Outside, the battle on the 32nd floor was over. Sun Jingtao and Yi Qing led the surviving residents in cleaning up the aftermath. Cleaning up just meant dragging the corpses and body parts out of the hallways. As for the bloodied weapons, everyone got one. Disgusting as it was, self-defense came. If you tossed the bodies down, before long, all you'd see would be a pile of bloated, white corpses floating below. That was even harder to stomach than garbage. Sun Jingtao lived on a higher floor, so he didn't feel things as acutely. But the rest of the owners who were still defending their rights were basically camping out in the downstairs corridor, sleeping on the floor, and their discomfort was much more direct. There was no way they could spend every day in fear and nausea at the sight of a rotting corpse, so, without even needing to discuss it, everyone raised their hands and unanimously voted against the idea. 3202 was empty, but it was right next to Jiang Yan's living room. Sun Jingtao was worried it might affect her. The others were even more wary of Jiang Yan than he was. If she was unhappy with how things were handled and came out to shoot someone, it wouldn't be impossible. As for He Chuanmei's apartment, it was clearly livable, so they couldn't put the body in there either. In the end, they simply moved the corpse and the remains to the 31st floor for now, planning to burn them all together once they found some kerosene. After all, it was pouring rain outside every day and the power had been out for ages. They weren't worried about starting a fire. Earlier, when Yi Qing interrogated Guan Sanqiang, he'd confessed that among the supplies Lu Dahong's group had stashed on the 17th floor, there were a few 1,000 milliliters barrels of kerosene. If they didn't go now, someone else might sneak in and take them later. The mop was quickly stained red with blood. There were still some instant rice packs, Snickers bars, and self-heating hot pots left, but they'd already leaked and spoiled in the heat. The bloodstains on the floor tiles were noticeably less, but the whole 32nd floor corridor still looked like hell on earth. Most of the blood on the tiles and walls had already dried. Su Dai, who had been hiding in her apartment, cautiously observing the outside, finally opened her door and came out. But they'd all heard or even secretly witnessed through the crack of their doors the brutal events upstairs. In the end, all they could do was bluff with threats like, "Hurry up and deal with it, or you'll be sorry," but nothing came of it. No matter how you looked at it, those who are close to the water get the moon first. Flowers facing the sun bloom earlier in spring. Sun Jingtao frowned in thought for a few seconds, then sighed, "Fine. What else can we do? Everyone go home, find your own family." Sun Jingtao lowered his eyes to glance at his worried wife and said unhurriedly. Lu Dahong had clearly lied to Jiang Yan, making empty promises. But as Sun Jingtao said, the reason they'd managed to win and get the supplies was inseparable from Jiang Yan's involvement. But now, after experiencing life and death once again, all he wanted was to go home and be with his wife. After all, today they'd risked their lives to take out the property management people. Everyone felt like they'd just been force-fed dog food for no reason. Their stomachs, which had been growling with hunger, suddenly felt full. After all, if not for her today, things would have turned out very differently. A group of people soon marched to the 17th floor, where the property management had stored supplies. Earlier, because of the urgency and his sense of responsibility, he'd had to take the lead. As for being the leader, he really wasn't interested. The main contributors who deserved the supplies were themselves. Everyone was a bit indignant, wishing they could drag Lu Dahong and the others out and flog their corpses. Anyway, no one in the building had anything now. What they had most was time. Tian Jiliang pushed up his glasses, looking worried. But when it really comes to facing death, who can truly face it calmly? Sun Jingtao glanced over everything and said, "As for these supplies, my personal suggestion is, let's set aside 1 share of each item for Miss Jiang in 3201. The rest we divide equally among ourselves. What do you think?" After all, when the underground was scorching hot, they were so short on water they had to drink their own urine. But he understood a lot of things very clearly in his heart. There are no secrets that don't get out. If you search floor by floor, you'll find what you're looking for eventually. The others immediately caught on. "Yeah, Taoji, the supplies are important. Take us there." The property management would rather let these supplies rot here than share them. They're truly heartless and cruel. When the door opened, everyone was stunned. The lock was quickly pried open. The couple, having survived the ordeal, just hugged each other tightly in silence. "Taoji, why don't we strike while the iron's hot and find Lu Dahong's supply stash? Otherwise, who knows what might happen if we wait too long," Yiqing said coldly, glancing at the group. There were 6 boxes of canned bread, 8 boxes of bagged sugar, 20 boxes of braised beef-flavored instant noodles, 5 boxes of dehydrated beef jerky, 10 boxes of canned meat, 8 boxes of dehydrated vegetables, 7 boxes of dried fruit, 8 boxes of compressed biscuits, and 30 cases of small bottled mineral water. Everyone looked at each other for a second. What you see through the peephole and what you experience in person, the shock of the bloody smell, are worlds apart. Yiqing went straight to He Chuanmei's master bedroom, tore off the bedsheet, and followed behind Sun Jingtao's wet mop, using his foot to hold it down and wipe away the bloodstains. Su Dai gagged and almost turned back, but seeing her husband still working nervously in the pool of blood, she gritted her teeth and forced herself to walk quickly over to him. Who knew when the rain would stop? Every bit of supplies meant a little more hope of survival. Some people who'd lost their wives in the blood mosquito incident had already started to quietly miss the nagging, bad-tempered, but great cooking woman they used to call Old Hag. Among everyone present, Sun Jingtao and Yiqing were the best fighters, and it was clear they were on the same side. "Taoji, I agree with this plan. But I noticed that, even though she wore a mask today, her complexion and state were obviously way better than ours." Fortunately, the latter was smart enough not to fall for it. Everyone was having a hard time now, some were even thinking about ending it all. Sun Jingtao listened to Yiqing, pondering for a second. So-called warehouse supplies actually only filled half a bedroom. So, even if people had objections, no one dared speak up. Even if it was just temporary storage for a few days, the 4 households on the 31st floor were clearly against it. Everyone present had heard about the property management hoarding supplies. "Go ahead, honey, I think Xiaoyue is right," Su Dai said, seeing her husband frowning. Sun Jingtao simply went to He Chuanmei's bathroom, found a filthy cotton mop, stuck it out the window to soak in the rain, and quickly mopped the corridor. His name was Tian Jiliang. He used to work in investment at a local listed company in Anming. The leaderless crowd looked at Sun Jingtao in confusion and hope, like headless flies. After all, his family was big, with elderly and children, all waiting to be fed. "Taoji, what do we do now?" Seeing Su Dai, eyes brimming with tears, poking her head out of Sun Jingtao's arms, the bespectacled man finally spoke up. He wasn't much of a talker in daily life. The tap water had long since stopped, so there was no way to wash the floor. And that Miss Jiang, just looking at her, you could tell she wasn't short on food or clothing, the type who only needed to feed herself and didn't care about anyone else. Of course, the others weren't happy about it, since it meant their own share would be smaller. People are unpredictable even in normal times, let alone in an apocalypse. Her family was probably well prepared, lacking nothing, and she probably wouldn't care about these ordinary supplies anyway. "Yeah, I bet she won't even want them. I've never even heard of some of these brands," others chimed in. Before they could finish, Sun Jingtao raised his hand and cut them off. "Whether she wants them or not is her business. Whether we offer them or not, whether we show our respect and attitude, is ours. What Sun Jingtao said wasn't without reason. Among the group present, aside from Yi Qing, who was still in college, the rest were all seasoned veterans who had spent years navigating the workplace and the ups and downs of life. They understood the basics of social interaction. What's more, they all knew that the young girl from 3201 actually had a gun, though no one knew how she'd gotten it. At the very least, if they could use today's opportunity to build a relationship with her, maybe in the future she could become a powerful ally. Tian Jiliang was a smart man. He was the first to sense the shift in the wind and took the lead, saying, "Let's set aside Miss Zhang Share first. Brother Tao, we'll follow your lead." You had to admit, he knew how to talk. While flattering Sun Jingtao, he also made sure to assert his own role as the leader among the others. With his stance made clear, the others had no choice but to echo, "Yeah, we'll listen to Brother Tao." Sun Jingtao nodded. They wasted no time. After getting up and moving Jiang Yan's supplies to one side, they opened the boxes and began sorting and dividing everything up again. "Honey, Xiaoyue and I found some supplies that can be used to bundle and carry all this stuff. There are also 5 empty paint buckets. If we need them, we can use those too." As she spoke, Su Dai and Yi Qing emerged from a small bedroom, carrying several large rolls of unopened electrical wire, electrician's tape, and a stack of woven sacks used for construction debris. The apartment where Lu Dahong and his group had stashed their supplies probably belonged to someone who was in the middle of a renovation but wasn't living there. The place was practically empty. In one of the small bedrooms, there were piles of electrical wire, drywall, putty powder, paint buckets, paintbrushes, and the like. While the others were discussing how to divide the supplies, Su Dai and Yi Qing hadn't joined in. Instead, they'd gone to search the other rooms for anything useful. After all, when they'd first come down, everyone had only been focused on finding the supplies as quickly as possible. No one had thought about how they'd actually carry everything back. With the power out, it wasn't too bad for those living on the 17th floor or lower. But for people like Sun Jingtao and Su Dai, who lived on the top floor, even making a single trip up and down was no small feat. The supplies, once divided, weren't that much or that heavy, but the problem was how scattered everything was. For example, the sugar obviously needed to be taken out of its box and rebagged for distribution. Plus, everyone had already used up a lot of energy in the earlier, violent confrontation with Lu Dahong's group. Now, with everyone hungry and tired, and without the right tools, it was a real challenge. But with the electrical wire and woven sacks, they could tie everything together, making it much easier to carry. It also made things less conspicuous. As for the electrician's tape, the heat had probably ruined the adhesive, but it could still be used as rope. "Thanks, honey." With everyone around, Sun Jingtao didn't dare call her baby, like he usually did, so he switched to a more neutral term. The supplies were quickly divided up. Some people, as soon as they got their share, couldn't wait to open a bottle of water and take a big gulp. They wanted to finish it in one go, but they all knew how precious clean water was. They had to ration it. Finally, everyone's supplies were packed and bundled up. Sun Jingtao, who lived on the same floor as Jiang Yan, was in charge of delivering her share. Tian Jiliang, who lived on the 29th floor, volunteered to help him carry it. He said it was to help, but everyone knew he was really there to supervise. They were afraid Sun Jingtao might keep some for himself. After all, Jiang Yan's share was 2 or 3 times what anyone else got. Everyone, carrying their bundles, faces full of excitement and joy, headed out. Tian Jiliang led the way, but after just a couple of steps, he stopped in his tracks. "What the?" He put down the case of bottled water in his right hand and adjusted his glasses, thinking he must be seeing things. One of the arms of his gold-rimmed glasses had broken during the earlier chaos, and he hadn't had a chance to fix it, so he had to keep adjusting them as he walked. "What's wrong?" Sun Jingtao, right behind him, stepped forward and took a silent breath. The fire door in front of the stairwell was blocked by a crowd. To be precise, it was a group of elderly people and children sitting on the cold floor tiles. They ranged from 3 or 4 years old to 60 or 70. Most of them were familiar faces. Before the disaster, they would have greeted each other warmly when they met in the neighborhood. They were all relatively healthy. The weaker ones had already died off during the earlier heatwave. Behind these elderly people and children, the fire door, which was usually left open, was now tightly shut. When they saw the group coming out of 1704 carrying food and water, their eyes flickered with fear, but then lit up. The fear was because of the bloodstains on their clothes and the weapons they carried. But the excitement was clearly for the food and water they saw. Two of the children even swallowed hard. Auntie Yi, Auntie Zhang, what are you? Tian Jiliang's words caught in his throat as he realized what was happening. It was obvious. When their group had come down earlier, they'd been spotted. Outside, it was still pouring rain, thunder, and lightning flashing. No one had spoken as they'd come down, and they'd used the stairs, so their footsteps shouldn't have been too noticeable. But the earlier chaos on the 32nd floor must have drawn the attention of residents from other floors. Of course, there were probably people from the 17th floor here too. So it wasn't surprising that they'd become a target. But since the group had weapons, the neighbors didn't dare confront them directly. So, they'd resorted to a ruse of self-sacrifice. Yiqing glanced around at everyone, her usually clear eyes now clouded with a faint mist. As the only woman in the group, Su Dai smiled gently and stepped forward politely. Uncles, aunties, we need to go upstairs. Could you please let us through? Sun Jingtou stayed silent, watching. His instincts and professional experience told him that besides these elderly people and children, there were definitely adults hiding behind the fire door. And those adults probably had weapons too. Su Dai's gentle words fell, but the elderly didn't move. This mountain is mine, this tree I planted. If you want to pass, you must pay the toll. A little boy of 3 or 4 stood up, hands on his hips, and declared in a childish voice. Everyone. How could a kid that age know to say something like that? Obviously, the adults had put him up to it. Su Dai couldn't help but laugh and cry. Little one, that's what bandits say. Didn't your parents tell you that? Auntie, I'm hungry. I want candy. The little boy ignored her question, stretching out his skinny hand and staring intently at the box of dried fruit she was holding. The box was square and wouldn't fit in the woven sack. It wasn't heavy, so Su Dai had just taped it up and carried it by hand. The colorful packaging made it look like candy at first glance. Su Dai hesitated for a second, glancing at her husband out of the corner of her eye, and spoke gently. Little one, Auntie doesn't have any candy. Looking at the child's hungry, thin, and sallow face, she actually felt a bit sorry for him. But seeing her husband's tightly furrowed brows, it was clear he was telling her that now was not the time to give anything. There were too many people around, and if they gave in now, the consequences would be unpredictable. After all, sometimes you can choose to be kind, but you can't choose to be brainless. Xiaosu, even if you don't have candy, others do, an elderly man with white hair spoke up shakily. As he spoke, he lifted his dragon-headed cane and pointed at the half-bag of sugar peeking out from Tian Jiliang's hand. Tian Jiliang hadn't expected to be called out like that. Without even thinking, he coldly refused. Uncle Zhang, sorry, I can't give you any. Uncle, why not? You have so much, what's wrong with giving us a little? We haven't eaten properly in days, another little boy said, aggrieved, and then burst into tears. 2 little girls simply stood up and ran towards Su Dai. She was the only woman in the group. Her appearance was gentle and delicate, completely non-threatening. She had no bloodstains on her nor any weapons. She was the only one the crowd wasn't afraid of. Seeing this, Sun Jingtou quickly stepped forward and shielded his wife behind him. The 2 little girls caught a whiff of the blood on him and shrank back a little. But after glancing back at the other elders and children, they turned around, plopped down on the ground, and each grabbed onto Sun Jingtao's and Tian Jiliang's calves. Uncle, give us candy. Uncle, I want candy. Su Dai. Sun Jingtou was already carrying a pile of supplies and wasn't as agile as usual, so he couldn't dodge in time. Looking at the group of wailing children, he frowned deeply and took a long breath. Tian Jiliang wanted to shake them off, but the kid was like a discus glued down with superglue, sitting right on his foot. Xiao Sun, Xiao Tian, The children are begging so pitifully. How can you be so heartless? The elders sitting on the ground continued to question them, unmoving. Usually mild-mannered, Jiang Chi-Chi was instantly angered by their words and shot back with a mocking retort. We're heartless? And you're not. What about the parents of those kids behind you? Are they heartless too? He added angrily, you're using kids for this pitiful act. You might as well just come and rob us yourselves. If the adults had come up to rob them directly, like Lu Dahong and his gang, they would have already swung their weapons. After the earlier bloody battle, everyone's courage was not what it used to be. But now, what they faced were the weak and defenseless, the elderly and children. And they were all neighbors they'd known for years. Some of those kids used to greet them with a cheerful uncle after work. For a moment, they truly couldn't bring themselves to act. So this pitiful act was truly despicable and shameless. Xiao Tian, how can you talk like that? An old lady, face wrinkled, pushed herself up from the ground, full of bluster. Maybe she'd sat too long on the cold floor. Her legs were numb, and she stood up too quickly, so her head spun, and she wobbled unsteadily. What do you mean, how can I talk like that? Auntie Yi, you're practically shitting and pissing on our heads, and you're blaming us for not handing you toilet paper. He cursed. Xiao Tian, Auntie Yi was so choked by his words her face turned red and her neck. The point is, you can't just keep all these supplies for yourselves. That's right. These supplies were sent by the government for all of us. They should be shared equally. What right do you have to keep them? Sun Jingtao had wanted to hold back and try to reason with them. But seeing the situation, it was clearly impossible. The other side was determined to drag things out, so he clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, Uncles, aunties, we need to go upstairs. Please let us through. If you don't blame us for being rude. Oh, Xiao-sun, aren't you a government worker? Don't talk so harshly. If this disaster passes and someone among us reports you by name, you'll be in big trouble. That threat was worse than saying nothing at all. Sun Jingtao, who are you threatening? Here's the deal. Either you leave half the supplies for everyone, or you step over our corpses. We're already half in the grave. We're not afraid to die. The old man with the dragon-headed cane said, getting up slowly. Sun Jingtao was nearly driven mad by their unreasonable stance. Old Zhang, don't you dare play the seniority card. You think we won't do it? Tian Jiliang almost jumped up. The elders' faces were expressionless, as if they knew exactly where their limits lay. Sun Jingtao's frown deepened. Taoji, Yiqing suddenly stepped forward and whispered a few words in his ear. While the others had been arguing, Yiqing had quietly discussed something with the rest of the group. Now it was his turn. Sun Jingtao listened to his plan, looking troubled. This isn't right, is it? Taoji, my parents died because criminals took children and elders hostage. They softened and traded their lives for the hostages, only to find out those hostages were the criminal's own family. What's the difference between those people and these? They know there's danger, but still push kids and parents forward as human shields. How are they any different from scum? Seeing Sun Jingtao's hesitation, Yiqing added, Taoji, remember, in the apocalypse, your kindness can't feed the evil in human nature. Sun Jingtao stared at his cold, thin, serious face dazed. What on earth has this kid been through all these years? Yiqing ignored his complicated gaze, strode forward, and swept a cold glance over the crowd. His voice was icy as he said, Grandpas, Grandmas, I'm young and hot-tempered. I'll count to 3 if you still don't move. Don't blame us for what happens next. The elders shrank back at his words and the murderous look in his eyes, but then put on a dead pigs aren't afraid of boiling water attitude. Yiqing barked 1. The elders instinctively prepared to count along in their heads, but before they could, Yiqing waved his hand and the group surged forward. Before the elders could react, they were grabbed by the collars and dragged to the side. What? Ow, my old bones. He didn't even count to 3. Young people these days have no honor. Murder. Help. Everything happened in a flash. Bang. Yiqing strode up to the tightly closed fire door and kicked it hard. Bang. Ow. A muffled thud came from behind the fire door. Someone's head had been hit by the iron door. After soaking in a luxurious red wine bath and resting on the sofa for a while, Jiang Yan was just thinking about what to do next when she heard a beep beep, beep beep beep. Alarm from the surveillance system, 2 short and 3 long beeps. If she remembered correctly, that was the warning for low power in the safe house's mobile energy storage cabinet. She simply took off her bathrobe and changed into some comfortable sportswear before exiting her space. As soon as she returned to the living room, she immediately noticed that the temperature outside was much colder than when she'd entered her space. This chill wasn't just the difference between the temperature in her space and the safe house. Most likely, it had gotten colder outside again. She walked over to the wall and glanced at the thermometer. Sure enough, the outdoor temperature had dropped to 12 degrees Celsius, and even indoors, it was only 20 degrees Celsius. Normally, the temperature difference between inside and outside would be about 5 degrees. But since her room was insulated, the difference was a bit greater. At this rate, once the torrential rain ended, everyone would likely be facing a severe extreme cold problem. According to her not-so-precise memories from her previous life, before the extreme cold, there would be a massive earthquake and a large-scale mutant insect disaster. Jiang Yan suddenly felt that the natural disasters in this life were even more severe than in her last one. First, there was the sudden, unexpected heat wave, followed immediately by torrential rain. Before anyone could react, the rain had already flooded up to their doorsteps. Actually, when the disasters first started, most people still harbored some hope that things wouldn't get worse. It was exactly this kind of thinking that made people, while waiting and hoping, miss the best window for self-rescue without even realizing it. Of course, there were a few with a strong sense of crisis who prepared, but they were the minority. Logically, after the heat wave, many reservoirs, rivers, and underground streams should have dried up. At first, the rainwater should have been absorbed by these channels. But that didn't happen. It could only mean the rainfall was so massive that it far exceeded what these natural channels could handle. Most households' food supplies must have run out long ago. If the rain had been lighter and the water level had risen more slowly, people could have gone out to scavenge for supplies. Even if those supplies had spoiled or gone bad in the previous heatwave, at least they could have filled their stomachs for a while. But now, the endless rain and lightning had trapped everyone inside their homes. All hope and routes for finding supplies had been completely cut off. Even if some people had inflatable boats and dared to go out in the rain, most supplies were now deep underwater. With no navigation or positioning, all they could see was a vast expanse of water. Whether they could find anything was another matter. Without professional equipment and enough manpower, salvaging anything would be nearly impossible. Of course, some people would try to go up into office buildings. But how much could they really find? Even the most powerful official forces had suddenly vanished without a trace. All signs pointed to this being a very bad omen. Jiang Yan frowned slightly and walked straight to the master bedroom. From here, she could see the central garden of Qianchuan community, the other buildings, and the rising water level. But today's rain was so heavy it almost completely blocked her view, so she had to take out her high-powered binoculars. She hadn't checked for a while, and now the water level had already reached the 12th floor. The building across from her was shrouded in darkness, eerily silent. She could just make out a few scattered figures moving upward. And from time to time, she saw people diving out of the windows, some alive, some dead. The law of the jungle wasn't just playing out in Building A, the other buildings and communities weren't spared either. Jiang Yan watched for a while, then put down the binoculars and calculated the time. If things matched her previous life, the rain would start to ease up when it reached the 15th floor. That would be in about 2 or 3 days. It would still be raining then, but much lighter, and there might even be short breaks of 3 or 4 hours. As for the exact day it would stop, she had no idea. That window would only last about 3 or 4 days. Those 3 or 4 days would be the only chance for anyone to search for supplies and survive. After that, the odds of surviving outside would be almost zero. For days later, an even heavier rain would come. The water level would surge again, flooding most of the city. Aming's geography was unique, mountains all around, a basin in the middle. It was likely that floodwaters from all directions would pour into the city at once. Most people would starve, drown, be swept away by the flood, or die in brutal struggles for survival. That would be the true beginning of the apocalypse. Anyone who still held onto a sliver of hope would, from that moment on, fall into utter despair. Then would come the earthquakes and mutant insect plagues, claiming even more lives. And after that, the extreme cold, everything frozen, and humanity's darkest sides unleashed. In her previous life, it was during the extreme cold that she became a meal for Song Deming and his mistress's family. Remembering all this, Jiang Yan couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. She returned to the living room and glanced out the floor-to-ceiling windows. The shopping mall she'd visited before had already become an ocean a few days ago. The high-rise apartments next to it, though not as tall as Qianchuan Building A, still had half their height above water. The old neighborhood she'd flown over in her flight suit was now completely submerged. The whole city was shrouded in darkness. Only when lightning flashed could she make out a few scattered high-rises standing alone in the rain. Beep beep, beep beep beep. The second alarm from the energy storage cabinet pulled Jiang Yan out of her heavy memories. In her safe house, aside from the master bedroom, pillars, and load-bearing walls, she'd had the rest of the area opened up, so the storage cabinet was placed in the corner of the living room, right next to a pillar. Jiang Yan walked over, switched off the main power, placed her hand on the cabinet, and with a thought, stored it away in her space. The apple-shaped pod in her space had solar panels on top, so she could recharge it there. With another thought, she took out a fully charged storage cabinet. She flipped the switch, and the safe house's power came back on. But she didn't go back into her space right away. The surveillance and anti-intrusion systems needed time to reboot after the power was restored. She planned to wait until everything was up and running and the feeds were normal before returning to her space. Beep. Soon, all the systems and monitors were back to normal. Jiang Yan was just about to get up and return to her space when she noticed several figures appear on her front door's surveillance feed. She raised her hand and switched the monitor to single-window mode. The loving couple from 3204 appeared on the screen. Both of them were panting, faces flushed red, looking utterly exhausted at first glance. Beside them was a pile of supplies, looked like water, instant noodles, and such. A bit further out in the camera's view stood a tall boy in black, over 1.8 meters tall, the same one who had volunteered in the building's group chat earlier to come get a bestie machine from her. He wasn't standing with the couple, but instead stood alone at the open door of 3202, frowning, as if pondering the meaning of life while staring out the window. Tian Jiliang had originally planned to come up with them, but unfortunately, during the break-in on the 17th floor, his gold-rimmed glasses had been smashed to pieces. Severely nearsighted, he had no choice but to go home first. She saw the couple holding a battery-depleted loudspeaker, shouting at her door. Miss Jiang, we brought you some supplies." That loudspeaker was probably the one He Chunmei had used earlier. Jiang Yan hadn't interacted much with Sun Jingtao and Su Dai before, but judging from their looks and behavior, they didn't seem like bad people. And in this morning's chaos, the man's performance had been pretty decent. Though she could have handled things herself, having someone lend a hand never hurt. After quickly analyzing the situation, Jiang Yan finally got up. She first switched off the anti-intrusion high-voltage system, then put on a mask before going to open the door. She kept the inner door closed, only opening the outer one. Su Dai's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Yan, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Miss Jiang." Sun Jingtao was more composed. "Miss Jiang." Yi Qing, standing nearby, was a bit surprised to see Jiang Yan actually open the door. He glanced over warily for a second, then stepped into the leaky 3202. Jiang Yan's expression was unreadable, but her tone was polite. "Hello. Miss Jiang, we're from next door, 3204. I'm Su Dai, Su as in Suzhou, Dai as in distant mountains faintly blue. This is my husband, Sun Jingtao, Jing as in quiet, Tao as in waves as ever. That kid over there, you saw him this morning, his name's Yi Qing." Yi as in leaf, Qing as in fresh and handsome. Su Dai was a bit overexcited, quickly rattling off introductions. A young beauty who not only had a gun but was an amazing shot, just like a heroine from a movie or novel. And now, she was living right next door. Who wouldn't be excited? If this were the old days, Su Dai would have been a total fangirl. Even if the gun's origins were a bit questionable, after all, guns were banned in the country, she couldn't help but feel thrilled and awed. Jiang Yan didn't bother being coy. Just call me Jiang Yan. Jiang as in beautiful woman Jiang, Yan as in open Yan. Jiang Yan? Can I ask, are you that Jiang Yan? Su Dai's eyes sparkled with little stars. Even though Jiang Yan was wearing a mask, only her bright, expressive eyes visible, Su Dai was already comparing them to the Jiang Yan she remembered from videos. If this was the same internet-famous Jiang Yan, she'd once been one of her fans. Like Jiang Yan, she'd always dreamed of exploring the world's beauty with her own eyes and feet. As for food, she used to be a fitness coach, so her diet was always carefully managed. But that never stopped her from being a foodie at heart. She'd often watch food bloggers' videos, satisfying her cravings vicariously through the screen. There had always been rumors and negative press about Jiang Yan's parents and herself, and now that the world had ended, who cared about internet fame or follower counts? But Su Dai's fondness for this little sister Jiang Yan hadn't diminished at all. She'd even seen Jiang Yan's badass performance this morning through the peephole. Sun Jingtao, listening to his wife, was a bit confused for a second. That Jiang Yan? Which Jiang Yan? But he didn't say anything, nor did his face betray any emotion. I'm the Jiang Yan you're thinking of, Jiang Yan nodded. Su Dai was stunned for a moment when she admitted it, then immediately overjoyed, wanting to keep the conversation going, but Sun Jingtao gently pulled her back. Exhausted and hungry, Sun Jingtao quickly and concisely explained why they'd come. Jiang Yan didn't refuse them outright. After all, she had enough supplies to last several lifetimes, but that didn't mean she wanted others to know about it. As the saying goes, never harm others, but always be on guard. Sun Jingtao helped carry the supplies inside, then was about to leave with Su Dai when Jiang Yan stopped them. By the way, do you have any antibiotics at home? Jiang Yan's gaze fell on the scabbed-over knife wound on Sun Jingtao's arm. He must have reopened the wound while helping her carry the heavy supplies, as a bit of fresh blood was now seeping out. Su Dai looked a bit embarrassed. We should have some amoxicillin, bought back during the mask-wearing days, but it's probably expired by now. Wait a moment. Jiang Yan closed the outer door and quickly went back inside. She shut the inner door, then, with a thought, retrieved a bottle of iodine, a small roll of gauze, a bag of medical cotton swabs, and a box of levofloxacin capsules from her space. She opened the iodine and poured some out, tore open the cotton swabs and took a few, then opened the capsule box and took out a few pills. She found a small plastic bag in the living room drawer and put everything inside. Opening the door again, she handed the bag to Sun Jingtao. I tend to get minor injuries a lot, so I keep some antibiotics and bandages at home. Take these, don't let the wound get infected. To her, this wasn't a big deal. But she gave them the medicine out of habit. She didn't like owing people favors. After all, they didn't have to bring her those supplies. But she couldn't just hand things over openly, so she pretended these were just leftovers she happened to have. Thank you, we won't bother you any further, Sun Jingtao said, taking the bag. Su Dai looked at the medicine in surprise, wanting to chat more with Jiang Yan, but Sun Jingtao tugged her sleeve. Once Jiang Yan closed the door, he finally relaxed and said, "Come on, let's go home." Yiqing happened to come out of 3202 just then, about to say goodbye, but Sun Jingtao called out, "Xiaoyue, why don't you move up here and live with us? No one's likely to mess with us on this floor for now." Yiqing paused, a hint of gratitude flickering in his otherwise cold eyes. "Thanks, Brother Tao, but I have a tent in the hallway on the 24th floor. I'll just stay there. The water shouldn't reach that high. Xiaoyue, our two families know each other pretty well by now. Just come stay with us," Su Dai said, biting her lip before continuing. "Besides, we have a spare kids' room at home. It's been empty all this time." When Su Dai spoke, the happiness and excitement she'd felt upon seeing Jiang Yan had faded, replaced by eyes tinged with red. That children's room had been prepared in advance when she was pregnant. At the time, she hadn't known if it would be a boy or a girl, so she decorated it according to her own tastes. The vibe was a bit girly, soft pinks everywhere, and lots of Barbie dolls. But then, after an accident, she lost the baby. And that room had sat and used ever since. Sun Jingtao knew what his wife was upset about. He squeezed her palm in comfort, then looked sincerely at Yi Qing and said, "Xiaoyue, things aren't like they used to be. Who knows when this rain will stop? Besides, we've made enemies with those people on the 17th floor today. There's no guarantee they won't hold a grudge and come looking for trouble in the future. If we all live together, we can look out for each other." Listening to their persuasion, Yi Qing didn't answer right away. He glanced at the tightly closed door of 3201, hesitated for a second, then finally said, "All right, I'll trouble you and Sister Dai for a while." Hearing him agree to move in, Sun Jingtao and Su Dai's heavy moods instantly lightened, replaced by relief and joy. Elsewhere, Jiang Yan was putting away the supplies Sun Jingtao and the others had brought her. The safe house was damp and chilly, and she couldn't be bothered to turn on the AC, so she simply entered her space. Looking at the lush green vegetables growing in the black soil, her appetite suddenly returned. She hadn't eaten much all day. She knew exactly what she wanted to eat today. Old Beijing-style hot pot lamb. The Napa cabbage and greens she'd planted earlier had already grown a handspan tall. Perfect for hot pot, tender, crisp, and sweet. There were plenty of fresh seedlings in the storage area, too. But the ones she'd grown herself, just pulled from the earth, would surely taste different. People always. She grabbed a colorful plastic basin from the kitchen, put on her rain boots, and headed to the garden. Thankfully, there were no bugs among the vegetables and flowers in her space. Ever since she was little, the only things she feared more than snakes were creepy crawlies, caterpillars, cabbage worms, earthworms, any kind of squishy creature. If she was unlucky enough to touch one by accident, it would probably give her a heart attack. Thinking of bugs reminded Jiang Yan of the fruit saplings she hadn't planted yet. She remembered from an agricultural video that 90% of fruits and vegetables in the world, apples, strawberries, pumpkins, tomatoes, and so on, needed bees for pollination. Grains like wheat, rice, and oats, on the other hand, relied on the wind, so bees didn't matter for them. If she planted these fruits but had no bees, would they still bear fruit? Or at least, would the fruit taste good? She could always hand-pollinate, using a cotton swab or a little brush on the flowers, but that would be a ton of work. Suddenly, she realized the only thing she lacked was a swarm of buzzing bees. It sounded a bit off-track, honestly. If word got out, people outside, starving and struggling to find their next meal, wouldn't be able to imagine it. At best, they'd laugh at her. At worst, she'd get 100 eye rolls. But speaking of bees, she remembered Anming had a bee research institute and a bee farm. She'd seen them while driving before on the west side of the city, halfway up the mountain, less than a kilometer apart. It had stuck in her memory because she'd been surprised there were places dedicated to bee research. The terrain there was higher, so maybe it hadn't been completely flooded yet. But with the risk of flash floods and landslides, who knew if the institute or the farm still existed? And with the recent heat, were there any bees left alive? Jiang Yan thought for a moment, her gaze drifting over the pile of freshly picked, dirt-speckled greens in her hand, and decided eating was more urgent. She hadn't eaten all day, after all. She got up, washed the freshly picked napa and greens in the kitchen, then summoned an old Beijing hot pot lamb set from her storage area. Fatty lamb slices, beef slices, hand-cut lamb and beef tendon, lamb tripe, fresh shrimp paste, frozen tofu, lotus root, potato, celtis, enoki mushrooms, everything you could want. There were also some of her favorite old Beijing snacks, glutinous rice rolls with soybean flour, aiwao, jujube flour pastries, and more. Just a little of each, but a full spread. She'd even bought the original hot pot set and dipping sauces that came with the meal. The pot was a classic copper hot pot, with charcoal in the center and the broth bubbling around the sides. Supposedly, when camping outdoors, you could even use dried cow dung as smokeless fuel. For the broth, she didn't use the restaurants. Instead, she lined the pot with ice cubes, added a few slices of fresh ginger, some red dates, 2 sections of green onion, a splash of red wine, and finally poured in a bottle of natural mineral water before covering the pot. She'd first had hot pot this way years ago, in a little private restaurant hidden in a northern residential neighborhood. A classic mountain spring water base, perfect for preserving the original flavor and freshness of the ingredients. She used a kitchen torch to light the smokeless charcoal, and while waiting for the water to boil, she mixed 2 dipping sauces. One was the classic old Beijing sesame sauce, with a touch of Seoul, chive flour paste. She wasn't actually a big fan of the taste, but she had to try it for authenticity. So she also made a local classic. Chopped bird's eye chili, fermented tofu, sesame oil, oyster sauce, crushed sesame, crushed peanuts, cilantro, minced garlic, a dash of soy sauce and vinegar, and a big spoonful of the local Seoul fish mint, Hatuinia cordata. Perfect. This sauce brought out the best in every ingredient. Absolutely delicious. After eating, Jiang Yan went for a walk outside her apple pod, admiring her flowers and plants, then returned to the second-floor media room to continue studying. By about 10 o'clock, she went to bed. She listened to soft music and read for a while, then closed the blackout curtains and lay down to sleep. This kind of time free, lazy, and beautiful. But Jiang Yan still felt like something was missing. Had she just been cooped up alone for too long? But before she could think more about it, after a day in battle mode and a soak in a wine bath, she quickly drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, everything was silent. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from the room. Jiang Yan, who always relaxed completely in her space, mumbled and turned over, sinking deeper into sleep. Rustle, rustle. The sound came again. 2 seconds later, a palm-sized, serrated, slender leaf quietly lifted the blanket and slowly poked its way out from underneath. That leaf looked like it had a tiny radar installed. After standing upright at the edge of the blanket, it glanced around alertly. Soon, a slender vine as long as a wrist and another leaf stretched out as well. Then, a fist-sized man-eating flower with a mouthful of sharp, jagged teeth crawled out from under the blanket. It perched by Jiang Yan's bedside, its shiny black eyes darting around as it surveyed the room and took a look at the still sleeping Jiang Yan. Then, it reached out a vine to gently pull the blanket up, covering the part of her back that was exposed. After that, it gave a soft "bye" and hopped lightly off the bed. There was no night in the space. Sunlight shone brightly 24 hours a day, so whenever Jiang Yan slept, she not only closed the curtains, but also shut the door. The man-eating flower poked its head out and peered at the crack beneath the door. With a whoosh, it flattened itself like a sheet of paper and slipped out through the gap. Gazing at the spacious, well-lit living room outside, the man-eating flower instantly became excited. The 2 leaves on its slender vine began to wave around in delight. Jia, jia, jia. It instinctively stuck out its crimson tongue and licked its uneven sharp teeth, then closed its little eyes and sniffed the air all around. Suddenly, its head froze in a certain direction. Its mouthful of jagged teeth curved up into a hungry grin, and the ravenous flower's eyes snapped open. Its eyes sparkled, and the 2 leaves bent down to form legs. Bye, bye, bye. It tiptoed across the floor toward a finely carved golden Nanmu wood cabinet in the corner of the living room. Stopping in front of the cabinet, it cautiously glanced back at the bedroom to make sure the person inside was still asleep. Only then did it stretch out a leaf and curl it around the drawer handle. Since Jiang Yan was the only one in her space, she didn't bother locking up any valuables. The cabinet was slowly pulled open. A pile of high-end jewelry boxes of various sizes appeared before its eyes. A vine reached forward, a leaf nimbly curling around each box and taking them out one by one. Snap, snap, snap. With each sound, another box was opened. Looking at the neatly arranged gold necklaces, jade bracelets, and other treasures inside, the man-eating flower couldn't help but let out an excited "Jia jia jia." It stuck out its tongue and, with a whoosh, slurped up a 100-gram pure gold bar from the first box. Next came gold bracelets, gold earrings, gold chains, jade rings, pearl necklaces, diamond studs. Each one crunched down in a single bite. The man-eating flower ate with utter satisfaction, savoring every bite. Meanwhile, outside the apple pod, changes were slowly beginning to take place. The flower quickly devoured all the gold and silver jewelry in the cabinet. After standing there and letting out a contented burp, it used its leaves to carefully close all the jewelry boxes and set them neatly by the cabinet door, then shut the cabinet. Then, just as it had come out, it slipped back into the bedroom. But instead of jumping onto the bed, it flopped down on a white wool rug beside Jiang Yan's bed. Its slender vine curled up into a ball, propping up its big head, and its two leaves draped over itself like a blanket. With a full belly, the man-eating flower soon drifted off to sleep. The next morning, when Jiang Yan woke up, it was just 8 o'clock. That was when she'd set her bedroom curtains to open automatically. Sunlight spilled onto the bed. As usual, she sat up, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and glanced out the window. It was just a casual glance, but she was instantly stunned. In front of the black soil, there seemed to be a stream. But the stream didn't seem entirely real. It looked more like a phantom image. Jiang Yan's heart raced with excitement. She jumped out of bed, ready to rush out and check. Plop! Her bare foot stepped on something soft. The man-eating flower, with one end of its vine pinned under Jiang Yan's right foot, bared its teeth and looked up at her pitifully. Jia jia jia. Jiang Yan? What the heck was that sound? She looked down and couldn't help but gasp, leaping a meter away in shock. Wasn't this the man-eating flower that had been dormant for so long? Only, it had shrunk a lot in size. But this second appearance was definitely more startling than delightful. The flower, oblivious to her thoughts, blinked its eyes, then pitter-pattered over on its leafy legs, rubbing against her feet and chirping, "Jia jia jia." Jiang Yan felt as if she could understand it. It seemed to be saying, "Mama." "Mama?" Jiang Yan was completely baffled. Was she hearing things? This was too much. Man-eating flower, "Jia jia jia, Mama, baby's hungry." Jiang Yan pinched the bridge of her nose. So it wasn't her imagination. Wait. Can we change the way you address me? And besides, whose baby looks like this? Seeing her unresponsive, the flower rubbed its head against her leg again. Jia jia jia, Mama, baby's hungry. Sigh. Fine. Her baby looked like this. Great. She was single, never married, never pregnant, and yet she'd woken up overnight and become a mom. Jiang Yan pressed a hand to her forehead and sighed. Forget it. It was her golden finger, after all, she'd just have to spoil it. Besides, even though this man-eating flower looked ugly and fierce, it was actually kind of cute. Thinking this, Jiang Yan crouched down and looked into the flower's toothy face. What do you want to eat? Hopefully not people. Jia jia jia. Mama, is there any more? The flower spoke, one leaf carefully pointing toward the living room. Jiang Yan walked over and opened the door, spotting the pile of jewelry boxes stacked in the corner at a glance. This, she frowned slightly, then asked, "You want to eat gold and jewels?" The man-eating flower nodded furiously. Great, another shock. But honestly, this answer was way better than people. After all, the one thing she had in abundance was gold and jewelry. Most of it had been left to her by her mother, worth tens of millions. When she'd brought it back from the vault, she'd just left it in the living room. And the huge batch she'd bought from the jewelry company's factory was tossed straight into the inventory area of her space. Jiang Yan got up and walked over to the jewelry boxes. The man-eating flower pitter-pattered after her. Looking at the pile of empty boxes, Jiang Yan seemed to understand. She picked up an empty box and asked, "Did you eat all of these?" The flower nodded innocently. Jiang Yan felt her blood pressure skyrocketing. Great. The last mementos her mother left her, gone. Great. Ate up tens of millions in one sitting. Forget it. Forget it. Still, As she'd just told herself, it's her golden finger, she'd just have to spoil it. Besides, without it, she never would have escaped the clutches of that devil song Deming. So it ate them, so what? After giving herself a pep talk, Jiang Yan focused her thoughts and pulled out a pile of 100-gram pure gold bars from the inventory area. When the man-eating flower saw this, its eyes lit up and it nearly jumped for joy. Jia jia jia. SSS ha SSS ha. Mama, can I eat all of these? Jiang Yan nodded with the resigned expression of a mother. Very quickly, the gold bars were picked up one by the flower's leaves and stuffed into its mouth like Snickers bars. Listening to the crunch-crunch of its chewing, Jiang Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was she raising a gold-devouring beast? But soon, she was stunned by the changes happening to the flower. As it devoured more and more gold bars, tiny golden sparks began to glow on its body. These sparks drifted away like fireflies, slowly floating out of the apple pod and gathering above that phantom stream outside. Jiang Yan's eyes went wide as if she'd discovered a treasure. She shot to her feet and dashed out of the apple-shaped pod. The man-eating flower, who had been focused on its meal, saw this and hurriedly stuffed the remaining gold bars into its mouth. Its two leaves transformed into legs as it bounced after her. It wasn't until Jiang Yan got closer that she realized she hadn't been seeing things. At the border between the black soil planting area and the white living area, a babbling little stream had indeed appeared. And not just the stream right next to the white mist wall of the space. Beside the stream, there was now a circular spring about 3 meters in diameter and over 1 meter deep. The area around the spring looked like top-quality glassy jade, crystal clear and faintly glowing. Above the spring, wisps of white mist drifted, giving it an ethereal, almost otherworldly aura. This had to be the legendary spiritual spring. So, those sounds she'd heard earlier were real. But what surprised her was that both the spiritual spring and the stream looked a bit illusory, flickering in and out of view. She reached out to touch them, only to feel nothing but air and a phantom image. After doing the math, Jiang Yan's excitement was doused with a little cold water. She pouted. If you eat everything at once, what will you do when there's nothing left? The flower's little eyes spun around mischievously. Jia 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 mama, there's no limit. I'm a big eater, I can keep eating forever. Jiang Yan, like a bottomless pit. At that moment, a wave of knowledge surfaced in Jiang Yan's mind. With the help of a spiritual spring, she'd definitely have a better life in the apocalypse. Seriously, all this weird knowledge just keeps piling up. And the door that God closed for her was the standard features in other people's spaces, a stream and a spiritual spring. So, as long as the man-eating flower eats enough gold, silver, and jewels, when the progress bar hits 100%, her stream and spiritual spring will fully manifest. Or maybe it needs more at the start, and the progress will speed up later, you never know. Wow, I'm a genius! The little leaves twirled excitedly in the air. But reaching 100% on the progress bar was still a long, long way off. Jiang Yan looked away from the illusion and focused on the golden light drifting from the man-eating flower, suddenly understanding. Jia 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 mama, I really like the name Flower Treasure. The flower was overjoyed and deeply satisfied at being called Flower Treasure and praised as Mama. Jiang Yan followed the direction it was pointing and her eyes lit up. Wow, Flower Treasure, you're so observant. Which meant she still needed a lot more gold and jewelry. And she didn't know if the progress bar would be like a computer download, fast at first, but that last 1% would crawl at a snail's pace. She gently touched the man-eating flower, and a line of text appeared in her vision. If it weren't for the endless rain flooding the whole city, she could have gone out and done a $0 shopping spree. It only needs to eat once in its life. After that, it can survive on sunlight alone until it dies. Its secret weapon for living off sunlight is that it can photosynthesize just like a plant. After absorbing the flower's little science lesson, Jiang Yan looked at it curiously. So, you can photosynthesize too? This time, the flower didn't answer. Instead, one of its leaves quickly stretched out and wrapped around Jiang Yan's finger. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan picked up the man-eating flower and asked, "Flower treasure, how many gold bars do you eat per meal?" Jia, I can't, but mama, you don't have to worry about me overeating." Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile wryly for a moment. Turns out, the leaf-sheep sea slug, also called the green-leaf sea slug, actually exists in nature. Staying in her current space wasn't so bad. Below the progress bar, a number floated, constantly changing. In the blank area of the bar, tiny golden lights were slowly gathering. Jia. Mama, look over there. Standing beside her, the man-eating flower puffed out its cheeks, chewing on a gold bar, while raising a leaf to point at the upper right above the stream. You can't expect one meal to last a lifetime. She was more worried about where she'd find so much gold and jewelry. Sure enough, the man-eating flower's level hadn't changed. So, by this logic, would future space upgrades work the same way? All the jewelry had already gone into the flower's belly, but there were still plenty of gold bars left. She'd actually cracked the secret to upgrading her space. They say when God opens a window for you, he closes a door. This, Jiang Yan frowned, puzzled. After all, the further things went, the harsher survival would become in the apocalypse. She wasn't worried about it overeating now. Maybe she just wouldn't upgrade. Above the stream, a pale golden progress bar had appeared. She was eager to see the real stream and spiritual spring, but she was also afraid the flower would overeat. But now she'd pushed that door open again. She just needed a little more time and a big pile of gold and jewels. To put it bluntly, it was time for her to pay to win. Those gold bars had cost her a fortune during the heat wave. Thinking of this, Jiang Yan checked the storage area for the remaining gold bars, then estimated how much jewelry and gold the flower had eaten, and worked backward to calculate. Clearly, this was good news, but not entirely good news. But when she thought of the clear, flowing stream and the legendary spring that could heal all things, she couldn't help but feel tempted. Jia. Mama, do you know about the leaf-sheep sea slug? Sea slug. Jiang Yan shook her head. Looks like upgrading the space is probably tied to the man-eating flower's level. Hearing its words, Jiang Yan smiled in a motherly way, reached out and patted its head. All right, I'll call you that from now on. When the heat wave first hit, a lot of jewelers didn't realize they needed to move their stock. By the time they did, it was too late. They had neither the chance nor the means. Jewelry stores tend to be clustered together in one area. Find one and you've basically found a whole block. Jewelry stores have another characteristic. They're almost always located inside shopping malls, just like the big-name brands, occupying the best spots at the mall entrance. She had the ability to collect supplies into her space with just a touch, so she didn't need to worry about professional salvage operations. But this did mean she'd have to dive deep underwater to reach the jewelry stores. For ordinary people, snorkeling with fins and a breathing tube usually only allows them to dive 3 to 5 meters, and even the deepest dives rarely exceed 40 meters. However, as an experienced travel blogger, she held a professional scuba diving license and could dive with full gear. She'd even done several live streams exploring underwater caves in the past. Plus, she already had a stash of high-quality diving equipment in her space, so she didn't have to worry about lacking gear. So now she was facing one last problem. With the world outside turned into a vast ocean and no GPS navigation, how could she quickly locate these submerged jewelry stores? Many shopping centers had adjacent apartment or office buildings, most of which were at least 18 stories tall. Even if the rain flooded up to the 15th floor, a few floors would still be above water. And the floor height of office buildings was clearly greater than that of residential buildings. This meant that when the shallow water bay complex was flooded up to the 15th floor, the office buildings might not be. Some apartments and office buildings were even taller, with a few being city landmarks, easy to recognize. So, finding those wouldn't be hard. The real challenge was that most of Anming City's malls weren't inside shopping centers, they were standalone 4- or 5-story buildings. Finding those would be much more difficult. If she remembered correctly, the most famous pedestrian street in downtown Anming had the highest concentration of jewelry stores in the city. But the buildings there were even shorter, only 4 stories high, and would be deeply submerged. Unless she had extremely precise coordinates, searching for these jewelry stores would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. She did have a submarine in her space, but even so, she couldn't just wander aimlessly underwater without a destination. As Jiang Yan pondered, she found herself inside the apple pod, unconsciously walking into the study. Looking up, her gaze was drawn to a world map made of white pine, mounted on the wall as a decoration by the apple pod supplier. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up and an idea sprang to mind. If she had a map marking the locations of all the jewelry stores, wouldn't she be able to find them quickly by following those coordinates? Even without GPS, as long as she used Shallow Water Bay or Anming's landmark buildings as reference points, she could mark the longitude and latitude of those stores. Then, just like ocean-going captains, she could use a compass to find her direction and a sextant to determine her precise location. Speaking of longitude and latitude, she'd previously downloaded offline map data on her computer. She just needed to look up each location and mark them on a paper map. Longitude and latitude can be accurate to within a meter, so there was no need to worry about imprecise positioning. Once she had her target coordinates, she could strap on her oxygen tank, put on her wetsuit, and dive down. That way, collecting most of the gold, silver, and jewelry hidden underwater into her space wouldn't be impossible. Of course, the city's largest gold reserves would definitely be in the central bank's vault. But those vaults were usually several floors underground, heavily secured, and not something she could easily break into. Besides, with the authorities' capabilities, the valuables in those vaults had probably already been relocated. Forget it. Better to focus on civilian targets. After several days of boredom and confusion, Jiang Yan suddenly found a short-term goal in life. She was filled with energy and motivation from head to toe. She turned on her computer and, with a thought, pulled out a paper map of Anming City from her inventory. Only then did she realize that after getting up, she'd been so busy checking on the stream and everything else that she hadn't even washed her face or brushed her teeth. Oh well, forget it. She'd draw this treasure map by hand first. 2 days later. After 2 days of frenzied eating, Huabao finally finished off all the gold bars Jiang Yan had stored in the inventory. At the same time, the progress bar above the stream finally reached 6.3%. Progress was slow, but at least it was a big step closer to success. Jiang Yan City treasure map was finally completed by hand. There were 3,168 jewelry stores in the city, scattered across 46 locations. Some were branch offices located in office buildings. But those places probably didn't have much jewelry, mainly for administrative work. She categorized the 46 locations by area, store brand, and store density, assigning them different priority levels. With limited time, she'd prioritize the highest level locations. To prevent damage to the map, Jiang Yan even made an identical backup copy. After 2 days holed up in her space, she changed clothes and emerged with dark circles under her eyes. She'd also put away the man-eating flower. Jiang Yan reminded it that, from now on, it couldn't show itself outside without her permission. After all, here in Shallow Water Bay, she didn't have anything to fear. But with so many people around, if the authorities or some evil force ever found out, she could easily end up being dissected for research. She wasn't afraid of anything, not even armed forces, but going up against the authorities was clearly unwise. Better to keep a low profile. Huabao was obedient. After finishing its meal, it quietly returned to Jiang Yan's palm. The torrential rain outside was still falling. Jiang Yan took a look through her binoculars. The water level was almost up to the 14th floor. It looked like in another day or so, she'd be able to go out and find some food for her child. Once the water reached the 15th floor, she'd have to leave through a window on the 16th. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and decided to go down and check the situation first. Before leaving, she checked the surveillance feeds for the 20th and 31st floors. Both hallways were packed with people who'd moved up from the lower floors. It was crowded, dirty, and noisy. Most people didn't look well. Some were arguing and fighting over food. Others had banded together, cooking meals right in the hallway. The 20th floor was filled with smoke. The 31st was a bit better. After checking the cameras, Jiang Yan, as usual, put on a mask before heading out. Unlike the other floors, the 32nd floor was deserted. The doors to 3202 and Hechuanmei's apartment were both open, letting in a bit of faint light to the otherwise dark hallway. When Jiang Yan first stepped out, her eyes took a few seconds to adjust. She headed straight for the stairwell. Just as she pushed open the fire door, she saw Yiqing coming up from the 31st floor, carrying 2 white plastic buckets. Judging by the bulging veins on his arms, whatever was in the buckets was heavy. Maybe because he hadn't had a haircut in a long time, Yiqing's hair had grown out. Before, it hung messily over his forehead, almost covering his eyes, giving him a slightly disheveled look. But today, he was wearing a black sports headband with red and white stripes, which made him look much more energetic, youthful, and handsome. Jiang Yan glanced at the label on the buckets. They looked like they were filled with gasoline. No idea where he got it from. Yiqing saw her too. He paused at the landing, a flicker passing through his usually indifferent eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Jiang Yan knew Yiqing's name. The two of them could be considered acquaintances who had met once and exchanged nods. Previously, Su Dai had specially introduced him to her, but she hadn't known he had moved upstairs. In her eyes, judging by Yiqing's appearance and age, he should have just started university not long ago and most likely still lived with his parents. Yiqing's Adam's apple bobbed again as he said, "Are you heading down?" Jiang Yan nodded and replied, "Mm." She was just about to continue down the stairs when she heard the sound of somewhat heavy footsteps and labored breathing coming from below. The next second, Su Dai's slender figure appeared at the landing. She was wearing a waterproof apron covered in little chrysanthemum patterns, holding a rather large white porcelain flower pot filled with soil in her arms. Her cheeks were flushed red. Jiang Xiaoyue. When she saw Jiang Yan, her eyes lit up and a beautiful smile unconsciously curved her lips. "Hi." Jiang Yan politely smiled, her eyes crinkling. "Are you going downstairs?" Su Dai walked to the landing, set down the flower pot, put her hands on her hips, and stood next to Yiqing, panting. Jiang Yan gave a soft Su Dai wiped the sweat from her forehead, glanced downstairs, and lowered her voice. "Jiang Yan, it's a good thing you had the foresight to wear a mask. Let me tell you, the smell and the scene down there, words can't describe it." Jiang Yan smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Actually, the scene on the 32nd floor was also hard to describe. Although no one lived in this hallway, the dark red, long-dried bloodstains on both walls told the story of what had happened here. Combined with the damp air, the corridor was always filled with a strong, metallic, rusty stench. But since they'd been living here for a while, their sense of smell had probably gotten used to it. The others didn't dare move up to the 32nd floor, partly because they were wary of them, and partly because of the bloodstains covering the walls. Still, Jiang Yan guessed that before long, once the water level rose sharply again, this place would be packed with people too. Even that leaky apartment, 3202, wouldn't be spared. The only reason people weren't coming up now was that they still had some options and escape routes left. After Su Dai finished speaking, she bent down to pick up the flower pot and said to Jiang Yan, "Oh right, Jiang Yan, don't go down yet. We've made a new discovery. Wait until we tell you, then you can go." Jiang Yan paused. "A new discovery?" "Yeah, but this isn't a good place to talk. Let's go upstairs." Su Dai glanced cautiously downstairs, then hurried up the stairs with the flower pot. Jiang Yan wasn't in a rush to go down, so she turned back and helped push open the fire door. Yiqing followed behind her, carrying a gasoline can. "What did you find?" Jiang Yan asked once Su Dai set the flower pot down. Su Dai peeked through the crack in the fire door into the hallway, then turned back and lowered her voice. "Xiaoyue discovered that the rate at which the water level outside has been rising these past couple of days has slowed down. He says it's very likely that the heavy rain will ease up in a few days." She actually wanted to invite Jiang Yan over to her place to sit and talk about it. But her home was a complete mess right now, with barely any space to stand, so she felt a bit embarrassed. Besides, after she delivered supplies to Jiang Yan, Sun Jingtou had specially reminded her that, in times like these, everyone was extra cautious and protective of their boundaries. He told her that if she ran into Jiang Yan again, she shouldn't overstep. What Sun Jingtou called boundaries actually referred to the psychological safe distance between ordinary people. The closest is the intimate zone, which is about 20 to 50 centimeters, usually reserved for lovers and close friends, for things like hugging and touching. Next is the personal zone, also about 20 to 50 centimeters. If someone you're not close to enters this space, it can feel threatening or uncomfortable. So he'd advised his wife not to get too close to Jiang Yan. After all, he could sense that his wife's admiration and respect for Miss Jiang was unusually strong. But Jiang Yan clearly wasn't someone who liked others getting too close. Oh. Listening to Su Dai, Jiang Yan glanced at Yiqing with interest. Only then did Su Dai remember Yiqing was right there. She reached out and patted him, saying, "Xiaoyue, you're the smart one, why don't you tell Sister Yan about your discovery?" Yiqing shot her a look and set down the gasoline can. But instead of talking about his discovery, he looked at Jiang Yan and said, "Thank you for helping me find out who really killed my grandparents with those blood mosquitoes." He'd actually wanted to apologize to her, since he'd once had the urge to kill her. But it didn't seem appropriate, so he kept it to himself. Su Dai didn't know why he suddenly brought this up and sighed silently. Jiang Yan, Xiaoyue is a deeply loyal and sentimental kid. He grew up with his grandparents, so he was especially close to them. Actually, she learned from her husband that Yiqing had probably grown up in a family of police officers, and with his parents having died tragically at the hands of criminals, he had a deep-seated hatred of evil. It made for a somewhat contradictory personality, but all those traits seemed to coexist in him. Sun Jingtou was a bit similar in nature, but he was much smoother in dealing with people. He just lacked Yiqing's decisiveness. But these were Yiqing's personal matters, and not really hers to judge. Jiang Yan listened to Su Dai's explanation with little expression, and simply said to Yiqing, "It was nothing." Then she added, "My condolences." Yiqing's eyes flickered. "Thank you. Xiaoyue, why don't you tell us about your discovery now?" Su Dai rubbed her sore arm and prompted him. Yiqing paused for a second, then spoke. "My discovery is that since the heavy rain started, the daily rise in water level had been increasing step by step. But in the past 2 days, the rate of increase has clearly slowed down. This suggests that the rainfall outside is gradually decreasing. If this trend continues, it's very likely that within the next week, this superstorm will turn into light rain, or even stop altogether." Jiang Yan raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing this. "So?" Yiqing replied, "So that will be our window to go out and search for supplies. It might also be our only chance to survive the next disaster." Jiang Yan, of course, already understood this logic. But hearing it from Yiqing still surprised her a little. Because lately, the torrential rain had seemed endless, as if the sky itself had opened up. It was genuinely hard to tell if it was getting heavier or lighter. Every day's rainfall seemed about the same. The fact that he'd thought to judge the rainfall by observing the water level, and had the crisis awareness to use the window to go out and look for supplies, was honestly beyond her expectations. But it was clear he couldn't possibly be a reborn person like her. With that thought, Jiang Yan looked at him with interest. "Why don't you assume the rain will stop completely? Maybe by then, official rescue teams will have arrived. With water this deep, how are we supposed to go out and search for supplies ourselves?" It was as if Yiqing had expected her to ask this. Without even thinking, he replied bluntly. "Actually, every time there's an extreme disaster, it's highly likely to trigger secondary disasters or even worse new ones. The previous extreme heat and drought, and now this torrential rain, never mind what new disasters might come next. But if the rain stops and the sun comes out, or if the water soaks everything for long enough, there will be all kinds of human and animal corpses floating in the water. The viruses from those rotting bodies would be a catastrophe for us survivors. Of course, I believe the authorities will come, but they can't possibly arrive right away. They have limited manpower and resources. So rather than sitting here waiting for death and hoping for rescue, we're better off trying to save ourselves first. That way, if rescue comes, great. If not, at least we're more prepared. As for going out, Yiqing paused, glanced at Su Dai, and continued, Brother Tao and Sister Dai have an inflatable kayak. That's right, Jiang Yan, and it's all thanks to you. Su Dai chimed in excitedly. Jiang Yan was confused. I watched your live stream when you went cave diving in the sea, and it really inspired me. So I went and learned to dive too. Though I'm just a beginner, I can only manage some shallow underwater sightseeing, maybe 3 or 4 meters at most. My husband had some training back when he was in the army, so he's much better than me. After the pandemic ended, outdoor camping suddenly became popular everywhere, and on a whim, we bought wetsuits, life jackets, and even a kayak. It turned out to be a lucky coincidence. Su Dai finished with a laugh, then asked tentatively. So, Jiang Yan, if the rain really does stop like Xiaoyue says, and we go out to look for supplies, would you be willing to come with us? In her mind, Jiang Yan definitely had professional diving gear at home, much better than her husband's. With Jiang Yan's help, their group would have a much better chance of finding supplies than those who just searched office buildings. But Su Dai didn't think Jiang Yan would have a kayak or anything like that. If she did, she wouldn't have just asked Yiqing how to get out with the water so deep. On their side, they still had her husband and Yiqing, 2 strong, able-bodied men. If the 4 of them could work as a team, combining their strengths, they'd clearly be much better off than working alone. But she was worried Jiang Yan would refuse, so she asked very tactfully. Jiang Yan listened quietly, then gave a polite smile. It's not very convenient for me. Then she added, thank you for sharing all this, but it's getting late, I should head downstairs. Su Dai's excitement faded a little at her words. Yiqing, as if he'd already expected this answer, didn't show any change in expression. Su Dai wanted to say more, but just then, the door to 3204 creaked open and Sun Jingtao came out. He looked at Jiang Yan and said, Jiang Yan, if you're heading downstairs, be careful. Things have gotten a bit complicated down there these past couple of days. How about letting Xiaoyue go with you? No need, I'll be fine on my own. Thanks for the reminder. I'll be off now. Jiang Yan smiled, waved goodbye to the group, and turned to head downstairs. Yiqing had already taken a step forward, but remembering she had a gun for self-defense, and that she didn't seem to want anyone tagging along, he quietly stepped back. Honey, wouldn't it be better if Jiang Yan went out with us? Sure, she has a gun and can deal with bad people, but hauling supplies back is hard work. She'd be at a disadvantage alone, she'd be better off with us. Su Dai was a bit puzzled. She really meant well. Sun Jingtao smiled, looked at his wife with a hint of indulgence, and said, Don't worry. If she says it's not convenient, then it's not convenient. If you're really worried about her, we can just share some supplies with her when we get back. Oh, I suppose that makes sense. Su Dai thought her husband had a point and let it go. Across the hall, Yiqing watched Jiang Yan's figure disappear by the fire door, then bent down too. It was the smell of human waste, urine, and rotting food all mixed together and fermented over several days. Clearly, the people living in the stairwells had turned the staircases into makeshift toilets. After all, even if you wanted to throw your waste into the floodwater, you'd need a container. At first, everyone could find plastic bags or paper. But now, plastic bags and paper were precious for starting fires, and not easy to come by. She quietly took another mask out of her spatial storage, pretending to pull it from her backpack, put it on, then took out a flashlight and began picking her way carefully down the stairs. The people living in the stairwells clearly couldn't stand the smell either. They'd shut the fire doors tight. The stairwell was pitch black, you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. And the lower she went, the denser these makeshift bombs became, in every color imaginable. She had to step carefully to avoid them, which slowed her down considerably. Fortunately, she didn't run into anyone on the way. The 16th floor came quickly. To her surprise, when she pushed open the fire door, there was no one sleeping in the hallway. Just piles of household trash and walls blackened by smoke, but at least no disgusting bombs. Maybe, seeing the water level still rising outside, these drifters had already moved up to higher floors. The door to 1604 was half open, probably the owner was still inside. At the end of the corridor, the window was open, and a boy of about 10 was standing there on tiptoe, head bent, with one hand stretched out into the rain. She couldn't tell what he was doing. It was actually pretty dangerous for him to be like that, even though there hadn't been much lightning lately. The rain, the metal window frame, if lightning struck, any of those could be fatal. Jiang Yan turned off her flashlight and deliberately cleared her throat. The boy heard her, frowned, and turned around, but quickly turned back, his face blank. His skin was sallow and dark, looking malnourished, and his hair and clothes were greasy. Jiang Yan walked a few steps closer, curious. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Shoo." This time, the boy turned around impatiently and glared at her with wide eyes. Jiang Yan frowned slightly, but didn't say anything more. She moved closer to the window and looked outside. Only then did she see that the boy was holding a homemade fishing line, as if he was fishing for something in the water. There was a little red balloon tied to the end of the line. Raindrops the size of beans beat down on the garbage-strewn water, making the balloon bob up and down. She had no idea what he could possibly catch. Jiang Yan was about to look away when she noticed, on the wall below the window, just above the waterline, a dense mass of black, leg-thick, soft-bodied creatures crawling. They moved slowly and were far away. If not for her enhanced senses, she wouldn't have noticed them at all. She stared more closely, and suddenly the hairs on her arms stood on end. Those black, soft-bodied creatures were clearly leeches, leech monsters, hundreds of times larger than normal. Jiang Yan's fear of leeches was no less than her fear of snakes, caterpillars, earthworms, and the like. But as long as she avoided looking at them, or didn't have to touch them directly, she could just about tolerate the discomfort these soft-bodied creatures brought her. Besides, most of the time, these creatures only existed in videos. The chances of encountering them in real life were pretty slim. But now, these mutated leeches were crawling densely all over the walls of the apartment complex, their bodies having grown 100 times larger, thick, and long as an adult's calf. It was enough to make her skin crawl. What's worse, in a couple of days, once the rain let up, she'd have to take her inflatable kayak down through here. If she slipped and fell onto a pile of those round, shiny black leeches. Just thinking about it made her shudder. She did have a flight suit in her storage space. But things weren't the same as during the heat wave. Flying would be too conspicuous now, and finding a suitable, safe place to land would be a real problem. So she'd have to stick to the waterways, keep things grounded. Jiang Yan quickly searched her memory for anything that could help deal with these giant leeches. Before the apocalypse, she'd once done a live stream in a remote border town, filming the scenery and the rice fish harvest. There had been plenty of leeches in those rice paddies, some even crawling up the villagers' calves, so she knew a little about them. She'd looked them up on her phone back then and learned that leeches, also called shuiji, looked scary and sucked blood, but could actually be used in medicine once dried. Some people even farmed leeches, since hyaridin extracted from them could lower blood lipids, regulate blood pressure, dissolve blood clots, and so on. They were also rich in protein, peptides, and fats. Leeches were incredibly resilient, able to withstand temperatures of 50 or 60 degrees Celsius. When out of water, their cells would shut down, but they wouldn't die right away. Once they touched water again, they'd come back to life. To truly get rid of them, you'd have to burn them to ashes or stay away from all water sources for the rest of your life. Which explained why, after most animals and insects had disappeared, these leeches could still make a comeback. Not only had they grown in size, but they'd probably been soaking in this rainwater for a long time, with plenty of food from all those rotting corpses, mutating rapidly and thoroughly. So, chances were, this rainwater was also contaminated with radioactive substances. At this thought, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. She wondered if people who soaked in this rainwater for too long, or those who drank it, would mutate as well. But that was a problem for later. First, she needed to figure out how to get rid of these leeches. She did have a batch of flamethrowers she'd bought in the US along with other weapons, but taking them out would be way too conspicuous. She had plenty of weapons, but unless absolutely necessary, she preferred not to use them. If it came down to it, she'd just have to overcome her fear and pick off any leeches that landed on her kayak. Thinking of the kayak reminded Jiang Yan why she'd come down here in the first place. She counted the floor tiles in the hallway to estimate the size of the window in the passage. Each tile was 60 centimeters, and there were 3.5 of them, so the window was about 2.1 meters wide. It was an aluminum-framed window, so with a fire axe or something similar, she should be able to break it open completely. She could then slide the inflatable boat out diagonally, should be easy enough. She'd just have to be careful to clear the wall thoroughly when breaking it, or she might accidentally tear the boat. As Jiang Yan was thinking, there was a loud bang. The half-closed door of apartment 1604 was slammed open by something heavy. A middle-aged woman with a worried face, sallow complexion, and average build came out, pushing a waist-high suitcase covered in clear tape. Seeing Jiang Yan, a stranger standing near her door, the woman's eyes flickered warily, and she questioned sharply, "What are you doing here?" She glanced cautiously behind Jiang Yan as she spoke. Jiang Yan shot her a sidelong glance and replied coolly, "Why shouldn't I be here?" The woman choked on her words, left her suitcase at the door, and turned to go back inside, only to spot the little boy crouched by the glass wall of the hallway. Her expression changed instantly. While the woman and Jiang Yan were talking, the little boy had let his hand drop outside the window, hiding his homemade fishing rod. "Jiang Xiaoyue, it's pouring rain and you're standing by the window with your sleeves rolled up, aren't you cold? Don't you know you could get struck by lightning? Where did all that common sense you learned go? Didn't you say you had a stomachache and were going to the hallway bathroom? You're always causing trouble, pretending to go to the bathroom all the time." The woman's scolding poured out in a torrent. Her voice was thunderous, laced with frustration and helplessness. Jiang Yan felt like her eardrums had just taken a 10,000-point hit. Jiang Xiaoyue's eyes darted nervously. He pressed his lips together. "Mom, I wasn't doing anything." He looked scared and guilty, but still didn't move from the window. The windowsill was already damp, and his back was pressed against it. It was obvious his shirt collar was wet. Seeing this, the woman's anger flared even hotter. She snapped, exasperated. "Get back inside. I'm exhausted taking care of you and your father every day. Your dad's crippled and can't be counted on for anything. And you're so disobedient. Are you trying to make me die of anger?" She vented all her pent-up frustration and misery in her furious scolding, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes. The little boy's face scrunched up in distress. His hand, hanging by the window, twitched, but then he stilled. He bit his lip and pleaded, "Mom, please go inside first. I'll be right there." The woman clearly sensed something was off. She strode over in a few quick steps, her face looking like she was about to eat Jiang Xiaoyue alive. "Jiang Xiaoyue, what are you holding in your hand?" Jiang Xiaoyue tensed up even more. "And nothing. I'll say it again, bring your hand in." "Hand over whatever you're holding," the woman demanded angrily, reaching to grab her son. Jiang Xiaoyue shrank back against the wall, then burst into tears. "Mom, please don't break my fishing rod again. I just wanted to help out at home, to catch a fish for you and Dad." "Woo-woo, I know I was wrong. Please don't break my fishing rod again. It's the last one I have, woo-woo." You still dare to talk back. That's the thread for sewing quilts at home, don't you know? All you do is cause trouble. You're driving me crazy. Absolutely crazy. The woman seemed to lose control, letting go of him and swinging her hand to slap Jiang Xiaoyue hard across the face. Smack. Jiang Xiaoyue was stunned by the blow, a red welt blooming on his sallow, slightly dark cheek. Before he could react, the woman grabbed his right hand, which was resting on the windowsill, and yanked it back forcefully. What Jiang Xiaoyue pulled back with his right hand wasn't just that rough homemade fishing rod. There was also a dark, wriggling mass, one end still dangling in the air. That thing was firmly attached to his wrist. But it was so big and long that it covered half of Jiang Xiaoyue's hand, with much of it still exposed. Jiang Yan, who was just about to turn and enter the fire escape, caught sight of this and her pupils contracted. She stopped dead in her tracks. It was a leech, one even bigger than before. When a leech first latches onto human skin, it doesn't hurt, but it does feel itchy. But that's only true for normal leeches. Now, this mutated leech was so big, the contact area with his skin was huge, and its weight and the sensation of it hanging there were obvious. By all rights, Jiang Xiaoyue should have noticed it. Unless he was afraid of being scolded by his mother, so he didn't dare look at what heavy thing was stuck to his hand. The woman clearly saw it too. She let out a shrill scream, "Oh my God." Smack. She slapped Jiang Xiaoyue hard on the head. With a tearful, furious voice she yelled, "What weird thing have you brought home this time? I'm begging you, can't you just let me have a moment's peace? If this keeps up, you and your grandpa are going to drive me insane. Will you only be happy when I'm dead?" Jiang Yan was dumbfounded by the scene. "Ma'am, your son's been bitten by a blood-sucking leech. Shouldn't you get the leech off first?" When she was little, if she accidentally broke a cup or fell while walking, her parents would get angry too. They'd scold her for not holding things properly or for tearing her pants, never first asking if she'd cut her hand or hurt herself. But her parents actually loved her, and back then, parenting was a lot rougher. She never thought, after all these years, that someone would still act like this. "I'm disciplining my own kid. What business is it of yours? Wait till you're my age, living this mess of a life, you'll be even fiercer than me." The woman glared at Jiang Yan, then her eyes darted to the wriggling black creature, and she suddenly realized. A leech. She reflexively reached out to yank it off. "Don't pull it." Jiang Yan had barely spoken when the woman had already grabbed it. Jiang Xiaoyue shrank back, his face scrunched up in pain, letting out a scream as a chunk of skin was ripped from his wrist. Blood oozed out like a cluster of pinpricks. But the leech still clung tightly to his hand, unmoved, and, attracted by the blood, began writhing even more vigorously. "Don't pull. It's a leech, slap it. Hard." Jiang Yan quickly recalled what the farmers used to do. Leeches have suction cups and stick really tight. Only by slapping them, making them feel threatened, will they let go. But now that these leeches had mutated, who knew if the old tricks would still work? The woman paused, then smack, slapped the leech hard. The force, though, made Jiang Xiaoyue's already injured hand hurt even more. But the leech finally dropped to the ground with a splat. Smelling blood, it began crawling toward Jiang Xiaoyue's foot. Only then did Jiang Xiaoyue, finally realizing what was happening, throw down his homemade fishing rod and, shivering, ran back home. "Jiang Xiaoyue, if I don't break your legs today, my surname isn't Niu. Let's see if you dare run around again." Terrified, the woman grabbed the stick with the fishing line and chased after him into the house. Soon, the sound of a child's cries and the woman's angry scolding echoed from inside. Jiang Yan frowned, glanced at the leech still wriggling in the hallway, and suddenly remembered alcohol could kill leeches. But with these mutated ones, who knew if it would still work? She quickly pulled a 500 milliliters glass bottle of alcohol from her backpack, or rather, from her storage space, and, suppressing her fear, walked toward the leech. With a creak, the door to 1604 opened wider. A disheveled, bearded man with greasy hair limped out, leaning on a stick. His leg was wrapped in strips of old cloth, stained with fresh blood, clearly a recent injury. "I saw it first. It's at our door, so it's ours." He glared fiercely at Jiang Yan, then stabbed the leech with his stick. Splurt! A stream of pinkish red goo shot out of the leech. Jiang Yan instinctively took a step back, eyes wide. The leech, in pain, began thrashing wildly. The man, unfazed, pulled out a crumpled plastic bag, used his stick to poke the leech inside, then squatted down and tied the bag tightly. With a thud, he tossed it back into his apartment. Under Jiang Yan's incredulous gaze, the man leaned on his stick, hobbled to the window, and poked his head out. He quickly turned back to Jiang Yan and said, "Little girl, my son nearly lost half his hand finding these leeches. If you dare tell anyone else on this floor, you'll regret it." "Oh? I'd like to see you try." Jiang Yan replied coldly, not bothering to argue with someone like him, and turned to head upstairs. It was obvious, the man planned to eat these mutated leeches. It sounded crazy. But back in the famine years, people ate tree bark, leaves, even clay, just to survive. Let alone this, fresh, high-protein meat delivered right to your door. She was afraid of leeches, but that didn't mean everyone was. If he took care of all the leeches, it would actually save her a lot of trouble. Thinking this, Jiang Yan felt much more at ease. Now that she was sure no one was around, she summoned a flashlight from her storage space, lit up the dark hallway, and hurried upstairs. Just as she reached the 19th floor, she heard the unmistakable sounds of a man and a woman doing unspeakable things behind the fire escape door. They were probably on a makeshift bed in the hallway, and they weren't exactly quiet. Jiang Yan frowned. In broad daylight, really? She was just about to keep going when she heard heavy, chaotic footsteps approaching the fire escape. Damn, Zhang San, you're really something. Doing it right out in the open. Brothers, this is intense. Hey, the more the merrier. Count me in. A bunch of young men were chattering, their voices rowdy and crude. Judging by their tone, they didn't sound like residents of Building A. Jiang Yan frowned, remembering the group she'd seen on that rainy night, and quickened her pace. She was halfway up when the fire escape door banged open. A burly, scar-faced man walked in. Judging by the way he reached for his belt, he was probably here to use the hallway as a bathroom. He caught sight of Jiang Yan, grinned wickedly, and leered. Well, little lady, were you just hiding behind the door, peeking at us? After the scar-faced man finished speaking, he leered at the tall, slender Jiang Yan from head to toe, finally swallowing hard before saying, Well, little lady, you've got quite the figure. All the right curves in all the right places. Look at those big, watery eyes. You're about to steal my soul. And that tiny waist, damn, I could wrap my whole hand around it. As he spoke, he stretched out a hand with long fingernails, gesturing in the air, then made a crude, indescribable motion toward Jiang Yan. Normally, Jiang Yan would have already pulled out a knife and chopped off that filthy paw of his. But after everything she'd been through lately, she was noticeably calmer and more composed. In some situations, it was better to hold back until she figured out who she was dealing with. Bang! The fire escape door was shoved open by several men dressed just like the scar-faced guy. They were about to speak, but the overwhelming stench in the stairwell hit them so hard they snapped their mouths shut. Jiang Yan shot them all a cold glance, stuffed her hands back in her pockets, and continued upstairs. From the details she'd just observed, these men were definitely the group that had broken into Building A in the middle of the night. They were all wearing black work uniforms. Even though the lighting in the stairwell was dim, she could clearly see a faded gold and red logo on their chests, Golden Shield Security. She remembered that name. When she'd come to Shallow Bay to look at apartments before, Du Zitong had specifically mentioned it. Golden Shield Security was fairly well known in Anming City. Besides security outsourcing, they also handled property management for residential complexes. Rumor had it the boss had connections on both sides of the law and was quite powerful. After all, security companies served a wide range of clients, from government offices to mines and nightclubs. Their clientele was all over the place, and so were the quality of their security staff. Those outsourced to government offices had to look decent, have no bad habits or criminal records, and follow strict codes of conduct. But those sent to mines and nightclubs? The rougher and scarier they looked, the better they could keep things under control. According to Du Zitong, the large sunshine. So, it seemed the people who'd climbed over the wall and moved into Building A that night weren't residents from another complex, but this group. Their leader was probably a property manager or someone similar, also from the security company. No wonder they'd seemed so organized and disciplined at the time. But she hadn't heard a peep from them lately, which was a bit odd. After all, there were quite a few of them, both men and women. Jiang Yan guessed it was probably because they'd been holed up on the lower and middle floors. With water and power out for so long and the hallways packed with people, those with apartments rarely came out. Those camped in the hallways didn't dare wander far either, afraid their supplies would be stolen the moment they left their spot. Information was completely cut off. And since she didn't interact much with others, and there were no security cameras on these floors, she had no way of knowing what was happening below. Hey, I'm talking to you, bitch. Are you fucking deaf? The scar-faced man, seeing her ignore him, felt his ego take a hit. Jiang Yen stopped, turned around, and shot him a cold glare. With all this shit on the floor, it still can't block your mouth? The men behind Scarface exchanged glances, trying not to laugh. But Jiang Yen clearly saw their hands move behind their backs. What the fuck did you say? You want me to take care of you right now? Scarface's expression darkened. The muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched as he reached behind his waist and pulled out a gleaming, razor-sharp knife. Jiang Yen didn't move an inch. The moment she'd seen Scarface, she deliberately kept her hand in her pocket, ready to pull a gun from her space if things got dicey. Sure, her pocket wasn't big, and hiding a gun there was a stretch. But it was still better cover than pulling something out of thin air. She could have drawn from behind her back, but that would have required a more obvious movement. Keeping her hand in her pocket was much smoother. Scarface gripped his knife and lunged forward, while the others behind him revealed their own weapons. They were holding the strongest type of spear guns sold online, the kind with several sharp, barbed fish darts. She'd seen strength tests for these spear guns online. The most powerful ones could shoot through 3 large water jugs in a row and still hit the target with full force. Clearly, this group was much tougher than Lu Dahong's gang. Judging by how smoothly they worked together, they were probably used to robbing and assaulting women. But against Jiang Yan's gun, no matter how fierce their weapons, they were nothing. In less than a second, Scarface took a big step forward, a cruel grin on his lips, and closed in on Jiang Yan. He slashed at her neck with the knife in one hand, while the other reached for her below the neck. Just as he thought he had her, Jiang Yan whipped out her gun from her pocket and aimed it at his head in a flash. With a flick of her thumb, click, the safety was off. Her finger rested on the trigger, ready to fire. The men with the spear guns froze at the sight of the black muzzle, fear flickering in their eyes. Well, little lady, didn't expect you to be such a spitfire. TSK, I like that. And you even brought your own toy gun, perfect for a little role play with me. Once you put on my uniform, Scarface didn't get to finish. The cold metal muzzle was already pressed against his forehead. He'd never handled a real gun before, but the feel and weight of this one was nothing like a toy. His lecherous, evil eyes went wide with shock. At the same time, Jiang Yan clearly heard the fire doors opening on the 18th, 20th, and even higher floors. The gaps were small. Not many people peeked out, and those who did were extremely cautious. These days, people's curiosity wasn't what it used to be before the apocalypse. Stick your nose in the wrong place, and you could lose your life. She could hear footsteps rushing down from above, more than one person. Was it another group from this gang? Jiang Yan frowned slightly, her guard instantly up. Third brother. She's Jiang Yan from the 32nd floor. A young man behind her suddenly shouted. Yeah, that's her. Her gun is real. Boss said, in this building, you can mess with anyone except her. Third bro, you really picked the wrong fight this time. The last guy's words sounded either like he was overly worried and tripping over his tongue, or just gloating. Either way, it was the kind of comment that made you want to punch him. Scarface listened to the chatter, staring at Jiang Yan in disbelief, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching. You're really that Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan ignored him, her voice ringing out sharply. Drop the knife. She was already standing on the staircase landing, holding the high ground. Now, with a gun in her hand, even though she was slim, she radiated an undeniable sense of threat. Auntie, please. Don't shoot. I'll drop it. I'll drop it right now. Scarface babbled, his legs going weak as his knife clattered to the floor. A fresh, acrid smell of urine wafted from him. He'd actually come into the stairwell because he needed to pee, but when he saw Jiang Yan, his lust got the better of him, and he forgot what he was doing. Normally, he was someone who'd seen his share of trouble in the mines and nightclubs. He wasn't usually this much of a coward. But his bladder had been at its limit for a while now. The shock was just too much. It was like a dam bursting. There was no holding it back. All in all, it was just humiliating. Especially with all his buddies watching. "Miss Jiang, can I go now?" Scarface was terrified the gun might go off by accident, and as he spoke, his hands instinctively went to his head. He was just short of waving a white flag. The smell in the stairwell was indescribable, and Jiang Yan had no intention of wasting any more time with them. Besides, these guys weren't worth even a single bullet. But they weren't good people either. If she was going to let the tiger back into the mountains, she'd at least break its claws first. With that thought, her gaze swept over the spear guns in their hands and she said, "You can go, but all the spear guns stay." Miss Jiang, can't you let us keep the spear guns? We've almost run out of food, and we were hoping to use them to catch some fish. Yeah, Miss Jiang, we swear to God, we'll never use them for anything bad. If we break our word, may lightning strike us down. That's right, Miss Jiang, please let us keep them. Miss Jiang, we're begging you. Good people get good karma. Yeah, Miss Jiang, you're a good person, please let us keep something to eat with. The group exchanged glances for a second, then started pleading all at once. They were practically about to kneel and beg. Before the apocalypse, a spear gun like that would only cost a few hundred yuan, not worth much. And even if it was confiscated, you could just order another one online. But now it was a rare and valuable weapon. After all, it could attack from a distance, much better than a knife or a dagger. I don't know if I'm a good person, Jiang Yan said coldly, but I do know one thing. A dog can't change its ways. If you're not willing to hand them over, then, she gave them a frosty look, pressing the muzzle of her gun harder against Scarface's forehead. Her finger was clearly halfway down the trigger. Do what Miss Jiang says, drop all the spear guns. I'll explain things to the boss. Scarface, not daring to look back, frantically waved his hands and barked at his men. The underlings reluctantly put their spear guns on the ground. As Scarface finished speaking, a few figures came rushing down from the 20th floor. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Yan saw them and immediately relaxed. To her surprise, it was Sun Jingtao, Yi Qing, and Su Dai. After all, there were 12 floors between the 32nd and 19th floors. No matter how much noise they made downstairs, it shouldn't have reached the upper floors. Sun Jingtao was holding a gleaming cleaver, Yi Qing had a blood-stained hammer, and Su Dai was wielding a long riot-control steel fork from who knows where. She strode over to stand behind Jiang Yan, the fork's prongs pressing right against Scarface's neck. Even though all three wore masks, the thugs seemed to realize what was happening. Two of them wore expressions of utter misery. Yi, go help Jiang Yan collect the spear guns. I'll cover you, Sun Jingtao said quietly, raising his cleaver. Yi Qing didn't say a word, heading down the stairs toward the thugs. Sun Jingtao followed, eyes wary and alert. Yi Qing quickly gathered up the 6 spear guns. Miss Jiang, can I go now? Scarface, still pinned by the gun and Su Dai's steel fork, looked utterly defeated. All the humiliation he'd suffered in his life seemed to have happened today. Once Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao had retreated, Jiang Yan finally spat out a single cold word. Get lost. Scarface, mumbling thanks, ducked away from Su Dai's fork, scrambled backward, and dashed straight from the 3rd floor to the fire escape door. Maybe his legs were still shaky, he nearly tripped and fell. Third bro. The others hurried to steady him, then nervously slammed the fire door shut. At the same time, the onlookers upstairs and downstairs finished spectating and slammed their own fire doors shut. Sun Jingtao frowned and glanced upstairs, then turned to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, should we head back up? Jiang Yan nodded, flicked the safety back on her pistol, and put it in her backpack. In reality, she stowed it away in her storage space. Then she pulled out a flashlight and started up the stairs. The stairwell was dark and stank to high heaven. No one spoke as they climbed in silence. Finally, they reached the 32nd floor and pushed open the fire door, all of them pulling off their masks at once. The smell downstairs was even worse for Jiang Yan. Her senses had been enhanced, which meant her sense of smell was far sharper than anyone else's. Good smells, bad smells, she experienced them all much more intensely. It was a bit of a curse, really. Su Dai couldn't wait to rip off her mask and gulp down a few breaths of fresh air. Sun Jingtao looked at his wife and couldn't help but laugh. I told you didn't have to come down, but you insisted. Now you regret it. It was more than just regret. None of them had flashlights, and they'd rushed down in a hurry. Now, the soles of their shoes were in a sorry state. Su Dai glanced at her husband, lips quirking up, then thumped her steel fork on the floor and declared proudly, "Saving Jiang Yan is everyone's responsibility. How could I not be there? Besides, compared to those old security guards at the school gate, I'm way younger. And anyway, you've got to take the first step and get some experience, right?" Jiang Yan was so amused by her words and expression that she couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was the first time she'd truly laughed from the heart since she'd been imprisoned in that basement in her previous life. "Jiang Yan, you look so pretty when you smile." Su Dai gazed at her with sparkling eyes, full of sincerity. The compliment made Jiang Yan a little embarrassed. Earlier, whenever she went out, she always wore a mask, so Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao had never seen her real face. Plus, her phone had long since run out of battery, so even if Su Dai wanted to show off her idol to the other two, she had no way to do it. But now, everyone had finally met each other openly. Although their relationship hadn't instantly become super close, it was clearly much warmer than it had been a few days ago. After Jiang Yan finished laughing behind her hand, she glanced at the others and said, "Thank you all for today. I'll head home now." Earlier, when she was threatened by Scarface, her man-eating flower had been itching to come out and finish him off, but she'd managed to hold it back. Now she needed to go home and soothe her baby. Besides, she'd worked up a sweat running up and down, and after being stuck in that cesspit for a while, she really wanted to go home and take a shower. Hearing her polite words, Su Dai, full of loyalty, almost pounded her chest as she said, "Jiang Yan, you're being too polite. We didn't really help much. We just went down there to back you up, that's all, haha." Watching his wife laugh so heartily, Sun Jingtao couldn't help but smile in relief. Ever since she'd lost the baby, Su Dai had gone through a period of depression. She'd recovered eventually, but she was clearly not quite the same as before. Now, even though they were living in the apocalypse, short on food and clothing, his wife's mood and spirit had been getting better and better lately, and it was obvious that Jiang Yan was the reason. It just went to show how powerful a role model could be. Thinking of this, his gratitude toward Jiang Yan deepened even more. "Jiang Yan, keep these spear guns." Yi Qing, who had been quietly standing to the side, reached out and handed her the pile of spear guns they'd confiscated earlier when he heard she was leaving. Su Dai immediately smacked his arm, not too hard, not too soft, and pretended to scold him. "Xiaoyue, mind your manners. Call her big sister." Yi Qing. Calling her big sister makes her sound old. Shouldn't it be Missy or big sis? Sun Jingtao joked, swept up in his wife's playful mood. Yi Qing glanced at Jiang Yan, whose face looked even younger than his own, swallowed, but in the end didn't say anything. The three others burst out laughing again. The atmosphere was so warm and lively, it hardly felt like the apocalypse at all. Forget it, forget it. What you call me isn't important. Names, titles, they're just labels. Whatever rolls off the tongue is fine. Jiang Yan changed the subject, took 2 spear guns from Yi Qing, and said, "I'll just take these 2. You guys keep the rest." Su Dai immediately protested, "Jiang Yan, how can we do that? Those are your spoils." "I can't use that many anyway," Jiang Yan replied with a smile. She lacked for nothing in her space, least of all spear guns. The ones Scarface and his crew had were mainly for small freshwater fish, with limited range and power. The ones in her space, though, were custom-made for catching big saltwater fish, bigger, stronger, more powerful, with special harpoons and ropes. They were much better for both fishing and self-defense. But if she didn't take any, it would look odd, so she just took 2 for show. Su Dai wanted to argue more, but Sun Jingtao stopped her. Let's just accept them. Jiang Yan said we could have them, so we should. No need to stand on ceremony. After that, he glanced warily at the fire escape before turning back to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, there's something else I wanted to tell you. Those people you ran into earlier, they're not from our complex. He paused, then continued, to be precise, they're a gang. Jiang Yan feigned surprise. Oh. Usually, the word gang was reserved for people who committed crimes together. I only found out this morning when I went downstairs. They snuck into our complex when the rain let up, hiding in empty apartments with the help of Lu Dahong. After Lu and his crew died, they started getting bolder. Now, it seems like they've taken control of all the apartments below the 20th floor. This group is actually a property management team outsourced by a local company called Golden Shield Security, and their leader is Ma Longbiao. I'd heard of him before. He has a criminal record, even did time, and has been in the underworld for a while. Somehow, he managed to clean up his act, joined Golden Shield Security, and became the property manager for the complex next door. Clearly, Sun Jingtao had much more detailed info than she did. But Jiang Yan didn't really care about their names or criminal records. After all, in the apocalypse, everyone's hands were more or less stained with blood. The difference was some killed proactively, while others did it in self-defense. But the end result was the same. What interested her more was that this gang had taken over the lower floors. She asked, "What do you mean by taken control?" They basically stay inside all day playing cards and sleeping, then every night at 8, they go around those floors collecting stuff. If you can't hand anything over, best case you get beaten up, worst case, Sun Jingtao didn't finish, but everyone understood. Jiang Yan was puzzled. But after a few rounds of looting, wouldn't the supplies run out? It's not like people can just conjure things out of thin air. Over here in Qianshui Bay, especially in Building A, most of the apartments were large. Even though it was far from downtown and the prices weren't sky-high, the total cost was still considerable. People who could afford to buy here generally weren't poor. Of course, some people had to scrape together every penny to buy a place, but most lived decently. There was probably some jewelry or cash in every home. But cash was useless now. Assets in stocks, funds, or online banks were even more worthless. At most, they could grab some useless jewelry or rice and flour. Most other food had already spoiled in the earlier heatwave. Sun Jingtao explained, "They don't care. I only know the basics, but this gang is slowly expanding their control upward. But apparently, Ma Longbiao has ordered his men not to mess with anyone on the 32nd floor. He said we should mind our own business, probably because he's wary of your gun. Since they don't come out during the day, I didn't think to warn you when you said you were going downstairs. By the time I remembered, you'd already run into them, so we rushed down after you." For the past few days, Jiang Yan, Sun Jingtao, and the others had barely left the upper floors, so they didn't know much about what was happening downstairs. But that didn't mean the people downstairs hadn't been keeping tabs on them. In fact, quite a few things had gone missing from He Chuanmei's home. Most of it was stolen late at night over the past couple of days, quietly taken by people from the lower floors. Those people did it so stealthily that no one noticed a thing. I'm actually a little curious. Even if the residents downstairs teamed up, there are more of them than that gang, right? Look at those people who blocked us on the 17th floor, using kids and old folks as human shields. They were vicious. They even smashed Tian Jiliang's glasses to pieces. So why did they suddenly chicken out? Su Dai couldn't understand it. She really couldn't. Yiqing glanced at her and hit the nail on the head. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is human nature. In their eyes, we're just neighbors they can negotiate with or guilt trip. But that gang, they're organized, ruthless thugs who kill without batting an eye. There's no comparison. Su Dai. So does that mean someone might move up to the 32nd floor? Should we lock the door? She caught on immediately, a hint of worry and doubt in her eyes. I don't think it's necessary for now. If the rain really does stop in a couple of days like Xiaoyue said, and we lock the door, it'll be inconvenient for both our families to go in and out, Sun Jingtao replied, glancing sidel. Jiang Yan nodded. At this point, there was nothing to hide. Looks like you and Xiaoyue are really on the same wavelength, Sun Jingtao chuckled, then continued. If the rain stops and we're able, it'd be best if we all go down together. Breaking the glass in the stairwell will make a lot of noise. We don't know what that might attract. Having an extra pair of hands means more safety. What do you think? It was as if Sun Jingtao had guessed Jiang Yan's plan and was sounding her out. He actually wanted to say that he and Yiqing, being stronger, would be better at breaking the metal frames on the windows than she would, but he left it unsaid. Earlier, his wife had invited Jiang Yan to go out scavenging together, but Jiang Yan had refused, so Sun Jingtao didn't push it, just changed the subject. Through the door of 3202, Jiang Yan glanced at the gloomy sky outside and said, "Sounds good." They chatted a bit more. Jiang Yan told them about the mutated leeches she'd found, then picked up her spear gun and headed home. Once inside, she did as usual, activated the anti-intrusion system and set it to 500 volts. Suddenly, she realized a problem. Every time she left the house, the anti-intrusion system had to be turned off. If she was gone for a long time, what if Ma Longbiao's gang broke in? Supposedly, they and the people on the 32nd floor had an unspoken truce. But that was probably just a stalling tactic. She wondered if she should leave the man-eating flower at home to guard the place when she went out. But the downside was that it might expose the flower. Forget it. If it really came to it, she could just stash all her supplies in her space before leaving. As for the things she couldn't take, the walls, the fireplace, even if someone broke in, she could always take them back. She glanced at the thermometer in the living room. The temperature outside had dropped to 8 degrees Celsius, and the water was probably even colder. For ordinary people, that wasn't good news. After all, if they went out scavenging, they'd probably have to use a swim ring or something. But that wasn't Jiang Yan's concern. She walked around the house, checked that the roof and walls weren't leaking, then entered her space. As soon as she stepped in, she felt a warm, restless sensation in her palm. Jiang Yan knew the flower baby was itching to come out. She raised her palm and said softly, "Come on out, flower baby." The man-eating flower couldn't wait. With a whoosh, a green vine shot out from her palm and stood upright beside her. It grew larger and larger until it was as tall as Jiang Yan. Its shiny black eyes darted around, and its crimson tongue licked its fangs in annoyance. "Jia, Jia, Jia. Mom, you should have let me out earlier to eat that bad guy who bullied you." Humph. As it spoke, the 2 leaves on its vine even crossed like arms on its hips, just like a person. Looking at the fertile black soil behind it, Jiang Yan suddenly felt like she'd stepped into a round of Plants vs. Zombies. She couldn't help but laugh. "I could handle it myself. Besides, you're my trump card. I can't just use you whenever I want." After all, she could only use it once a month. She had to save it for a critical moment. "Jia, Jia, Jia. Mom, what's a trump card?" "Like a backup." Jiang Yan. What on earth has this kid been watching all day? She nearly burst out laughing at Flower Baby's words. These days, while Jiang Yan was drawing her treasure maps, the man-eating flower had been cramming all kinds of knowledge. Its learning style was a bit like the sci-fi movie Lucy she'd seen ages ago, where the heroine could instantly absorb knowledge. The man-eating flower was the same. As long as its leaves touched a book or computer, it could absorb all the knowledge inside. And it absorbed it fast, even faster than 8G internet. All the encyclopedias Jiang Yan had downloaded onto her computer were sucked up by it. The books she'd bought from the bookstore were torn apart and devoured too. Even all the movies, TV shows, and anime she'd downloaded were gulped down in one go. Its speed was jaw-dropping. How much it actually remembered, Jiang Yan didn't know. She'd been busy with the treasure hunt lately and hadn't tested it. The next day, Jiang Yan woke up naturally at 7:30. The first thing she did was leave her space to check the water level outside. Sure enough, the water had risen to the edge of the 15th floor. The rain outside was visibly lighter. At this rate, she'd be able to go out soon. She felt a bit excited. She'd been cooped up at home long enough. If today's trip went well and she came back loaded, both her space and the man-eating flower might level up. She decided to head out early to avoid running into other people in the building. With the rain finally letting up, people from other floors would definitely be trying to get out too. The difference was, they'd be looking for food and drinking water. She was after gold and jewelry. With that in mind, Jiang Yen got up, washed up quickly, then took out a bowl of signature beef noodles from Taiwan and ate it, washing it down with a big cup of caramel macchiato. A strange combo, but plenty of calories and energy. She'd already prepared her compass, sextant, diving gear, and other essentials from her inventory. After a quick warm-up at home and stashing all the supplies she could into her space, she grabbed a nondescript inflatable kayak and headed out. Jiang Yen had just reached the fire escape when the door to room 3204 creaked open. Jiang Yen, Yi Qing, carrying a black hiking backpack, strode out with his long legs. Behind him, Sun Jingtao and Su Dai followed, one after the other, each shouldering a red inflatable raft. The temperature had dropped again today, and all three wore masks and windbreakers. Jiang Yen had no choice but to stop and set one end of her own raft down on the floor for the time being. The moment Su Dai saw her and the raft, her eyes lit up and her jaw almost dropped. "Oh my god. Jiang Yen, I never thought you were so skinny, but you're actually this strong." She almost blurted out her surprise that Jiang Yen also had an inflatable raft, but managed to hold her tongue. Right now, what she felt most was excitement and delight. Since Jiang Yen also had a raft, and they'd run into each other by chance on their way out, it would be perfectly natural to team up and go scavenging for supplies together. Jiang Yen just smiled, neither confirming nor denying. Her raft weighed over 40 kilos, heavier than 2 large water jugs. Normally, carrying it on her shoulder would be tough, since the weight wasn't evenly distributed. But now, after her body had been enhanced by her space, even carrying two wouldn't be impossible. Yi Qing had already come closer and reached out. "Let me carry it down for you." "Thank you, but I can manage," Jiang Yen politely declined. Meanwhile, Su Dai had already locked her door and was walking over with Sun Jingtao. "Jiang Yen, just let's show you help you. The stairwell is too dark, and it's hard to walk while carrying that thing. You might end up brushing against those things." He's 1.85 meters tall on him. The raft is just a big accessory. "It won't touch anything," Su Dai said, giving a small smile. Jiang Yen. Su Dai had a point. Sure, it was the apocalypse, who cared about cleanliness anymore? But if something really did get stuck to the raft, it would definitely ruin her mood. "All right then. I'll light the way for you," Jiang Yen started to say, but Yi Qing had already taken her raft. She had no choice but to dig a flashlight out of her backpack. These days, whenever Jiang Yen left her apartment, she not only wore a mask, but always carried her backpack, mainly to cover up the fact that she could retrieve things from her space. Besides, everyone who went out now was searching for supplies. Leaving empty-handed would look suspicious. "Jiang Yen, didn't you bring any diving gear?" Su Dai glanced at her backpack, puzzled. She remembered that when Jiang Yen did her live streams exploring underwater caves, she always had a full set of equipment. Just the scuba system alone weighed over 10 kilos, not to mention the equally heavy oxygen tank. And the backpack she had now clearly couldn't hold all that. Of course, she probably couldn't carry that much either. Jiang Yen just smiled and said, "No." "Huh? But..." Su Dai wanted to ask more, but Sun Jingtao coughed twice to interrupt her. With the raft on his shoulder, he couldn't reach out to tug his wife. "Let's go down first. Once more people realize what's going on, they might come asking to borrow our rafts or something." With that, Sun Jingtao took the lead down the stairs. Before the apocalypse, if someone had asked to borrow something, he would never have refused. He might have even helped them paddle out. But now, after everything that had happened, all he wanted was to survive with his wife. His old principles had quietly shifted. Yi Qing, always the quiet one, picked up Jiang Yan's raft and followed. Su Dai went third. Jiang Yan switched on her flashlight, illuminating the stairs from behind as she brought up the rear. Once they entered the stairwell, where the smell and the sights defied description, they all fell silent. But what surprised Jiang Yan was how physically strong Yi Qing and Sun Jingtao were. Both carried rafts weighing dozens of kilos, backpacks on their backs, and still managed to nimbly dodge all kinds of ancient stains on the floor, as if it was nothing. From the 32nd floor down to the 16th, it took them less than a few minutes. Along the way, they passed a few sleepy, disheveled kids heading to the stairwell WC. It was not a pretty sight. Fortunately, the kids, seeing how well-equipped and imposing Jiang Yan's group looked, just stared in wide-eyed surprise and didn't dare say anything. Maybe they weren't fully awake, or maybe they were too young to realize the rain had eased up and it was time to go out and search for supplies. Also, as they descended, it was clear that the people living in the stairwell were much more active now. They must have noticed the rain had lessened. On one floor, there was even a burst of cheering, people saying the apocalypse was finally ending, that the authorities would come soon, and so on. A lot of the time, in the apocalypse, hope and positive energy were things you had to give yourself. The four finally reached the 16th floor. Yiqing and Sun Jingtao leaned their rafts against the wall near the door to 1603, then each took a hammer and a pair of gloves from their backpacks. The stairwell window was open as before, and the floor tiles near it were soaked by rain blown in from outside. Near the window, the floor and walls were splattered with sticky, pale red liquid. Some of it had dried, some was still fresh and wet. Su Dai glanced over, and her pupils contracted. She remembered Jiang Yan telling her about people catching leeches for food, and she couldn't help but turn aside and retch, covering her mouth. Jiang Yan glanced at the tightly shut door of 1604. Those people had probably moved upstairs. She quickly and carefully approached the window and looked outside, her eyes freezing in surprise. The wall outside the window, which had once been crawling with mutant leeches along the waterline, was now almost empty. Only the areas farther from the window were still pitch black with them. This wall only had one window in the stairwell, otherwise, Jiang Yan figured the mutant leeches nearby would be gone too. Sun Jingtao poked his head out for a look, a bitter smile on his lips as he sighed. Back when we were on missions, eating centipedes, caterpillars, leeches, those were basic survival skills. I never thought leeches would end up on ordinary people's dinner tables so soon. Sigh. This apocalypse really pushes people to the limit. Hearing this, Yiqing's tone was calm as ever. That's nothing. When humanity is truly desperate, there's child swapping for food, or even eating two-legged sheep. Jiang Yan's eyes darkened at his words. That's right. In her previous life, wasn't she just one of those two-legged sheep people ate? Su Dai, having finished retching, heard him and asked in confusion. Xiaoyue, what's a two-legged sheep? Yiqing glanced at her. Daijia, it's better if you don't know. Brother Tao, let me break the glass. It's safer for one person to do it, Yiqing said, then turned to remind Jiang Yan and Su Dai, you two should step back, just in case any shards fly your way. Jiang Yan and Su Dai quickly took a few steps back. After Yiqing picked the right spot, she raised her hand to shield her face, then swung the hammer in her hand at the glass, fast, precise, and hard. Crash! The glass shattered all over the floor. Boom! A gust of cold wind, mixed with raindrops and the stench of dead fish and rotten shrimp, rushed into the corridor. Jiang Yan and Su Dai instinctively turned away and pulled up the hoods of their windbreakers. Once the glass was cleared, Sun Jingtao stepped forward to help Yiqing bang away at the metal window frame. It was lucky their apartment complex had wide corridors between buildings. If it were a more traditional complex, they might have had to smash part of the wall just to get the inflatable raft outside. On the other side, Su Dai rummaged through her backpack and pulled out some disposable raincoats she'd once bought online, handing two to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan, these raincoats are a bit thin, but they'll have to do. Jiang Yan thanked her and took one. Later, Su Dai glanced at the inflatable raft behind her, hesitating. Jiang Yan knew what she was about to say and spoke up, I probably won't be going the same way as you guys. Why not? Su Dai was puzzled. Wouldn't it be safer for the four of them to stick together? The whole world outside was a flood, and who knew if the rain would get even worse. If something happened, at least they could look out for each other. Think about it. We're heading out to look for food. After all this heat and rain, there's not much left to find. If we all stick together, there's a high chance we'll come up empty, and even if we do find something, there'll be less to go around. But if we split up, aren't our chances better? You know, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Jiang Yan's excuse was a bit of a stretch, but it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Su Dai looked disappointed, but quickly convinced herself, "You're right, cast a wide net, focus on catching fish." "Well, Jiang Yan, just be careful out there." Jiang Yan's lips curled up slightly under her mask. Sun Jingtao and Yiqing worked quickly. The window frame was soon smashed out. What they were doing was actually pretty dangerous. To get at the top of the frame, they had to stand on the narrow windowsill, with nothing to protect them. It looked like water below, but they were actually 16 stories up. Luckily, both of them seemed to be good swimmers, bold because they had the skills. Still, the water was full of floating corpses, dead rats, and trash. If they really fell in, it'd be a nightmare. All done. Jiang Yan, should I toss your raft down first? Sun Jingtao jumped off the windowsill, put the hammers away in his backpack, and walked over to Jiang Yan and Su Dai. Jiang Yan smiled. "Thanks, I appreciate it." "No problem." Sun Jingtao hoisted Jiang Yan's raft and handed it up to Yiqing on the windowsill. Yiqing frowned, glanced at the water, and asked, "Jiang Yan, are you sure you dare jump from this height?" The water level was already up to the 16th floor, only about 1.5 meters below the windowsill, not high at all. But the raft was just floating on the water, with nothing solid underneath. Jumping down and landing steadily would take some skill. Jiang Yan nodded. "Don't worry." Yiqing lifted the raft with one hand and carefully slid it out along the windowsill. He moved slowly and skillfully, but still, splash. The raft hit the water, sending up a huge spray. The noise drew people from the floors above, who opened their windows and stuck their heads out. They'd already noticed the commotion when Sun Jingtao and Yiqing were smashing the window. And not just from the opposite building, people in the other towers were poking their heads out too. "Mom, there's a boat downstairs." "Oh my god, an inflatable raft. I can't believe someone in our complex had one. Amazing." "Wow, seriously, whose is that? Can they take us with them?" "Hello. We'll pay you, can you give us a ride?" someone shouted, waving frantically. "Hurry, Lao Lu, go downstairs and stop them." Jiang Yan ignored the crowd of heads and voices. She grabbed the wall, stepped lightly onto the windowsill, and under Su Dai's stunned gaze, leapt down, landing steadily on the raft. "Wow! Jiang Yan, your core strength is insane," Su Dai exclaimed with the admiration of a fitness coach. Yiqing looked at her. "Jiang Yan, are you sure you don't want to wait for us?" "No, I'm heading in a different direction." Jiang Yan picked up the paddle, waved at the three of them, and said, "I'll go ahead. You guys be careful too." The three replied, "Yeah, you too, stay safe." "Safe travels. See you." After saying goodbye, Jiang Yan started paddling hard. With so many eyes watching, she didn't dare take out her compass or map yet. Not that she needed to. Several familiar high-rises were still poking out of the water nearby, enough to use as landmarks. First things first, she needed to get out of the shallow bay area. The window in Building A's corridor wasn't far from the complex wall, so Jiang Yan barely had to paddle before she was outside the neighborhood. She guessed that once she was a good distance away, Yiqing would toss down their own raft. By the time the three of them had put on their raincoats and settled into their raft, Jiang Yan and her boat were already just a tiny black dot in the distance. The rain was still falling in a steady drizzle. The cold wind howled. Luckily, Jiang Yan's clothes were windproof, waterproof, and warm, and her body had been enhanced by the space, so she didn't feel much. Her first stop today was the city center. That area had a lot of high-rises and lots of people, but it was also packed with malls and jewelry stores. The kind of place where, if you scored, you'd be set for years, so it was her top choice. She figured she'd set out early, and there probably weren't many people in the city with inflatable rafts. Along the way, she didn't run into any living people. But she did see plenty of dead ones. Adults, children, there were even babies with umbilical cords still attached, floating like wisps in the water. All of them were pale, swollen, and unrecognizable from soaking so long. The corpses were crawling with aquatic bugs, wriggling maggots, and those shiny black mutant leeches, enough to make anyone's skin crawl. To avoid the high-rises, Jiang Yan had to take a roundabout route. Once she was out of sight of the tall buildings, she summoned a speedboat from her space. The speedboat looked similar to a raft in color and style, but it had a motor. She'd be scavenging underwater all day, which would take a lot of energy. Besides, paddling was too slow. The speedboat would be much faster. Jiang Yan piloted her inflatable speedboat, following the directions indicated by her compass and sextant, heading toward the city's CBD. She didn't go too fast, though, worried she might accidentally crash into the tops of those 14 or 15-story buildings that were just barely submerged. These high-rises, with their tops so close to the water's surface, were like hidden reefs. After half an hour, more and more tall buildings began to emerge above the waterline in her field of view. She had no choice but to take out her rubber dinghy from her storage space again and stow the speedboat away. Everywhere she passed, it was just vast stretches of glistening water. Looking at so many familiar street sights and her once favorite little shops, now all submerged under 40 or 50 meters of water, Jiang Yan, a native-born Anming resident, couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. To be safe, when she was about a kilometer away from the nearest high-rise, Jiang Yan took out a high-powered telescope from her space. Peering through the lens, Jiang Yan's breath caught. Perhaps because the rain had finally stopped, she saw that in the cluster of high-rises near the city center, people, just like she had earlier, were tossing rubber dinghies out of their windows. Some were even piloting speedboats. Without exception, all the boats were packed with people. In the city center, where every inch of land is precious, the people living in these high-rises were no less wealthy than those in the luxury villa districts on the outskirts. It wasn't surprising that they had access to such equipment. Of course, speedboats and dinghies aren't exactly expensive, but people who, like Sun Jingtao and Su Dai, had the foresight to buy and keep them at home were still rare. After all, for the occasional outdoor trip, it's easier just to rent one nearby. Keeping one at home just takes up space. Some people had strapped on life rings, car tires, or were using children's inflatable green crocodiles, yellow ducks, pink swans, or the floating boards adults used to learn to swim, anything that could float, as they all swam out together. Most likely, they were swimming from their residential buildings to nearby office towers to search for usable supplies. The water was cold, and most of them were only wearing swimsuits. Even if the distance wasn't far, the discomfort was easy to imagine. Beneath the water's surface near those high-rises were sprawling malls, supermarkets of all sizes, snack shops, everything. Though most food would have spoiled or become unusable after the heat and heavy rain, there would still be far more supplies there than in the office buildings. But it was obviously unrealistic for them to dive underwater to search for supplies. Because of water pressure and oxygen limits, the human freediving record is only 113 meters, and even professional divers rarely go beyond 30 meters. For ordinary people, anything over 5 meters is unbearable, not to mention having to salvage items from below. Jiang Yan even saw some survivors desperately shouting and waving frantically in her direction. Some had even straightened out metal clothes hangers and tied red clothing or colorful balloons to the ends, waving them out their windows. They'd probably spotted her and her boat. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. In theory, the human eye can see tall buildings several kilometers away, but to make out a person's face, you'd need to be within 50 or 60 meters. So, chances are, those people also had binoculars or something similar. After all, these days, plenty of parents buy toy or real telescopes for their kids. Not to mention the astronomy enthusiasts. These scenes were definitely beyond what she'd expected. Right now, she felt like a classic introvert, especially averse to crowded situations. It wasn't that she was afraid, she just didn't want her time wasted by irrelevant people or matters. With that thought, she immediately turned her dinghy around and quickly paddled away. Fortunately, there was a nearly submerged office building nearby that she could use for cover, so she stopped there for now. It seemed her plan to go straight to the city's most upscale shopping centers was clearly not going to work. She'd have to enter from the submerged entrance to the pedestrian street instead, taking a surround the city from the countryside approach, collect the jewelry from the outer shops first, then head for those high-end malls from underwater. There were a few jewelry stores on the pedestrian street, the kind that opened directly onto the street. The buildings here were only 4 or 5 stories tall, surrounded by old neighborhoods and early-built residential areas. At most, they were 11 or 12 stories high, and now all completely submerged. In the past, it would have been easy to walk along the pedestrian street to get inside. But now, with everything underwater, visibility was poor and there were all sorts of obstacles, making things much more difficult. You could say the city center she once knew had become an underwater labyrinth. Luckily, she'd already made her own treasure map, her vision had been enhanced, and all her gear was top-notch, so she didn't have to worry about getting lost underwater. As Jiang Yan thought about all this, she was already busy double-checking and swapping out her diving equipment. She put on a diving headlamp and strapped a special underwater flashlight to her arm. The man-eating flower, which had been itching to come out, was finally released. Looking at the vast, ocean-like scene all around, Flower Baby was momentarily confused. To avoid being spotted, it kept itself tiny, only about the size of a palm. It looked just like a particularly cute, miniature piranha plant figurine. Jia. Mama, are you going underwater? It had studied human knowledge and quickly recognized Jiang Yan's diving gear. Yes. Flower Baby, you'll help me navigate in a bit. As she spoke, Jiang Yan handed it a waterproofed map and a scuba diving compass. Time to see how well her child had learned. Jiang Yan wasn't sure if it could actually read the map. She'd never thought to have it digest one before. The idea had just popped into her head. She still had a sextant in her space, but that was heavy and bulky. She was pretty familiar with this area anyway. As long as she knew the general direction, she could find her way. Flower Tool Baby wrapped its 2 leaves around the map and compass, its little eyes spinning. Jia. Mama, the map is already in my mind. Do I still need to hold it? Jiang Yan was delighted. What a genius, baby. No need. She smiled and took the map back. Shall we go underwater, Flower Baby? Jiang Yan pointed at the water. She remembered the man-eating flower could handle gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and air, so it shouldn't be afraid of water. Jia, Mama, I'm scared, unless you take me with you. As it spoke, Flower Baby shot out a vine and wrapped it around her calf. Jiang Yan couldn't help but laugh, patting her left wrist. All right, I'll take you with me, but can you not wrap around my leg? Seeing what was happening, the man-eating flower blinked its eyes and quickly crawled onto Jiang Yan's arm, obediently hiding behind the underwater flashlight. Jiang Yan slowly edged her body to the side of the inflatable boat, first dipping her feet into the water to test it. The water was even colder than the air, probably just 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. Even through her insulated wetsuit and diving boots, she could feel the chill. But there was no better option at the moment. The further she went, the colder it would get. The diving gear she wore was heavy. After putting on her diving mask, she eased herself into the water bit by bit. After making sure there was no one around, she reached out and stowed the inflatable boat into her storage space. By now, the light drizzle in the sky had stopped. The wind had died down too. Probably because this was a commercial district, there were few corpses or debris floating around, making it look much cleaner. Jiang Yan was already used to all this, her mood and mindset calm and steady. She'd done her homework before coming. In all jewelry stores, the merchandise is never left in the glass display cases after closing. Instead, everything is stored in the shop's safes. After all, the security and surveillance here were top-notch, and the alarm system was directly connected to the local police station, so there was little worry about break-ins or theft. For extra security, before closing, management would add a U-lock inside the store, in addition to the regular electronic locks. Most of the shop fronts along the street had their rolling shutters tightly closed. Jiang Yan knew she'd reached the jewelry section of the pedestrian street. The first jewelry store was quickly reached. If an ordinary person saw this, they'd probably be scared out of their wits. Along the way, Jiang Yan's dopamine was surging, and she'd long forgotten about her fatigue and the cold water. With her jewelry radar, the flower pet, she soon received an alert. The flower pet seemed to sense the presence of gold and jewels, leaving her arm and swimming toward a corner of the store. Jiang Yan, cautious as always, swept her flashlight around to check for any signs of life before entering. After confirming it was safe, she put away her cutting torch and swam into the shop. A rusty sign reading, "A diamond is forever," soon appeared in her view. Unlike the tightly shut doors of the street-facing jewelry stores, the entrance to this mall shop had actually been pried open. Probably because the shop had been sealed off earlier. A few calculators, 2 lucky cat figurines, and a god of wealth statue floated in the water. On the floor were scattered promotional posters, fragments of holiday balloons burst by water pressure, and dyed barley stalks symbolizing big sales. There were no corpses to be seen. She took out an underwater cutting torch from her storage space. This thing could easily slice through several centimeters of steel, much better than a fire axe. In just a few seconds, she'd cut a gap in the rolling shutter big enough for a person to slip through. Ordinary tools wouldn't have managed. Inside, the space was much larger than the street shops, and the layout less regular. But with the help of her jewelry radar, Jiang Yan quickly found this safe storage area. Looking at the 3 huge standalone safes, each taller than herself, she was instantly delighted. Most regular safes have concrete filling between steel plates, but these were made entirely of solid steel. Some shops even had their safes embedded directly into the walls. She reached out and, with a thought, stored all the safes into her space. Now, her storage space held dozens of all-steel safes of various sizes. At first glance, they looked like big-mouthed green water snakes, or perhaps some kind of mutant jellyfish. Her flower pet was currently in its liquid green form, emitting a faint green glow. It was so excited it was practically vibrating, its 2 leaves rubbing together as it exclaimed, "Kikik." Yay, yay, I love opening blind boxes. It couldn't open the safes itself, but it remembered that Mom had a cutting torch, so these big boxes should be easy to open. But it soon realized it had overestimated itself. Just now, it almost chipped a tooth trying to bite through the steel. Jiang Yan smiled and swam closer. "Wait, Hua Bao, we can't open them here." She quickly stopped it. The flower pet, confused and with aching teeth, asked, "Kikik? Mom, why can't we open them now? If we open them, water will flood in. Let's put them in the space first, and when we get home, we'll open them one by one. How about that?" The flower pet immediately understood, looking at the compass while recalling the map in its mind, giving her clear directions. Leaving the pedestrian street, Jiang Yan, guided by the flower pet, quickly found the most upscale mall in Anming. With telepathic communication between her and the flower pet, she didn't need to speak out loud, a good thing, since she couldn't have managed it underwater anyway. She sped up. Given the situation, there wasn't a single security guard around, heck, not even a ghost. With the resistance of water, swinging a hammer or stick wouldn't have much force. But none of this was a problem for Jiang Yan. She carefully checked the entrance before swimming in. With the flower pet's help, she soon found this safe storage area. Judging by the flower pet's excited cries, the jewelry stored here was probably even more valuable than what they'd found on the pedestrian street. From this brand-name jewelry store, Jiang Yan and her flower pet repeated their process, quickly collecting all the remaining jewelry shops along the street. Her mood while treasure hunting was pure joy. The flower pet, sensing gold, shouted, "Kikik. Mom, there's gold here." Whether it was people or flower pets, in the face of food or treasure, fear of the unknown could always be overcome, at least for a while. She'd heard that this famous brand only allowed men to custom order a single diamond ring in their lifetime, with ID verification and even a true love agreement to sign. Whether it was true love or not, the marketing gimmick was certainly strong. Jiang Yan didn't linger, diving down and swimming toward the first batch of jewelry stores. Looking at the rippling water above, she felt as if she were floating on the ocean's surface. The flower pet's mood was 3 times happier than usual at the thought of a $0 shopping spree and upgrading their storage space. All in all, with her flower pet's jewelry radar, Jiang Yan's underwater treasure hunt was off to a thrilling, rewarding start. As usual, Jiang Yan took out her underwater cutting torch from her space and quickly sliced open the steel door outside the vault storage room. This was a room of about 20 square meters, located on the first basement level. Right next door was the shopping mall's property surveillance room, so one could imagine the level of security. From the outside, it looked completely ordinary. To avoid suspicion, they'd even hung an acrylic sign reading "Storage Room" on the door. But only Jiang Yan knew that the walls of this room were probably lined with steel plates, just like her safe house in Shallow Water Bay, except here, the steel was clearly even thicker. Even though the room was already flooded, she could still vaguely make out the dense array of surveillance cameras covering the ceiling. There might even be infrared sensors and high-voltage anti-intrusion systems like the ones on her own front door. But after so long without power or internet, and with the room soaked by rainwater, all those high-tech security devices had long since failed. Looking at the security level of this room, Jiang Yan had a momentary illusion that she wasn't in a shopping mall, but in a top-tier jewelry museum. As usual, she swept her diving flashlight around the room before cautiously swimming inside. "Jia, jia, jia." Sinister giggle. "Mama, I smell the scent of a red diamond pigeon egg." Red diamond pigeon egg? Jiang Yan hesitated for a second, then her eyes lit up with delight. Where? Red diamonds are said to be the rarest and most precious color among all diamonds. Next come purple, blue, pink, green, orange, yellow, white, black, and coffee diamonds. Rarity is value, and diamonds are no exception. She remembered reading in a fashion magazine that there are fewer than 5 red diamonds over 1 carat in the world, a level of scarcity that's hard to imagine. It's said that just one could buy you a courtyard house in Beijing. And if it's called a pigeon egg, it must be at least 5 carats. The key point was that such a rare diamond wasn't at a jewelry exhibition or auction, but hidden here. This was truly beyond her expectations. Looks like she'd really hit the jackpot today. Jiang Yan was more than satisfied with this. "Jia, jia, jia." Over here in this safe. Huabao's vines stretched out excitedly, wrapping around a strangely shaped safe in the corner of the room. This safe was clearly custom-made, unlike the other tall, rectangular safes. This one was a perfect 2-meter cube. On top of it, as if to cover it up, a pile of much smaller safes were stacked like building blocks. It was a bit of a clumsy attempt at concealment. Huab was practically drooling, its crimson tongue licking the safe door in anticipation. Jiang Yan silently laughed at its greedy expression. But excitement aside, after collecting the other safes nearby, she quickly swam over and stored this special safe directly into the white, living area of her space. She was dying to open it and see the rare red diamond pigeon egg for herself, but considering the current environment, she gritted her teeth and resisted the urge. "Huabao, let's go on to the next stop." Having just secured another haul of sky-high priced jewelry, Jiang Yan felt more and more at ease. "Jia, jia, jia." Let's go, let's go." Huabao's leaves spun like propellers, and it darted out of the room ahead of her. After so much underwater exploration, it had grown much bolder. They were currently on the B1 level. This shopping center, located in the most prime real estate of the CBD, was worth its weight in gold. The first floor had the highest rent, with prices decreasing on higher floors, so storage rooms and staff offices were all relegated to the least valuable, least ventilated basement. She and Huabao had come down via the supermarket passage from the ground floor to B1. Outside was a large imported goods supermarket. Jiang Yan had even shopped there a few times before. But now everything inside had either floated away if it was light, or sunk to the floor if it was heavy. On the shelves, a few moss-covered towels and moldy, crumbling loaves of fresh bread still hung. Some things were vacuum-sealed and preserved, but you'd have to dig for them. Jiang Yan glanced at the pitch-black supermarket area, but ultimately gave up on swimming inside. Time was too limited, and her main goal this trip was jewelry. If time allowed, she might check out the beekeeping base or the clinic for some medicine. Food was everyone else's top priority, but not hers. With that thought, Jiang Yan had already exited the shopping center. Just as she was about to hurry on to the next mall, Hua Bao suddenly wrapped a leaf around her wrist. With its other leaf, it pointed excitedly at another equally luxurious shop next to the mall. Jia, Jia, Jia. Mama, there's food in there too. Jiang Yan followed the direction it pointed and couldn't help but laugh. Hua Bao, you really have sharp eyes. She spoke as she followed it toward the shop. It was the only flagship luxury watch store of Donkey brand Hennessy in Anming with 3 floors. Inside, they sold all the major luxury watch brands under the group and even had a section for other world-famous brands. Most of these watches were exorbitantly priced. The cheapest started at 100,000, not to mention the 8-figure collector's pieces. When Jiang Yan had previously liquidated some assets, she'd sold a watch to a second-hand luxury website that she'd bought from this very store, well, from its overseas branch, where she could s. It never picked the most suitable, only the most expensive. She was actually a bit puzzled about the carnivorous plant's appetite. Some watch straps and dials, aside from gold and platinum, were made of all sorts of metals and special materials: stainless steel, titanium, rhodium, ceramic, carbon fiber, and so on. Some dials were made of mother-of-pearl, enamel, sapphire, etc. Could she feed it stainless steel, shells, or ceramics as substitutes? But when they'd passed a high-end bone china tableware counter at the mall entrance earlier, Hua Bao hadn't shown the slightest interest, not even a glance. And when it tried to bite the safe steel plate earlier, it couldn't make a dent. So, was this a matter of its attributes? Oh well, since it said it could eat these, that must mean eating them would help it and her space level up. No need to overthink it. Jiang Yan quickly broke in, and with the help of the man-eating plant, swiftly found the area where the watches were stored in safes. All those sky-high priced watches, boxes and all, were swept into her space. Her operations became smoother and smoother. 6 hours later. Within a 2-kilometer radius of the CBD, every jewelry and luxury watch store's gold, silver, jewels, and watches had all been swept into Jiang Yan's space. She'd only entered her space once to rest, just had a strawberry pudding and a cup of hot milk chocolate to quickly recharge, then left again. After such a frenzied, non-stop sweep, even with her body modified by the space, Jiang Yan was starting to feel the strain. After sweeping through all the jewelry and watch stores of various sizes in the central district, Jiang Yan slowly swam toward the surface. But she didn't immediately break the surface. Instead, she took a periscope out of her space, extended it above the water, and looked around in all directions. Only after confirming it was safe did she poke her head out. Her current location was probably near the city's second ring road, somewhere on the western side. Not far away stood a glass office building, more than 10 stories of which still rose above the water. Surrounding the office building were old residential neighborhoods with low buildings, a large construction site, and a sizable sports park, all of which were now thoroughly submerged. This made the building look utterly isolated, like a lone island in the sea. Jiang Yan considered her options. Heading back to Shallow Water Bay and coming out again wasn't realistic. She and Sun Jingtao had reacted quickly this morning and managed to get out smoothly. If they'd been any later, the exit would probably have been swamped by survivors from Building A. Besides, going back and forth was exhausting. The time wasted on the road would be better spent resting. After all, she still had a full day of work ahead tomorrow. This building was in the middle of nowhere. Though it was a lone island, it was actually perfect for her to take a break. It meant her chances of running into strangers were basically zero. And with her portable space as a mobile home, it didn't really matter anyway. With that in mind, Jiang Yan slowly swam toward this conspicuous island. All the windows were tightly shut and covered with sun-blocking film, making the interior pitch black. Jiang Yan pressed her flashlight to the glass and peered inside for a while before making out that she was roughly at the center of a floor-to-ceiling window. Inside was likely the office area of some big company, rows upon rows of cubicles as far as the eye could see. Because the building was well sealed, the water inside had only reached the seat cushions of the office chairs. After surveying the situation, she decided not to break in violently. If the floor inside was lower than the water outside, the moment the water rushed in, the force and pressure could sweep her inside in an instant. That could easily kill or cripple her. Jiang Yan thought for a moment and decided not to use her powerful fire axe. Instead, she took out a small hammer and gently tapped a tiny crack into the glass. The curtain wall glass was tough and impact-resistant, with an extra layer of sun film inside, so it wouldn't shatter instantly like ordinary glass. But under the pressure of the water, it wouldn't last long. Without further hesitation, Jiang Yan put away the hammer and quickly swam away. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the crack in the glass widened under the water pressure. She even heard the creaking sound of it breaking. Not daring to linger, Jiang Yan immediately willed herself into her portable space. About 7 or 8 minutes later, she emerged from her space. The water pressure had forced all the glass in that section open. Now, the water level inside and outside the building was the same. Jiang Yan carefully swam inside. Floating everywhere were documents, books, seat cushions, and a few shards of glass that hadn't yet settled. She quickly found the entrance to the office area and opened the door using the same method. This seemed to be the 13th floor. The hallway was pitch black, filled with a damp, moldy smell. She quickly located the fire escape, listened carefully for a while, then swept her flashlight around before sitting on the stairs to stow away her heavy scuba gear and oxygen tank. After removing her mask, fins, and various diving accessories, Jiang Yan felt instantly lighter, as if she'd come back to life. After so long in the water, her face was marked by the mask. She didn't linger, but got up and headed for the 14th floor. The stairwell was dark, with cigarette butts scattered on the ground. Buildings like this were usually non-smoking, but that never stopped people from sneaking a smoke after lunch, maybe while scrolling videos or tipping streamers on their phones. She soon reached the 14th floor. Jiang Yan shone her flashlight at the door and couldn't help but smile. Jingbai Dental, the elegant character, stood out clearly. Talk about luck, she'd found a pillow just when she needed a nap. This was a nationally renowned private dental clinic, large in both scale and area. They were almost always located in 5A office buildings. Some even rented 2 or 3 floors. She'd originally planned to look for a hospital or clinic to zero-cost shop for some medicine, but hadn't expected to find one here. Of course, a dental clinic wouldn't have a full range of medicines, but basic antibiotics, disinfectants, emergency allergy meds, and some cardiovascular drugs were always kept in stock. Jiang Yan took out a fire axe from her space and smashed open the glass door at the reception desk in a few quick swings, then strode inside. The 2 money trees and a pot of butterfly orchids in the reception area were long dead. Up ahead, behind the sleek, high-end marble reception counter, sat a white, ostentatious, fruit brand computer. On the desk were a pink USB fan, a mini humidifier, all sorts of mini figurines, a stack of Pop Mart blind boxes from a special series, and a full set of mint green keyboard accessories. Clearly, this was the desk of a young woman who loved life. Employees who put this much care into their workspace were usually dedicated and unlikely to quit easily. Jiang Yan didn't hesitate to pocket a cute little cat figurine before moving on. She skipped the pantry and common areas where food was stored and quickly found the clinic's medical storeroom. Hospitals and clinics have strict requirements for storing medicine, so it wasn't hard to find. As usual, she broke in with brute force. Amoxicillin, metronidazole, extended-release ibuprofen, dexamethasone, nitroglycerin, and a bunch of other medicines she didn't recognize, all were touched and stored away in her space. However, since these medicines had been exposed to high temperatures, she wasn't sure if their efficacy had been affected, so she marked and stored them separately. They were just for emergencies under extreme conditions. There were also several refrigerators in the storeroom, probably for medicines requiring constant temperature. But with the power out and the heat, those medicines were clearly spoiled, so Jiang Yan didn't bother taking them. She suddenly realized that when she'd stocked up on medicine abroad, she should have bought some vaccines. Now, even if she could zero-cost shop for vaccines, they'd almost certainly be inactive. After collecting the medicines, Jiang Yan left the luxuriously decorated dental clinic. There were also break rooms and a director's office inside. But the scattered dentures and X-ray skull photos in the dim light were a bit unsettling. And since this was only the 14th floor, if anyone came in later, she'd be easily discovered. So she decided to head up 2 more floors. Half of the 16th floor was rented by an e-commerce company with pretty decent decor. She broke in easily. No sooner had she stepped into the open-plan office than she saw, out of the corner of her eye, a red and black striped assault boat cutting through the water's surface, heading straight toward her. The red assault boat gradually slowed down when it was about 50 or 60 meters from the building. Seeing this, Jiang Yan quickly crossed the office area and walked to the edge of the glass curtain wall. Using a slanted triangular steel frame as cover, she took out a pair of binoculars from her space and looked down. The room was dimly lit, with sun-blocking film on the windows, and she was on the 3rd floor. From the assault boat below, it would be nearly impossible to spot her. Still, Jiang Yan made sure to keep her body hidden behind the steel frame as much as possible. On the large 8-person assault boat sat 3 men and 1 woman, all wearing one-piece waterproof suits, waterproof backpacks, and goggles. At the bow sat a man of about 26 or 27, with a straight posture and sharp, cold features. He held a black submachine gun, and his waterproof backpack was a special model, one of those large tactical dry bags designed to hold a submachine gun. In the middle of the boat sat a man and a woman, both seemingly in their 20s, each holding a fire axe. The man had a black mole above his left eyebrow and looked exhausted, complaining loudly with a disgruntled expression. The woman listened with a slight frown, clearly impatient, but not interrupting him. Judging by her still damp hair, she must have been in the water earlier. Some strands were stuck together. At the stern, steering the boat, was a baby-faced man who looked the youngest. He was busy at the helm, and Jiang Yan couldn't see any weapons on him. All the men had buzz cuts, while the woman wore her hair short, just to her ears. Looking at the 4 of them, fully equipped, Jiang Yan frowned slightly. Judging by their appearance, they were definitely officials. But from their bearing and weaponry, the man with the gun was probably regular military. There was a large coil of brightly colored rescue rope in the boat, with several pulleys and metal clips attached, clearly meant for transporting heavy objects from high places. Jiang Yan guessed the 4 of them were likely an official team sent out to search for supplies. After all, ordinary people would be out searching for supplies today, so it was only natural for the authorities to do the same. Or maybe, ever since the rain started, official teams had never stopped searching and rescuing, whether by sea, land, or air. It's just that ordinary people were trapped at home by the storm and didn't know about it. She was a bit curious, though, since the authorities were sending people out to search for supplies, were they also sending out rescue boats to help civilians? She'd spent almost the whole day underwater and really had no idea what was happening on the surface. As Jiang Yan was speculating, the assault boat carrying the 4 had already pulled up beside the glass curtain wall. "Sister Chi, someone's probably been here recently," the man with the gun said, holding onto the window ledge and peering into the office area for a moment. After scanning the surroundings warily, he turned to the short-haired woman. "And it can't have been long." Chi Ming and was surprised. "Huh? We're supposed to be the advance team for supply runs. This building's so remote. No one should have beaten us here." The baby-faced man switched off the assault boat's engine and moved up to the bow, glancing into the dark, flooded interior with confusion. He looked at the man with the gun and asked, "Brother Song Qian, there's nothing unusual in there. How can you tell someone's just been here? There are some supplies floating in the water that haven't sunk yet, and there are faint water marks high up on the plaster walls inside. That means the water only rushed in recently, so this opening must have been made not long ago." Of course, it could just be that the glass happened to break, but let's all be careful when we go in, Song Qian said. After another wary glance around, he took off his tactical dry bag, put the submachine gun inside, and pulled a small, sharp knife from his leg. Based on what we know about the tenants in this building, there should be plenty of supplies to find. Even if someone's already been here, they couldn't have taken everything at once. We shouldn't go home empty-handed. The baby-faced man said this as he took a life ring from the boat and handed it to Chi Meng Nan and the man with the mole. The man with the mole glanced at Song Qian and snorted, "Come on, Song Qian, you're being paranoid. Don't make a fuss, okay? And there aren't any other boats around." What, did someone swim all the way here and then inside? There's nothing else around for ages. You'd have to be a champion swimmer to make it here. Song Qian ignored him and simply jumped into the water with a splash. Sister Chi, Xiaozi, you two stay here. I'll go in and check. Once I'm sure it's safe, you can come in. Watching his tall figure wade away, the man with the mole, still feeling ignored, muttered under his breath, does he think this is some foreign battlefield? What's there to check? Ridiculous. Enough, Lu Junxing, give it a rest, Chi Meng'an said. Song Qian's here on orders to escort us. Whether there's danger or not, it's right for him to check first. Did you forget? Just the other day, another team went out for supplies, and before the base's transport boat could pick them up, they got robbed. That's why we were assigned a soldier with live weapons. And you'd better watch your mouth while we're out here. Song Qian's acting on orders from above. If you have a problem with him, you have a problem with the higher-ups. With that, Chi Meng put on the life ring and jumped into the water with a splash. Lu Junxing turned away, grumbling, "Damn it. Before the apocalypse, we were up at the crack of dawn every day being bossed around, and now it's still the same. And the worst part is, it's always idiots who don't know anything. Damn it, my underwear's been wet since early this morning and still isn't dry." Zhao Zi was taken aback. "Wait, Lu, did your waterproof pants leak?" "Hell no." Lu Junxing shot him a glare. "Zhao Zi, then why'd you say they're not dry?" "I sweat a lot, okay?" Lu Junxing snapped. Zhao Zi. By now, Chi Meng had already returned, so Zhao Zi quickly changed the subject and asked, "Sister Chi, should we widen the opening and bring the boat inside?" Chi Meng looked down at the faint outlines of cubicles in the water and said, "It's all office space in there. The water might not be deep enough and the boat could get stuck. Just find a spot to tie it up at the edge." Song Qian already found that private dental clinic upstairs. He and I will go search first. Once you've secured the boat, come up right away. Okay. Zhao Zi nodded, picked up a nylon rope, and said to Lu Junxing, "Lu, give me a hand, will you?" Damn it. They've got us doing this grunt work, searching for supplies. If this isn't a waste of talent, what is? All day long, it's just one mess after another. What was the point of going to a top university for all those years? If this isn't a classic case of wasted talent, then what is? Lu Junxing reached out to help Zhao Zi secure the inflatable boat, all the while venting his frustrations. Hearing his complaints, Zhao Zi couldn't help but laugh and teased. "Come on, Lu, listen to yourself. Your IQ's up there, but your EQ's lagging behind. If someone overheard you, wouldn't you be embarrassing your alma mater? At a time like this, who cares if you're a top university grad? You know as well as I do that after these two disasters, the authorities suffered heavy losses. There's a severe shortage of both manpower and supplies. Everyone's been mobilized, get it? It doesn't matter if you graduated from a top university or even the Galactic University of the Universe. Without food, we'll all starve soon enough, you know? We can't just sit in an office 9 to 5 and collect a paycheck like before. At least we've still got the authorities backing us up. Otherwise, judging by all those corpses we saw along the way, one of them could have been us. Zhao Zi, you little brat, you're in no position to lecture me. Who are you cursing, huh? Lu Junxing's temper flared instantly. Zhao Zi was getting impatient too, his voice rising. Lu Junxing, just because I call you brother, doesn't mean you can act like this. If you've got complaints, take them up with the higher-ups. You're busy all day. Do you think Sister Chi and I are just sitting around? And what's with you complaining to us the whole way? We're not your emotional dumping ground, you know. After rattling this off, Zhao Zi grabbed the big coil of rescue rope, slung it over his arm, and with a splash, jumped into the water. You! Lu Junqing shot him a vicious glare, hesitated for a moment at the knotted rope on the boat, then finally gritted his teeth, grabbed a life ring, and jumped in after him. At last, everything outside fell quiet. Jiang Yan replayed their conversation in her mind, guessing that the authorities were probably already setting up a temporary base. But it sounded like things were a bit chaotic internally. Not that this was her main concern. She glanced around the current office area, then headed deeper inside. Generally speaking, the further inside you go in an office area, the more important the department and position. She planned to find a spot here to rest for the night. As for those people outside, they didn't seem like bad guys. Even if they came in, she could just hide in her space to avoid them. She'd originally thought about using this chance to ask them about the official base, but on second thought, since they'd already guessed someone broke the window and hadn't seen any boats, it'd be hard for her to explain herself. Even if she was in full diving gear, it'd be hard to justify why she came here instead of going somewhere with more supplies nearby. Forget it. After being alone for so long, the last thing she wanted was to waste time explaining herself to others. She'd rather use that time to get some rest. With that, Jiang Yan continued deeper inside. She'd already turned off her flashlight when she saw the inflatable boat earlier, and now, to avoid being discovered, she kept it off. Luckily, it was about 6 or 7 in the evening outside. Although there was N. Jiang Yan soon spotted a room labeled General Manager's Office, but the door was closed. She tried the handle, but it wouldn't open. With people downstairs and her plan to use this place as her base for the night, she didn't want to force the door open. Looking around, she noticed a partitioned desk outside the office, with a blue nameplate reading General Manager's Secretary. Jiang Yan's brows relaxed, and she quickly walked over. The desk was tidy, with only a computer, a calculator, and 2 blue file trays filled with various documents and books. She rummaged through the trays, but found nothing useful. Looking down, she spotted a 3-drawer cabinet. With a thought, she took out a screwdriver. These employee cabinets were usually low quality, and the locks even worse. With just a bit of force, click, the lock popped open. Inside, as expected, was a bunch of keys of various sizes and a loose room key. She picked them up and saw one was labeled General Manager. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. She quietly closed the drawer, glanced at the entrance to the employee area, and quickly unlocked the office door. She slipped inside and locked the door behind her. Only then did she take a good look at the room. It was about 30 square meters, with a solid wood desk and a black leather executive chair. On the wall behind the desk hung a reproduction of a landscape painting, giving the room a grand feel. The feng shui was good, facing south. Directly in front of the desk was a large floor-to-ceiling window. Next to the window were 2 sets of leather sofas for guests, with a Wangwali wood tea table in between. From the window, she could see the spot where those people had docked their boat. Opposite the entrance was a display shelf with a solid wood section about 2 meters wide, the rest filled with elegant gifts and antique books. There was also a fridge, a standing air conditioner, and several ornate ceramic planters that once held large green plants, now all dead. A pile of dead leaves lay on the carpet. Jiang Yan had just finished surveying the room when a blaring loudspeaker sounded outside. Attention, citizens! Attention, citizens! Disasters are merciless, but people have compassion. Anming has established a temporary base. Anyone wishing to go, please make all necessary preparations. Official boats will soon be picking up citizens along the way. Please spread the word and get ready in advance. Attention, citizens. The loudspeaker repeated, getting closer and closer. Jiang Yan raised her eyebrows slightly. She couldn't see what was happening outside and was considering whether to hide in her space when the loudspeaker suddenly cut off. Then she heard a slightly hoarse young man's voice. Sister Chi, the footprints end here, but that girl should be in this room. It was Song Qian. Zhao Zi said, Brother Song Qian, how do you know it's a girl? Size 36 shoes, unless it's a special case, that's almost always a girl. But she strung the glass at the entrance. She probably smashed it with one blow. What I'm curious about is why she only took the in-date medicine and didn't touch any of the food. Jiang Yan froze, then realized what had happened. After coming out of the water, her shoes were wet. The stairs and corridors were dry, and since no one had cleaned for ages, the floor was probably dusty. With the low temperature and damp air, her footprints wouldn't dry quickly. Looking at it now, her movements had actually been quite easy to track. That just proves she's not lacking food at all right now. Not only is she not lacking, she's actually quite well off. Qi Mingnan frowned and thought for a second, analyzing the situation. She was carrying a fire axe in one hand, a loudspeaker slung across her chest. Though she was chatting casually, her eyes were alert, scanning her surroundings. The announcement from the base earlier had come from the loudspeaker on her chest. As a temporary supply search squad dispatched by the Aming authorities, their job wasn't just to look for supplies. They also had to broadcast the news about the official base under construction to any survivors they might encounter. Zhao Zi was more than a little shocked by her words. Sister Qi, not lacking food? That's just insane. Even the top officials in Aming City wouldn't dare say they have enough food. Besides, even people who aren't short on food still try to snatch whatever they can. That's why the real experts are always among the common folk, Song Qian said calmly. He shot them a look, signaling for them to keep up their loud, casual conversation. Meanwhile, he pointed silently at the tightly closed general manager's office door, holding his submachine gun at the ready as he crept closer with barely a sound. You're right, Zhao Zi. First, the 70 or 80-degree heat and the mutant mosquitoes wiped out a bunch of food and people. Then came the torrential rain and mutant leeches, and another batch of food and people were lost. If it hadn't rained, the city's grain reserves could have held out for a while. But now, after 2 disasters, most of the city's stored grain and meat are gone. Honestly, it's been tough for the authorities too. It took everything we had to set up temporary shelters underground and in bomb shelters during the heatwave. But then, before we could even react or relocate, the rain hit and all our preparations went to waste. Now the city's flooded and everyone's scrambling to move to higher ground. But who knows what we'll face next? If there's an earthquake, wouldn't the high ground become the most dangerous place? Thinking about it, I've had the worst luck. School reform in middle school, political turmoil in high school, job market changes in college. Finally, I managed to land a coveted government job, and before I could even settle in, we're hit with disasters not seen in thousands of years, and we have to be the ones leading the charge. Qi Mingnan finished her heartfelt speech with a deep sigh, but her eyes flicked over to Song Qian, silently asking if they should keep up the awkward chat. Song Qian shook his head slightly and raised his hand, signaling them to stop moving. His submachine gun was now aimed directly at the door lock. Pfft. The gun had a suppressor, but there was still a faint sound. The lock shattered. Song Qian, weapon ready, kicked the wooden door open with a loud bang. His move was so sudden that it nearly startled the man-eating plant hiding atop the glass window, clinging there like a little gecko, silently watching them. If Jiang Yan hadn't ordered it to stay put, it would have loved to drop down and swallow Song Qian whole. Outside the door, Qi Mingnan rushed in with her fire axe. Zhao Zi followed, gripping a steel crowbar over a meter long, also ready for a fight. The room wasn't large, and the 3 of them quickly checked all possible hiding spots, only to discover, to their shock, the room was completely empty. What the 3 of them stared at each other in disbelief. The footprints had clearly disappeared right outside this room. The footprints inside were dry, which made sense. But the fresh, wet footprints coming up the stairs to the 13th floor, were they left by a ghost? Seeing a ghost in broad daylight? And a female water ghost at that? That's just too much. Zhao Zi was about to speak, but Song Qian motioned for silence. He crept toward the antique display shelf opposite the entrance, gun at the ready. He felt around the side of the solid wood panel, then gave it a push thud. And a hidden door swung open, revealing a small secret room. Zhao Zi's eyes went wide. Holy shit, he blurted, hurrying forward. Qi Mengnan's frown finally eased, and she quickly followed. Inside, the room was pitch black. Song Qian switched on the tactical flashlight mounted on his gun. Wherever the light shone, the muzzle pointed. There was only a low, 1.5-meter wide tatami mat on the floor, with a nightstand beside it. Further in was a makeshift shower. Sweeping the light to the other wall, they saw a solid wood wardrobe. Damn, Brother Song Qian, you're amazing. You even spotted a hidden mechanism like this. Zhao Zi exclaimed, hurrying to the wardrobe. There was no way anyone could hide under the tatami. Qi Meng and checked the shower. No one there either. That left only the wardrobe. Zhao Zi gripped his crowbar, slowly reaching for the wardrobe door. Song Qian's flashlight and gun followed his movement, aiming at the same spot. Zhao Zi flung the wardrobe open. A strong scent of cologne wafted out. The three of them stared inside and froze. Inside was a row of neatly pressed, identical Armani suits. In the corner hung a few bunny girl costumes, complete with black stockings. On the right shelf were all sorts of indescribable little toys and an open box of condoms. Below, in a small drawer, were several stacks of crisp, uncirculated 100-yuan bills, each stack 10,000 yuan. Zhao Zi reached out and tugged at a fluffy, round bunny tail, grinning. This general manager sure had some interesting hobbies. So, that girl just vanished into thin air? Qi Mengnan was incredulous, but quickly pulled herself together. Forget it, whether she's human or ghost, let's just grab whatever supplies we can. Zhao Zi, pack up these clothes and condoms. As for the cash, it's useless now, but take it too. As she spoke, she pulled a large waterproof bag from her backpack. Yeah, but our main goal in this building is to find those antibiotics at the clinic. Here's the plan, Sister Chi, you two pack up here. I'll go check the air conditioning vent, maybe she's hiding up there. Song Qian finished speaking and quickly left, but soon turned back. Sister Chi, did you notice Lu Junxing is missing? Huh, you're right. I was just thinking how much quieter it is. Hey, Zhao Zi, where's Lu Junxing? Qi Mengnan paused and looked at Zhao Zi beside her. They'd been the last ones in. Zhao Zi glanced at the door, shrugged helplessly, and said, no idea. When we got to the 13th floor, he said his stomach hurt and he needed the bathroom, told me to go ahead and find you guys. So I came up. Then I saw those weird footprints and totally forgot about him. He couldn't have run into those mutant leeches, could he? But those leeches usually only show up near residential areas. This place is so sparsely populated, there shouldn't be any around. Qi Mengnan analyzed the situation, but her heart still skipped a beat. Not good. Song Qian had a bad feeling. He grabbed his gun and left the safe room, but stopped short in front of the living room's floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, where they'd previously docked the speedboat, the water was now visibly rippling. Song Qian said nothing. He raised his submachine gun with intense focus, aiming right where the speedboat would emerge, his eyes peering through the scope. The man-eating flower, which had been sprawled atop the glass, had no idea what he was up to. Its beady eyes spun around, and it subtly shifted its body to look outside. Inside the safe room, Qi Mengnan and Zhao Zi, who had been busy gathering supplies, froze for a moment before grabbing their waterproof bags and striding out after him. Lu Junxing's double-crossing us? No wonder he kept asking me how to drive the speedboat earlier. Damn, I knew that bastard was up to no good. Zhao Zi slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. We can't lose our speedboat. Qi Mengnan was alarmed and was about to dash out, but Zhao Zi grabbed her arm. Qijia, with Song Qianji here, he won't get far. Chasing after him now won't help. Qi Mengnan. While she hesitated, the roar of the speedboat's engine came from outside. In just a second or two, the red and black-striped speedboat shot out from the gap in the wall. Song Qian, shoot. Qi Mengnan urged anxiously. But Song Qian didn't fire immediately. Instead, he silently calculated the target's trajectory. With a submachine gun in hand, he made it feel like a sniper rifle. Out on the water, Lu Junxing couldn't see the people behind the glass, but with one hand on the motor, he raised the other and flipped them the bird, a cocky, disdainful grin on his face. Zhao Zi was so angry he nearly jumped up. Lu Junxing had already turned away. At that moment, Song Qian pulled the trigger. Bang! The floor-to-ceiling window shattered. Thud! Almost simultaneously, another bullet shot out with a whoosh, flying straight at Lu Junxing. Lu Junxing's body jerked, twitched twice, then slumped down into the boat. The speeding boat began spinning in circles on the spot. Such accuracy at this distance left Qi Mangnan and Zhao Zi stunned for a second. Damn, Song Qianji, you really are Aming's #1 sharpshooter. Let's go. Song Qian ignored Zhao Zi's praise and led the two of them out at a run. The house quickly returned to its previous silence. The man-eating flower, which had been itching to move, scrambled over to the door. After confirming the three had gone downstairs, it hurriedly sent a message to Jiang Yan via telepathy. Chi-Chi-Chi. Mama, they're gone. Receiving the message, Jiang Yan finally emerged from her space and put away the man-eating flower. She glanced out the window. Song Qian and the others had already reached the ground floor and were swimming quickly toward the speedboat. After Lu Junxing's stunt, Jiang Yan figured they probably wouldn't return to this house. She thought for a moment, then decided to head back into her space for now. Outside, it was gloomy and cold, but inside her space, the sun was shining and it was warm and pleasant. Jiang Yan had slipped into her space the moment Song Qian fired his gun and broke in. But before she entered, she had a sudden idea to run an experiment with Flower Buddy. Her space allowed her to enter and exit at will, but after using it for a while, she discovered two problems. One, her entry and exit points were fixed. In other words, wherever she entered the space, she would reappear at that exact spot upon exiting. Two, she couldn't see what was happening outside the space. This meant that if she used the space to escape danger without finding proper cover, she might pop out and run straight into her enemy. That was a huge risk. She might be fearless now, but who knew what formidable foes she might face in the future? So, she desperately needed a lookout to keep watch for her outside. Flower Buddy was the obvious choice. She'd already run some tests with Flower Buddy. Normally, Flower Buddy couldn't be more than 10 meters away from her in a straight line. And to bring it in and out of the space, she had to physically carry it. But what exactly was this independent space she possessed? Jiang Yan had once read a book called Parallel Universes. She guessed that maybe her space was a folded parallel or multidimensional universe. If it really was a folded multidimensional space, then as long as she and Flower Buddy were within 10 meters of each other, one inside, one outside, the distance constraint would still apply. Now, it seemed her theory was correct. The second experiment was a success. Of course, Flower Buddy, her little tool flower, now had a brand new, glorious mission. Jiang Yan affectionately called it the Guardian in times of special danger. The man-eating flower didn't care what its new mission was called. As long as it didn't have to leave Mama's side, anything was fine. It quickly recounted everything it had just witnessed outside to Jiang Yan. When it finished, it looked at her expectantly. Chi-Chi-Chi. Mama, I did great today, didn't I? Jiang Yan beamed and gave it a thumbs up. You were amazing. Really amazing. By now, she'd already taken off her wetsuit, rinsed off, rubbed essential oil into her hair and wrapped it in a shower cap and thrown on a white bathrobe. She was just about to soak in the jacuzzi, put on a face mask, and get some rest. After working in the water for 6 or 7 hours straight, she was truly exhausted. And she wasn't a professional either. To avoid any after effects, she felt it was necessary to give herself a proper break today. A nice meal after a bath sounded perfect. After all, you need to eat and rest well to have the energy to work. She'd already decided on lunch and dinner, a sweet, refreshing coconut chicken hot pot. Just thinking about the fragrant, savory claypot rice that went with the coconut chicken made her mouth water. As she chatted with Flower Buddy, they reached the door of the apple cabin. Jiang Yan was about to step inside when a vine from the man-eating flower suddenly shot out and wrapped around her. Flower Buddy pointed a leaf at the square safe sitting by the cabin door, its little eyes spinning. Chi-Chi-Chi. Mama, I'm hungry. As it spoke, its crimson tongue licked its fangs hungrily. Jiang Yan thought of the pink diamond pigeon egg inside the safe and couldn't help but laugh. Flower buddy, you're not hungry, you're just craving a snack, aren't you? Huabao's 2 green leaves curled up shyly, its eyes blinking cutely as it acted adorable. Jia jia jia. Cackling, Mom, I'm craving snacks, but my tummy's hungry too. Jiang Yan nearly burst out laughing at its unexpectedly cute expression. Forget it, no need to make the kids suffer. Besides, she was actually curious to see if, after a whole day's hard work, the progress bar above the faint little stream and spiritual spring in her space would skyrocket. With that thought, she pushed aside her hunger and exhaustion, focused her mind, and with a wave of her hand, summoned all the safes she'd stored in the inventory zone. In an instant, the open area outside the apple pod was piled high with all sorts of safes. Jiang Yan couldn't be bothered to change clothes. She simply rolled up the sleeves of her bathrobe, then summoned a pair of professional sunglasses, a set of earplugs, and a lithium battery-powered electric saw. Putting on the sunglasses, Jiang Yan smirked at the man-eating flower and said, "All right, Huabao, let's open some mystery boxes." Jia jia jia. Yay, yay! The man-eating flower was already rubbing its leaves together impatiently on the side. Jiang Yan had specifically looked it up. The back of a safe is its weakest point, so if you want to break into one, you start from the rear. Coincidentally, that's also where the valuables are stored. Luckily, all these items were meant for Huabao to eat anyway, so even if she accidentally damaged something, it wouldn't really matter. All the items in the space were under her mental control. With just a thought and a wave of her hand, the massive, heavy safe adjusted itself so its back faced her. Bzzzzz. Amid the harsh whirring, dazzling sparks flew everywhere. Even though the sparks shouldn't affect the ground in her space, Jiang Yan still paused, turned off the saw, and placed a fireproof blanket underneath before continuing to cut. In less than a minute, she'd sliced open the square safe. On the back panel, she found a mini camera and an infrared sensor. But what surprised both Jiang Yan and the man-eating flower even more was that, instead of a fancy jewelry box, there was an even smaller, all-steel safe inside. Jiang Yan frowned. Was this a Russian nest?